Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 371. 371 Heaven's Gate Spurts Treasures. Lu Ming immediately continued to comprehend wind force. He wanted to try his best to let the wind force catch up with the fire force. This way, the fusion of the two forces would be able to erupt with the strongest power. Under the Heaven's Gate, his comprehension of wind force could simply be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Half an hour later, his wind force had reached the middle stage of the Dashang realm from the early stage. After another half an hour, his wind force broke through to the late stage of the Dashang realm. He was only a step away from the limit of the Dashang realm. At this moment, a loud boom came from not far away. Lu Ming sensed a strong aura rippling from Li Qiushui's body. That was force, Li Autumn Water's force, which was several times stronger than before. The force of water was perfect. Autumn Water stood up and laughed. An extremely powerful force spread out from his body and filled the entire area, forming a powerful pressure. Those who were comprehending were all shocked and stopped cultivating. Autumn Water's force has broken through and reached perfection. It's too shocking. This time, his ranking in the Thousand River Top 100 list is going to advance by a large margin. Many people were discussing in shock. Force, from large success to great completion, was too difficult. Many heaven's favored sons were stuck at this step for a lifetime. Perfection represented perfection, and its power was much stronger than that of the upper tier. Kid, you didn't leave just now, but now you won't have the chance. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming, her eyes flashing with cold killing intent. His Shi had reached perfection, and his combat power had improved greatly. He was now confident that he could rank in the top 40 of the Thousand River Top 100 list, or even higher. Killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile and he slowly got up. He wanted to test the power of the fusion of wind and fire. Their gazes met, and their powerful auras clashed, forming a powerful pressure. The red-haired water demon looked on with a serious expression. At this moment, the Heaven Gate, which was hundreds of meters away, suddenly shook. The entire mountain started to shake violently. The Heaven's Gate is about to spew out treasures. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at the Heaven's Gate with burning eyes. Humph, I'll let you off for now. Li Qiushui sneered. He retracted his aura and looked at the Heaven Gate. Let me go. A faint smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. At this moment, the Heaven Gate shook once again. The center of the Heaven Gate was misty like chaos, and one could not see what was inside. Suddenly, a few light figures flew out of the Heaven Gate. As soon as they left the Heaven Gate, they made a loud sound and flew into the distance. The speed was so fast that they covered the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. That is a few broken soldiers. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he saw the real bodies of the light shadows clearly. A few lights and shadows were actually a few broken weapons. There were 4 in total. It was a battle sword, but the tip of the sword was broken. A saber was only half of its original size. There was also a long spear. Its tail had disappeared, and only the tip of the spear remained. The last one was half an iron rod. Autumn Water and the red-haired water demon pounced towards the remaining soldiers without hesitation. Autumn Water pounced towards the broken sword, while the red-haired water demon pounced towards the half-blade. Lu Ming did not stop and pounced toward the broken spear. Although the half-broken spear was fast, Lu Ming was faster. In an instant, he was close to the half-broken spear. Just as Lu Ming stretched out his palm to grab the spear trembled and a blurry figure rushed out from the spear. An aura that was similar to the world's most powerful man burst out. The figure was extremely tall, like a broken shadow. It was impossible to see him clearly. One could barely see that he was holding a long spear in his hand. He stabbed the spear at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He took a step forward and collided with the spear shadow. There was a loud explosion and Lu Ming felt his feet go numb. He could not help but take 3 steps back. The figure also trembled and with a bang, it dispersed and disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Essential chi gushed out and wrapped around half of the long spear, holding it in his hand. The long spear was pitch black, and it could be seen that it was covered in sword and saber wounds. It had obviously experienced a tragic battle. At the same time, a primitive and ancient aura emanated from the spear. It was filled with the aura of time. This spear has been around for so many years, but it still contains a trace of its owner's undying fighting spirit. It's amazing. I wonder what kind of existence the owner of this spear is. Lu Ming sized up the long spear and sighed secretly. The broken spear had lost its spirituality after such a long time. However, the material of the spear was extraordinary. Lu Ming could not tell what material it was made of. He held it tightly, but there was not a single mark on the spear. After all, it spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. I'll keep it for now. With a move of his hand, he kept the half-broken spear. In the other direction, the broken blade and broken sword also had all kinds of strange phenomena. However, they were all defeated by Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon and were successfully kept. The other half of the iron rod flew far away and was finally taken by a burly man under the siege of more than a dozen experts. At this moment, the Heaven's Gate shook again. 2 light figures flew out. Lu Ming took a look and was shocked. This time, it was actually 2 dried branches. 2 pitch-black dead branches. Buzz. 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 Without the slightest hesitation, the red-haired water demon, Lu Ming, and Li Qiushui pounced towards the 2 withered branches like lightning. Get lost. Li Qiushui was closer to the red-haired water demon. With a loud shout, a bright sword light as white as the Milky Way cut through the air and slashed at the red-haired water demon. The power of his perfect Shur was extremely terrifying. The red-haired water demon shouted in anger. He did not dare to take it head-on and quickly retreated. Autumn Water reached out and grabbed the branch. On the other side, the red-haired water demon retreated and missed the time. Lu Ming also grabbed another withered branch in his hand. This dried branch was pitch black, as if it had been burnt. It did not have the slightest vitality, as if it was a real dried branch. However, considering the wonders of the Heaven's Gate, Lu Ming kept it. Brat, hand over that withered branch. Quick, give it to me. Autumn Water's eyes were cold. She looked at Lu Ming and chided him in a commanding tone. Why don't you take king piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Who the hell are you? You're just a piece of trash, yet you want me to hand over the branch. Dream on. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Autumn Water and said coldly. Li Qiushui's face turned green. Her eyes were extremely cold and murderous. Kid, don't think that just because you were able to fight me to a draw, I can't do anything to you. Now, I'll let you know the power of perfect force. A powerful aura exploded from Li Autumn Water's body. At this moment, the Heaven Gate shook again, and another thing spurted out of the stone gate. This time, it was a stone egg the size of a human head. Chapter 372. 372. A stone egg that weighs 1,000,000 pounds. The stone egg flew into the distance. It's mine. Autumn Water shouted and pounced towards the stone egg in a flash. Yours. You must be dreaming. Lu Ming sneered and pounced on the stone egg as well. At the same time, the red-haired water demon's expression changed, and it also pounced towards the stone egg. Li Qiushui shouted in anger and her sword light slashed at Lu Ming and the red-haired water demon. With 2 loud bangs, the red-haired water demon retreated, but Lu Ming did not move an inch. UF*CK. Autumn Water's expression changed. This is the power of perfect force. It's nothing more than this. Get lost. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he shouted and shook his long spear. The power of wind and fire, which had been fully mastered, merged and was drawn towards Li Autumn Water. Sword of vast Autumn Water. Autumn Water's sword slashed out, and her complete water force exploded. The long spear and the battle sword collided. In an instant, Autumn Water's expression changed. Lu Ming's attack was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Autumn Water's perfected water force was being pushed back. Li Qiushui let out a roar of disbelief. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. His force had clearly broken through to perfection, and its power had increased by several times. On the other hand, Lu Ming's force was clearly still at the phenomenal success stage. How could it be stronger than his? This was too unbelievable. Li Autumn Water found it hard to accept. Autumn Water's figure was sent flying. She retreated dozens of meters and her face turned pale. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone egg. Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly and his expression changed. Heavy, this stone egg was unbelievably heavy. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and the strength of his physical body, he could even lift something that weighed 1,000,000 pounds with one hand. However, this stone egg was able to make Lu Ming's hand tremble. Its weight was definitely not less than 1,000,000 pounds. A stone egg the size of a human head actually weighed 1,000,000 gene. This was simply unbelievable. The stone egg wasn't round, but oval, very similar to an ordinary animal egg. Wait, that's a leviathan. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze froze. He could feel a trace of life force in the stone egg. Although it was extremely weak, almost negligible, it was still a trace of life force. Could this really be an egg of a living creature? And it's still alive. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He was extremely shocked. A living creature's egg that weighed 1,000,000 pounds, what kind of creature's egg was this? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Ah! Die! Die! Autumn Water's river sword. At this moment, Li Qiushui bellowed. A river of sword chi rushed towards Lu Ming. This was Autumn Water's killer move, and its power was much stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He moved his hand and was about to put the stone egg into his storage ring. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He could not put it in. This stone egg could not be stored in the storage ring. Lu Ming did not have time to think. He held the stone egg in his hand and took a step forward. 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. The 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps was a fusion of wind and fire. This was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. As if he was crushing dry weeds and rotten wood, Lu Ming crushed Li Qiushui's river of sword aura with one step. The huge force did not stop and bombarded Li Qiushui. Kacha kacha. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Li Qiushui screamed and spat out blood. Her body was like a cannonball, flying a few thousand meters. Brat, don't let me run into you in the Detian Divine Guard selection, or I'll make sure you die a miserable death. A furious roar filled with killing intent came from the distance, getting further and further away. Autumn Water took this opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's eyes flashed but he did not pursue. Li Autumn Water's combat strength was not much weaker than his. Although she was injured, it was not fatal. She was running for her life. It would not be easy for Lu Ming to catch up to her. The others were dumbfounded. They tried to guess which region Lu Ming was from that he was so powerful. Autumn Water's force had reached perfection. She would definitely be in the top 40 of the Thousand River region's top 100 list. With such combat strength, she was actually kicked by Lu Ming to the point where she vomited blood and fled for her life. Especially some of the elders, they were sighing. It was really a new generation replacing the old. At this moment, the Heaven's Gate continued to tremble. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, there was nothing more that spurted out. After a long while, nothing else came out. Many people were also greatly disappointed. Most of the people who had come this time had gained nothing other than the aura of the Sky Gate to comprehend sure. They looked at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had undoubtedly gained the most. He had obtained a total of 3 items. Half an hour later, the mountain peak started to shake violently. The Heaven's Gate is going to disappear. Everyone flew away from the mountain peak and stood in the void. The mountain peak trembled, and a huge whirlpool formed under the river. The mountain peak was slowly disappearing. After a while, the mountain and the Heaven Gate disappeared completely in the whirlpool. The river returned to its calm state. As for the water tribe members in the river, they all dove into the water and disappeared. Seeing the Heaven Gate disappear, many people left the place. Very soon, Lu Ming was the only one left. This stone egg can't be stored in the storage ring. Looking at the stone egg in his hand, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Can the Supreme Shrine be taken in? He could not take in any living beings in the Supreme Shrine, except himself. This stone egg also had an aura of life, and he didn't know if he could store it. With a thought, the stone egg disappeared. It can be taken in. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the supreme shrine could not be kept, Lu Ming would be speechless. He could not possibly carry a stone egg that weighed 1,000,000 kilograms around all day, right? Let's find a place and study it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he disappeared. An hour later, in a quiet place 10,000 miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out the broken long spear first. After studying it carefully, he realized that apart from being extremely hard, there was no other reaction. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. He kept the broken spear and took out the branch. The withered branch was as black as ink, as if it had been burned. There was no sign of life. However, they had one thing in common with the long spear. They were extremely hard. No matter what Lu Ming did, he could not leave a trace on the withered branch. It was just a withered branch, but it was so extraordinary. Lu Ming was shocked. He kept it carefully. It might be useful in the future. Finally, he took out the stone egg. He sensed it carefully, and there was indeed a weak life aura. It was very faint, and if one didn't hold it in their hands and sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice it. What was inside? Was it really an egg? Or was there a living being sealed inside? Lu Ming guessed and his imagination ran wild. Let's try injecting true qi. After that, Lu Ming injected essential qi into the stone egg, but it had no effect. Then, he took out spiritual herbs and spiritual crystals, refined the essence inside, and injected them into the stone egg. There was still no change. The stone egg was still half dead. Chapter 373. 373 Chapter 373 Myriad Star City. Lu Ming was speechless and could only give up. It's better to comprehend the heaven's path palm. Lu Ming remembered the aura of the heaven's gate in his mind. He wanted to verify it with the heavenly Dao palm and comprehend the heavenly Dao palm. This cultivation was indeed very effective. Lu Ming's understanding of the heavenly Dao palm had greatly deepened. Although it was impossible to cultivate it successfully in a short time, as long as he persevered, he believed that it would not be long before he succeeded. A few hours later, Lu Ming continued to move. He rushed to the Myriad Star City according to the map. A few days later, Lu Ming left the Thousand River Water area and came to another area. This area was called the Eight Desolate Swamp Area. As its name suggested, the Eight Desolate Swamp Area was full of swamps of various sizes. The small ones were as small as ponds, while the large ones were tens of thousands of miles in size, and some even covered hundreds of thousands of miles. All kinds of creatures were born in the swamp, most of which were poisonous. At the same time, there were martial artists who had established their own countries in the Eight Desolate Swamp. Most of them practiced poison techniques, and their overall strength was even stronger than that of the Thousand River region. Lu Ming flew in the air, secretly sighing at the wonders of nature. In this way, Lu Ming would stop to cultivate when he was tired or when he felt something. Sometimes he comprehended the heavenly way palm, sometimes he comprehended the power of wind and fire, and sometimes he comprehended the second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Therefore, his speed was not very fast. The journey that should have taken a month took him more than 2 months, almost 3 months. When he arrived at the Myriad Star City, there were still 5 days before the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Along the way, his understanding of the heaven path palm deepened day by day. He was not far from successfully cultivating it. In addition, his wind force had also broken through and reached the limit of large success, on the same level as his fire force. However, it was still very difficult to break through to perfection. The one with the slowest progress was the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and he still hadn't successfully cultivated the second step. This is the Myriad Star City. When Lu Ming stood at the foot of a huge mountain and looked up at the sky, he was extremely shocked. What appeared in front of him was a huge mountain that covered at least a few hundred miles. This mountain peak was different from ordinary mountains. The bottom of an ordinary mountain was the widest. The higher one went, the narrower the peak would be. However, this mountain peak was like a stone stick. The foot, waist, and peak of the mountain were all equally wide. It rose straight into the sky, reaching up to 10,000 meters high, and disappeared into the clouds. The Myriad Star City was built on this mountain peak. However, this was not what shocked Lu Ming. What shocked him was the area of the Myriad Stars city. The area of the Myriad Stars city was more than 10 times larger than the area of this mountain. This mountain peak was only a small part of the middle of the Myriad Stars city. Most of the area of the Myriad Stars city was suspended in the air, and it was thousands of miles wide. The mountain peak and the Myriad Stars city were like an umbrella, with the mountain peak as the pole and the Myriad Stars city as the umbrella. The city of 10,000 stars, thousands of miles in both length and width, covered the sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He noticed that there were suspension bridges on the steep mountain peak for people below the martial arts grandmaster level. A martial ancestor could directly fly in. Lu Ming rose into the air and flew toward the Myriad Star city. The closer they got to the city, the more they felt how majestic it was. All around them, there were pitch-black city walls that were thousands of meters tall, and they were densely engraved with inscriptions. There weren't many soldiers on the city wall, but there was a terrifying aura. It was just a wall, but Lu Ming could sense hundreds of powerful auras. Each of these auras was not weaker than the overlords of the Burning Sun Empire, such as Yan Quan and Lin Shui. Half-Step King. These auras were all Half-Step King warriors. There were also a few auras that were as deep as the ocean, and they were many times stronger than Half-Step Kings. Lu Ming could feel the terrifying pressure and he had difficulty breathing. King's aura. These are definitely peerless martial king realm experts. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. At the same time, they were also amazed. The Myriad Star City was indeed worthy of being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern part of the Tianqian region. It was simply too powerful. It was said that the entire Myriad Star City was built by the peerless experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was just a city wall, which was nothing compared to the entire Myriad Star City, but it was already so terrifying. This is the stage for the strong. The Burning Sun Empire is too small. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His eyes were shining and full of fighting spirit. Then, he flew toward a gate of the Myriad Star City. There was no one guarding the gate, only an inscription platform. If one wanted to enter the Myriad Star City, they had to pass through the platform. If someone from the enemy forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace entered, the platform would be able to sense it. At the main entrance, people came and went, and it was very lively. Of course, only martial arts grandmasters were able to enter and exit this place. He walked through the gate and arrived at the wide street. The street was 100 meters wide, and there were all kinds of rare beasts and martial arts powerhouses on it. Most of them were young people. Some of them were middle-aged, and some of them were elderly. As the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards neared, geniuses and experts from various regions in the eastern region of the Tianqian region had gathered here. Naturally, the number of people had increased. Experts, they were all experts. Lu Ming casually sensed and realized that the pedestrians on the street were experts. Many middle-aged and old people were at least at the 8th or 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. There were even quite a few who were half-step kings. Half-step kings were unrivaled overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire. In mid-tier empires, half-step king warriors were also overlords, but they were no longer the strongest. Mid-tier empires had king warriors. And in a high-tier empire, half-step king warriors were nothing. They could only be considered as peak experts. As for a place like the 10,000 Star City, half-step kings could only be regarded as ordinary experts. Kings were the true experts. As for the young men and women on the street, they were all dragons and phoenixes among men. When they looked around, they were in high spirits and full of confidence. Each of them had a powerful aura, and even the weakest of them was stronger than Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. These were all geniuses from all over the eastern region of the Tianqian region. Those who could make it here were all geniuses who had passed the preliminaries, and none of them were weak. Lu Ming looked left and right, sizing up his surroundings. After that, he found a shop and asked the shopkeeper where the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was. He didn't expect the shopkeeper to think for a long time before he remembered the location of the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The reason was that the Cloud Emperor mountain range was too small, so he did not have a deep impression of it. Lu Ming followed the shopkeeper's instructions and spent more than an hour before he found the courtyard in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Every region would have a courtyard in the Myriad Star City. The elder in charge of that region would be in charge of the courtyard, making it easier for the geniuses of that region to gather. The courtyard was quite large, enough for thousands of people to live in. Lu Ming walked into the courtyard and registered himself. Someone brought him to his room. After the rooms were allocated, Lu Ming strolled around the courtyard. Chapter 374. 374 Ditian Divine Guard Selection, begin. In the courtyard, Lu Ming realized that some of the geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range had already arrived. For example, Su Yingying, Wang Kai, and others. Lu Ming also saw Yang Liuji, Yan Feishuan, Lan Yundao, and the others. When they saw Lu Ming, they did not hide the killing intent in their eyes. Lu Ming smiled coldly. If he had the chance, he would not mind getting rid of these people. However, Jian Fingyun, young Master Tianxi, Qiu Changkong, and the others were nowhere to be seen, so they probably hadn't arrived yet. After making a round, Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the myriad star city, there was a holy land for cultivation called the 100 Deities Slope. At this moment, Qiu Changkong walked out of the 100 Deities Slope, his hair dancing in the wind. His aura was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Qiu Changkong's voice was cold and sinister as killing intent flickered in his eyes. Also, Jian Fingyun of the Emperor Yun's board should give up his first place this time. Qiu Changkong had cultivated on the 100 Deities Slope for several months, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Even his force had broken through to the peak stage. This made him very confident. An old man suddenly appeared beside Qiu Changkong. Master. Qiu Changkong immediately bowed respectfully. Changkong, although your cultivation is not bad, you're still not considered first class among the geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. There are still many variables in your path after successfully joining the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. There are so many geniuses in the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Qiu Changkong asked in disbelief. With his current cultivation and combat strength, how could he not be ranked among the top? The eastern region of the Tianxian region is extremely vast. Moreover, your generation is at its golden age. Geniuses are popping up like mushrooms after the rain. It's going to be difficult to stand out from them. The old man sighed and then said, but don't be discouraged. Your talent can be considered as the top in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. Some people are stronger than you in combat strength, but they have more resources than you since young and have a higher cultivation base. You are not weaker than them in a battle of the same level. As long as your cultivation base is higher, you may be able to compete with them. The examination venue for this time's selection should be the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. I know of a secret place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. There are great opportunities inside. After you enter, if you can obtain that opportunity, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. It's not impossible for you to completely enter the ranks of the top geniuses of the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Then, a jade talisman appeared in the old man's hand. He handed it to Qiu Changkong and said, the information about that secret place is in this jade talisman. Take a look. Changkong thanks master. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. He took the jade talisman and knelt on the ground respectfully, kowtowing to the old man in gratitude. Go. Show off your brilliance in the Ditian Divine Guard selection this time. The old man said with a smile. Qiu Changkong expressed his gratitude. After that, his figure flickered and he headed towards the myriad star city. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. The Cloud Emperor courtyard was getting more and more lively. Almost all the geniuses who had passed the preliminaries had arrived. Jian Fingyun, young Master Tianxi, Qiu Changkong, and the others were all revealed. However, Xian Yanqing had not arrived yet. This made Lu Ming a little worried. Previously, Xian Yanqing had said that he would find a place to cultivate in seclusion and would rush to the myriad star city. There were still 2 days before the selection began, but Xian Yanqing had not arrived yet. Could he have been delayed by something? Although he was a little worried, he had no choice but to wait. On this day, the elder leader of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, Lu Xiu, gathered them together and announced some things about the selection. The selection was held in an ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield was called the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield. It could be considered a plain and was a secret ground controlled by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was full of danger, but also full of opportunities. There were 3 months of free time inside. These 3 months would test one's comprehensive ability. This included intelligence, courage, combat power, and opportunities. Opportunity was also luck, and luck was one of the most important factors for a martial artist. 3 months later, they would exit from the final exit. There were many checkpoints at the exit, and from there, they would be able to select the reserve and official Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The selection of the Detian Divine Guards was held once every 5 years, and the location of each selection was different. However, they were all filled with opportunities and dangers. According to Lu Xiu, the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld had not been used for the selection of Empyrean God Guards for 100 years. He had no idea what would happen inside. After the announcement, Lu Xiu allowed them to move around freely and gathered them 2 days later. In the following time, they went to various bookstores in the Myriad Star City to search for books that recorded the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld so that they could understand more information about it. The more he understood, the more confident he would be. However, there was still no trace of Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming was a little anxious and worried. Something must have happened to Xian Yanqing. Otherwise, he would not have missed the Detian Divine Guard selection. However, Lu Ming did not know where Xian Yanqing had gone. Otherwise, he could look for her. Let's not care about it for now. Xian Yanqing is someone who doesn't want to suffer losses. Nothing bad might happen to him. I'll finish the Detian Divine Guard assessment first. Lu Ming pondered. Today, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range gathered in one of the courtyards of the Cloud Emperor courtyard. Out of the 97 people, Xian Yanqing was the only one missing. The rest had all arrived. Lu Xiu's eyes swept across the room, but he didn't say anything. It was normal for there to be fewer people. All right, I'm sure all of you are clear about the rules of the selection. However, I'll repeat it again. The 3 months in the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield are especially important. The Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield is an ancient land in the ancient times. It is vast and full of dangers, but it is also full of opportunities. Some people can rise to the top in one go in these 3 months, while some will become stepping stones for others and be killed. According to my experience, it's best for all of you to work together after entering the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield. This is the safest way. Take these 10,000-mile sound transmission talismans and take one each. You can contact each other in the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield. Lu Xiu took out a 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman and distributed it to them. Many thanks, Elder Lu. Everyone thanked Lu Xiu. There's no need to thank me. I only hope that more of you will join the Detian Divine Guards. The better your results are, the more rewards I'll receive. Lu Xiu was very direct and spoke his purpose. This increased everyone's impression of Lu Xiu. All right, now follow me. The entrance to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld is 100,000 miles north of the Myriad Star City. After Lu Xiu finished speaking, he rose into the air. The group followed him and left through the northern gate, heading north. At this moment, the same situation was happening all over the Myriad Star City. Groups of geniuses soared into the sky and headed north. Some of them had about 100 people, some had dozens, and some had thousands. The dense crowd headed north in a grand and magnificent manner. Chapter 375. 375 The Provocation of the Thousand Rivers. The journey of 100,000 li only took a few hours for everyone. The eastern dark rock peak was their destination. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, what they saw was a boundless stone forest. This area was made up of countless stone peaks, each of which was more than 100 meters tall. The entrance to the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield is among these stone peaks. The entrance to the battlefield has yet to open. Lu Xiu explained. Everyone stopped a short distance away from Shifeng, watching from a distance. At this moment, Shifeng was surrounded by a dense crowd of people. Ha ha ha, Lu Xiu, you're early. How many pieces of trash did you bring this time? At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. After that dash, a series of air-rending sounds came over, and a large group of figures flew over here. The number of people was unusually large. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and realized that there were at least 600 to 700 people. The leader of the group was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. The group of people stopped not far from Lu Ming and the rest. The skinny middle-aged man looked at Lu Xiao with a mocking expression. "Zhao Sui, is that you?" he asked. Lu Xiao's face darkened when he saw the skinny man. "Haha, why? Lu Xiao, you don't welcome me." "That's true. Every time the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards is held, the trash of the Cloud Emperor mountain range that you led has always ended in a crushing defeat. No one from the Cloud Emperor mountain range has joined the Emperor Sky Divine Guards for 2 consecutive years. Compared to our Thousand River waters, it's really a tragic sight." The skinny man, Zhao Sui, laughed mockingly. Lu Xiao's face turned even gloomier. However, Zhao Sui obviously didn't want to stop here. He glanced at the people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range and said, "I didn't expect that there are so many people from the Yundi mountain range who passed the preliminaries this time. Let me see how many there are. TSK, there are still 97 people. Compared with the 689 people from our Thousand River region, there are only 500 or 600 people left. Not many, not many. Also, Lu Xiao, you're too cruel. These 97 people should be all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Be careful that they don't all die in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. If that happens, the Cloud Emperor mountain range, a place where even birds don't want to shit, will suffer even more." Zhao Sui's triangular eyes swept across the people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, full of ridicule. "Zhao Sui, you." Lu Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. The other people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range also had ugly expressions. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash wants to pass the Detian Divine Guard selection. They really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. They're indulging in wild fantasies." In the Thousand River region, some of the young men also laughed mockingly. The young men from the Thousand River region looked at the Cloud Emperor mountain range with contempt. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the others were all proud and arrogant. How could they bear such contempt? They gritted their teeth. "Kid, it's you. Haha, I've finally found you." All of a sudden, a furious roar was heard from the waters of the Thousand Rivers. A young man flew out and stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. "Autumn water." Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This young man was Li Qiushui. It seemed that she had already discovered him. "Li Qiushui, what are you doing? Last time you ran away so quickly, are you thanking me for not killing you this time? Brat, you should die. Let's see who can save you this time." Autumn water roared. "Oh, then you can try." Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance. "Junior brother, is the kid you mentioned the trash from the Cloud Emperor mountain range?" At this moment, a blue-robed young man walked out from behind Li Qiushui and said indifferently. "Senior disciple Jiang, that's right. It's this man. Not only did he use despicable means to rob the treasure I got from the Heaven's Gate, but he also ambushed me and injured me." Li Autumn Water shouted. "Despicable methods. To plot against him." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh. This Li Autumn Water was too shameless. Lu Ming had clearly defeated him head-on, but in his words, it was an ambush. "You are indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. You only know how to plot. Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths to hand over the treasure you got from junior brother Li Qiushui in the Gate of Heaven. Then, kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your dog life." Senior brother Jiang looked at Lu Ming coldly and spoke in a charitable tone. "AI. When is the Eastern Nether battlefield going to open? I'm not in a good mood anymore after being surrounded by a few dogs barking." Lu Ming ignored senior brother Jiang and scanned the stone peaks. Senior martial brother Jiang's face turned livid. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. He was simply courting death. A terrifying aura burst out from senior brother Jiang's body. A complete force was formed. Combined with his powerful cultivation, it formed a powerful pressure that spread across the entire area. Aside from Jian Fengyun and Lu Xiao, everyone else in the Cloud King mountain range was shocked. This senior brother Jiang's strength was extremely terrifying. He gave off the feeling that he was definitely not weaker than young Master Tianxi, who was ranked second on the Cloud Emperor list. Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he stared at senior brother Jiang. Brat, die. You won't even have the chance to beg for mercy now. Senior martial brother Jiang's face was extremely gloomy. So much nonsense, if you want to fight, then fight. He was fearless. With his current combat strength, even if he couldn't defeat senior brother Jiang wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. At this moment, the sound of a sword was heard. A figure suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and senior brother Jiang. It was Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun. Seeing Jian Fengyun, senior brother Jiang's expression turned serious. Jian Fengyun had once adventured in the waters of the Thousand Rivers, and senior brother Jiang had seen him before. There was only one person in the Cloud King mountain range that he was afraid of: Jian Fengyun. He didn't care about the others at all. Jiang Chun, today is the day of the Ditian Divine Guard selection. If you want to fight here, aren't you afraid that you'll cause the unhappiness of the major characters in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Jian Fengyun looked at senior brother Jiang and said coldly. Haha, Jian Fengyun, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, this time, it won't be like the last time, where I only left a scar on your face. Instead, I'll take your life. At this time, a loud laugh came from the waters of the Thousand Rivers. A young man with a jade-like appearance walked out. Jian Fengyun's expression turned grim when he saw the young man. He was injured by this person when he was wandering in the Thousand River region. This person was the 18th ranked genius of the Thousand River region. Jian Fengyun had fought with him for hundreds of moves before he was defeated in one move. The past was the past. Now, I will definitely win. Jian Fengyun's eyes were like two divine swords. He was filled with confidence. Certain victory. What a joke. The handsome young man sneered with disdain. It looked like a great battle was about to break out. Zhao Sui watched coldly from the side, waiting to watch a good show. Lu Xiu's face was extremely gloomy. The geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range would be like eggs hitting a stone if they fought with the geniuses of the Thousand River region. They would end badly. He wanted to stop Zhao Sui, but he knew that Zhao Sui would not let him. Chapter 376. 376 The Ancient Battlefield of the Netherworld. At this moment, a few terrifying auras filled the air, as deep as the ocean. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw 4 figures above the countless stone peaks. These 4 figures stood in 4 different directions. Each figure was shining with a bright light, gold, red, or blue. It was impossible to see his real body clearly, but his aura was simply too shocking. A king, it's a king. The king has appeared. The entrance to the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield is about to open. The tense atmosphere between Lu Ming and the rest and the geniuses of the Thousand River region also eased. The 4 king tiers made their moves. One after another, dazzling beams of light shot out from their hands, entering the many stone peaks. At this moment, countless stone peaks glowed, and countless runes flickered. Kid, you'd better hand over those treasures. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you now, you'll definitely die when you enter the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Autumn Water looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Ming pursed his lips and ignored him. Autumn Water's face turned red. Junior brother Li, why are you talking so much to him? Once you enter the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield, just kill him directly. Not only do you have to kill him, but you also have to kill everyone from the Cloud Emperor mountain range that you see until they give in. Jiang Chun sneered. That's right. It's just what I want. It's time to let these barbarian-like things know our power. The handsome young man also sneered. Hearing this, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range changed their expressions. There were so many people in the Thousand River region and countless geniuses. If they really attacked them, their trip to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld would be in danger. Damn it. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Yang Liuji growled in his heart. His combat power was not strong, and if he encountered an expert from the Thousand River waters, he would probably be in trouble. You guys go ahead. Hee, let's wait and see in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Zhao Sui sneered and flew to the side. The geniuses of the Thousand River region looked at them with hostility, then followed Zhao Sui and flew to the side. At this moment, the light from the countless stone peaks became even more resplendent. Countless runes appeared and gathered in the sky, gradually forming a large array. Open! The four kings roared in unison. Suddenly, the array condensed and a black vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex was extremely huge, covering the endless stone peaks. Is this the entrance to the ancient battlefield of the netherworld? This is too big. Countless people were dumbfounded. All right, the eastern nether ancient battlefield is open. You can enter now. A majestic voice came from one of the kings. Let's go in. Immediately, the dense crowd flew toward the vortex. Remember, try your best to enter together. That way, when you arrive at the ancient battlefield of the netherworld, it is more likely that you will be teleported to a similar distance. Lucio ordered. Everyone nodded, and the group of 98 people rushed toward the vortex. As soon as they rushed into the vortex, they felt that the world was spinning. Lu Ming and the rest had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming began to feel dizzy. The next moment, he heard earth-shattering shouts. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and his pupils contracted sharply. He was shocked. In front of him, in the sky, there were countless figures crisscrossing each other, and the smell of blood permeated the air. There was a fierce battle going on here. There was a giant hand that covered the sky, a sword chi that cut across the universe, a spear radiance that pierced through the heaven and earth, and a flame that burned everything. Strong, he was too strong. Countless unimaginable experts were fighting. The entire world was torn apart. One by one, the powerful experts were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. What's going on? Where is this place? All of a sudden, a ray of sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword gleam seemed to have come from the depths of the universe. The space was torn apart and it was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's strength was as insignificant as dust in front of this sword gleam. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He was not willing to be killed just like that. He wanted to resist with all his might. He felt his vision go black, and the next moment, he opened his eyes. The gentle breeze and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nose. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a grassland that was full of wildflowers. The terrifying battlefield had disappeared without a trace. Was everything just an illusion? This place is called the ancient battlefield of the netherworld. Perhaps it's just a reflection of the real scene from back then. Lu Ming made a guess. Perhaps everyone who had just entered would have seen that scene. It was formed by an immortal fighting spirit that flowed between heaven and earth. Even time would not be able to decay it. This ancient battlefield is probably not simple. According to the records, the ancient battlefield of the netherworld is just a corner of another ancient battlefield. It's separated from the original world and has been refined by the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. At this moment, his expression changed, and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. There was a piece of news that came from Jian Fingyun. He had gathered everyone in the Cloud King mountain range. It's in the north. Since it can be received through the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, it means that it's within 10,000 miles. Let's go and take a look. He intended to act alone, but since it wasn't far, there was no harm in taking a look. He rose into the air and headed north. The distance of less than 10,000 miles was covered in a moment. There were already dozens of people gathered by a small lake. All of them were geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Suddenly, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. It was Lan Yundao, Yan Feishuan, Yang Liuji, and a few others. Lu Ming, you actually dared to gather here. You're really looking for death. It's not easy to kill you outside, but I don't have such concerns in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. Lan Yun said. The voices of Yan Feishuan and the others were extremely cold. You want to kill me with just. You trash. What a joke. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he smiled faintly. Lu Ming, don't think that just because you scored higher than me in the preliminaries, you are more powerful than me. Now, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Yan Feishuan let out a long howl. His fist glowed as he threw a punch. A dazzling sun appeared and shot towards Lu Ming. The power was several times stronger than Yang Liuji's fist of the Great Sun. Lu Ming was very direct. He swept his long spear and fused the power of wind and fire. Yan Feishuan's sun fist force was like a small flame that was extinguished. The spear radiance didn't stop and continued to bombard Yan Feishuan's body. Yan Feishuan screamed and flew out like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. He coughed up blood and his face was pale. His eyes were full of horror. You still dare to say you're amazing. Chapter 377. 377 Conflict, Departure. The whole place was dead silent. Most of the people looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming was too powerful. In the preliminary round, although Lu Ming's points were higher than Yan Feishuan's, it was not much higher. Their combat strength should be on the same level. Now, Lu Ming had beaten Yan Feishuan to the point where he coughed up blood with one move. How could they be on the same level? Lan Yundao's expression froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Even he could not injure Yan Feishuan with a single move. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength was already above his? How was that possible? On the side, Yang Liuji's face was pale and his eyes were wide open. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Lu Ming's combat strength was too scary. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You've injured your own people and reduced the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. What are you trying to do? Lan Yundao's eyes rolled and he suddenly shouted. That's right, Lu Ming. You've offended the people of the Thousand River Waters and you're making us take the blame. I suggest that we let Lu Ming leave the team. The people of the Thousand River Waters want Lu Ming, not us. As long as Lu Ming is not around, the people of the Thousand River Waters will not make things difficult for us. Yang Liuji, who was hiding behind Lan Yundao, also shouted. If he could not defeat Lu Ming, he would use his power to suppress Lu Ming and make him leave the team. That's right, Lu Ming. If you're in the team, all of us will be harmed by you. Lan Yundao also shouted. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming with unfriendly gazes. They felt that Lan Yundao and Yang Liuji's words made sense. Hee, if you want me to leave, I'll leave without you telling me. But before I leave, I'll kill you all first. Lu Ming thrust his spear at Lan Yundao. The spear's radiance burst out. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Lan Yundao. A jet-black sword light slashed out and clashed with Lu Ming's spear radiance. The force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took 3 steps back. Young Master Tian Shi. The one who suddenly attacked was young Master Tian Shi. Young Master Tian Shi's face darkened. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far. You've done something wrong and implicated others. Now, you want to kill someone. Do you really think you're invincible? Oh. It seems like you want to meddle in other people's business. What do you mean by being a busybody? Brother Lan is my best friend. Furthermore, what he said is right. You should get out of the team to avoid harming others. Young Master Tian, she said in a gloomy voice. Insect, let's see if you can stop me. Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful aura. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Young Master Tian, she burst out with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a reptile. Damn it. Young Master Tian Shi's body exuded a terrifying aura, which was much stronger than Lan Yundao and the others. Young Master Tian Shi, ranked second on the Cloud Emperor ranking list, was able to compete with Jian Fengyun. Lan Yundao was definitely no match for him. Their combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming was probably not their match now. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Even if he was no match, it was impossible for young Master Tian Shi to kill him. Everyone, this Lu Ming is a scourge. Keeping him alive will only get us killed. Why don't we attack together and kill him? At this moment, Lan Yundao called out to the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The others' eyes flickered. That's right, I agree with what Brother Lan said. Someone stood out and looked at Lu Ming with killing intent. I also agree. More than a dozen people stepped forward in succession. Together with young Master Tian Shi and Lan Yundao, they formed a powerful force and pressed toward Lu Ming. Among them were geniuses like Ji Rufeng, who was ranked 7th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. However, there were also some people who stood still. Haha, Lu Ming, you've become public enemy. Surrender. Lan Yundao sneered. You think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered, not afraid at all. Everyone. At this moment, Jian Fengyun walked out and frowned. The incident at the Thousand River region has nothing to do with Lu Ming. The Thousand River region has always looked down on us. Even without Lu Ming, I'm afraid they won't show us any mercy. What's wrong? Jian Fengyun, are you going to protect Lu Ming? Young Master Tian, she said. I'm not trying to protect anyone, I'm just telling the truth. Jian Fengyun's brows furrowed even more. Hee, Jian Fengyun, if you want to protect Lu Ming, then we can't work together anymore. Let's leave. Young Master Tian, she said coldly. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, and the others. His killing intent flickered as he said, didn't you want me to leave? I'll leave, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Today, Lu Ming had originally wanted to kill Lan Yundao, Yang Liuji, and the others in one fell swoop to get rid of future trouble. But with young Master Tian Shi's interference, it would be difficult to handle. Moreover, Lu Ming predicted that Jian Fengyun would definitely intervene if a huge battle were to break out. Jian Fengyun wouldn't side with any of them, but it would be impossible to kill Lan Yundao and the others with his interference. In that case, it was better to leave first and improve his cultivation and combat strength. Next time, he would kill Lan Yundao and young Master Tian Shi. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, but he did not see Chiu Changkong. It seemed that Chiu Changkong hadn't teleported to the nearby area. Next time. You're the one who's going to die. Young Master Tian Shi sneered. He had the intention to kill Lu Ming, but he knew that it was impossible with Jian Fengyun's interference. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He moved and left the place quickly. Young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, and the rest sneered as they watched Lu Ming leave. It's extremely dangerous at night in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to survive on your own. There's still a next time. In your dreams. Lan Yundao was laughing in his heart. Lu Ming soared into the sky. A moment later, he was already 10,000 miles away. I must find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to achieve anything in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield where geniuses are as common as clouds. This area was full of vitality, unlike the desolate and silent battlefield that he had imagined. It seemed that after a long time, this land had already recovered its vitality. From time to time, he could see groups of demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were not of high levels and Lu Ming had no interest in hunting them. Also, it's best to find an ancient city before dark. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous. Lu Ming frowned. 2 days ago, he had also studied the ancient records regarding the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. According to the records, the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield would become extremely strange and dangerous at night. Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Soon, a vast mountain appeared in front of him. In the vast mountains, ancient trees reached the sky, and the roars of beasts echoed. Lu Ming did not stop and flew over the mountain. Gah! Before he could fly far, a sharp cry rang out. A giant strange bird rushed out of the forest, its wings flapping and bringing with it gusts of strong wind. A pair of sharp iron claws clawed at Lu Ming. A Class 7 LV-4 demonic beast. He exclaimed. Chapter 378. 378. A terrifying night. A Class 7 4th level demonic beast was equivalent to a Class 7 martial ancestor realm martial artist. Finally, a high-level demonic beast has appeared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand and a long spear was formed. The long spear pierced through the air and pierced through the strange bird's chest. The strange bird let out a shrill cry as a large hole exploded in its chest. It fell from the sky without any signs of life. Lu Ming rushed forward and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to devour the strange bird's blood essence. At the same time, he struck out with his palm and split the strange bird's body open. He took out a demonic core from within. Lu Ming would not miss the demonic core of a 7th grade 4th level demonic beast. The bloodline of the 9 dragons swallowed the demonic pill and began to refine it. A portion of the energy from the blood essence and the monster core was converted into genuine qi. It was a pity that with Lu Ming's current cultivation at the 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster realm, the blood essence and demonic core of a 7th-tier 4th-level demonic beast had limited effects on him. It seems like there are high-level demonic beasts in this forest. I'll hunt them while I search for the ancient city. After making up his mind, Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Not long after, a loud roar was heard. A ferocious tiger with 2 heads charged out of the forest and pounced at Lu Ming. A moment later, the tiger's blood essence and demonic core were converted into Lu Ming's essential qi. The mountain forest was very large. Lu Ming had been flying for 5 to 6 hours, but he still had not left the mountain forest. During this process, Lu Ming had killed more than a dozen 7th and 8th grade 4th-level demonic beasts, refining their blood essence and demonic cores. Lu Ming's cultivation had only reached the peak of the early stage of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, not even the middle stage. This made Lu Ming somewhat speechless. At this time, the sun set and night began to fall. Ever since the sun had set, the forest had become completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Other than the sound of the wind, all other sounds seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was as if all the other living beings had disappeared. The world was silent. Lu Ming frowned and rushed down the mountain forest. Sure enough, there was not a single demonic beast in the forest, not even a single insect. Lu Ming was walking in the forest, scanning the area. After a while, he made a discovery. A wolf-shaped monstrous beast was hiding in an underground cave that was more than 10 meters deep. It was shivering as if it was extremely afraid. Lu Ming frowned. He left the underground cave and continued to move forward. At some point in time, the sky had been covered with thick dark clouds, and the world was dark. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could only see a few hundred meters away. A cold wind blew, and it was particularly eerie. Lu Ming frowned. He moved and landed on a big tree to observe his surroundings. Kaka. All of a sudden, a series of strange cries rang out from afar. The sound was getting closer and closer, as if it was rushing toward Lu Ming. The cries grew louder and noisier. It didn't seem to be coming from one thing, but from many. But in the next moment, those voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? A cold gust of wind blew past Lu Ming's neck. Without thinking, Lu Ming soared into the sky. A cold and sharp force swept past Lu Ming's body and hit the big tree where he had just landed. The tree was cut in half and fell to the ground. Kaka star. The strange cry was heard again. At the same time, a cold and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. What the hell is this? Die. Lu Ming held the long spear and swept it out. However, Lu Ming felt that when the long spear swept out, it was as if it was sweeping through the air and there was no place to exert force. The next moment, a cold and sinister force attacked Lu Ming from behind. In an instant, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. Looking down from the sky, Lu Ming finally saw clearly what had attacked him. 7 or 8 black shadows in the shape of humans with unclear facial features were drifting in the air at an extremely fast speed. This damn thing, it can't be a real ghost, right? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that it was very possible. This was an ancient battlefield. Countless living beings had died in battle. Blood flowed like a river, and resentment soared into the sky. It was also possible for evil beings like the spirit race to be born. Lu Ming stomped down. An inexplicable tremor was felt and a terrifying force exploded from under Lu Ming's feet. There was even the faint roar of a dragon. The black specters seemed to be terrified and let out ear-piercing screeches. However, under the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, it instantly turned into dust and dissipated. It seems like the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps has a miraculous effect on this damn thing. Thinking about it, dragons were powerful creatures that stood at the peak of all living things in the world. They were sacred and could not be offended. Not to mention the 9 dragons that were stronger than ordinary true dragons. The 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was named as the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. It naturally contained the will of 9 dragons. With one step, evil spirits would retreat and spirits would dissipate. However, the black spirits were defeated, and the strange, ear-piercing cries rang out in the distance again. More spirits were rushing over. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming took a step forward and flew rapidly into the distance. In the pitch-black sky and earth, there were constant strange cries. Lu Ming looked around and saw black shadows flying everywhere. It was as if a group of demons were dancing wildly. A few spirits flew toward Lu Ming and shot out cold and sinister energy. Lu Ming swept his long spear out. 100-meter-long spear ray dispersed the cold and sinister aura, scattering a few spirits at the same time. However, the next moment, the spirits gathered together again, but their bodies seemed to have become smaller. It's not completely ineffective. It's still effective to attack with an aura force, but the effect is weaker. Then, he struck out 2 more times with his spear. A thick spear ray shot out, containing a powerful wind and fire force. A few spirits were scattered again, and when they regathered, their bodies were much smaller. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed past them. There were spirits blocking the way in front. Lu Ming used the same method to disperse them. This was all thanks to Lu Ming's fusion of wind and fire force, which was extremely powerful. If it was just a single force, even if it was perfected, it would not have such an effect. As for the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, although it was effective, it consumed too much energy. Lu Ming would not cast it unless it was absolutely necessary. Just like that, Lu Ming kept charging forward. However, after 100 miles, he suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. In front of them, there was an army in iron armor. However, the armor on each soldier was tattered and full of sword marks. It was filled with the aura of time. Each soldier held a black iron sword and was full of fighting spirit. However, the most terrifying thing was that it was impossible to see each soldier's face clearly. At first glance, it was just a mass of black fog. In the position of their eyes, there were 2 masses of scarlet light. Could this be the legendary Nether soldier? Lu Ming gasped in shock. A group of Nether soldiers walked forward step by step and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they were going. This ancient battlefield is indeed evil and terrifying. No wonder it's said to be extremely dangerous at night. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he took a detour and continued to move forward. Chapter 379. 379 The Song Siblings. In this way, Lu Ming moved forward very slowly. After a few hours, Lu Ming had only advanced a few thousand miles. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the front, as well as the strange cry of a ghost. Someone was being attacked by the spirits. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he went closer. He then realized that it was a young man and woman who were surrounded by more than 10 black spirits. These 2 young men and women were both at the early stage of the 5th rank and could be considered geniuses. However, among the geniuses who had entered this time, they were considered to be at the lower end. At this time, he was already surrounded by danger, and his body was covered in wounds. It was clearly the doing of the black spirit. "Little sister, run. I'll hold them back," the young man roared. "Big brother, if you want to go, you go. I'll hold them back," the young woman also called out. However, with their battle prowess and their mastery of Shur, they did little damage to the spirits and were unable to escape the encirclement of the black spirits. The 2 of them charged left and right, but it was useless. Instead, they attracted more spirits. "Damn things, I'm going to kill you," the young man roared as he crazily slashed with his saber. However, it was useless. After the spirits were chopped apart, they gathered together again and did not shrink much. On the contrary, he had a few more wounds on his body. "Big brother," the young woman screamed in despair. "Little sister, let's go." The young man didn't care and continued to attack the spirits. But everything was in vain. Just as the 2 of them were in despair. In the distance, spears were shot out and stabbed the spirits. Immediately, the spirits were scattered. The young man and woman were stunned at first, but then they were ecstatic. They rushed out together and broke away from the encirclement of the spirits. The next moment, the spirits gathered together again, but they were much smaller. It's so much smaller. The 2 young men and women were extremely shocked. The 2 of them were at the middle stages of the phenomenal success stage, but their attacks had little effect on the spirit life forms. However, the spear light just now had caused the spirit to shrink by a large size. The force contained in the spear light was simply unbelievable. Even a picture couldn't have this kind of power. The two of them hurriedly looked in the direction where the spear ray came from. A young figure walked over. He was too young, not even 20 years old. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. Gaga. At that moment, the spirits pounced toward Lu Ming and the other two. Not good, this brother, quickly leave. The young man's expression changed drastically as he shouted. If we don't get rid of these spirits, I'll be able to leave, but you won't. Solve. These specters are difficult to deal with. Brother, I beg you, please save my little sister. I'll hold these specters back. The young man called out anxiously. He raised his saber and was about to step forward. No, we'll leave together. Little sister, don't be willful. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. At the same time, he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber radiance slashed out, cutting the spirits in half. However, it was of no use. The spirits recovered immediately and continued to pounce. The young man shouted. Your little sister is right. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying energy began to spread forward. Bang. 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 More than a dozen spirits exploded like balloons. After they exploded, they could not be condensed at all. They turned into energy and dissipated. The young man and woman were stunned. With a single kick, more than a dozen spirits were crushed, and they could not even condense. What kind of strength was this? Or rather, what kind of force was this that it was so terrifying? According to their understanding, these specters were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a picture wouldn't have much of an effect. Those peerless geniuses had extremely profound cultivation, but if they encountered these specters alone, they would most likely be in danger. Only those peerless geniuses who had already comprehended a trace of intent through force could quickly kill these spirits. However, there shouldn't be many of such geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. To comprehend a trace of intent through force, as long as one's cultivation reached the peak of martial ancestor 9 Dan, they could be called a half-step king. How many people could reach this stage in their 20s? Could it be that this young man who was not even 20 years old was a genius of that level? The young man and woman let their imagination run wild. Let's go now. Lu Ming interrupted their days and took the lead to fly forward. The two young men and women hurriedly followed. The reason why Lu Ming had saved the two of them was not because he had a burst of compassion. It was just that he felt that the two of them had a deep brother-sister relationship and were willing to sacrifice themselves for others in the face of danger. Lu Ming was touched and saved them in passing. With Lu Ming leading the way, as long as they did not encounter too many spirits, it would not be a big problem. The three of them continued on their way and time passed slowly. 5 or 6 hours later, the first ray of light appeared on the horizon. Purple chi rose from the east, and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The moment the sun appeared, all the spirits in the world disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. Then, the sound of insects and beasts could be heard. The scene was full of vitality and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief and were secretly amazed. This ancient battlefield of the netherworld was truly wondrous. Brother, I'm Song Yu and this is my sister, Song Jing. I really have to thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, we would have died in this ancient battlefield. The young man bowed to Lu Ming. Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite. I was just passing by. No matter what, we will always remember your kindness. Oh right, may I know your name? Song Yu cupped her fists and said. Song Jing was obviously more shy. She blinked her big eyes at Lu Ming and did not say anything. I'm Lu Ming. It's Brother Lu. Song Yu cupped her fists again. I don't know what the two of you are planning to do next. To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you go out at night. We were quite unlucky. When we were teleported here, we were separated from the people in our area. We don't know how far away we were, so we could only find a city to hide in. According to our family elders, there should be a small city not far from this forest. We wanted to hide there, but before we arrived, the sky turned dark. Song Yu explained. Is there a small city up ahead? An elder of our family once participated in the selection in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield 100 years ago. According to him, there should be a small city ahead. It shouldn't be wrong. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Song Yu explained and invited him. Chapter 380. 380 Chapter 380 UMO Palace. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to find a city to settle down. Otherwise, he would not be in the mood to cultivate at night. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Song Yu and Song Jing were overjoyed. Immediately, the three of them continued along the mountain range. Tens of thousands of miles passed by in a flash. After that, he finally walked out of the forest. After the forest was a plain. The three of them flew for a few more hours before a small city finally appeared in front of them. The three of them were overjoyed and hurriedly flew over. The small city was not big, only a few miles in radius. There are people in the city. Song Jing whispered. Lu Ming and the rest saw it too. It seemed that someone had arrived at the city earlier. On the city wall, there were about a dozen people standing. Outside the city, there were one or two people who seemed to be talking to the people on the city wall, but they were too far away to hear clearly. The three of them flew directly toward the city. However, when the three of them approached the city, a few sharp sword chi shot towards them. The three of them changed their expressions and stopped abruptly. They dodged the sword chi and stared at the city wall with unsightly expressions. The sword chi just now had come from the city wall. What are you guys doing? Why are you stopping us from entering the city? Song Yu shouted. Hee, you can enter the city if you pay 10 million spiritual crystals each. A young man on the city wall sneered. This young man was wearing a black robe with a skull embroidered on it. In fact, the other dozen or so youths on the city wall were all dressed in the same way. They were all wearing black skeletal robes, and they were obviously from the same force. 10 million spiritual crystals. You're clearly trying to loot a burning house. Robbery. Don't make it sound so bad. This is called a refugee fee. If you pay spiritual crystals, you can take refuge in the city. The previous black-robed skeleton man laughed. On what basis? This city is a public place, why should we pay you shelter fees? At the bottom of the city wall, there were two young men who had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the rest. They were shouting loudly. On what basis? Just because we are stronger, just because we are the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. Hurry up and hand it over. If you don't, then get lost. If you don't, then you will end up like that. The skeletal black-robed youth shouted coldly and pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a few corpses. They were all young men. Those who have paid the spiritual crystals have all gone into rest. Those who didn't pay the spiritual crystals and still want to break in can only end up like this. The black-robed skeletal man shouted coldly. The two young men, as well as Song Yu and Song Jing, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were too overbearing. Furthermore, the 10 over disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were all emitting a powerful aura. There were a total of 13 people, and 6 of them exuded the aura of a peak 5th level martial ancestor. The other 7 people were all in the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. 2 of them even exuded the aura of a peak 6th level martial ancestor realm expert. Those who could enter the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield were all geniuses and could fight at least 2 levels above them. Some could even exceed 2 levels. This was an extremely powerful force. Even the weakest among them could be ranked on the Emperor Yun list in the 36 countries. The 2 strongest youths were at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. They were definitely not weaker than Lan Yundao. As for Song Yu and Song Jing, they were only in the early stage of the 5th level martial grandmaster realm. The other 2 young men were only in the late stage of the 5th level martial grandmaster realm. The difference was too great. At this moment, should he retreat or advance? If they retreated, they would have to face countless spirits at night, and there might be even more bizarre things. Only death would await them. However, if they entered, each person would have to pay almost 10 million spiritual crystals. 10 million spiritual crystals was a huge sum even for martial arts grandmasters like them. Although they could afford it, it would hurt their bones. We'll pay. The other two young men hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. They gritted their teeth, took out a storage ring each, and handed it to the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeletal man examined it and revealed a satisfied smile. At least you know what's good for you. Go in. The two young men had ugly expressions as they flew into the city. Let's hand it over to. Song Yu let out a long sigh and said, Pay. I don't have the habit of giving spirit crystals to others for free. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. This sentence naturally reached the ears of the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeletal man who had been talking earlier looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze and said, Kid, if you don't want to pay up, then get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. He could see Song Yu, Song Jing, and Lu Ming's cultivation levels clearly. They were all trash in the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He did not care about them at all. Get lost. You're the ones who want to get out of here. Now, get out of here. I want this city. Everyone present was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He wanted the people of the Nether Demon Palace to scram. He wanted to occupy this city. Crazy, crazy, this kid must be crazy. Even Song Yu and Song Jing were shocked. What was Lu Ming doing? Could it be that he wanted to fight against the people from the Nether Demon Palace? But it was impossible for him to win. Although they knew that Lu Ming's force was extremely powerful, even stronger than a perfected force. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early phase of the 5th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm. No matter how strong his combat strength was, even if he was a rare 3rd-level genius, it was impossible for him to be a match for these people from the Nether Demon Palace. There was actually a common term for those geniuses who could cross levels and fight. They were called the genius of a few battles. For example, those who could cross one level to fight were called geniuses of one battle, those who could cross 2 levels to fight were called geniuses of 2 battles, and those who could cross 3 levels to fight were called geniuses of 3 battles. Of course, the cross-level battle here was only within the martial arts Grandmaster realm. As for the other realms, they weren't called that. The majority of the peerless geniuses were second-rate geniuses. There were very few people who could surpass a World War II genius. And those who could reach the level of 3 battle geniuses were even rarer. For example, Lan Yundao, Li Qiushui, and even young Master Tianxi were in between World War II and World War III. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fingyun might be a 3-man genius. Kid, what did you say? The black-robed skeleton man thought he had heard wrong. I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Ha ha ha, you want us to get lost? Just based on a piece of trash in the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 5, you're dead for sure today. Even if you're a genius, you'll still die today. Kill him. The black-robed skeletal man waved his hand. Immediately, a disciple of the Nether Demon Palace flew out and a sharp sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. This young man had a cultivation at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was a World War II genius. Unless Lu Ming was a World War III genius, he would definitely die. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. At the same time, a spear's gleam burst out. The spear light directly pierced through the chest of the UMO Palace youth. The youngster from the Nether Demon Palace cried out in pain as his body was sent flying by the spear light. With a clang, he was stuck on the city wall. A single spear had killed a 5th-level peak martial ancestor realm genius. Chapter 381. 381 Chapter 381 One Step to Death. What? How is that possible? Everyone's eyes widened. The commotion here had already alarmed the people in the city. 7 or 8 people had flown up into the sky to watch. These people had obviously paid 10 million spiritual crystals to take refuge in the city. The black-robed skeletal man roared. The eyes of the other young men from the Dark Demon Palace turned cold as well. A powerful aura burst out from their bodies and pressed toward Lu Ming. To be able to kill a martial arts Grandmaster 5 Dan Pinnacle 2nd-level genius with a single spear strike, he was definitely a 3rd-level genius. Brat, you dare to kill the people of my Nether Demon Palace. Even if you are a genius of 3 battles, you will die today. One of the young men from the Nether Demon Palace shouted coldly. The aura that he exuded was extremely terrifying. It had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. He and the black-robed skeletal man who had been talking earlier were the two strongest among the 10-odd youths from the Nether Demon Palace. Oh, really? Then let's see who kills who. Lu Ming held the spear in one hand and walked towards the city, step by step. Kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The black-robed skeletal man waved his hand. Instantly, the dozen youths from the Nether Demon Palace howled and their bodies flashed rapidly. Black light emanated from their bodies as they slashed at Lu Ming with their swords. With more than a dozen experts joining hands, even an ordinary expert in the early stage of the 9th martial ancestor realm would be instantly blown into pieces. Even if Lu Ming was a level 4 genius, he would still die, let alone a level 3 genius. However, was it possible for him to have won 4 battles? However, they would never have dreamed that Lu Ming was already a level 4 genius before his wind force had broken through to the phenomenal success stage. Now, he had surpassed level 4. Lu Ming let out a long hiss and his figure soared into the sky. He then took a step forward. This step incorporated the power of wind and fire. It was as if the 9 dragons had stepped into the sky and were surveying the world. This step, regardless of the number of people, exploded. The dozens of geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace, who were below the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, had their bodies exploded. They did not even have the chance to scream. As for those above the 6th martial ancestor realm, they all spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies crackled and it was unknown how many bones they had broken. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the dozen or so young men who had entered the city to take refuge were all staring with their eyes wide open. Their mouths were wide open, and they could not help but gasp. The scene was too terrifying. With a single step, a dozen geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace were either dead or injured. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm were spitting out blood. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only in the early phase of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. How was this possible? How many battles did he have to fight? How could there be such an expert in the world? Damn it, damn it. Let's go, let's go. This man is a peerless monster. Let's leave first and wait for senior brother Yu and the others to come back before killing him. The black-robed skeletal man roared. He was simply scared out of his wits. You want to leave now? It's too late. Lu Ming sneered and then took another step forward. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom. The heavens and earth shook. The severely injured disciples of the Dark Demon Palace at the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm screamed in pain. Their bodies could no longer take it and exploded. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm felt as if they had been hit by a 10,000-meter tall mountain. Their bodies crackled and blood spurted out of their mouths. The 2 of them were both monstrous geniuses who had slightly surpassed the level of a World War II genius. Their combat strength had barely reached the early stage of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm, which was why they were able to take 2 kicks without dying. Run, run, run. The 2 of them roared madly in their hearts. They were extremely afraid. They turned into 2 streaks of light and fled frantically. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand forcefully and 2 spear lights burst out. They crossed the space in an instant and stabbed at the 2 of them. One of them was pierced through the heart by the spear ray. He let out an unwilling roar and fell to the ground. As for the black-robed skeletal man, his reaction was slightly faster and he managed to avoid being hit in his vital parts. However, one of his arms was pierced by the spear radiance and exploded. Beast, my Nether Demon Palace will never let you off. Next time, I will tear you into pieces. A voice filled with hatred came from afar. In an instant, the black-robed skeleton disappeared. You want to leave? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took another step forward and his body disappeared in an instant. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Each step he took covered a distance of 5 kilometers. When he appeared 5 kilometers away, he frowned. The aura of the young man from the Nether Demon Palace suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming swept his gaze around but did not find any traces. It seems like the other party has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique or possesses some kind of treasure. He's concealing his aura and hiding his tracks. Lu Ming searched for a moment but still could not find any traces. He had no choice but to give up and return to the city. The corpses of the 10 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace lay on the ground, not moving at all, and not a single storage ring was missing. The people in the city did not dare to touch them as they were Lu Ming's spoils of war. In a flash, Lu Ming kept the storage rings of the youths from the Nether Demon Palace. At the same time, he also devoured their blood essence. Lu brother Lu. At this moment, Song Yu and Song Jing flew over. Song Yu looked at Lu Ming with some respect. Brother Song, let's enter the city first. Then, the three of them flew into the city. After flying into the city, Lu Ming was a little surprised because he saw a few young men flying out. Lu Ming pulled a burly young man and asked, "Brother, why are they flying out?" AI. The burly youth sighed and said, "This brother, although you are strong, you don't know that the Dark Devil Palace is an extremely powerful sect. The area where the Dark Devil Palace is located is called the Dark Devil Mountain area. There are high-ranked empires in that area, but the Dark Devil Palace is undoubtedly the overlord of that area. Even the high-ranked empires have to listen to the Dark Devil Palace. Almost all the geniuses in that area have joined the Dark Devil Palace and become their disciples. In this city, there is a group of disciples from the UMO Palace. Those people just now are not the strongest in this group. 7 of them have gone to other cities to investigate this morning. However, they will be back in 2 days at most. At that time, we will all be dead. That's why they left this place and would rather find another city to settle down." The burly young man was kind and explained everything to Lu Ming in detail. "I see. What is the cultivation of the 7 people who left?" he asked. "Almost all of them are above the late 6th level of martial ancestor realm. 2 of them are even geniuses at the early 7th level of martial ancestor realm. They are in the middle of the 2nd and 3rd battles and are extremely powerful. Although you are strong, you are not their match. It is better to leave this place quickly," the burly young man advised. "Thank you for the information." Lu Ming cupped his fists, but he had no intention of leaving. Seeing this, the burly young man did not say anything. He shook his head and left. Chapter 382. 382 Heaven's Path Palm, completed. Outside, although it was dangerous at night, if they stayed here, once the people from the Nether Demon Palace returned, they would definitely be killed as well. It would be better to leave earlier. "Brother Song, what are your plans?" Lu Ming looked at Song Yu and Song Jing. "After leaving the city, I'm sure he'll be in trouble at night. I believe in Brother Lu," Song Yu said firmly, planning to stay behind. Song Jing nodded and followed Song Yu. "All right then, you guys should rest first." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then randomly found a room in the city and sat cross-legged. Recently, his understanding of the Heaven Path Palm had become deeper and deeper, and he felt that he could make a breakthrough at any time. Once he had a breakthrough in the Heaven Path Palm, he would have another killer move. In his mind, the aura that he had remembered from the Heaven's Gate kept flowing. He did not know why, but as time passed, the aura became weaker and weaker. It was estimated that Lu Ming would forget about the aura soon. Yes, he had forgotten. He had disappeared from his memory. Therefore, he had to master the Heavenly Path Palm within this period of time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The aura on the Heaven Gate and the Heavenly Path Palm were constantly corroborating and deliberating with each other. Lu Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Palm was getting deeper and deeper. He felt that there was only a layer of paper between them. As long as he could break through this layer of paper, Lu Ming would be able to successfully cultivate the Heavenly Dao Palm. Time passed, and night slowly fell. Heaven and earth fell into darkness once again, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Ga ga ga. In the outside world, strange cries were constantly heard. It was abnormally terrifying. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of his room. He looked into the distance and could see many black shadows flickering outside the city. However, the city emitted a layer of hazy light, like a semicircle, which enveloped the entire city. The spirits seemed to be very afraid of this light. They were wandering outside and didn't dare to rush in. These radiances were formed by the inscription formation. The supreme experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had all set up supreme formations in all the cities in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld to facilitate the smooth progress of the selection. Lu Ming saw that in the city, other than Song Yu and Song Jing, there were still a few people who had not left, including the burly young man. He had returned. He saw Lu Ming and smiled brightly. Lu Ming watched for a while and returned to his room to start comprehending the heavenly Dao Palm. Very soon, a day had passed. When night came the next day, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He had finally made a major breakthrough in his comprehension of the Heaven's Path Palm. He felt that he had successfully comprehended it. I'll go out and test it out during the day. Following that, Lu Ming continued to comprehend and deepen his understanding of the Heavenly Path Palm. Time passed, and soon, the darkness receded, and light returned to the world. Lu Ming left the city and flew into the distance. Very soon, he arrived at a huge mountain. Heaven's Path Palm. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted and slapped his palm towards the sky. An invisible wave spread out from Lu Ming's palm. Then, a huge palm print was formed in the sky. This palm print was transparent, like a human palm, but it had 9 fingers. The palm print was dozens of meters long and wide. It came down from the sky and hit a mountain peak that was 1,000 meters tall. With an earth-shattering boom, the 1,000-meter mountain exploded. All the trees and stones were annihilated and turned into dust. It didn't explode into gravel, but was directly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain was gone. What a powerful force! Even Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. The 3 Path Palms secret book recorded the 3rd palm, the Heaven Path Palm. Since ancient times, only a few people had been able to master it. Once it was mastered, it would have the power infinitely close to that of a heaven-grade martial technique. Moreover, it was not the 1st or 2nd level, but the strongest power could be directly displayed. Haha, the power of the Heavenly Path Palm has completely surpassed the 1st step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. It has become my strongest killing move. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Unless Lu Ming cultivated the 2nd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he would not be able to surpass the power of the Heavenly Way Palm. Then, Lu Ming started to cultivate again. Each palm was extremely powerful. 100-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. When it hit the mountain exploded and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to strike more than 10 times before he stopped. As the Heavenly Path Palm consumed too much energy, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only unleash a dozen palm strikes before his essential qi ran out. Lu Ming took out a pile of spiritual crystals and absorbed their energy to recover his essential qi. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's essential qi had completely recovered. Let's go back to the city and figure it out. With a flash, he flew back to the city. When they were still some distance away from the city, a miserable scream came. From the distance, Lu Ming's expression changed, and he sped towards the city. At this moment, there were 8 more figures in the city. Each one of them was wearing a black skeleton robe. One of them was pale and had lost an arm. He was the man who had escaped from Lu Ming 2 days ago. These were all experts from the Nether Demon Palace. As for Song Yu, Song Jing, the burly young man and the other 5 people who remained in the city, they were all captured by the people from the Nether Demon Palace. One of them had one of his arms cut off by a young man from the UMO Palace. The scream just now was from him. Speak, where did that little bastard go? The young man who had escaped 2 days ago had a cold expression on his face. He stared at Song Yu and the others like a fierce ghost. I really don't know. He was still here this morning, but he went out after that. I beg you, please let me go. The youth whose arm had been cut off shrieked miserably. I'll let you go. You were there in the battle 2 days ago. Since you were there, why didn't you help us kill that bastard? You saw it. If you don't help us, you'll be sentenced to death. The face of the escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace turned cold. With a slash of his sword, the head of the young man flew off. The faces of Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were as pale as paper. The 2 of you are in cahoots with that beast. Don't worry, the 2 of you won't die so easily. I'll let the 2 of you taste the greatest pain in the world before I let you die. the escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace said coldly. On the side, the other 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace looked on coldly. Their eyes were extremely cold. Song Yu and Song Jing were trembling in fear. Haha, are you afraid now? If you're afraid, then quickly think of a way to call that little bastard back. The escaped Nether Demon Palace disciple laughed madly. No need to shout, I'm here. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up. Lu Ming stood high up in the sky and looked down. His expression was extremely cold, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He did not expect that the people from the Nether Demon Palace would arrive so soon after he went out to cultivate. Little bastard, you're finally back. After the escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace was stunned for a moment, he revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Chapter 383. 383 I won't play with you guys anymore. Brother Lu, you hurry up and run. When Song Yu saw Lu Ming, she was initially overjoyed. But then, she thought of something and shouted. The Nether Demon Palace was too powerful. Other than the young men who had escaped earlier, the other 7 people were at least in the later stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 6th realm. Among them, 2 of them were in the late stage of the 6th level, 3 of them were in the peak of the 6th level, and 2 of them were in the early stage of the 7th level. The power gathered together was too strong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for it. Although Song Yu was looking forward to a miracle and Lu Ming could save them, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Leave. Today, none of you shall leave. The one who spoke was a green-haired youth. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. He had a slender figure and an oppressive aura. He had long green hair that reached his waist and was filled with an evil aura. His gaze was cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Ming. You are the one who killed the people of my Nether Demon Palace. Good, very good. You will pay a heavy price for this. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Then I'll let you experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-haired youth's body exploded with a violent aura. 3 strikes of the spirit demon spirit severing. Die. The green-haired young man shouted as a dark green sword chi shot out from his hand. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and slashed at Lu Ming's glabella. Metal force complete. The demon subduing spear appeared and stabbed forward. The power of wind and fire erupted. The spear radiance and the sword chi collided, and a dazzling light burst out at the point of intersection. Then, the spear radiance and the sword chi disappeared together. They were equally matched. This person is not weaker than young Master Tian Shi. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could roughly determine the other party's combat strength. Without a doubt, the other party was a genius who was in the middle of a second battle and a third battle. With his cultivation in the early stage of martial ancestor 7th realm, he should be able to explode with the fighting power of a martial ancestor 9th realm late stage. Kid, you have some skills. Take this, UMO triple kill Godslayer. The green-haired youth roared. Dark green light burst out from his body. It was extremely dazzling. Then, he became one with his sword, turning into a dazzling dark green sword radiance that charged at Lu Ming. In an instant, it crossed a distance of several thousand meters. The sky was slashed by the sword light, and the air currents surged and split into 2 sides. It was extremely shocking. The power of this sword was much stronger than the previous one. It had truly reached the combat strength of a martial ancestor realm level 9 late stage. Lu Ming took a step forward and the world rumbled. A terrifying force surged forward. The sky once again let out a terrifying roar, and the air waves swept out, sending sand and stones flying. A figure flew back and took 3 steps in the sky, causing the air to explode and emitting a violent boom. It was the green-haired youth. On the other side, Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. He took a step back and then stood firmly. Lu Ming had the upper hand. The green-robed youth's face instantly turned greener than his hair. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he growled, "How is that possible? You're only in the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm and you can actually block my killing move. How is this possible?" He simply couldn't bear it. If Lu Ming could fight him at the early stage of the 5th level martial arts grandmaster realm, it meant that Lu Ming had already surpassed a level 4 talent and was between level 4 and level 5. Not to mention being between a level 4 and a level 5, there was not even a level 4 talent in the Nether Demon Palace where geniuses were as common as clouds. Who was this kid? Which region did he come from? Junior brother, let's attack together and kill this person. Since we're already mortal enemies, the more talented this person is, the more we have to kill him. A figure flashed and a tall young man appeared beside the green-haired young man. This young man was the other 7th level martial ancestor realm genius. Alright, let's attack together. We'll set up the UMO-7 slaughter formation and kill this man. The green-haired youth instructed. In a flash, in the city below, the other disciples of the Nether Demon Palace appeared behind the green-haired young man and the white-haired young man. There was a total of 7 of them, and they stood in a strange posture, forming a joint attack formation. As for the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace who had escaped, he stood at the side with a cold smile and stared at Lu Ming with a murderous look. A joint attack formation. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. As for Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others, they were looking at the sky nervously. Now, they could only wait and hope for a miracle. Kill. Kill. Suddenly, 7 voices filled with killing intent rang out. Immediately after, the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace moved. The 7 of them moved in a strange trajectory and flashed rapidly, turning into countless light shadows that surrounded Lu Ming. All of a sudden, 7 beams of sword chi shot toward Lu Ming from 7 different directions. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly and dodged the 6 sword chi. However, there was one that he could not avoid no matter what. The long spear was drawn out. Of course, it contained the power of wind and fire. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The power of this sword was even stronger than the green-haired youth's second sword. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and was instantly at a disadvantage. While Lu Ming was retreating, a few more sword chis behind him slashed at his back. Every step was filled with killing intent, and it was unavoidable. Lu Ming let out a long roar and a dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming's figure instantly turned into a flash of light and disappeared in a flash. Not only did he avoid the sword light behind him, but he also directly left the joint attack formation of the Nether Demon Palace and appeared in the sky not far away. How is this possible? What kind of movement technique is this? Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Their combined attack formation was the famous guarding technique of the Nether Demon Palace. When the 7 of them worked together, their combat power would increase by several times. Moreover, those who were trapped would not be able to escape at all and would only be killed. With the strength of the 7 of them, even a peak 9th level martial ancestor realm warrior would be killed by this array. Only a half-step king could escape. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level martial arts grandmaster realm. How was this possible? This combined attack formation is indeed amazing. Alright, I've seen it, so I won't play with you anymore. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. It turned out that Lu Ming had deliberately been surrounded by the joint attack formation. He wanted to see the power of the formation. Big brother, aren't you taking this too lightly? Song Yu and the others all wanted to roar. As for the few from the Nether Demon Palace, their faces were extremely dark. You're not going to play with us? What big words. Let me tell you, even if you leave today, your friend will end up in an extremely miserable state because of you. The green-haired young man glanced at Song Yu and the others below and said with a ferocious expression. Given Lu Ming's movement technique, they could not stop him if he wanted to leave. However, Song Yu and the rest could not leave. Brother Lu, don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Song Yu shouted again. Leave. Who said I'm leaving? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 384. 384 The Power of the Heavens Path Palm. Not leaving. What did he mean by not leaving and not playing with them? The people from the Nether Demon Palace were stunned. What I mean is to quickly finish you off. I don't want to play with you anymore. What? To deal with us? The people from the Nether Demon Palace were stunned for a moment before they started to laugh crazily. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue when you talk big? With you. This brat is talking nonsense on purpose to disturb our state of mind. Don't talk anymore. Let's use our full strength and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace started to shine with silver light. They were all chakra, the chakra of king-level bloodlines. Among the 7, 2 of them had second-level king-class bloodlines, 3 had third-level king-class bloodlines, and the 2 strongest had fourth-level king-class bloodlines. Their chakra glowed and their bloodlines burst forth, raising the auras of the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace to the peak. The 7 disciples of the Dark Demon Palace formed a huge formation. Sword chi glowed as they charged towards Lu Ming. I have a bloodline too. Lu Ming smiled faintly and activated his second blood meridian. A tall and blurry stone tablet with 4 silver chakras flashed and disappeared. A 4th-level king bloodline. It's strong, but what's the use? The green-haired young man let out a long howl and his sword chi burst forth, shrouding Lu Ming. What if I add this? Groan. A dragon's roar resounded as the bloodline of the 9 dragons rushed out and roared towards the sky. Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace, as well as Song Yu and the others, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. King-level bloodline. How could he have 2 king-level bloodlines? Could he be an innate king-level? Natural king-level? It's impossible. The mental array of the Nether Demon Palace all cried out in disbelief, and even the operation of the array stopped. Nothing is impossible. Swallow. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power was produced from its mouth and enveloped the 7 people from the Nether Demon Palace. What's going on? I feel that my bloodline power is a little unstable. My blood essence is beating. Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace shouted out in fear. The 2 bloodlines of a martial grandmaster could be activated at the same time. However, for most martial artists, the first bloodline was only at the mortal level. For martial arts grandmasters and above, the effect of using the mortal bloodline was extremely limited and negligible. That was why most people would only activate their second bloodline. Very few people would activate both bloodlines at the same time. However, Lu Ming was different. Both of his bloodlines were king level and had different effects on his body. He could unleash them as much as he wanted. It's just a small trick. Hold on, go kill him. Oh, really? Then let's continue, Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly blasted a palm. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to have been sucked out. A huge transparent palm print appeared, carrying a violent offensive power. It pressed down on the 7 people from the Nether Demon Palace like Mount Tai. A terrifyingly huge pressure caused the world to tremble violently. The sword chi from the Nether Demon's Palace instantly crumbled. Arg. What kind of battle technique was this? How can it be so terrifying? The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace shouted in fear. It was simply unbelievable. Hold on. We'll hold them together. The green-robed young man's eyes turned red as he desperately howled. The 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace used all their strength and activated the combined formation to the extreme. The 7 of them joined forces and slashed out a shocking sword chi towards the Heavenly Path palm print. The sword chi struck the palm of the Heaven Dao palm print and immediately caused an earth-shaking boom. A terrifying wave of air swept out, sweeping away all the clouds in a radius of several dozen kilometers. Even the city below began to tremble violently. Song Yu and the others were blown against the wall by the strong wind before they could stand firm. But they couldn't care less about their sorry state. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the sky. Which side would win? Suddenly, the sword light shook and exploded, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. Even though a portion of the Heaven's Path Palm Strike's power had been neutralized, the remaining power was still terrifying as it continued to press down. The 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were like toads. They could not move at all and were forced to sink into the mud. The 2 with the weakest cultivation screamed in pain and stopped breathing. As for the 3 peak 6th level martial ancestor realm geniuses, although they were not dead, they were half dead. There were only 2 7th level martial arts grandmasters in the world. They only spat out a mouthful of blood, but they still maintained a certain amount of combat power. The green-robed young man roared and was about to use a secret skill to escape. However, Lu Ming's second palm strike was immediately released. Another huge palm print formed and pressed down on the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. The green-haired youth and the others roared in despair. The palm of the Great Path was incomparably mysterious. It had completely locked onto them, and they had no way to escape. Even if the remaining two tried their best, they would not be able to resist. Smoke and dust filled the air as the two of them were blasted into the ground, creating two huge pits. They lay in the pits, unable to move. At that moment, Song Yu, Song Jing, and the others were dumbfounded. They could not come back to their senses. The 7 geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace had set up a joint attack formation, but Lu Ming had defeated them with 2 palm strikes. This was too terrifying. On one side of the sky, the disciple of the UMO Palace who had escaped last time was now trembling non-stop. His lips were trembling and his face was pale without a trace of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Demon, monster, this is my fault. Run, run, I want to get away from this monster, run. He roared in his heart and was about to use a secret technique to escape. At this moment, a ray of spear light pierced through his back. The disciple of the Dark Demon Palace bellowed and turned his head desperately, only to see Lu Ming's cold eyes. I let you escape last time. Do you think there will be a second time? He said. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, with a shake of the spear radiance destroyed the life force of the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. His corpse then fell to the ground. Then, Lu Ming took another step forward and walked toward the green-haired young men and the other men. At this moment, the two couldn't move. They were terrified. Wait a minute, don't kill us. We are disciples of the Dark Devil Palace. The geniuses of the Dark Devil Palace are as numerous as the clouds. This time around, there are more than 500 geniuses who have entered. We are just a small portion of them. There are still many stronger geniuses in other cities. If you kill us, the disciples of the Dark Devil Palace will not let you off. The green-haired youth shouted. Hee, as long as I kill all of you, how will the other people from the Nether Demon Palace know that I killed them? Of course I know. I might as well tell you that I have already used the shadow-breathing talisman to copy your image and sent it to the strongest genius of the Nether Demon Palace. You can't escape. The green-haired youth shouted. So it's the shadow-resting talisman. Like the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, the shadow-dissipating talisman was made by an inscription master. The shadow breath talisman could copy the appearance of a certain scene or a certain person and send it to another person who also had the shadow breath talisman. It was a very magical item. Chapter 385. 385 Chapter 385 Kill them all. Seeing that Lu Ming was in deep thought, the green-haired young man thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He was overjoyed and his face lit up. How about this, as long as you let us go, I will plead with the experts from the Nether Demon Palace to spare your life. Then, we will pretend that today's incident never happened. The green-haired youth said. Since Lu Ming was afraid, he believed that Lu Ming would accept this condition. A venomous killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He roared in his heart. As long as he escaped this danger, he would definitely make the more powerful people in the Nether Demon Palace go all out to hunt down Lu Ming. He would make him die without a burial place and make him regret offending him. Are you done? Lu Ming suddenly smiled faintly and said. The green-haired youth was stunned. If you're done, you can be on your way. Lu Ming's body emitted a cold murderous intent. You're scared? No, don't be scared. The green-haired youth and the other 7th-level martial ancestor realm genius screamed in fear. Just now, they thought that they had seen hope and that Lu Ming would let them off. But the next moment, they fell from heaven to hell. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. The spear's gleam burst out and killed the 2 of them. After that, he killed the other injured people one by one, took their storage rings, and swallowed their blood essence. Brother Lu Xuan, we have to thank you again for saving us this time. Song Yu flew over and stuttered. In his heart, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious and unattainable. No need to thank me. I'm the one who dragged you guys down this time. And Brother Song, what are your plans next? This city has already been exposed. I'm afraid that there will be experts from the Nether Demon Palace coming. We've received news that there's a small city in the north. There are experts in our area there, and we plan to rush over and meet them. Song Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. This was good too. He was not a kind person. He could not possibly spend his time helping them all the time. They would have to rely on themselves. Immediately after, Song Yu and her sister, as well as the burly young men, bade farewell to Lu Ming and left the place for the north. Lu Ming walked into one of the rooms and sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence that he had just devoured. It was the blood essence of a 6th or 7th grade martial arts grandmaster. It was not of much help to Lu Ming. After refining it, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the early 5th grade martial arts grandmaster realm. Now that I've successfully cultivated the Heaven Path Palm, my combat strength has increased greatly. Although I haven't reached the level of a battle prodigy of 5, I've reached the peak of a battle prodigy of 4. Lu Ming summarized his combat strength. If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power and open up his blood meridian, his combat strength would reach the peak of a level 4 fighter with the heavenly Dao Palm and the power of wind and fire. Just now, he had used this move to defeat everyone from the Nether Demon Palace. However, the peak of a level 4 talent was only one step away from level 5. Although it seemed like there was only one step, this one step was a world of difference. It would be extremely difficult to become one of the top 5. Even if Lu Ming managed to cultivate the second step of the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps, he would not be able to reach the level of a 5-man talent. Now, if I want to quickly increase my combat strength, I can only quickly increase my cultivation. The power of the Palm of the Great Path was already extremely terrifying. Even if he cultivated the second step of 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps, its power would not be much stronger than the Palm of the Great Path. Unless he cultivated it to the third step, then his combat power would be greatly improved. However, he had not even mastered the second step, let alone the third step. In terms of force, the force of wind and fire were both at the limit of large success. The two were balanced, and the power of the fusion was extremely terrifying. Even if one of Lu Ming's forces broke through to perfection, the power would not be much stronger after the fusion of the two forces. Unless both forces had reached perfection. However, this was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. Therefore, if Lu Ming wanted to improve his combat strength in the short term, the only way was to improve his cultivation. In this selection, his weakness was his cultivation. Find a place with powerful demonic beasts, kill them, and improve your cultivation. Lu Ming made up his mind and left the small city, heading west. They headed west in search of places with powerful demonic beasts. Slowly, night fell, and night came again. However, with Lu Ming's wind and fire power, as long as he did not encounter anything too strange, he would not be in any danger. Those specters couldn't do anything to him. He charged forward until the day came again, and the world regained its vitality. During the day, Lu Ming sped up. Very quickly, he crossed the distance of more than 100,000 miles. Finally, Lu Ming stopped in the middle of a vast mountain. The mountain was full of life. From the depths of the mountain, roars came out, accompanied by powerful auras that soared into the sky. Lu Ming could sense at least 10 auras of 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts. He could even sense the aura of a class 9 LV4 demonic beast. Alright, this is the place. This boundless mountain seemed to have nurtured many powerful demonic beasts. Lu Ming rushed into the mountain without hesitation. Hiss hiss hiss. Not long after he rushed in, a python that was more than 50 meters long pounced at Lu Ming. The python exuded a powerful aura of class 8 LV4. Good. Lu Ming grinned and thrust his long spear forward. With a plop, he pierced a huge hole in the python's head. The python hissed and rolled its huge body, crushing a few trees that were large enough for several people to hug. After rolling a few times, he finally stopped breathing. Lu Ming stepped forward and swallowed the python's blood essence. At the same time, he took out the demonic pill and swallowed it as well. The blood essence and demonic core of a class 8 level 4 demonic beast were much more effective. A moment later, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He had finally broken through to the middle stage of the 5th level martial ancestor realm. Then, he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Half a day later, Lu Ming had killed a total of 8 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts and 1 9th grade 4th level demonic beast. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle 5th grade martial ancestor realm, not far from the late 5th grade martial ancestor realm. At this moment, night fell once again, and all the demonic beasts went into hiding. Lu Ming followed a demonic beast and hid in a cave that was more than 10 meters underground. But soon, the specter found him. This led Lu Ming to a conclusion. It was useless for outsiders like them to hide. The spirit would still find them. On the other hand, the spirit race wouldn't look for the demon beasts if they hid. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only resist and wait for the time to pass. When the day arrived, Lu Ming meditated and regulated his breathing for a while. After he had recovered, he continued to venture deep into the forest to hunt demonic beasts. Half an hour later, Lu Ming dashed out of a valley at high speed, frantically fleeing into the distance. A loud cry came from the valley, shaking the earth and making countless trees shake. Then, a huge toad that was more than 50 meters tall and the size of a small mountain rushed out of the valley. The giant toad opened its mouth and a scarlet tongue pierced through the space of several miles in an instant, aiming at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. His figure appeared 10 miles away, avoiding the attack. Chapter 386. 386 The Flying Tiger Mountain Range. The giant toad's scarlet tongue did not hit Lu Ming. Instead, it hit a mountain peak that was thousands of meters high. The giant toad was furious. It flicked its scarlet tongue and the mountain peak rumbled. The mountain peak, which was thousands of meters high, exploded and broke in half. The section of the mountain peak whizzed toward Lu Ming. Whoa, this toad is too strong. It's definitely a half-step king. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and traveled 10 miles in an instant. Behind him, the mountain hit the ground with a deafening boom. This attack had killed countless living beings. Lu Ming did not stop. He took a few more steps before he completely shook off the giant toad. This time, he was really unlucky. He had only casually barged into a valley and had already alerted such a powerful existence. It seems like I have to be careful. Who knows what kind of existences are living in this ancient battlefield? If I encounter a real monster king, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he focused his attention and observed carefully, continuing to hunt demonic beasts. A rich medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming had yet to walk 100 miles when he suddenly smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. On the left. Lu Ming tried to identify it and realized that the medicinal fragrance was coming from the left. He immediately went to the left. In front of them were 2 mountain peaks that were 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall. They pierced through the clouds and were exceptionally majestic. In the middle of the 2 mountain peaks, a huge canyon was formed. The medicinal fragrance came from there. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. In the mountain forest, several corpses of demonic beasts lay on the ground. They had sword wounds on their bodies, and from the looks of it, they had not been dead for long. There are already people here. Lu Ming immediately focused and continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw many demonic beast corpses. All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 8 young men and women appeared in front of Lu Ming. Stop. This place has been occupied by my Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Friend, please go back. The 8 young men and women sized Lu Ming up. One of the blue-robed young men said, Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range was a small area to the south of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Although it was bigger than the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it was not much bigger. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You've occupied it. I've never heard of any place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld or which region it belongs to. If you can come here, I can come here too. It was obvious that there were treasures in the canyon. The people from Flying Tiger Mountain Range wanted to occupy this place and eliminate the demonic beasts here to obtain the treasures. Lu Ming had finally encountered it. How could he miss it? Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're only in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm and you dare to bargain with us. Since you're not leaving, then you'll stay here forever. The blue-robed young man's face darkened, and killing intent burst forth from him. You're just a mere 5th level martial ancestor realm and you dare to be so arrogant. You're looking for death. Next to the blue-robed young man, a cold-looking young man in the early stage of the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm took a big step forward and sent a palm towards Lu Ming. A ferocious tiger with flower spots appeared and pounced at Lu Ming. This young man was a second-rate warrior. He believed that he could definitely suppress Lu Ming with his cultivation of the early 6th level martial ancestor realm. But the next moment, his expression changed. Lu Ming casually swung his palm and the tiger that he had condensed was easily dispersed. Following that, Lu Ming's slap continued. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The cold-looking young man let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into 2 trees that were large enough for several people to wrap their arms around before he finally stopped. He lay there twitching non-stop and had already passed out. The others gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. "Let's attack together." The blue-robed youth reacted and shouted. Following that, silver chakra glinted as his bloodline burst forth, and 7 powerful auras rose. Among them, the blue-robed youth's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He focused his gaze and a long spear appeared in his hand. He swept it out. With 6 consecutive booms, except for the blue-robed young man, the other 6 people were all sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. As for the blue-robed young man, he was forced back 100 meters and coughed up blood. Lu Ming frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with his attack. The so-called 3 battle geniuses and 4 battle geniuses were not things that could be achieved with a casual attack. Instead, it referred to the combat power he had when he used his full strength and executed his ultimate move. When Lu Ming used the Heavenly Path Palm, he could reach the peak of a level 4 fighter. And the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was only a little more than the 4 battle geniuses. As for the power of wind and fire, without the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step or the Heavenly Path Palm, he could only reach the level of a level 4 fighter. He was not satisfied with himself, but the blue-robed young man and the others were terrified. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard again. From the direction of the canyon, dozens of figures flew out. It was obvious that these people were all geniuses from the Flying Tiger mountain range. Just now, they had already been alerted. "You're all alone, yet you dare to go against so many people in the Flying Tiger mountain range. Are you looking for death?" Dozens of people stood in front of Lu Ming. A burly young man shouted coldly. "This place doesn't belong to your Flying Tiger mountain range. I can't come and go as I please. You're the ones who are too overbearing. Kid, which region are you from?" The one who spoke was a young man standing in the middle of the dozens of people. This young man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His arms were especially long and could reach his knees if they were casually placed. Obviously, he was the leader of the group. Lu Ming looked at the person and frowned. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. "The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range," Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. After hearing Lu Ming's words, the dozens of people from the Flying Tiger mountain range were visibly relieved. The long-armed young man in the lead even sneered. "So you are from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Hee, since you dared to hurt so many of us, you can stay here forever." The long-armed young man sneered. The reason why he said so much just now was that he was afraid that Lu Ming was a genius from a large area. If that was the case, he would have to think twice. Now, there was no need for that. "Brother Fei, you're the #1 expert in our Flying Tiger mountain range. You don't need to use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. There's no need for you to do it. I'll go and kill him." The burly young man from before strode out. With every step he took, the earth rumbled and cracked. A huge black bear appeared above his head, with 4 silver chakra shining brightly. He was in the early stage of the martial ancestor 7 stage. Without a doubt, this person was a genius who was not weaker than young Master Tian Shi. A saber appeared in the burly young man's hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. This blade seemed to be able to split a mountain. Chapter 387. 387 The Giant Toad. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste time with the other party. He immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With a loud bang, the burly young man's body slid back for thousands of meters, leaving a deep gully along the way. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gasps of shock could be heard. The geniuses from the Flying Tiger mountain range looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was unbelievable that he could injure the burly youth with one move with his cultivation of the fifth martial ancestor realm. The long-armed young man was shocked at first, then his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. I didn't expect that a monstrous genius like you would appear in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I'm afraid even Jian Fengyun is far inferior to you. That's good. I'll kill you before you rise to power. Otherwise, you'll be a disaster to the Flying Tiger mountain range in the future. The long-armed young man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body pounced toward Lu Ming like a cannonball and he threw a punch. This punch was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the burly young man's. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps again and took a step forward. With a deafening sound, Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps was blocked. At the same time, a powerful force surged and Lu Ming was forced to retreat. The cultivation of the later stage of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a strong power! With a roar, a majestic giant ape appeared above the long-armed young man's head. There were 5 astonishing silver chakras on the giant ape's body. King Class 5th Level Bloodline, Violent Steel Ape. Great Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man roared and threw another punch. A ray of fist light, like the fist of a giant ape, came flying towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. This person was definitely a 3-man expert who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun. Lu Ming cast his strongest move without any hesitation. The heaven's path palm print condensed and collided with the great ape king's divine fist. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the area within a radius of several dozen miles began to shake violently. The fist and palm collided, forming a terrifying hurricane that swept through the sky and the earth. Some of the weaker young men from the Flying Tiger mountain range were swept away by the hurricane and were pushed back. After the loud noise, a figure flew back rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He flew for thousands of meters and stood in the air. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long-armed young man was too strong. His cultivation had reached the later stage of the 7th level martial grandmaster realm, which was more than 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. In addition to his 3-man talent, he was more than 5 levels higher than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not reached level 5. How could he be his match? He didn't die even after this. However, he didn't know that the long-armed young man's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming's combat strength shocked him so much that he had goosebumps all over. He had also ventured to those large areas before. But even in the larger regions, there was no such terrifying genius. Not to mention anything else, he had only heard of a 4-battle genius, but had never seen one. As for Lu Ming, he had obviously surpassed the top 4. Die, I must die. The long-armed young man roared in his heart and then shouted, I've already injured him. Let's attack together. We can't let this person leave alive. Having said that, he quickly attacked Lu Ming. The other people from the Flying Tiger mountain range all shouted. The scene of dozens of people attacking together was indeed shocking. These young men were the strongest group of people in the Flying Tiger mountain range. It was as if all the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had attacked together. How shocking was the momentum. I'm too lazy to play with you guys. Lu Ming turned and left. He used the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. In the next moment, he was already 10 miles away. What a joke. He was fighting with so many people, and one of them was a long-armed young man. Lu Ming was not stupid. Since he was no match for them, what harm was there in temporarily retreating? Moreover, Lu Ming already had a plan in mind. Chase! The long-armed young man shouted. However, their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. He disappeared without a trace in a few moments. The long-armed young man was filled with hatred. Let's go back. We must get the level 5 spiritual herbs in the valley. The long-armed young man shouted. Then, the group of people from Flying Tiger mountain range went back to the canyon to clear out the demonic beasts. Lu Ming covered 10 miles with a single step. His speed was so fast that he arrived outside a valley not long after. In this valley, there was a half-step demonic beast king toad. That was right. Lu Ming came here to borrow strength. He wanted to use the giant toad's power to disrupt the battle and then seize the opportunity to seize the spiritual herbs in the canyon. Based on the herbal fragrance that the spiritual medicine was emitting, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely a level 5 spiritual medicine. This was because level 4 spiritual herbs definitely did not have that kind of medicinal fragrance. Level 5 spiritual medicine. Lu Ming was a little excited at the thought of it. Level 5 spiritual medicine was a rare treasure that even kings needed. It was extremely precious. If he had level 5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming would be able to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body and advance his physical body to the 6th grade in one fell swoop. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming dashed into the valley. A moment later, an earth-shattering cry rang out, and the vegetation rustled and trembled. Then, they saw Lu Ming rushing out of the valley as if his butt was on fire. A mountain-sized toad rushed out of the valley in pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and appeared 10 miles away in an instant. The giant toad exerted force on its 4 limbs and its incomparably huge body shot up into the sky. In an instant, it crossed a distance of 7 to 8 li and landed heavily on the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air and the ground cracked. Then, in the smoke and dust, the giant toad's body rushed out once again and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing the giant toad to miss its target. 1 man and 1 toad, 1 chasing and 1 escaping, in the blink of an eye, they were dozens of miles away. When the giant toad stopped and did not want to give chase, Lu Ming also stopped and shot it. Immediately, the giant toad flew into a rage and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming came to the huge canyon again. Lu Ming did not stop. He dashed toward the canyon. With a loud shout, a few figures rushed out from below. One of them was the burly young man who had been injured by Lu Ming earlier. You again? You still dare to come? You're looking for death. The burly teenager roared angrily when he saw that it was Lu Ming. More than a dozen figures rushed out from below. Brat, I won't let you off this time. The long-armed young man also rushed out. I brought you guys a present, don't thank me. The long-armed young man and the others were stunned. A loud roar came from the distance. Then, they saw a mountain-like figure rushing over from the distance. That's the referee, ah. Not good, quickly retreat. The long-armed young man's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming smiled and rushed inside. However, there were a few people in Flying Tiger Mountain Range who could not react in time and were directly crushed by the giant toad's figure. Smoke and dust filled the air, and blood splattered. Those people were crushed to death by the giant toad. Chapter 388. 388 Chapter 388 Spiritual Herbs in Hand. Then, the giant toad's scarlet tongue shot out. 5 or 6 geniuses from Flying Tiger Mountain Range couldn't dodge in time and were caught by the tongue. The 5 or 6 young men shouted in fear. In the next moment, the tongue retracted back into the giant toad's mouth, and the cry stopped abruptly. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush into the canyon. Damn it, you animal, don't even think about it. The long-armed young man roared and rushed into the canyon. The remaining people scattered in all directions. Some fled to the outside of the canyon, while others rushed into the canyon. The giant toad cried out and also rushed into the canyon. Along the way, Lu Ming saw many corpses of demonic beasts. Wherever there were spirit herbs, there would definitely be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. The valley was very wide and deep, formed by 2 huge mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger the medicinal fragrance became. At this time, more than a dozen demonic beasts rushed out of the canyon. Each of these demonic beasts was very powerful. The weakest one was at 8th grade 4th level, 7 to 8 were at 9th grade 4th level, and 2 of them had even reached the peak of 9th grade 4th level, only a step away from the half-step Demon King realm. This was the most powerful group of demonic beasts in the canyon. The long-armed young men and the others had been afraid of these demonic beasts and had not rushed in. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly soared into the sky, appearing high in the sky. Then, he took another step forward. This time, his target was the depths of the canyon. Some demonic beasts roared angrily and tried to stop him, but Lu Ming was too fast and they could not make it in time. At this moment, the giant toad rushed in again. The giant toad roared loudly. Whether it was a human or a demonic beast, it attacked everyone. Instantly, the giant toad and a dozen powerful demonic beasts were in a chaotic battle. Damn it, damn it! The long-armed young man roared. The people from the Flying Tiger mountain range were the first to be affected by the demonic beasts on both sides. A few more people died in the mouths of the demonic beasts. The spirit herbs are mine. The long-armed young man roared and used all his strength to break out of the encirclement, heading toward the depths of the canyon. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed to the depths of the canyon. This is... At the sight of the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was taken aback, then he was overjoyed. What appeared in front of them was actually a medicinal field. That's right, even though many years had passed, one could still vaguely see that it was a medicinal field. There were 7 to 8 spiritual herbs growing in the herbal field. Each spirit herb was shining with a faint spiritual light and emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. That's a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and a phoenix-shaped lingji. Lu Ming saw a few types that he recognized at a glance. The 10,000-year-old blood ginseng was as thick as a child's arm. It was blood red in color and flickered with a blood red light. It was extraordinary at first glance. There was also the phoenix-shaped lingji, which actually grew like a phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely strong. These 2 spiritual herbs were both level 5 spiritual herbs. Furthermore, it seemed to be aged and its medicinal strength was extremely powerful. There were a few other herbs that Lu Ming did not recognize. However, they did not seem to be inferior to the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and the phoenix-shaped lingji. They were definitely level 5 spiritual herbs. Upper LV5. These spiritual herbs are definitely upper LV5 spiritual herbs. Even a martial king would drool at them. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. Haha, with these spiritual herbs, my body can break through to the 6th realm. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a small tree in the depths of the herbal field. This small tree was not tall, only a little more than 1 meter. There was not a single leaf on the branches, but there were 9 fist-sized fruits hanging on it. The fruit was bright red and crystal clear. Around the fruit, there was a dense fiery red mist, as if a flame was burning and jumping. Could this be the vermilion red fruit? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could not hide his crazed joy. The vermilion scarlet fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that if martial arts grandmasters and ancient martial art practitioners consumed it, they could quickly improve their cultivation without any side effects. Haha, even the heavens are helping me. With the vermilion fruit, my cultivation will be able to increase by a level. At this moment, the long-armed young man was flying towards them at high speed. Then, his eyes flickered as he saw the spiritual herbs and vermilion fruit in the herb field. Vermilion fruit, that's the vermilion fruit. With these 9 vermilion fruits, my cultivation will definitely reach the 8th or even 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Then, I won't have to be afraid of anyone in the ancient battlefield of the netherworld. The long-armed young man roared in his heart. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely ferocious and he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing? These spirit herbs are mine." Lu Ming pounced on the spiritual herbs. Is this guy's brain damaged? Hearing the long-armed young man's words, Lu Ming pursed his lips speechlessly. With a wave of his hand, a vast amount of genuine qi gushed out and turned into genuine qi shovels, digging out all 7 spiritual herbs of different colors. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and all the spirit herbs were kept in the supreme shrine. Following that, Lu Ming pounced on the 9 vermilion fruit. Bastard, stop. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red. He roared madly and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, unleashing his strongest combat strength. The long-armed young man threw a punch. A terrifying tremor was emitted as the Heaven Dao palm print was pierced through by this punch. However, the long-armed young man's figure was also blocked for a moment. Lu Ming was sent flying backward by the force of the punch and happened to pass by the vermilion red fruit tree. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept all 9 scarlet vermilion fruits into the supreme shrine. Lu Ming's body slammed heavily against the wall of the canyon. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hand over the spiritual medicine and the vermilion fruit. Idiot. Lu Ming sneered and took a step into the sky. In an instant, he appeared in the sky. Then, he took another step and flew 10 miles away. "Animal, animal, stop right there!" the long-armed young man shouted hysterically. This was originally an opportunity that belonged to him. If he could use the vermilion fruit to increase his cultivation, he would be able to use it as a foundation to fight for more resources. Now, all of them were taken away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him. He cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps continuously and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye, without a trace. Damn it, damn it. When we leave the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, I will lead the experts to the Cloud Emperor mountain range to find you and your family. I want them to die without a burial place. The long-armed young man's eyes flashed with extreme resentment. Then, he gritted his teeth and went to save the other geniuses in Flying Tiger mountain range. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. Not long after, he arrived at a quiet place 10,000 miles away. With a thought, he appeared in the Supreme Shrine. Now, I'll start cultivating the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng that was as thick as a child's arm and began to activate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Soon, the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng began to transform into wisps of qi of myriad spirits and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's physical body, which had already reached a bottleneck, began to improve again. Chapter 389. 389 6th Grade Fleshly Body. The medicinal effect of an upper LV5 spiritual medicine was too strong. It was extremely rich and continuously transformed into the qi of 10,000 spirits, nourishing Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was glowing, shimmering, and dazzling. Moreover, his qi and blood circulated, full of endless vitality. A day later, a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng had been completely refined. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled. His bones were making crisp sounds. His muscles were as tight as steel wires, buzzing. His physical body was beginning to break through the bottleneck. After another half a day, the strange phenomenon disappeared and Lu Ming opened his eyes. 6th grade physical body. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and he looked happy. After refining an upper LV5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming's physical body finally made a breakthrough. Even some martial king realm martial artists had to specially cultivate their bodies to reach the 6th grade body. What a powerful force. With my current physical body, how strong will I be when I combine it with my true qi? With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared outside the Supreme Shrine. At this time, it was already the evening of the next day outside. Last night, I was safe and sound. I was really stupid. I only couldn't enter the Supreme Shrine when it was in danger. As long as I could enter the Supreme Shrine before nightfall, I wouldn't have to avoid the attacks of those spirits. Lu Ming was slightly stunned and secretly scolded himself for being silly. If he didn't use the Supreme Shrine, why would he bother with those spirits every night? Let's test my strength first. The demon-subduing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Then, he shook the long spear and suddenly struck the ground. The earth let out a violent roar and trembled violently. The ground exploded and gravel flew. A spear-shaped gully appeared on the ground and spread forward. It only stopped after spreading for more than 200 meters. On the ground, a 10-meter deep and 200-meter long ditch appeared. The power of a casual attack has indeed increased a lot. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The attack just now was purely the combination of genuine qi and physical strength. He didn't use any martial arts techniques or combine the power of wind and fire. Let's try something else. Next, Lu Ming added in the wind and fire force and started experimenting. After that, he continued to test out the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step and the heavenly path palm. It seems that my strongest combat strength hasn't improved much. I can't reach the level of 5 fighters. After a round of experiments, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. When he used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, the physical body was still greatly affected. The breakthrough of the physical body greatly enhanced the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, but it did not surpass the power of the heavenly path palm. It was only close to the power of the heavenly path palm. However, the power of the heaven's path palm did not increase by much. The power of the heavenly path palm was mainly due to the mysterious heavenly path aura. It had little to do with the physical body. Therefore, the breakthrough of the physical body did not have much effect on the improvement of the heavens path palm. However, it did not mean that Lu Ming's combat strength had not improved. His basic combat power had increased by a large margin, and the power of any ordinary martial technique or attack would increase greatly. It could be said that Lu Ming did not need to use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps or the heavenly way palm. He mainly added the power of wind and fire to his attack, and it would reach or even surpass the power of a level 4 genius. Moreover, this was a battle that could last for a long time, unlike the heavenly path palm, which consumed a lot of energy. Although he had not reached the level of a level 5 talent, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Continue to improve my physical body. The next moment, Lu Ming returned to the Supreme Shrine. He took out another level 5 spiritual medicine and began to transform it into the chi of myriad spirits to improve his physical body. However, the amount of energy required for a 6th grade body was simply too much. It was at least 10 times more than what a 5th grade body needed. A day later, after Lu Ming refined the spiritual medicine, his physical body only improved a little. He did not know how far he was from achieving rank 6. Lu Ming started to refine the spiritual medicine continuously. Another 5 days had passed. The remaining 5 jeweled spiritual herbs had all been refined. Lu Ming's physical body had only reached the peak of the initial success of the 6th stage and had not broken through to the upper tier. The amount of energy required is too terrifying. I don't know how much more energy is needed to cultivate a 7th grade body. Whatever, I'll continue to refine those low-grade spiritual herbs. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of spiritual herbs appeared in front of him. Like a small mountain, there were level 2, level 3, and level 4. They were all obtained from other people's storage rings after killing them. Refine. In Lu Ming's hands, there was an inexplicable aura that enveloped the hundreds of spiritual herbs. These spirit herbs were too weak to be compared to level 5 spirit herbs. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to refine a few hundred of them at once. Lu Ming activated the 10,000 spirit war body. Some of the spirit herbs shook and turned into ashes. Lu Ming absorbed the medicinal effects and transformed them into the chi of 10,000 spirits, nourishing his body. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to refine the pills. Time flew by and another 10 days passed. In 10 days, Lu Ming had refined no less than 10,000 spiritual herbs of various levels. He had swept away all the spiritual herbs that he had accumulated during this period. At this moment, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the peak of upper tier rank 6. He was just a step away from complete rank 6. This made Lu Ming sigh. Cultivating the physical body was really a money-burning task. The value of so many spiritual herbs was simply unimaginable, but they didn't have much effect on the improvement of the body. Alright, I'll stop here for now. Now, I'll raise my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took out a vermilion fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. The 9-dragon bloodline refined it to increase his cultivation. The vermilion scarlet fruit was indeed a supreme treasure that could increase one's cultivation. The energy it contained was incomparably vast, and it continuously condensed true chi. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming reached the later stage of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and continued to improve. 3 days later, all 9 vermilion fruit were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of the 6th level martial arts Grandmaster realm. 9 vermilion red fruits. To others, I'm afraid you can advance 2 levels, but to me, it's not even 1 level. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He needed too much energy for every step he advanced. However, there was a benefit to it. The scarlet vermilion fruit's cultivation was extremely pure and had a solid foundation. Lu Ming could continue to devour the blood essence of demonic beasts to improve his cultivation. He didn't need to spend time to polish and stabilize his foundation. It's been more than 20 days since I entered seclusion. It's time to go out and take a walk. As he thought of this, he left the Supreme Shrine. It was still daytime outside. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed west. Following that, Lu Ming went on adventures during the day in search of opportunities. Before nightfall, he would enter the Supreme Shrine to comprehend force and cultivate martial arts techniques. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. These 7 days, there weren't many big waves. There's a city up ahead. Lu Ming saw a city ahead. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew toward the city. This city is huge. When Lu Ming neared, he realized that this city was very majestic. It was much larger than the previous one. Chapter 390. 390 Overbearing Suppression. This was considered a big city in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. Lu Ming discovered many figures in the air. His body moved and he landed in the city. He sensed that there were powerful auras surging in some buildings in the city. It was clear that many young geniuses were cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then walked toward the place with the most aura. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the city. There were many people gathered there. Ancient remnant weapon, obtained in a secret place. It even contains a trace of spirituality. Exchange it for a piece of meteoric metal. An ancient elixir recipe from the ancient battlefield of the netherworld. It must be of high quality. I only want a high-level earth-grade martial arts technique. You can take it. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he heard shouts. It was as if he had arrived at the market outside. Then, he pulled a young girl to his side and asked. The young girl was kind. She briefly explained and Lu Ming came to a realization. This was equivalent to a small market. The first 3 months of the Detian Divine Guard selection was a time for people to gain experience, search for opportunities, and raise their cultivation. During this period of time, everyone might have gained something and obtained some treasures, but they might not be able to use them. Therefore, in some big cities, many geniuses would gather together and take out the treasures that they didn't need to exchange with others for the treasures they needed. Thus, this small market city was created. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He also strolled around to see if he could find anything he needed. There were about 500 to 600 people here. They were shouting non-stop and the items they took out were also strange. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. However, he did not see anything that tempted Lu Ming. You animal, it's you. All of a sudden, an angry roar was heard. The next moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura enveloping him. Lu Ming turned around quickly and saw a few young men walking toward him in big strides. Lu Ming could not help but smile. Wasn't this the long-armed young man from the Flying Tiger mountain range? He was really an enemy, a road butcher. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are red. The long-armed young man's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. Little bastard, I didn't expect to meet you here. This time, I won't let you escape. Also, where's the spirit herb? Hand it over now, or you'll die a horrible death. The long-armed young man said in a sinister voice. Are you stupid? It's been so many days, and you still have spirit herbs. If you really want it, I can still remember where it is. I can take you there, but I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste. This was an insult. This was an insult. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red at once. The bloodline in his body burst out, and a violent aura rose. Die. Die, you animal, go to hell. Lu Ming soared into the sky and hovered in the air. If you want to fight, come up. The long-armed young man also rushed into the sky. Their actions naturally alerted the others. That's the flying ape from the Flying Tiger mountain range. It's the strongest expert in the Flying Tiger mountain range. It's said that it's a genius of 3 battles. Who is the other person? He dared to fight with the flying ape. Could it be that he is also the most powerful expert in a certain region? I don't know him. The others were all talking among themselves as they stared at the sky. In the sky, Lu Ming and the long-armed teenager, Flying Ape, stood opposite each other. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. They turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed toward each other. Then, they collided in the air like 2 meteors. With a deafening boom, the 2 figures quickly retreated. Kill. Great Ape King Divine Fist. The flying ape roared again and charged at Lu Ming with a punch. A terrifying fist radiance streaked across the sky and headed straight for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed and he took a step forward. Wherever he stepped, the space trembled violently, turning into a violent force that surged forward. This time, an even more shocking tremor spread out. The sound was vast and shocking. Then, a figure flew backward like a shooting star. It was the flying ape. The flying ape was defeated. The flying ape was actually defeated. Who is this person? It's so terrifying. Could it be one of those monstrous talents from the high-tier empires? Can't you guys see? This person is only in the early 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, but he was able to defeat the flying ape. How many battles did he have to go through? Oh my god, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have realized it. It's true. Isn't this too terrifying? The hundreds of geniuses below all took in a cold breath. In the air, the flying ape flew 1,000 meters and stopped in the air. Blood kept flowing out of its mouth, and its eyes were filled with disbelief. He growled. He was a genius who had won 3 battles and was the best in the Flying Tiger mountain range. Countless so-called geniuses were trash in front of him. He had always been the one to defeat people of a higher level than him. Now, Lu Ming was the one who defeated him. He could not accept this. Nothing is impossible. Die. Lu Ming let out a long hiss and his figure soared into the sky. He appeared above the flying ape and looked down from above as he took a step forward. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was falling from the sky. The flying ape roared. At this moment, his body suddenly swelled up. His body was a lot bigger, and his arms were thick and solid. He looked more like a giant ape. This was a secret skill that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and released a powerful devouring force on the flying ape. The flying ape's body trembled. He felt his blood and essence shake, wanting to leave his body. His aura suddenly dropped. At this moment, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the flying ape clashed. The flying ape let out a blood-curdling screech, and its body fell to the ground like a cannonball. There was a large area of ancient houses. The flying ape crashed heavily into these houses, causing the earth to rumble violently. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The Heaven's Path palm print condensed and slammed down. The flying ape had just charged out from below when it saw the Heaven's Path palm print flying toward it. It immediately let out a cry of horror and despair. He was already injured, and he was no match for the palm. He was like a fly that was being suppressed by the heavenly Tao palm. There was another earth-shaking boom. A large area of ancient houses was shattered, dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he condensed more than 10 long spears in his hand. He threw them out and they turned into more than 10 bolts of lightning, shooting down. A shrill scream rang out, and then there was no more sound. Many figures were floating in the sky above the city. At this moment, all of them were staring at the city in a daze, their eyes filled with shock. Just now, Lu Ming's series of attacks were swift, ruthless, and like a storm. There was no way to avoid them, and it shocked everyone. Chapter 391. 391 4 Symbols Key, Ancient Ruins. Facing such an attack, how was the flying ape? Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared down, waiting for the result. Soon, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing the scene below. First, a huge palm print that was dozens of meters wide came into view. In the huge palm print, the flying ape lay there like a dead dog. Several long spears condensed from true energy pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground. The flying ape's eyes were wide open. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness, but it no longer had the slightest breath. He was dead. The flying ape was killed. This was the strongest expert in this region, a genius who had only won 3 battles. Yet, he was killed just like that. Everyone gasped and felt cold. Even in large regions and great empires, geniuses who had won 3 battles were extremely rare. They were exceptionally powerful. If such a person did not die, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the martial king realm in the future. He could even reach an even higher realm. Now, he had died just like that. Everything was for nothing. A general's success was built upon thousands of bones. Every peak expert had stepped over piles of bones and the corpses of other geniuses to reach the top. At this moment, the other young men who came with the flying ape from the Flying Tiger mountain range were trembling in fear, and their faces were pale. They left sneakily. The flying ape was already killed. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Lu Ming could not be bothered with a few small fries. He moved and appeared beside the flying ape's corpse. He used his essential chi to sweep up the storage ring and devoured the blood essence. Immediately, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left the place. At the north of the city, Lu Ming landed and found a room to enter. Then, he appeared in the Supreme Shrine. During this period of time, he had obtained too many storage rings and had not carefully cleaned them up. He had only roughly cleaned up the place and removed the spirit herbs. As for the spiritual crystals and weapons, he didn't have time to clear them. During this period of time, Lu Ming had obtained many things left behind by geniuses who were at least at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. There were simply too many of them. The items inside were also extremely rich. Lu Ming counted them one by one. There were all sorts of lower, middle, and even upper spiritual crystals. One middle spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 lower spiritual crystals. One upper spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 middle spiritual crystals and 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. Lu Ming stored the spiritual crystals in a few storage rings. He did not count them carefully, but if all the spiritual crystals were converted into low-grade spiritual crystals, Lu Ming estimated that there would be at least 1 billion. Yes, 1 billion crystals. During this period of time, Lu Ming had accumulated too many spirit crystals and he had not spent them. Lu Ming calculated that after the Ditian Divine Guard selection, he would go out and purchase demonic beast blood essence in bulk to upgrade his bloodline. Apart from spirit crystals, there were also many spirit weapons. Of course, Lu Ming had already refined the spiritual herbs. There were also some blacksmithing materials, cultivation technique manuals, and all sorts of other items. They piled up into a few storage rings. However, there was nothing too precious and it would not be of much help to Lu Ming. After all these things were cleared, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming then left the Supreme Shrine and strolled around the streets. However, Lu Ming had not walked for long on the street when he heard the sound of flying. One figure after another flew over and stopped in front of Lu Ming. These people were not from the same group but were divided into 3 groups. They were obviously from 3 different forces. But what was the meaning of these 3 different forces standing in front of him? He had never seen these people before. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am the cold flow tree of the Hangushan area. One of the group of people was dressed in long, snow-white robes. One of them was a young man in his mid-20s with a handsome face. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and smiled. The Hangushan district. Lu Ming had heard of this area before. It was a small area not much larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The cold flow wood in front of him had an extraordinary aura, and he might be the strongest person in the Hangushan area. I'm Wu Hui from the Mingyan Peak area. I'm Etienne Nan from the Swallow Sparrow Lake area. One person from each of the other 2 groups cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Clearly, these 2 people were the leaders of their respective forces. Mingyan Peak area, Yen K area. These 2 regions were small regions, just like the Hangushan region. However, Lu Ming had never dealt with people from these areas. Why were they looking for him? May I know your name, brother? Cold Flow Wood said with a smile. Lu Ming said. It was just a name. There was nothing to hide. So it's Brother Lu. We have something to discuss with Brother Lu. Can we talk in private? Cold Flow Wood said as he pointed to the sky. What is it? There's no harm in saying it here. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Brother Lu, this involves an ancient ruin. I'm afraid it's not good to let others know. Yi Tiannan of Swallow Sparrow Lake said in a low voice. An ancient ruin. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He felt even more puzzled. Could it be that these people were looking for him for help? Lu Ming nodded and flew to the sky. Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui also flew into the sky. Lu Ming was not afraid of any tricks. Although the Cold Flow Wood and the other 2 gave off the feeling that they were extremely powerful, even stronger than the flying ape, he was not afraid of them. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Even if the 3 of them joined forces and he was no match for them, it would not be too difficult for him to escape. Tell me, what do you want from me? I don't believe that there are ancient ruins and that you would be so kind to find me. Lu Ming went straight to the point when they were high up in the sky. Brother Lu, please don't misunderstand. We need 4 keys to open the ancient ruins. The 3 of us each have 1, and the 4th key is with you. On me. Haha, I'm not happy with Brother Lu. Actually, that key was originally with the flying ape. You killed the flying ape and took his storage ring. Of course, that key is with Brother Lu. Cold Flow Wood laughed. Brother Lu, did you see a palm-sized key in the shape of a tiger in the flying ape's storage ring? Cold Flow Wood asked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Then, with a move of his hand, a black, palm-sized tiger-shaped metal piece appeared in his hand. Is it this one? When he was tidying up earlier, he had indeed found this metal piece in the flying ape's storage ring. However, he had taken a look at it and didn't know what use it had, so he had thrown it aside. Could it be the key to some ancient ruins? This is the one. Cold Flow Wood and the others were overjoyed when they saw this. Then, their hands glowed, and a dragon-shaped, turtle-shaped, and phoenix-shaped iron plate appeared in their hands. The 4 symbols key has been gathered. We can finally open the ancient ruins. Cold Flow Wood was pleasantly surprised. After that, Cold Flow Wood explained to Lu Ming. Chapter 392. 392 Chapter 392 Oriole Behind. It turned out that they had discovered an ancient ruin by accident. According to speculation, it was the cave dwelling of an expert in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. However, the cave was covered in inscriptions and there was no way to enter. One could only enter after gathering all 4 keys. Previously, 3 people, including the flying ape, had arrived. They had been waiting for Ming Yen Peak's return. It was only today that Wu Hui of Bright Splendor Peak arrived at this place. However, the tiger-shaped key had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. That was why they had come to look for Lu Ming together. Lu Ming nodded. This was more reasonable. Brother Lu, now that you have the tiger key, you will naturally have a share of the ancient ruins. How about exploring the ancient ruins with us? Cold Flow Wood said. All right, when do we leave? We can set off in a few hours. The Cold Flow Tree and the others were overjoyed. Brother Lu, you can make some preparations. We will meet outside the city in 3 hours. Yi Tiannan said. Lu Ming nodded and the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming strolled around casually and returned to the previous room. He closed his eyes to rest. 3 hours later, his figure flashed and he left the city. When he arrived outside the city, he found that the people from Cold Flow Tree, No Return, and Yi Tiannan had already arrived. There were a total of 100 people from the 3 forces, and they were going together. However, Lu Ming was alone. He was rather special. If Lu Ming had not killed the flying ape in a domineering manner a few days ago and displayed his astonishing combat strength, most likely no one would have taken him seriously. Brother Lu, you're here. The cold flowing wood revealed a happy expression. All right. Lu Ming nodded and said, let's go then. Immediately, more than 100 people rose into the air and headed north. 4 hours later, the group had already flown more than 100,000 miles. The surrounding environment became more and more remote, and there were mountains everywhere. After flying for another few thousand miles, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was endless, like a crouching dragon. Everyone landed at the head of the mountain range. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone door that was tightly closed. This is the ancient ruin, and the stone door is the entrance. We tried our best, but we couldn't break the stone door at all. We can only use the key to activate the inscriptions from the 4 statues to enter. Cold Flow would pointed to the front of the stone door. Lu Ming looked in that direction. Indeed, he saw 4 statues outside the stone door. The 4 statues were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. It corresponded to their 4 keys. Lu Ming, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and Wu Hui exchanged glances and flew forward. Lu Ming came before the white tiger statue. Then, an iron plate appeared in each of their hands. The 4 of them shouted and poured their Zhen Qi into the metal plate. The 4 metal plates immediately emitted a hazy radiance. In the next moment, the 4 statues started to glow. As well. Runes appeared one after another, flowing with light and vibrant colors. The light from the statue resonated with the light from the 4 metal pieces. Then, the light from the 4 statues gathered together and shot towards the stone door. When the light hit the stone door, it began to make a cracking sound and slowly opened. Ha ha ha, the opening of the ancient ruins. We've spent a few days waiting. We didn't wait in vain. At this moment, an excited laugh came from the distant sky. Many black figures were approaching from the distance. Not good. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've been targeted. The cold flow tree's expression changed greatly. The people from the Nether Demon Palace. In the distant sky, the figures that were flying over at high speed were all wearing black skeleton robes. Weren't they the clothes of the Nether Demon Palace? The Nether Devil Palace, it's the Nether Devil Palace. The geniuses of Han Shangu, Ming Yen Peak, and the other 2 forces all exclaimed. Since you've opened the ancient monument, I can let you go. Hurry up and get lost. A cold voice came from afar. The speed of the people from the Nether Demon Palace was extremely fast. At the start, they were still a few dozen miles away. Now, they were already close and would arrive soon. Lu Ming sneered. He reached out and grabbed the tiger-shaped key. In a flash, his figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed into the stone door. Who is it? Damn it, you still dare to rush in, you're looking for death. A furious roar was heard. It's him. I can see that he has killed a few junior brothers of our Nether Demon Palace. One of the junior brothers has sent me an image. It's that kid. A cold voice sounded. Let's charge too. Cold Flow would gritted his teeth and also rushed towards the stone door. Then, Yi Tiannan and No Return's forces both rushed towards the stone gate. All of this happened in the span of a few breaths. When Yi Tiannan and the others entered the stone door, more than 100 figures appeared in front of the stone door. All of them were experts from the Nether Demon Palace. The person in the lead had a slender figure and a cold expression. He exuded a terrifying aura. It was an aura that was several times stronger than the flying ape. The cold-looking young man ordered. In an instant, with a flash, the over 100 people from the Nether Demon Palace also rushed through the stone gate. But once they entered the stone door, they could not help but stop. That was because 4 paths had appeared in front of him, and he had no idea where they led to. Senior brother, what should we do? A 2-meter-tall young man looked at the cold young man. This cold young man was the strongest person in the Nether Demon Palace, Yu Feiyu. Let's chase them in groups. Junior brother Fei Shi, take some people and chase this one. Junior brother Fei Yi, take some people and chase this one. Yu Feiyu immediately ordered. All right, I'll definitely make those who walk this path regret it. The tall young man shouted coldly and led the 20 young men to the far left. They chased after a road with a stone carving of a white tiger and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others from the Nether Demon Palace also led their men and chased after the other 3 paths. The moment Lu Ming rushed through the stone door, he did not hesitate and dashed toward the leftmost road, which had a white tiger engraved on it. The road was very long, and they rushed for more than 10 miles before they found something strange. There were a few stone rooms on both sides of the road. Lu Ming walked in to take a look and was a little disappointed. From these stone rooms, it was not difficult to tell that this should be a pill refining room. However, too much time had passed. And everything inside had been reduced to dust. Even the pill furnace had rotted away, leaving nothing behind. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. Suddenly, his figure stopped abruptly. This was because he felt as if his entire body had suddenly become several times heavier. There seemed to be an endless pressure acting on his body from all around. There's an inscription formation in this area, and it's extremely powerful. Let alone flying, even walking is difficult. Zhang Xian said. Lu Ming pondered to himself. He tensed his body and circulated his essential qi to resist the external pressure and continued to move forward. However, in this way, Lu Ming's speed was greatly reduced. 10 minutes later, there was a fiery red light in front of them, and a huge platform appeared. Chapter 393. 393 Chapter 393 Falling into a dangerous place. Lu Ming walked onto the platform and felt waves of hot air blowing in his face. It was as if he was in a furnace. In front of the platform, there was a deep pit, and the road ahead was blocked. In the deep pit, there was a hot wave of steam rising. Lu Ming walked to the side of the platform and realized that the deep pit was round and had a diameter of at least 1,000 meters. Flames filled the deep pit. What was amazing was that this flame had 3 colors. The 3-colored flame danced and was extremely gorgeous. Could this be the 3-colored primordial fire? The 3-colored true fire was a strange fire in the world. It was much more magical than ordinary flames and was also much more powerful. On the other side of the deep pit was another platform. In front of the platform was a passage that went straight ahead, leading to an unknown place. If he was outside, he would be able to cover the distance of 1,000 meters with a slight sway of his body. But here, under the suppression of the inscription formation, he couldn't even cross 100 meters, let alone 1,000. Then, Lu Ming found 2 chains on the left and right sides of the deep pit. Could it be that he passed through these 2 chains? Ta-ta-ta. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps were heard. Following that, more than 20 young men from the Nether Demon Palace appeared. The leader was that tall youth, Euphasor. The moment Euphasor saw Lu Ming, he immediately roared, "Kid, senior brother Fei, you said that you have killed many disciples of my Nether Demon Palace. How dare you kill my disciples? You are courting death." With that, the 21 young experts, including the tall young man, charged toward Lu Ming. All 21 of them exuded a powerful aura. Especially Euphasor, who was the leader, his aura was extremely terrifying. Early 8th level of martial ancestor realm. Euphasor's cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the 8th level martial ancestor realm. The other 3 youths had reached the peak of the 7th level martial ancestor realm. The strength of their auras was even a little stronger than the flying ape. Lu Ming had no doubt that each of these people was a genius who had won 3 battles. Apart from these 4, the remaining dozen or so people were not weak either. The 21 people quickly closed in on Lu Ming. "Brat, die." Euphasor revealed a hideous smile. A beam of sword light was incomparably dazzling as it charged towards Lu Ming. The terrifying attack was undoubtedly displayed. He was definitely a genius of 3 battles. You can't take it head-on. In the early stage of martial ancestor 8 realm, coupled with 3 battle geniuses, her combat power had already exceeded his. If he took it head-on, he would be in a very passive position. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly, trying to avoid the sword light. The next moment, dozens of sword lights flew toward him. Lu Ming took a step forward and the space trembled. More than 10 sword gleams were shattered instantly, but there were still a few sword gleams that persevered and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. A sword light still hit him, leaving a sword wound on his chest, and blood flowed out. Dark Demon Life-Death Sword. Die. Euphasor shouted and swung his sword. 2 sword radiances, one black and one white, shot out and enveloped Lu Ming. He could not avoid it. This sword was completely locked on Lu Ming. There was no way to avoid it. Lu Ming pushed his palm forward and a huge palm print blasted forward. First, it was a black sword light that exuded a sharp killing intent, clashing with the heavenly path palm print. With a loud boom, the black sword radiance dispersed. However, the heaven path palm print was also penetrated. The white sword radiance flashed past and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. With a shake of the long spear, the spear's radiance shot out like a dragon. Spear radiance and sword chi swept in all directions. The demon-subduing spear in Lu Ming's hand actually bent, and an extremely powerful force surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat backward. Behind him was the deep pit that contained the 3-colored primordial fire. Lu Ming's body floated off the platform and was suspended in the air. From below, a scorching aura surged up. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a chain condensed from essential chi wrapped around the iron chains on both sides of the deep pit. You still want to struggle? Die. Euphasor slashed out a few more sword chis, aiming at Lu Ming's essential chi chain. The true energy chain was cut off and Lu Ming's body fell rapidly into the deep pit. You dared to kill my Nether Demon Palace's people. Dying in the sea of fire is already letting you off easy. Euphasor sneered as he watched Lu Ming's figure disappear into the sea of fire. The temperature of the 3-colored primordial fire was extremely terrifying. It was dozens of times, even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary flames. Lu Ming circulated his essential qi to resist, but it was useless. His essential qi actually started to burn. One had to know that he cultivated the true war dragon technique's true qi, which was much stronger than ordinary true qi. If he couldn't even withstand this, then ordinary true qi would probably be burned to nothing in an instant. Despite this, Lu Ming could not resist for long. In all directions, there was an endless three-colored true fire, burning fiercely and scorching. Lu Ming's essential qi was being consumed at a rapid rate. Some parts of his essential qi had even been burned through. The scorching flame surged in and Lu Ming's body made sizzling sounds. If his physical body had not reached the upper tier of the 6th stage, he would have been burnt to ashes. What do we do? If this goes on, we'll be dead. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. It was difficult to fly in this place. Lu Ming's body kept falling, and the lower he fell, the more powerful the three-colored primordial fire was. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, a change occurred. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and something suddenly rushed out. This is Yi's stone egg. Wasn't this the stone egg that had shot out of the Heaven's Gate in the Qianjiang water area? He could sense a weak life aura from the stone egg. However, Lu Ming had used all sorts of methods, but he could not make the stone egg react at all. Lu Ming thought that it was a useless egg. However, the stone egg had rushed out of the Supreme Shrine on its own. Most importantly, he had placed the stone egg in the Supreme Shrine. It was unbelievable that the stone egg could rush out of the Supreme Shrine on its own. The stone egg flew out and hovered above Lu Ming's head. It shook slightly, and a cool aura spread out and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Immediately, Lu Ming felt the flames around him retreat. He felt a cool sensation all over his body, and there was no heat at all. Although he was still falling, the three-colored primordial fire could no longer hurt him. His body continued to fall, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen a few thousand meters. Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed. Lu Ming rushed out of the area of the three-colored primordial fire. Lu Ming could see the ground tens of meters below him. He flew down and landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked up. There seemed to be a barrier dozens of meters above him that separated the three-colored primordial fire. Where is this place? Immediately, Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and his mind was greatly shaken. Chapter 394. 394 Chapter 394 Supreme Treasure Pill. He discovered that the ground beneath his feet was not ordinary, but a type of metal. It was a dark red metal with strange patterns carved on it. The entire ground was made of this metal. Lu Ming walked to the side. After about 600 meters, he saw the wall. The wall was also made of this kind of metal and there were floral patterns on it. Lu Ming took out a level 4 saber from a storage ring and slashed at the metal wall. The saber shook and was bounced away. There was not even a mark on the metal wall. This can't be an alchemy furnace, right? Lu Ming suddenly had a bold guess. The deep pit and the surrounding metal walls made Lu Ming think of an alchemy furnace. It was an alchemy furnace with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of several thousand meters. At the thought of this, Lu Ming gasped in shock. With such a huge alchemy furnace, what kind of elixir was he going to refine? At this moment, the stone egg trembled and actually flew in a direction of its own accord. Lu Ming then realized that there was still this stone egg. Just now, Lu Ming's attention was drawn to the stone egg and he had forgotten about it. This time, the stone egg seemed to have come alive. It was like a living creature, making Lu Ming extremely surprised. Previously, he had spent a lot of effort, but nothing had happened. Could there be something here that's attracting the stone egg? At the thought of this, Lu Ming ran after him. When they arrived at the center of the deep pit, the stone egg shot up into the sky. The surface of the stone egg emitted a strange aura that caused the three-colored primordial fire to avoid it. The three-colored primordial fire dodged, and a vacuum was revealed. A golden pill the size of a dragon's eye was floating there. There was actually a pill here. Furthermore, this medicinal pill looked too extraordinary. Its entire body was golden, like the legendary golden core of the Great Path. On the surface of the pill, there were true dragons and divine phoenixes dancing. It was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, Lu Ming could feel that this pill contained an endless amount of energy essence. It was definitely a treasure pill. Could it be that such a large pill furnace was used to refine this pill? Could it be that the stone egg's abnormality was also because of this pill? The answer was obvious. The stone egg rushed to the side of the elixir. Its round body was trembling slightly, as if it was excited. Then, a crack suddenly appeared on the stone egg, as if it had opened its mouth, and it swallowed the golden pill. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He then wailed, "No. You should at least leave some for me." The pill was a supreme treasure. It was unknown how many years had passed, but its spiritual essence had not been lost. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. If it was taken out, its value would definitely be terrifying. Now, it was actually swallowed by the stone egg in one bite. Wastrel! Lu Ming roared angrily. Kacha kacha. The stone egg chewed the pill as if it was eating candy, making a crunching sound. The next moment, Lu Ming saw traces of golden powder floating down from the stone egg. This was the residue that it had accidentally dropped when it was chewing on the pill. These fragments also rippled with powerful spiritual essence fluctuations. "I can't waste it." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to open his mouth and suck in the debris. When he inhaled the debris, Lu Ming felt as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted. Endless energy essence burst out, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons swelled up like a balloon, almost bursting. Boundless energy swept through the area. It was simply too powerful. Lu Ming was almost scared to death. He then shouted, "Refine, refine." He controlled the bloodlines of the 9 dragons and started to refine them crazily. With the bloodline of the 9 dragons, he was 100 meters long and had the shape of a flood dragon. At this moment, he had become a fat worm, round and bulging. Waves of immense energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. This energy was extremely pure and could be transformed into essential qi without any refining. In his dantian, the qi cyclone began to spin crazily. Lu Ming's cultivation level began to soar rapidly. Originally, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now, it was rapidly improving. After a few breaths of time, he had reached the later stage of the 6th level of martial ancestor realm. However, it had no intention of stopping and continued to speed up. "No, the energy is too strong. I can't transform it in time." Lu Ming realized that the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the influx of energy. The boundless energy exerted a tremendous pressure on his body and meridians, as if they were about to burst. Absorb. Absorb the bloodline. Lu Ming did not care anymore. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and absorbed the energy crazily. With the absorption of the blood meridian, the pressure on Lu Ming's body finally reduced a little. However, the speed of his cultivation was still terrifying. In just a minute, Lu Ming's cultivation had rushed to the peak of the 6th level martial ancestor realm. At this moment, the 9-dragon bloodline roared, and 3 silver chakra appeared on its body. King level 3rd rank bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had actually advanced. This pill might contain the blood essence of a supreme existence. Otherwise, it's impossible for the bloodline of the 9 dragons to advance. This was because ordinary energy could not advance a bloodline. But this was a good thing. With the advancement of the 9-dragon bloodline, the devouring and refining power became stronger, and the refining speed became faster. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming's body trembled and the cyclone spun wildly. 7th level of Wuzong. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming's cultivation level had increased by an entire level. This was simply inconceivable. However, it was not over yet. It was still going on. After a while, the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared again, and another silver chakra appeared on his body. A 4th level king bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had advanced again. If others were to see this, they would probably be scared to death. His 9-dragon bloodline had increased by 2 levels and finally withstood the pressure. Although his body was still round, it was no longer in danger of exploding. The upgrade continued. Early stage of martial ancestor realm level 7, middle stage of martial ancestor realm level 7. Not long after, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the 7th level martial ancestor realm. At this time, the 9-dragon bloodline actually advanced again to the 5th tier of the king level. It's time to upgrade my second bloodline. Lu Ming had an idea. He began to control the bloodline of the 9 dragons and transferred a large amount of energy to the second bloodline. Lu Ming felt that the second bloodline was extraordinary. It was a huge stone tablet covered in mist. There seemed to be some words on it, but they were not clear. Lu Ming wanted to comprehend something from the stone tablet many times, but he always felt that he was blocked by a mysterious force and it was difficult to comprehend. Right now, the eruption of the second blood meridian could only strengthen Lu Ming's strength and defense. He had not discovered any other magical uses, but Lu Ming guessed that it was because his level was not high enough. As long as his level increased, he might be able to discover something. Chapter 395. 395 Chapter 395 Crazy Improvement. Lu Ming was looking forward to the second bloodline, as it was awakened from his body, unlike the 9 dragons bloodline, which was awakened by the blood essence of the 9 dragons. As the surging energy gushed in, the second bloodline's chakra glowed brighter and brighter. The energy within the 9-dragon bloodline was finally about to be exhausted. A few more minutes passed. The second bloodline trembled and let out a buzzing sound. On top of the original 4 silver chakras, a 5th chakra was formed. His second bloodline had advanced to the 5th tier of the king level. When the second bloodline reached the 5th tier of the king class, the mist on the steel seemed to have thinned a little, but the words on the steel were still unclear. He could only vaguely make out 3 words. At that moment, a loud boom was heard from within Lu Ming's body. An extremely powerful aura soared into the sky and blasted a huge hole in the 3-colored primordial fire above his head. Lu Ming broke through to the early stage of the 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm in one go. At this time, the energy of the pill residue was finally completely refined. Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, reaching hundreds of meters away. Martial Ancestor 8th stage, too strong. Lu Ming felt the essential qi in his body that was more than 10 times stronger than before and was overjoyed. Not only that, even the 2 types of blood meridians had been upgraded to the 5th level of the king level. This had saved Lu Ming a lot of blood essence. Moreover, the 9-dragon bloodline had advanced 3 levels in a row, and its devouring power was more than 10 times stronger. When it was used, its influence on others would also be greatly enhanced. What kind of pill is that? It's just a tiny bit of residue, but it's able to raise my cultivation and bloodline at a crazy rate. How terrifying would it be if it was a whole pill? At the thought of this, Lu Ming hurriedly looked up. A stone egg the size of a human head was floating there, emitting a strong light. Unlike before, the stone egg was filled with a strong qi of life, unlike before, where there was only a trace of it. What is this egg? He's actually able to refine an entire pill. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. He had only refined a trace of the residue and he had almost burst. If the entire pill were to be consumed, Lu Ming had no doubt that he would burst instantly. As for the stone egg, it was actually refined in its entirety. It was truly somewhat evil. The life force within the stone egg became stronger and stronger. What's inside? It can't be about to hatch, right? Lu Ming thought to himself and looked at the stone egg with anticipation. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After the stone egg emitted a bright light, it quickly fell silent. Even the fluctuations of life became silent. It didn't hatch, but refined an entire pill without any floating essence. It can't be. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At this moment, the stone egg slowly floated down and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand but it did not move. Why is it so heavy? Lu Ming began to exert his strength and burst out his essential qi at the same time. At this time, the stone egg was slowly lifted up by Lu Ming. Isn't this too heavy? Previously, it was only about 1 million gene, but now it's at least 10 million gene. What kind of egg was this? It was ridiculously heavy. Collect. Lu Ming had an idea. He wanted to keep the stone egg in the supreme shrine, but the stone egg was in his hand and did not move at all. No way. It can't be taken in. Lu Ming was speechless. He continued to try but gave up after a while. Previously, it could still be stored in the supreme shrine. However, now, it could not even store the supreme shrine, let alone a storage ring. It was completely useless. Don't tell me that I have to carry this stone egg that weighs 10 million gene and walk around randomly in the future. Then I'll be dead tired. Lu Ming's eyes were wide open, staring at the stone egg. He was speechless. However, he could not bear to throw away the stone egg. This stone egg was too strange. It might have an extraordinary origin. Lu Ming could not bear to give it up. At this moment, the stone egg in Lu Ming's hand moved. It emitted a faint glow and flew a few rounds in the air. At the same time, the stone egg's size began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it shrank to the size of a fingertip and landed on a strand of Lu Ming's hair beside his ear. It hung on his hair and swayed, but he could not feel any weight at all. This works too. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a while, he was overjoyed. This was also good. He had solved a big problem. Now, people of the Nether Demon Palace, wait for me. Lu Ming looked up, his eyes shining. Immediately, Lu Ming walked to the side of the furnace and climbed up the mountain. There was an inscription formation here, so he couldn't fly. Lu Ming was like a monkey, climbing up the walls of the furnace. When he entered the three-colored primordial fire, the stone egg in his hair glowed faintly and a cooling sensation spread through his body. The three-colored primordial fire had no effect on Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the layers of flames and returned to the platform. Above, there was no one else. The people from the Nether Demon Palace must have followed the two chains and entered the tunnel ahead. Lu Ming moved. He stepped on the iron chain and dashed to the opposite side. When he reached the opposite side, he ran forward at top speed. After a few miles, Lu Ming felt his body become lighter. The surrounding pressure had disappeared and Lu Ming could fly again. Lu Ming's figure instantly sped up by dozens of times as he rushed forward. After a few breaths, they had rushed through the long passage and a shout came from ahead. Quick, quick, dig up these spiritual herbs. Some of them are extinct in the outside world. If we bring them back to the sect and sell them, their value will be immeasurable. A rough voice sounded. From the voice, it was the voice of the tall youth from the Nether Demon Palace. Lu Ming's figure dashed out and a wide grassland came into view. The grassland was a few hundred mu wide. On the grassland, there were all kinds of spiritual herbs. There were level 1, level 2, level 3, and all the way to level 4 spirit herbs. There were all kinds of them, full of vitality, and some of them had strange shapes that he had never seen before. This was a real herbal field. However, he did not find any traces of level 5 spiritual herbs. It's you. The moment Lu Ming rushed out, he naturally alerted the people from the Nether Demon Palace. More than 20 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. When they saw Lu Ming, they could not help but be stunned. Brat, you fell into the three-colored primordial fire and you didn't die. Euphasure called out in disbelief. If you're not dead, how can I be dead? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his eyes turned cold. Haha, kid, I don't know if you're stupid or brainless. I don't know what method you used to escape from the three-colored primordial fire, but since you've escaped, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead, you came here to die. You're the only one in the world. Euphasure laughed out loud, his tone was filled with contempt. Laugh, laugh all you want. As a dying man, it doesn't matter if you laugh a little longer. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Brat, you're the one who's going to die. With a cold shout, a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. An expert at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm made his move. Chapter 396. 396 I have to thank you. This was one of the strongest experts of the Nether Devil Palace, other than Euphasure. With a cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, he had fought 3 battles before and was even stronger than the flying ape. The space trembled as the sword light flashed. The first one. At this moment, Lu Ming muttered softly. With a move of his hand, his essential chi condensed into a long spear and he directly whipped it at his opponent. As the long spear swept across, the sword light crumbled like tofu. The spear's body heavily struck the expert from the Nether Demon Palace. In an instant, the man's eyes popped out. He didn't even have time to scream before his entire body exploded. Flesh, blood, bones, and bones were all stimulated by the energy and pierced through the experts of the Nether Demon Palace. The people from the Nether Demon Palace were first shocked, then chaos ensued. The true chi in his body erupted, blocking the flesh and bone armor that was piercing through. Puffed. Pooh. It was as if bullets had hit their bodies. Instantly, more than a dozen disciples of the Nether Demon Palace with weaker cultivations had bloody holes in their bodies. They fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Euphasor let out a roar of disbelief. In one move, he had instantly killed a martial arts grandmaster 7-dan peak warrior of the 3rd stage, and the remaining energy could seriously injure more than a dozen experts. How was this possible? Even he couldn't do it. I have to thank you for this. With the help of the 3-colored primordial fire, I had a fortuitous encounter and my cultivation level skyrocketed. Lu Ming looked at Euphasor and smiled faintly. F***ck, no, that's impossible. Euphasor roared, finding it hard to accept. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming, but in the end, he had helped Lu Ming and allowed him to have a fortuitous encounter. How could there be such a thing in the world? Thinking of this, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. His figure moved and he took a step forward. An unimaginable power erupted from Lu Ming's feet. Euphasor roared and joined forces with the remaining 5 or 6 people to resist with all their might. However, under Lu Ming's attack, everything was in vain. Other than Euphasor, the other disciples of the UMO Palace screamed as their bodies exploded, including those who were injured. The 9-dragon bloodline flew out and devoured everyone's blood essence. Euphasor's situation was not much better. Under Lu Ming's attack, many of his bones were broken and he lay on the ground like mud. Ah, how could it be? Euphasor roared, unable to bear it. Lu Ming had actually obtained a fortuitous encounter because of him and killed him instead. This was simply ridiculous. He really wanted to roar at the sky and ask why the heavens were treating him like this. What is it called? You can be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. He flicked his finger and a ray of spear radiance flew out, piercing Euphasor's throat. Lu Ming was now in the early stage of the 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm, close to the 5th level. Killing Euphasor and the others was as easy as cutting grass. After killing Euphasor, he devoured his blood essence and kept the storage ring of the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. Immediately, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs in the surrounding herbal field. However, they were all level 1, level 2, level 3, and the highest was level 4. Although there were some very rare spiritual herbs, they were too low level. To Lu Ming, they were not of much use. Why aren't there any level 5 spiritual herbs? Lu Ming pondered and then took out the storage ring of the Nether Flying Stone. He was overjoyed when he took a look. In Euphasor's storage ring, there were more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs that gave off a strong medicinal fragrance. It was not that there were no level 5 spirit herbs here, but they had already been dug away by Euphasor and the others. He took another look at the low-level spiritual herbs. Then, Lu Ming took action and picked some level 4 spiritual herbs. As for the low-level spiritual herbs, Lu Ming could not be bothered to take action. Even if there were some that were rarer in the outside world, Lu Ming was not an alchemist and did not know how to plant herbs. He reckoned that they would be dead after digging them out for a period of time. After picking the level 4 spiritual herbs, Lu Ming moved forward. At the end of the herbal field, there was a passageway. Lu Ming dashed into the passageway and disappeared. At this moment, there was a huge bronze palace in the depths of the ruins. The bronze palace's gate was tightly shut. There were 4 small statues at the gate. They were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. It was about a meter tall. At this moment, there were more than 100 people gathered in front of the bronze statue. Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, Wu Hui, and the others were all among them. However, at this moment, they were in a sorry state, especially Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others. They were injured all over and their breathing was shallow. As for the 3 forces, they originally had more than 100 people, but now they only had a few dozen people left. The other people present were all disciples of the Nether Demon Palace in black robes. They surrounded Cold Flow Wood and the rest. Euphayu, we have given you the key to this relic. Now, can you let us go? Cold Flow Wood looked at the leader of the Nether Demon Palace. This person was the most powerful person in the Nether Demon Palace, Yufeiyu. Let you go. There are only 3-4 symbol secret keys, and we are still short of the White Tiger secret key. Before the 4 secret keys are gathered, none of you can leave. Yufeiyu sneered. We have already said that the White Tiger key is not with us. Cold Flow Wood gritted his teeth. I don't care about that. You came in together. You can't enter this bronze hall without the 4 keys. You'd better stay here. Yufeiyu said indifferently, his tone unquestionable. Damn it, Yufeiyu, don't you go too far. You have killed so many people from our 3 sides. Now that we have given you the key, you want to go back on your word. Yi Tiannan roared. Yufeiyu sneered and said with a mocking look, I'm bullying you, so what? Can you resist? In this world, the weak don't have the right to speak. Right now, your fates are all in my hands. Whether I let you go or not depends on my mood, do you understand? Yufeiyu looked down at Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others, his tone full of arrogance. Giggle. Han Liumu gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Humiliation, incomparable humiliation filled their hearts, and they almost exploded. However, they knew that if they resisted, they would die. Thus, they could only endure it. Yufeiyu glanced at Cold Flow Wood and the others indifferently, then stopped paying attention to them. She looked at the passage on the left and frowned. The Yufeishi still hadn't arrived. This made him a little unhappy. What's that Yufeishi doing? Taking so much time to deal with a small fry, this guy is getting more and more unreliable. A young man with a big nose said beside Yufeiyu. Maybe it's because of some matter. Another person said. He couldn't have been killed, right? Hee, senior brother Feiyu, let me go and see what's going on. The big-nosed young man sneered. Chapter 397. 397 The Wonderful Stone Egg. Yufeiyu nodded. Junior brother Fei, go and check it out. See what's going on. Find junior brother Feisher and ask him to bring the White Tiger key as soon as possible and meet us. The big-nosed young man cupped his fists and was about to leave. At this moment, a voice sounded, no need, your junior brothers won't be able to come. The big-nosed youngster, Yufei, shouted coldly. Yufeiyu and the others could not help but look at the tunnel on the left. A young man who wasn't even 20 years old walked out. Brother Lu. Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others all exclaimed when they saw this young man. The young man was Lu Ming. He followed the path in the herb field and came here. When he arrived, he heard the conversation between Yufeiyu and the others. It's you. Kid, you're still alive. The big-nosed young man shouted coldly. Of course I'm still alive. Are you blind? Lu Ming pursed his lips and berated. The big-nosed young man's breathing stagnated. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, Kid, it seems like Yufeishi and the others didn't find you. They let you escape, but you barged in here. This is really fate, no one can save you. Hurry up, hand over the White Tiger key and I can give you a quick death. The big-nosed young man rebuked with an arrogant and haughty expression. There was a big guy just now who was as arrogant as you. In the end, I sent him on his way. It seems that I will send you on your way too. Lu Ming smiled faintly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What? You killed Yufeishi? I'd like to see how much you're worth. The big-nosed young man took a step forward. His sword light flashed and a cold sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. In the early stage of martial ancestor 8 stage, this big-nosed youth was not inferior to Yufeishi. With a flick of his finger, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming was about to swing the spear. At this time, the stone egg hanging in his hair suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a human head. It directly ignored the sword light and rushed past, then smashed fiercely at the big-nosed young man's face. It hit the big-nosed young man's nose precisely. A sound that made one's teeth ache was heard. The big-nosed young man screamed and fell to the ground. The stone egg flew back and floated in front of Lu Ming. It bounced around like a naughty ball. He seemed to be extremely excited. Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Yufeiyu, Cold Flow Wood, and the others were also dumbfounded. This works too. What kind of stone was this? Lu Ming threw a stone and it injured the big-nosed young man with one hit. What kind of treasure was this? At that moment, the big-nosed young man was lying on the ground, screaming in pain. It was terrible. His face was covered in blood, and the area around his nose had completely caved in. Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat as they watched. It was really tragic. This stone egg goo. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He reached out to hold the stone egg, but he did not expect it to be so lively. It jumped a few times in the air and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming could not feel any weight at all. Haha, this stone egg is so intelligent. What is it? Lu Ming was even more curious. He suddenly felt that the entire pill had not been wasted. Let's attack together. Be careful of that stone egg. Yu Feiyu gave the order and looked at the stone egg on Lu Ming's shoulder with a grave expression. He wasn't confident that he could defeat the big-nosed young man with one strike. In a flash, the disciples of the Dark Demon Palace surrounded Lu Ming and looked at the stone egg with fear. No one wanted to be attacked. As for Lu Ming, they had ignored him. As for Cold Flowwood and the rest, their eyes shone with hope. They were in despair. Even though Lu Ming had arrived, they still did not have much hope. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was similar to theirs. It was impossible for them to be a match for the many experts from the Nether Demon Palace. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly throw out a stone egg and knock out the big-nosed young man with one blow. This gave them hope. The stone egg on his shoulder glowed. Suddenly, the stone egg flew out again and smashed down on a martial arts grandmaster 7 Dan genius. The genius was shocked. He roared and used all his strength. The power of his bloodline and true chi burst out without regard for his life, laying out more than a dozen defenses. However, it was useless. The stone egg instantly passed through these defenses and smashed into the young man's head. The young man screamed as his head split open like a watermelon. He fell to the ground and died. A one-hit kill. Everyone gasped. Especially those from the Nether Demon Palace, their faces were filled with fear. Even Yu Feiyu was shocked and fearful. Buzz. After the stone egg killed one person, it flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and jumped around excitedly. Let's attack together. That stone egg can only deal with one person at a time. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. That stone egg will become ownerless, and we won't have to fear it anymore. Yu Feiyu shouted. Kill. A total of 70 to 80 disciples of the UMO Palace charged towards Lu Ming. Immediately, 70 to 80 sword chi enveloped Lu Ming from all directions. The space immediately boiled and was thrown into chaos by the sword chi. The power of 70 to 80 geniuses attacking together was too shocking. Then all of you shall die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The second blood meridian burst out, causing Lu Ming's strength to increase greatly. At the same time, the bloodline of the 9 dragons flew out, opened its mouth, and roared. A terrifying devouring power burst forth and enveloped the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. He was instantly stunned. Arg, not good, my bloodline strength is going to leave my body. The blood essence is unstable, it's about to rush out of my body. The disciple of the Nether Demon Palace let out a terrified roar. In an instant, the sword light was in chaos. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly and his 9-dragon bloodline had risen 3 levels in a row, how terrifying was the devouring power. Those whose cultivation levels were lower than Lu Ming's almost lost control of their blood meridian power and were devoured. They could not even unleash much of their combat strength. At that moment, Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The entire space shook. Then dash. The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace exploded like rotten sweet potatoes, and their blood essence flew into the mouths of the 9 dragons. 81 people. With this kick, a total of 81 people were killed. Only Yu Feiyu and the other 2 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were still alive. The 3 of them were all at least in the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, but they were all half dead. Even Yu Feiyu was the same. The number 1 genius of the Nether Demon Palace had reached the middle of the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm. His combat strength had even surpassed that of a genius of 3 battles. However, Lu Ming's kick still left him severely injured. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. How could this be? How did this happen? Yu Feiyu shouted hysterically, as if he had gone crazy. He found it hard to accept all this. In just one move, the most elite group of people from the Nether Demon Palace had all died. How could he be so strong? Back then, when the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace used the Shadow Exterminating Talisman to transmit the images, Lu Ming was far from being this powerful. Chapter 398. 398 Power Upanishad Crystals. Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his abilities? Yu Feiyu thought she was dreaming. Brother, let me go. I beg you to let me go. I can give you everything I have. He didn't want to die, he didn't want to die at all. He was the strongest expert among the younger generation in the Nether Demon Palace. In the future, he would definitely inherit the position of the Palace Master of the Nether Demon Palace and become the overlord of a large region. He would rule over the vast mountains and rivers, hundreds of millions of citizens, and countless beauties. He could get whatever he wanted. How could he bear to die when his bright future was right in front of him? What was face compared to life? Let you go. After I kill you, all your belongings will still be mine. No, don't kill me. I know a treasure. If you let me go, I'll tell you the address of the treasure. On the side, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others watched this scene with complicated feelings. Yu Feiyu, who had been so high and mighty and controlled their life and death, was now begging for mercy like a pug in front of Lu Ming. The world changed so quickly, it was really amazing. This was the change brought about by strength. In the world of martial Tao, the strong reigned supreme. Only the strong could dominate everything. It was no wonder that most of the warriors were willing to risk their lives to improve their cultivation. Treasure. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Then tell me the address of the treasure. He said. Promise to let me go first, then I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu shouted, his eyes flickering. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be interested in the treasure, hope was ignited in his heart. He was thinking about how to negotiate with Lu Ming. A ray of spear light shot out and pierced through Yu Feiyu's heart. The powerful force crushed Yu Feiyu's heart into pieces. Why? Yu Feiyu let out a desperate roar. His eyes popped out like a dead fish, full of disbelief. He could not figure out why Lu Ming wanted to kill him all of a sudden. Wasn't he already moved? Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or whether there is such a treasure. Even if there is such a treasure, I will not let you go. I don't want to leave behind future trouble for myself because of an unknown treasure. Yu Feiyu roared unwillingly and stopped breathing. After that, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he killed the remaining disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. At the same time, he did not let go of the storage rings and blood essence. On the side, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others were dumbfounded. Lu brother Lu, thank you for your help. The Cold Flow tree stepped forward and cupped its fists to thank Lu Ming. Nothing much. I just did it in passing. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, he walked toward the Bronze Hall's door. Cold Flow Wood and the others watched from behind, not following. Lu Ming walked to the door and waved his hand. 4 keys appeared in his hands. Lu Ming did not return it to the Cold Flow Wood and the rest. He had gotten it from Yu Feiyu and it naturally became his spoils of war. He was not so kind as to return it to the Cold Flow Wood and the rest. The moment the 4 keys appeared, they aimed at the 4 statues and flew into their mouths. The door of the Bronze Hall slowly opened, revealing the dark environment inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. In a flash, he rushed into the door and disappeared. Behind them, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tiannan, and the others looked at the gate with uncertain expressions. Brother Han, should we go in? Yi Tiannan asked Cold Flow Wood. Cold Flowing Wood's eyes flickered continuously as if he was hesitating. After a long while, he sighed and said, You've all seen Lu Ming's strength. It's simply unfathomable. I reckon that he's completely hidden his strength in his battle with the flying ape. He's definitely a top monster in some super region. The temper of such a person is unpredictable. If we enter and cause him to be unhappy, we'll only be able to die in his anger. Cold Flowwood looked into the door, his eyes filled with fear. I agree with Brother Han's opinion. We can't afford to offend such a person. Let's leave this place. Wu Hui also said. Yi Tiannan sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Immediately, Cold Flowwood and the others left the place one by one and went back. They also searched for any treasures left behind. The bronze hall was deathly silent. After Lu Ming rushed through the door, he saw a large hall. There were some huge alchemy furnaces in the hall. However, all of these alchemy furnaces had been corroded and lost their spirituality. Lu Ming walked around the hall but found nothing. At the back of the hall, there was another bronze door that was closed. Lu Ming pushed hard and the bronze door opened with a click. It did not need a key. The bronze door opened and Lu Ming walked in. This was a secret room, much smaller than the main hall. There were 2 shelves on both sides, and on the shelves, there were some bottles. In the middle of the room, there was an alchemy furnace. On one side, there was a table. Lu Ming was the first to walk to the shelves and pick up the bottles and jars. Unfortunately, although there were pills inside, they had turned into ashes after being eroded by the passage of time. All the pills and spirit herbs were useless. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. He walked towards the table again. On the table, there were 2 items. One was a box. It was made of an unknown material, and it was still intact even after so many years. Lu Ming picked up the box and opened it. He was stunned. There were dozens of crystals in the box. Each of them was about the size of a longan and was of many different colors. There were yellow ones, blue ones, red ones, green ones. The most important thing was that each of the crystals gave off a mysterious aura. It was similar to control force, but it was many times more mysterious. Lu Ming reached out and picked up a fiery red crystal. He examined it carefully, then his body trembled slightly and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. This is an intent crystal. Haha, this is definitely an intent crystal. Lu Ming almost burst out laughing. He had never imagined that he would actually obtain intent crystals here, and dozens of them at that. Power Upanishad crystals were born from the power Upanishads of heaven and earth. It would take a long time to produce one. Intent crystals contained dense intent of heaven and earth that could be used to comprehend intent of heaven and earth. After their force had reached the peak, they could quickly comprehend the true intent if they used the intent crystal. On the other hand, if a martial king used the intent crystal to cultivate, their comprehension of the intent would be greatly accelerated. It could be said that intent crystals were treasures that even martial kings would be envious of. Profound meaning crystals were divided into various attributes, such as wind, fire, and lightning. However, no matter what attribute they were, they could be sold for at least 1 billion lower spiritual crystals on the market. That's right, it was 1 billion spiritual crystals. The price was terrifying. Chapter 399. 399 Chapter 399 Meeting people on the Cloud Emperor ranking again. Lu Ming did a count. There were a total of 29 intent crystals. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He didn't need any other gains. Just these intent crystals were enough for him to make a killing. Lu Ming closed the box and kept it in the Supreme Shrine. After that, Lu Ming picked up the notebook and flipped it open. This time, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not a secret cultivation technique or martial arts technique book. Instead, it was a book on the experience of refining pills. It seemed that this ancient ruin was the residence of an alchemy grandmaster, and everything was related to alchemy. Lu Ming did not know much about the Tao of inscription. He flipped through a few pages and put it away. Finally, he walked towards the pill furnace. The pill furnace was as tall as a person. It had an ancient and simple design, and there were all sorts of flower patterns carved on it. However, it looked pitch black. Although it didn't decay like the other pill furnaces, it didn't seem to have any spirituality. Forget it, I'll keep it first. Maybe I can sell it for a good price. Lu Ming smiled and kept the alchemy furnace in his storage ring. After making another round and finding nothing, Lu Ming walked out of the bronze hall. He realized that Han Liamu and the rest were no longer there. Lu Ming smiled. He did not mind. He randomly chose a path and headed out. After leaving the legacy site, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew back to the city. When Lu Ming returned to the city, he heard a piece of shocking news. The dragon's den had opened. A dragon's den. A dragon's cave was said to be the lair of a dragon. In the distant past, there were true dragons that rested. It was a very famous wondrous place in the ancient battlefield of the netherworld. However, the dragon's cave, as well as the surrounding wide area, was shrouded in ruins and could not be opened at all. It was said that even the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could not open it. The last time it opened was a few thousand years ago. Now, it actually opened again. It was a land of peerless treasures. It was said that there were countless spiritual medicines and even secret treasures left behind by true dragons. Everyone's hearts were burning with passion as they left the city and headed for the dragon's cave. A dragon's cave. I can't miss this. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes shining. He cultivated the true war dragon technique and the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, and he had awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Everything was related to dragons, so how could he miss a dragon's cave? The true war dragon technique had been stuck at the 5th level for a long time, and it was difficult to break through. If he could obtain a treasure related to the true dragon, he might be able to break through. At once, Lu Ming rose into the air and headed in the direction of the dragon's cave. The dragon's cave was located in a vast mountain range in the west. It was more than 1,000,000 miles away from this place. Lu Ming sped along. When night fell, Lu Ming entered the supreme shrine. Then, he took out the level 5 spirit herbs he had obtained from Euphasure and the others and activated the 10,000 spiritual combat body to improve his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was improving rapidly again. The next day, Lu Ming continued on his journey. When Lu Ming passed by a forest, he heard a roar coming from ahead. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming's figure moved and he leaped into the forest like a ghost. The rumbling sound grew louder and louder. Lu Ming approached quickly and flew onto a big tree that required several people to hug it. He hid in the branches and looked ahead. A few thousand meters away, more than 100 figures surrounded a figure. Sword Wind Cloud. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the figure who was surrounded was the number 1 genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Jian Fengyun. Young Master Tong Tianxi, Lan Yundao and Yan Feishuan are also here. Lu Ming swept his gaze and saw young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the others among the people who had surrounded Jian Fengyun. Not only that, but there were also geniuses from the Thousand River region. Lu Ming saw Autumn Water, Jiang Chun, and a young man who was as elegant as jade. This person was ranked 18th in the Thousand River region and had once left a scar on Jian Fengyun's face. In addition, there were many experts from the waters of the Thousand Rivers who Lu Ming did not know. Jian Fengyun, I advise you to stop your futile struggle. You will die today. Tianxi, you're so despicable. How dare you surrender to the Thousand River region and become their lackeys? I, Jian Fengyun, am ashamed to be on the same side as you. Jian Fengyun roared. At this moment, there were no less than 10 wounds on his body, and he was drenched in blood. Jian Fengyun, don't be so rude. This is called a wise man submits to circumstances. The geniuses of the Thousand Rivers and Waters have the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They are all outstanding talents. You can't compare to them. I joined them because I want to learn from them. Jian Fengyun, if you surrender now, I can help you plead for mercy and let you live. Young Master Tianxi shouted. Young Master Tianxi was originally proud and arrogant, thinking that he was a rare genius in the world. However, after entering the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield, he realized that he was wrong, terribly wrong. There were too many geniuses, and any one of them was no weaker than him. There were also many who were stronger than him. Especially when they encountered the experts of the Thousand River region, he immediately surrendered. Of course, Lan Yundao, Yan Feishuan, and the others also surrendered. As the lackeys of the Thousand River region, they killed those on the Cloud Emperor ranking who didn't surrender and surrounded Jian Fengyun. This Tianxi, as a dog, is quite suitable. Among the crowd, a young man in a blue robe with a big river on it said with a smile. Brother Wan is right. The reason why I didn't kill them is because I think I can use them to better control the Cloud Emperor mountain range in the future. It's better than killing them. The young man with the title of God replied. With his talent, he appeared very respectful beside this young man. The blue-robed youth nodded. At this moment, Jian Fingyun's hair stood on end as he shouted, Wei Tianxia, you're shameless and afraid of death. Why would I, Jian Fingyun, be afraid of death? They're just a bunch of lackeys. Enough. Young Master Tian, she shouted in anger. Being called a lackey by Jian Fingyun, young Master Tian Shi's face turned red. Jian Fingyun, isn't this all your fault? And that be *starred Lu Ming, you guys were blind and audacious to have offended the geniuses of the Thousand River region. If you had been honest and sought refuge with the geniuses of the Thousand Rivers, there wouldn't have been so many problems today. Young Master Tian Shi roared hysterically. That's right. Jian Fingyun, you've brought this upon yourself. You failed to recognize a formidable person, especially Lu Ming, that little be *starred. He even dared to injure a heaven's favorite of the Thousand River region. He deserves to die. Ha ha ha, a bunch of scum, the most shameless of them all. Back then, I should have worked with Lu Ming to kill all of you. Jian Fingyun laughed out loud. Jian Fingyun, you don't have the chance to do so now. Prepare to die. Also, Lu Ming, that be *starred, will die sooner or later. When the time comes, you two will be companions. Oh, really? I'm right here, let's see how you kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 400. 400 Chapter 400 Slapped to Death. A voice rang out, and a figure stepped out from a large tree. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. Lu Ming, it's you. Young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, and the rest could not help but exclaim in shock when they saw Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, I don't know if you're stupid. You actually dared to walk out on your own. I really admire your intelligence. But this is good. It saves us the trouble of looking for you. Lan Yundao's face was filled with ecstasy. Little bastard, are you here to beg for mercy? It's too late to beg for mercy now. How about this, if you agree to be my dog for 20 years, I can plead with the heaven's favorites of the Thousand River region to spare your dog life. Autumn Water also sneered. The way he looked at Lu Ming was extremely cold and vicious. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. He had thought that Lu Ming had come out to beg for mercy. However, how could he agree so easily? He wanted to humiliate Lu Ming before killing him. Where did these idiots come from? Lu Ming glanced at Lan Yun indifferently. He glanced at Autumn Water and the rest and said indifferently. This sentence, coupled with Lu Ming's disdainful expression, almost made Lan Yundao and Li Qiushui's mouths twist in anger. You're looking for death, you're looking for death. Li Qiushui roared. Lu Ming, leave quickly and escape. You must expose the shameless acts of young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, and the rest to the public. Don't let the world be deceived by them. Jian Fingyun shouted. Young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their actions must never be spread out. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Young Master Tian Shi, Lan Yundao, Ji Rufeng, Yang Liuji, and the rest moved and pounced on Lu Ming. However, there was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He stood there without moving. Shadows flickered. Young Master Tian Shi and the rest of the group surrounded Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run to now. Seeing this, Jian Fingyun let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with despair. Lu Ming was surrounded. No one would spread the news of the despicable behavior of young Master Tian Shi and the rest. Was the Cloud King mountain range going to fall into the hands of these people and be controlled by the Thousand Rivers? Jian Fingyun couldn't accept this. Lu Ming, you managed to escape last time. Let's see how you can escape this time. Lan Yundao looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Oh. Do you think I won't slap you to death if you do? Lu Ming cast a glance at Lan Yundao and said. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. Watch how I kill you. Lan Yundao shouted with a confident expression. A powerful aura rose from Lan Yundao's body. Early stage of martial ancestor 7 Dan. During this period of time, Lan Yundao's cultivation had made another breakthrough. He had reached the early stage of the 7th level of martial ancestor realm. No wonder he was so confident. Haha, Lu Ming, die. I'll kill you as easily as killing a chicken. Lan Yundao laughed out loud. Blue light burst out from his body and a dazzling saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. He was indeed much stronger than before. The people of the Thousand River region sneered and gloated. However, Lu Ming did not move in the face of such a saber gleam. Don't tell me that he was shocked by Lan Yundao's breakthrough. Young Master Tianxi chuckled. Die, Lu Ming. Die. Yang Liuji growled. He was about to see Lu Ming die in front of him, and he felt extremely comfortable. Ever since he had met Lu Ming in the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming in every way. He had been hoping that Lu Ming would die at all times. Now, it was finally going to come true. The blue saber light looked like it was condensed from blue gemstones. It was crystal clear, resplendent, and powerful. It was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. To everyone's shock, he actually slapped out. A palm landed on the blue blade light. The blue blade light burst like a fragile bubble. Then, the palm did not stop and continued to slap toward Lan Yundao's face. A crisp sound rang out and Lan Yundao let out a blood-curdling screech. His body spun a few dozen times in the air under the force of the slap before he fell heavily to the ground. Lan Yundao glared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, with a plop, Lan Yundao's body was torn into pieces and his blood flowed all over the ground. He was dead. Lan Yundao was dead. He was slapped to death by Lu Ming. Young Master Tianxi, Yang Liuji, Yan Feishuan, and Li Qiushui's eyes were as big as eggs, and their mouths were so wide open that they could swallow a dead rat. How is that possible? You're cheating, you're definitely cheating. After a while, Yang Liuji reacted and shouted hysterically. Lan Yundao, who was many times more powerful than him, was killed by Lu Ming with one slap. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He found it hard to accept. On the other side, the Jade God Seal Youth, the Blue-Robed Youth, and the other geniuses from the Thousand River region also became serious. You're just an ant. You're so annoying, making a fuss all day. I'll send you to accompany him. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Yang Liuji. Don't. Yang Liuji was shocked and quickly retreated. A spear light shot out and pierced through Yang Liuji's throat. Yang Liuji clutched his throat tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. In the end, he fell to the ground, not breathing. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming turned his gaze to young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the rest. The expressions of young Master Tianxi and the others changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. The geniuses of the Thousand River region are here. They won't tolerate you. Lu Ming's combat strength made his heart tremble. Although he was more powerful than Lan Yundao, he could not kill him with one slap. Lu Ming's combat strength was definitely above his. Kill him. I have to kill him with the Thousand River waters. Otherwise, there will be another Jian Fingyun and the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I won't be able to stand out anymore. Young Master Tianxi roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming, his heart filled with jealousy. Thousand Rivers. They won't be able to leave. However, his words caused an uproar among the people in the Thousand River region. What? What did this kid mean? Do you think he's going to spare our lives? What an arrogant brat. You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. You think you're invincible just because you have some skills. This brat deserves to die. He dared to talk back to us even before he entered the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. We can't let him live in this world. A cold voice came from the Thousand River. Even Jian Fingyun was stunned. He did not know what Lu Ming's intention was. However, young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was really stupid to be so arrogant. They did not need to do anything now. The paragons of the Thousand River region would definitely not let him off. As expected dash. I'll kill you. A purple-clad young man strode out with a lightning-like gaze. Chapter 401. 401 Let's attack together. This young man was dressed in purple clothes, purple boots, a purple jade belt, and even his sword was purple. He looked very noble. Zidong, the 19th place in the Thousand River region. As soon as this young man appeared, someone immediately whispered. He was ranked 19th in the Thousand River region. He was already an expert on the same level as Jian Fengyun. Zidong was very arrogant. He looked at Lu Ming coldly and exuded a powerful aura. Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, you're too arrogant. However, I can give you a chance. If you can survive 3 of my sword strikes, I can consider sparing your life. I'm still alive after taking 3 of your sword strikes. If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. I can give you a chance to use your sword. You'd better use all your trump cards. After that, you won't have another chance. Who didn't know how to be crazy? Arrogant, then die. Zidong's killing intent burst out and his body emitted a strong purple light. Extreme purple sword technique, one sword from the east. Zidong let out a long roar and unsheathed his sword. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple chi. Then, a purple sword radiance shot out from the purple clouds and headed toward Lu Ming like a fairy from heaven. The speed was so fast that a long trace appeared in the sky. However, what welcomed him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. It was just an ordinary kick, but it contained a powerful essential chi and the power of wind and fire. With this kick, the purple sword light fell apart. This kick directly landed on Zidong's face. In an instant, Zidong's face was deformed. He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying backward. He crashed into 7 or 8 trees and left a deep trail on the ground. He lay on the ground 1,000 meters away, his body convulsing. He was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. Everyone gasped and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Wasn't this too overbearing? He had kicked Zidong half dead with one kick. What kind of combat power was this? Young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others swallowed their saliva. They could feel cold sweat on their backs and their hands and feet were trembling. They could not help but wonder what the consequences would be if Lu Ming had kicked their faces. Jian Fengyun was stunned as well. Then, his eyes lit up with hope. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded his expectations. The blue-robed young men from the Thousand River region and the 5 or 6 young men beside him all looked serious. I said, you only have one chance. Lu Ming glanced at Zidong indifferently and did not look at him again. Humph, you're only in the early stage of martial ancestor 8 Dan. Among us, there are at least 6 people who are not weaker than you. Those who can kill you are not few either. In the waters of the 1,000 rivers, a young man snorted coldly, and a cold killing intent burst out from his body. Oh! Who didn't know how to shoot their mouths off? That's what that guy said just now, but in the end, he couldn't even take a kick from me. I think you people from the 1,000 River region can only talk for fun, but once you start fighting, you're all trash. Lu Ming cast a provocative look at the crowd at the 1,000 River area. Arrogant. The people of the 1,000 River region were instantly enraged. With the blue-robed young men as the center, powerful auras burst out one by one. One after another, auras shot up into the sky like smoke signals. It was extremely terrifying. Cut the crap. You guys can come at me together. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one. A contemptuous smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he said indifferently. The genius from the 1,000 River region was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the geniuses in the 1,000 River region alone. This was a blatant insult and a blatant contempt. However, young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the rest were overjoyed. Haha, Lu Ming is such an idiot. He's so arrogant now that he has some combat strength. He actually dares to challenge all the geniuses in the 1,000 River area. He's really looking for death. Jian Fengyun's expression changed as well. He shouted, Lu Ming, you can't. The top 10 geniuses of the 1,000 River region are all here. That blue-robed young man is Jiang Wantian, the #1 genius of the 1,000 River region. You can't be careless. You'd better break out of the encirclement quickly. Judging from Lu Ming's attack, he was definitely stronger than him. Lu Ming had reached the 8th grade martial ancestor realm and was definitely a three-man genius. If Lu Ming had tried his best to break out of the encirclement, he might have been able to kill his way out. However, if he challenged all the geniuses of the Thousand River region, especially Jiang Wantian, he would basically die. Lu Ming ignored the others and continued to say in disdain, "Hurry up. I've said it before. You can't leave today. If you don't want to do it, then let me do it. Arrogant and ignorant, I'll kill you." A cold-looking young man roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand, emitting a shocking aura. This was a genius in the early stage of the martial ancestor realm level 8, and he was definitely a genius who had won 3 battles. Die. The cold-looking young man was very direct. He thrust his spear forward and a shocking spear radiance burst out. Your spear technique is not bad. Lu Ming smiled faintly and the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of his arm, the demon-subduing spear shot out. The spear's radiance rumbled as the 2 spears' tips stabbed into each other. A loud explosion caused ripples on the tips of the 2 spears. Explode. Lu Ming said softly. His surging essential qi gushed out madly. At the same time, the power of wind and fire suddenly erupted. The cold-looking young man's spear, which was of upper LV4, made a cracking sound and cracked. Immediately, the cold-looking young man screamed and his body flew out like a cannonball. He flew hundreds of meters before he stopped. There were several gunshot wounds on his body and blood spurted out of his mouth. I've said it before. All you can do is talk. Once you start fighting, you're all useless. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Then, he shook the long spear and kept it. The demon-subduing spear should be a 4th-level spiritual weapon, but the material used was definitely a 5th-level spiritual weapon. It was extremely hard and could withstand Lu Ming's full-strength outburst. Sir, you do have some skill. Then I can't let you go today. Let's attack together and kill this person. Jiang Wantian's face was extremely solemn as he spoke slowly. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. Even he was not confident that he could win. The only way was to gather the strength of everyone in the Thousand River region to kill Lu Ming. I told you all to attack together. Why did you wait until now? All right, the warm-up is over. I'll send you all on your way now. Jiang Wantian was the first to shout, and a shocking aura rose from his body. Lu Ming felt that Jiang Wantian was not any weaker. Then you fei you. But, so what? Other than Jiang Wantian, there were 5 other people who had also reached the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. In addition, there were more than a dozen 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts. With so many experts attacking together, the power was simply earth-shaking. Go to hell. Young Master Tian Shi and the others roared in their hearts. At the same time, they retreated quickly, afraid that they would be affected. Lu Ming, be careful. He wanted to help, but with so many experts attacking him at the same time and him already injured, he simply had no strength. Chapter 402. 402 Chapter 402 Kill them all. Nearly 20 geniuses of the 7th martial ancestor realm and above, each of whom was a World War II expert, attacked together. The entire space boiled as if it was about to explode. Sword chi, saber radiance, fist force, spear radiance, and many other things gathered together and blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and his figure retreated rapidly. He retreated 1,000 meters in an instant. Then, he took a deep breath and his figure suddenly rose. Die. Lu Ming shouted and waved his palm. The spirit chi between heaven and earth instantly boiled and was drawn over. A huge palm print was formed and blasted towards Jiang Wantian and the others. The palm print had yet to arrive, but the terrifying chi movement already made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Jiang Wantian and the other geniuses from the Thousand River region were shocked because the power of this palm was too terrifying. Not good. Hold on. We must hold on. Jiang Wantian roared. Raging waves and stormy waves palm. Jiang Wantian bellowed and struck out with his palm. A huge river formed, and with the power of the raging waves, it blasted towards the Heaven Dao palm print. At the same time, all sorts of sword gleams and fist forces exploded out toward the Heaven Dao palm. With so many people joining forces, the might was truly terrifying. All sorts of attacks slammed into the heaven path palm print, causing loud rumbles to ring out continuously. After each rumbles, the might of the heaven path palm print would weaken by a little. By the time the 20+ attacks were exhausted, the heaven's path palm print's power was also nearly exhausted. Haha, he blocked it. Someone in the Thousand River region laughed. They thought that Lu Ming could only unleash such a powerful attack once at most. Why are you so happy? The second palm. A calm voice rang out as the second heaven's path palm print was formed. Ah. Why are there more? The experts of the Thousand River region were in despair. Then, they burst out with all their strength and attacked. Once again, it clashed with the heaven path palm print. But this time, before the second palm print could cancel out, a third palm print formed in the sky and slammed down. Jiang Wantian and the others shouted in fear and despair. The third palm print slammed down, and they could no longer resist it. Some of the 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts' bodies cracked as they were hit to the ground by the palm force and died instantly. A few of the 8th-grade martial ancestor realm experts also spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. They were all seriously injured. Lu Ming did not give them any chance. With a wave of his hand, he condensed more than 10 long spears and shot them out. Jiang Wanchuan and the others were all pierced by the long spear and nailed to the ground. In just a few breaths, the top 20 geniuses of the Thousand River region were all killed. At the scene, the remaining people looked at this scene in shock. Heavens, heavens, how could this be? How did this happen? Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun, who were from the Thousand River region, widened their eyes in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had killed one of the top 20 geniuses in the Thousand River region. How was this possible? They broke out in cold sweat and trembled. Young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan, and the others were similar to Li Qiushui and the others. They were so scared that their guts were about to burst. Haven't you two always wanted to attack me? Now, I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun. Aye. Plop. Li Autumn Water was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he knelt down with a plop and let out a miserable cry. Lu Ming, no, Brother Lu, no, Master Lu, I was blind. You're a true dragon in the sky, and I'm just a pitiful worm. Please spare me. As soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, another kneeling sound was heard. It was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was even more exaggerated. He was practically prostrating himself on the ground as he shouted, Young hero Lu, please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and an unmarried wife. They will rely on me in the future. As long as you spare me, I will be willing to be your slave in the future. He screamed so miserably that it really made people cry. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He had been in this world for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. Martial artists were all prideful. Even if they were afraid of death, they would not shamelessly beg for mercy. Lu Ming, don't listen to them. As far as I know, Jiang Chun doesn't have an 80-year-old mother or a fiancé. He's defiled quite a number of young girls from good families. Jian, why are you trying to harm me? Jiang Chun roared. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and 2 spear lights flew out. Li Autumn Water and Jiang Chun did not even have time to react and were nailed to the ground. There were still dozens of young men left in the Thousand River region, and they were running for their lives. Lu Ming took a glance but did not pursue. Most of the young men from the Thousand River region had no grudges with him. Lu Ming was not a bloodthirsty person and would not kill them all. At this moment, young Master Tianxi and the others were also running in one direction. Lu Ming looked over coldly. Then, he took a step forward and his figure flashed. When he reappeared, he was already in front of young Master Tianxi and the rest. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I know you're from the Blazing Sun Empire. If you dare to touch me, my family will definitely trample your empire to the ground. Young Master Tianxi was so scared that his face turned pale as he shouted. As long as all of you are dead, who will know it's me? Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He looked at Jian Fengyun and said, Brother Jian, why don't we do this? I'll leave these people to you. Since they wanted to kill Jian Fingyun, it would be perfect to let Jian Fingyun take care of it. Jian Fingyun flew over and looked at young Master Tianxi with cold eyes. Wei Tianxia, die. Jian Fingyun shouted coldly and unsheathed his sword. The powerful sword Qi pressed toward young Master Tianxi. Jian Fingyun, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Let's see who's stronger today. Seeing that he couldn't escape, young Master Tianxi went all out. Myriad Snake Sword Technique. Dense sword Qi suddenly shot out from young Master Tianxi's hand. The sword Qi was like a venomous snake, heading towards Jian Fingyun. One sword, the wind and clouds rise. Jian Fingyun said softly. Then, a beam of sword light suddenly rose and cut through the void. All the sword Qi released by young Master Tianxi was destroyed by the sword. Second sword, River of Blood. The sword wind and cloud combined with the human world, and the sword light flashed. Young Master Tianxi's throat suddenly burst out with blood. One sword 2. Break the roar. Jian Fingyun, you. Young Master Tianxi let out a hiss and died. Run. Yan Feishuan was so shocked that he almost peed his pants. He turned around and ran. With a flash of sword light, Yan Feishuan's head flew high up into the air. Then, with a flash of sword light, the remaining people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range all died under Jian Fingyun's sword. A traitor doesn't need to live in this world. Jian Fingyun murmured. He shook his sword, and the blood on it flew out. Then, he sheathed his sword. Chapter 403. 403 The Dragon Cave. Lu Ming nodded his head. Jian Fingyun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th tier martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 8th tier. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, he was indeed far ahead. He was much stronger than young Master Tianxi, who was in 2nd place. Of course, he was an exception. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of these despicable people. Jian Fingyun walked over and cupped his fists to thank Lu Ming. Brother Jian, you don't have to be so polite. These people have always been my enemies. Even if this didn't happen, I would still kill them. Jian Fingyun could not help but sigh in his heart. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming's cultivation level had actually increased to a level that he could not even catch up to. It was truly shocking. He was certain that Lu Ming was not this powerful when he first entered the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Otherwise, he would not have let young Master Tianxi and the rest off. Brother Lu, are you heading to the Dragon's Cave? Jian Fingyun asked after a moment of silence. Lu Ming nodded his head. That's great. We were going to the Dragon's Cave as well, but we didn't expect to meet the people from the Thousand River region on the way. Tianxi and the others actually surrendered to the Thousand River region. There were more than a dozen who didn't surrender, but they were all killed by them. Jian Fingyun said through gritted teeth. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Then, Jian Fingyun's tone changed. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them immediately rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Dragon's Cave. When it was close to evening, they arrived at a strange place. From high up in the sky, one could see a series of enormous mountain ranges lying on the ground in front of them, like true dragons. It really did look like a real dragon. One could even vaguely distinguish the dragon's head and tail. This is where the dragon's den is. It's said that the real dragon's den is in the depths of this area. The vast area around the dragon's den is influenced by the dragon's den, causing the mountain range to take the shape of a dragon. Furthermore, there are many spiritual herbs and countless treasures. However, it's said that this area is usually covered by a large inscription formation. It's impossible to find or enter. I didn't expect it to really open now. Jian Fingyun muttered, his eyes bright. Haha, that means our group is lucky. Let's go. With that, Lu Ming flew forward in a flash. When he entered the dragon's den, he was surprised. This was because he felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was even denser. It was very strange. There was only a thin line between them, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was completely different. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that the dragon-shaped vital energy in his body was circulating faster. If he could cultivate here, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would be much faster than other places. After pondering for a while, the two of them continued forward. Soon, night fell. When the two of them were on guard against those spirits, they realized that there were no spirits at all. Everything was normal. Could it be that the dragon's cave has isolated the entry of those spirits? Jian Fengyun made a guess. Lu Ming nodded. That was the only reason. However, this was a good thing. It saved him a lot of trouble. The two of them landed on a mountain peak and closed their eyes to meditate. Jian Fengyun had been slightly injured, but it was a good time to heal his injuries. After a night of silence, the two of them continued on their journey the next morning, towards the depths of this region. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from ahead. In front of him, a young man in black was running at high speed. Behind him, there were dozens of figures chasing him at high speed. Xiao Haoyu, you can't escape. Just accept your death obediently. Someone called out from behind. The people who were with you are all dead. What's the point of you dragging out an ignoble existence? A cold laugh rang out. In front of him, the young man in black was running at full speed without a word. He's the strongest person in the Valley Wind Mountain Range, Xiao Haoyu. I've met him once. Jian Fengyun whispered. Lu Ming took a glance and stood in the air. He had no intention of interfering. Lu Ming was not a kind person. He would not cause unnecessary trouble for someone he did not know. Since Lu Ming did not move, Jian Fengyun naturally did not move either. Xiao Haoyu cast a glance at Lu Ming and the rest before he continued dashing forward. However, even if Lu Ming and the rest did not interfere, it did not mean that others would not cause trouble. With a flash, 7 to 8 figures surrounded Lu Ming. Xiao Haoyu, die. A terrifying blade of light shot out from within that group of people, instantly shattering the void as it slashed towards Xiao Haoyu at an unbelievable speed. Xiao Haoyu let out a furious roar and tried his best to defend himself. However, he was struck so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, he was also surrounded by the group of people. Everyone, what are you all doing? We don't seem to have any grudges. Jian Fengyun's expression changed. What are you doing? You too, hand over your storage rings. If you hand over your storage rings, I'll consider sparing your lives. Among the people surrounding them, a skinny young man sneered. My two brothers, don't listen to them. They are from the savage land, a large area. Even if you hand over your storage rings, they will still kill you. Not far away, Xiao Haoyu shouted. Savage land. The savage region was similar to the Thousand River region in that it was a large region. Among them, there were high-tier empires. Hee, Xiao Haoyu, what's the point of shouting so loudly? Do you think they can be spared from death if they don't hand over their storage rings? A young man with an unusually burly figure, about 2.2 to 2.3 meters tall, and muscles all over his body, who looked like a small giant, sneered. Suddenly, a faint voice was heard. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with coldness. The voice came from Lu Ming. The young man from the barbaric area was stunned for a moment. Then, someone's expression changed and he said coldly, Kid, what did you say? I told you to get lost, don't you understand human language? I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you don't get lost after 3 breaths, then don't get lost. Lu Ming's voice was still unhurried, but the coldness in his voice was even stronger. Brat, you're looking for death. I'll crush all the bones in your body right now. There were 8 strong young men surrounding Lu Ming and his group. They took a big step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The next moment, the strong young man was sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. How dare you? How dare you fight back? Let's kill him together. The other 7 people roared in anger and attacked Lu Ming. Following that, there were 7 loud bangs. Each of the 7 young men was kicked by Lu Ming and they flew a few thousand meters away. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and their bodies almost exploded. The expressions of the youths surrounding Xiao Haoyu changed drastically. Even the unusually burly young man's expression turned serious. Among the 8 youths, there were 7th-level martial arts grandmaster geniuses. However, they were still sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's ability was shocking. This time, I'll be kind and spare your lives. Hurry up and get lost. Lu Ming berated. Brat, you have some strength. Let me test you. As long as you can defeat me, I'll turn around and leave. The unusually burly young man moved and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 404. 404 The corpse whose blood was sucked dry. Brother, be careful. This person is the strongest in the desolate wildlands. His cultivation is in the middle of the martial arts Grandmaster 8 Dan. He has surpassed the 3 battle geniuses and is extremely powerful. Xiao Haoyu shouted. Hee, it's too late to know now. Great desolation divine fist. The burly young man roared and punched. This punch caused the entire world to shake. It was as if a continuous mountain range was crashing toward Lu Ming. Moreover, a vast mountain floated above the burly young man's head, and 5 silver chakras shone brightly. The explosion of his bloodline made his punch even more powerful. Lu Ming immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. 1 punch and 1 kick, they clashed together. Then, everyone saw the burly young man's fist force collapse in an instant, and his steel-like muscles trembled rapidly. The next moment, his body was like a deflated leather ball, flying back madly. He flew all the way to 3,000 meters before he barely stopped, blood spurting out of his mouth. Go, quickly go. The burly young man roared and ran away without hesitation. The other people in the savage land were even more scared out of their wits. It was as if their butts were on fire as they jumped several thousand meters away. In an instant, all the people in the savage area fled. Lu Ming did not pursue them. He would just teach these people a lesson. You too, thank you for saving me. You're Jian Fingyun. At this moment, Xiao Haoyu flew over and looked at Jian Fingyun carefully. His eyes flashed as if he had recognized Jian Fingyun. Brother Xiao, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? Jian Fingyun laughed. Brother Jian, it's really you. I didn't recognize you just now. May I know who this is? Xiao Haoyu looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with shock. He had easily defeated the most powerful expert in the savage land. With such strength, he could be ranked at the top among all the geniuses who entered the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld this time. Xiao Haoyu guessed that Lu Ming might be a genius from some super region. This is Lu Ming, Brother Lu. He's the supreme talent of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. As Jian Fingyun introduced Xiao Haoyu, his tone unknowingly carried a sense of pride. What? Brother Lu is a heaven's favorite of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What's wrong? Brother Xiao doesn't believe it, there's nothing to hide. Jian Fingyun said. I am indeed from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Lu Ming smiled. I didn't expect the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range to have a heaven's favorite like Brother Lu. It's really an eye-opener. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Hey, Xiao Haoyu, what do you mean by that? It seems that our Cloud Emperor Mountain Range can't produce someone like Brother Lu. Jian Fingyun's eyes widened. Brother Jian, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. Xiao Haoyu smiled wryly and said hurriedly. Brother Lu, Brother Jian, are you going to the Dragon's Cave? He quickly changed the topic. The two of them nodded. Then why don't we go together? Xiao Haoyu said. Lu Ming did not object. Since Lu Ming did not object, Jian Fingyun naturally did not object either. Lu Ming naturally had his own thoughts. Xiao Haoyu was the strongest person in his region, and his talent and combat strength were not inferior to Jian Fingyun's. It would not be much of a problem for him to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. In the future, when he joined the Detian Divine Guards, Lu Ming would not know a single person. There were only benefits and no disadvantages in befriending a few more people. The three of them moved forward together. On the way, Lu Ming also found out why Xiao Haoyu was being hunted down by the people in the savage land. The reason was that the experts from the various large regions were all hunting down the experts from the small regions, especially the strongest experts from the small regions. They all had hopes of joining the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards, so if they killed these people, the competition in the large regions would become a little less, and perhaps more people would join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. It seems that the later it gets, the more chaotic it will be. Jian Fingyun sighed. Only a little more than a month had passed, and those big regions had already started to hunt down the masters from the small regions. He really didn't know how chaotic it would be in the later stages. This was the goal of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. Only by withstanding the numerous dangers and tests could one become an Emperor in Heaven Divine Guard. The three of them advanced, but their speed wasn't very fast. They were all flying at a low altitude, and as they flew, they searched for spirit herbs. The dragon's lair was a place where many heavenly treasures were born. However, along the way, the three of them didn't gain much. In many places, they saw many pits. Obviously, others had been one step ahead and dug out the spiritual herbs. This area was really vast. The three of them had flown for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the real dragon's cave. Guys, look. There's a corpse over there. Jian Fengyun suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and Xiao Haoyu also saw that there were a large number of corpses lying in the valley below. Let's go and take a look. The three of them flew down, and their expressions changed when they saw what was inside. In the valley, there were no less than 100 corpses. All of them were dead. The most shocking thing was that these corpses had all become mummies. It was as if all the blood and chi essence in his body had been sucked away. What a strange way of dying. Could it be some strange monster? Xiao Haoyu sucked in a breath of cold air and furrowed his brows. Lu Ming also frowned and pondered. His blood and essence had been sucked dry. It was truly evil. For example, the bloodline of the 9 dragons could only devour blood essence and bloodline power. It would not devour ordinary blood. Then, the three of them continued to move forward. Not far away, they saw another pile of corpses. They were also dried up. That's the people from the savage lands. Some of these corpses were particularly burly, and from their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the savage area. Even the most powerful man in the savage land is dead. Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice. Among the many corpses, one of them was particularly burly. According to his attire, he was the most powerful man in the savage land who had been chased away by Lu Ming. This area is too eerie. How did they die? Both Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu looked grim. Even the most powerful men in the savage land had died in this place. It was too terrifying. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu nodded. Immediately, the three of them soared into the sky and left the place. However, hundreds of miles away, they saw dozens of corpses that had died. In the same way as the previous ones. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen in this trip to the dragon's cave. Xiao Haoyu said in a low voice. After that, there was a moment of silence. Before long, the three of them had traveled another 10,000 miles. There are so many people there. What are they doing? Suddenly, Jian Fengyun said. Not far to the right, there was a huge cliff. Under the cliff, one could see many people gathered. The three of them flew over. What a powerful sword intent that Gu has. As they flew closer, the three of them saw that there was a sword mark that was 100 meters long on the cliff. The sword mark emitted a mysterious sword intent. Chapter 405. 405 Super Region. The three of them landed at the bottom of the cliff. There were already more than 20 people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. These 20 people were in different positions and were far away from each other. Some people were sitting cross-legged, as if they were comprehending something. Some of them were looking at the sword marks on the cliff wall seriously. At this point, they could see even more clearly. On the huge cliff wall, there was a slanted sword mark that was more than 100 meters long. It was deeply engraved on the cliff wall and was filled with an ancient aura. No one knew how long it had been passed down. An extremely profound sword essence spread out. Lu Ming stared at the sword mark carefully. All of a sudden, the sword mark enlarged in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end, the entire world changed. The heavens and earth turned into a battlefield, and the shouts of "kill" suppressed the heavens. Suddenly, a sword light came from afar. It was boundless and indescribable. When the sword light came out, the sky was split. The sword gleam was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. It contained an unparalleled killing intent. Lu Ming bellowed and retreated rapidly. The environment changed. Lu Ming realized that he was still under the cliff. He took 3 steps back, leaving 3 footprints on the ground. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The sword attack just now was like facing the god of death. Around him, some people glanced at him and then turned their heads away, not finding it strange. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head. "Brother Lu, you are truly a peerless talent. You were able to stay in that sword intent for half an hour, and when you woke up, you only took 3 steps back. I only had 10 minutes just now, and I almost vomited blood when I woke up." Xiao Haoyu said with a smile. "It's a pity that Brother Lu doesn't cultivate the sword. Otherwise, you'd definitely become a peerless swordsman." Half an hour. Lu Ming was very surprised. Just now, he only felt that a while had passed. Unexpectedly, half an hour had already passed. "Brother Lu, Brother Xiao and I plan to stay here to comprehend the sword intent here. I'm afraid we can't go to the dragon's cave with you." Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming apologetically. "It doesn't matter. This sword intent was probably left behind by a peerless swordsman. For a swordsman, it's a supreme opportunity. If I were a swordsman, I'd probably stay and cultivate too." They were all martial artists, so he could understand what Jian Fengyun and the others were thinking. This sword scar was too tempting for a sword cultivator. It was hard to resist. If one could comprehend a trace of it, it would be very useful. Compared to the dragon's cave, this place was more practical for them. To Lu Ming, it was better for Jian Fengyun and the others to stay here. He would be able to do more by exploring the dragon's cave alone. "I hope that Brother Lu will have a great harvest in the dragon's cave." Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu cupped their fists together. "We'll meet again." Lu Ming cupped his fists, then turned into a ray of light, soared into the sky, and disappeared. After that, Lu Ming no longer slowed down to search for the spiritual herbs. Instead, he flew at high speed. Along the way, Lu Ming saw a few fights, but he ignored them and passed by them in a flash. "Who's that?" Half a day later, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was at least a few thousand miles long. It was winding and laid on the ground. Lu Ming could barely see the outline of the mountain range from a few hundred miles away. From afar, this mountain range really looked like a true dragon. It had 5 dragon claws, and its body was covered in scales formed from various rocks. There were also 2 dragon horns on its head. Its shape was exactly the same as the true dragon in the legends. "This is the legendary Dragon Mountain. We've arrived at the dragon's cave." Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly headed toward the dragon's head. As they neared, they discovered that this mountain range was truly too majestic. Its high point pierced through the clouds. When Lu Ming arrived at the dragon's head, he realized that many people had already arrived. At a glance, there were no less than 2,000 people. More than 2,000 people were scattered around a lake, which was very wide. Above the lake was the dragon head of the Dragon Mountain. The dragon's head was open, revealing a dark cave. At that moment, something strange was happening. The water in the lake formed a column from the bottom to the top and flew into the dragon's mouth. It looked like a real dragon was absorbing water. This was the phenomenon of a waterspout. Legend had it that the real dragon's den was right under this lake. Once the lake water was sucked dry, the real dragon's den would be revealed. Thousands of people were waiting around the lake. Lu Ming landed and mixed in with the crowd. "Brother Fong, why are there only a few of you left in the flowing water bay area?" Someone was chatting beside him. "Sigh, the others are all dead. They were killed by people from the big areas. What about you guys? Why don't you have many people?" "Don't mention it. We also encountered a big region and attacked without any reason. The strongest people in our region were killed. On the other hand, we, who are not strong, escaped the disaster. However, the people from the big region behind also died. I saw their bodies and their blood was sucked dry. It was extremely terrifying." "What? Did you guys see the corpses that had their blood sucked dry?" "We also saw it." Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the incident of his blood being sucked dry was not only happening in the area that he had passed by, but also in other areas. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. After half a day, there were no less than 3,000 people here. A portion of the water on the lake's surface had also been reduced. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Dozens of young men and women stepped on the air and arrived. Each of these people had a terrifying aura. They all had one thing in common: the men were very handsome and the women were beautiful. The people from Phoenix Lake area are here. It's over. I didn't expect that even the geniuses from the Phoenix Lake area would come. Are we still going to get a share of the Dragon's Cave? Lu Ming's heart was moved. He had naturally heard of the Phoenix Lake region. It was a region that was even more powerful than a large region like the Thousand River region. It was known as a super region. In a large region, there would only be one high-tier empire. In a super region, there would be at least 2, or even 3 or 4, advanced empires. They were extremely powerful and had many geniuses. It was said that there were 3 high-level empires, medium-level empires, and low-level empires in the Phoenix Lake area. There were more than 1,000 of them, which was much more powerful than the Cloud Emperor mountain range area. Look, the one wearing the Phoenix robe is the strongest person in the Phoenix Lake region, the #1 genius, Qi Qishuan. It's said that he is a 4-battle genius and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. What? A 4-battle genius? The peak of martial ancestor 8 Dan, is that terrifying? Of course, that's the strongest person in a super region. He's known as a peerless genius. Lu Ming looked over as well. Indeed, among the people from Phoenix Lake, he saw a handsome young man in his early 20s, who was dressed in a phoenix robe. He was Huang Qishuan. However, his eyes looked extremely cold and arrogant. He was not the only one. The rest of the people from Phoenix Lake had similar expressions. They had cold and arrogant looks on their faces as they hovered in the air not far away from Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 406. 406 Extremely overbearing. Right at this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out in the distance, attracting everyone's attention. That's the genius from the Blazing Flame Mountain region. The people from the Blazing Flame Mountain region have also come. Another super region. How can we have a share in this? And the most powerful man in the Flaming Mountains, Bu Fifan, is here. When this group of people arrived, everyone burst out in another wave of exclamations. Even the geniuses from the Phoenix Lake area were frowning. Ha ha ha, Huang Qishuan, I didn't expect you to be here too. The geniuses from the Flaming Mountain region stopped on the other side of the lake, putting some distance between them and the people from the Phoenix Lake region. A young man with long, fiery red hair laughed. Bu Fifan, if you can come, I can naturally come too. Huang Qishuan sneered. Haha, it's really lively. Let's join. With a loud laugh, dozens of rainbow lights came rapidly from the sky. The rainbow light dissipated, revealing dozens of young figures, who stopped on the other side of the lake. It's the people from the Yang Spring Valley area. The super region, Yangchuan Valley. Some people were already in despair. Super regions had arrived one after another, and the strongest people were all among them. The arrival of the Yang Spring Valley area made the faces of Bu Fifan, Huang Qishuan, and the others sink. To the north of this lake was the dragon head of Dragon Mountain. The 3 super regions stopped in the east, south, and west of the lake. It was obvious that they were wary of each other. Following that, more and more people arrived, but no one was able to attract the attention of the 3 super regions. Half an hour later, a young man in a gray robe with a long sword in his arms appeared above the lake without a sound. This young man had an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in a gray robe and looked very old. He stood quietly in the air. However, Huang Qishuan, Bu Fifan, and the strongest expert in the Yang Spring Valley, Sun Chu, all changed their expressions when they saw this person. Xian Feng of the ancient barren city. Huang Qishuan said solemnly. As soon as he said this, it caused a commotion. What? Ancient desolate city. Could this person be someone from the ancient barren city? It's said that the ancient barren city is extremely mysterious. Very few people come out, but once they do, they're peerless monsters. If this person is from the ancient barren city, then he's terrifying. It seems like the Dragon's Cave is very attractive to these peerless geniuses. There's going to be a good show to watch this time. While the crowd was discussing, Xian Feng of the ancient barren city still held his sword in his arms and remained silent. His expression didn't even change. Huang Qishuan and the others looked at Xian Feng with a little fear and did not say a word. Following that, the number of people increased, and it quickly broke through 4,000. At a glance, the lake was surrounded by people. Huang Qishuan's eyes swept over and revealed a look of disgust. He said coldly, "A bunch of trash wants to get their hands on the treasures in the dragon's cave. They're really delusional and overconfident." Many people's faces changed, but for fear of the Phoenix Lake area and Huang Qishuan's strength, no one dared to say anything. "Humph, what a bunch of trash." Huang Qishuan snorted, then said to Bu Fifan and Sun Chu, "Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, why don't we do this? Before we enter the dragon's cave, let's clean up all these garbage. What do you think?" "I was thinking the same thing." Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both nodded. The others' expressions changed drastically. "The people from the larger regions can stay. Fly to the sky. As for the trash from the smaller regions, get out of my way and don't get in the way." Huang Qishuan's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and scolded loudly. Upon hearing this, the experts from the larger regions all heaved a sigh of relief and flew up into the sky, distancing themselves from the people from the smaller regions. The rest were all people from small areas. The people in the small area had ugly expressions. They looked at each other, but no one left. Who would be willing to leave so easily? "It seems that you guys aren't going to get lost, right?" Huang Qishuan's eyes turned cold. "Huang Qishuan, you guys are too overbearing. The dragon's cave is a land without an owner. Anyone can come and get an opportunity. Why should it be occupied by you? I'm not convinced. There are so many of us here, we don't have to be afraid of you." "Oh. It seems like you're not going to leave." Huang Qishuan sneered, then he looked at Bu Fifan and Sun Chu and said, "You two, each of us will take a direction. How about this, we'll each clear a direction and see which side is faster." "Good, this is interesting." Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both laughed. "Then let's begin." As soon as Huang Qishuan's voice fell, his figure flashed like lightning. A shrill scream was heard and everyone saw that a young man's heart was pierced by Huang Qishuan's claw. The young man let out a desperate roar and finally stopped breathing. "You're just a piece of trash, yet you talk so much. Die. Whoever doesn't get lost will die in the next moment." A cold voice came out of Huang Qishuan's mouth. "Damn it, they're going too far. If we work together, we don't have to be afraid of them." A tall young man roared, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He was at the peak of the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. He was a genius who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun. He was most likely the strongest person in a small area. "Then we'll die together." Huang Qishuan sneered and his figure rushed towards the young man. The young man roared and slashed out a shocking saber ray. Huang Qishuan's claws seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The blade light was shattered and then, like the previous person, his heart was pierced. The strongest person in a small area had died. A piece of trash dares to make such a big fuss. "You're looking for death." A red light flashed on Huang Qishuan's claws, but not a single drop of blood was stained. The others were extremely frightened. He was too strong, and they were no match for him at all. The strongest expert of a small region was killed in a single move. The gap was too great. If you don't retreat within 3 breaths, kill without mercy. Huang Qishuan's eyes were cold as he scanned the surroundings. The masters of Phoenix Lake moved quickly, exuding powerful auras. Let's go, let's go." Finally, someone roared and retreated unwillingly. "Let's go too." Helplessly, the people in the small area all retreated. As for the other 2 directions, they were in a similar situation. After a few experts were killed, they also retreated helplessly. After a few breaths, only the people in the area were left. Of course, Xian Feng had been holding his sword and did not move. Huang Qishuan and the others naturally would not touch him. In an instant, all the people in the small area had left. No, there was only one person left. That was Lu Ming. Initially, Lu Ming was at the east side of the lake. Phoenix Lake was in charge of this side. At this time, he was standing there alone and appeared very conspicuous. The geniuses from Phoenix Lake, Flaming Mountain Range, Yangchuan Valley, and other large areas all looked at Lu Ming. Chapter 407. 407 The Great Battle Against Yan Qixuan. Ha ha ha, Wang Qixuan, there's still someone on your side. It seems like you've lost. Bu Fifan laughed. It seems that Phoenix Lake's deterrence is only average. Sun Chu also sighed. Wang Qixuan's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of killing intent. Kid, I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Wang Qixuan said sinisterly. Lu Ming glanced at Wang Qixuan and smiled faintly. I told you to get lost, are you going to get lost? Tell me to get lost. Kid, have you gone crazy? Do you have the right to do that? Wang Qixuan sneered. Then that's it, you're telling me to get lost. Who do you think you are, do you have the right to do so? Bu Fifan laughed wildly and said, Wang Qixuan, it seems that the deterrence of your Phoenix Lake is really not that great. Or is it that your deterrence is not enough? Bu Fifan's words made Wang Qixuan so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, he had no confidence in dealing with Bu Fifan. He could only turn his anger into a sharp killing intent, a killing intent towards Lu Ming. Kid, even if you kneel down and beg me now, you won't be able to get lost. You will pay the price for your words and actions. I will make you wish you were dead. Wang Qixuan said gloomily. Nonsense, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, hurry up. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the other geniuses from the other regions were stunned. Where did this hothead come from? He actually dared to speak to Wang Qixuan like this. This was simply courting death. Good, 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 very good. Wang Qixuan said good 3 times in a row. His voice was extremely gloomy and a terrifying aura rose from his body. Senior brother Huang, there's no need for you to deal with this kind of trash personally. I'm more than enough to deal with him. At this moment, a youth with triangular eyes walked out from the Phoenix Lake area and called out. This guy is taking the opportunity to flatter senior brother Huang again. Someone whispered in the Phoenix Lake area. When the voice reached the triangular-eyed young man's ears, he chuckled and didn't care at all. No need, I'll do it myself. I'll make him regret every single word he said. Wang Qixuan waved his hand and the triangular-eyed youth retreated. The triangular-eyed young man sighed helplessly. It was a pity that he had missed this opportunity. Kid, you have a sharp tongue. I'd like to see what you're capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qixuan's figure moved like lightning. He was so fast that he was in front of Lu Ming in an instant and clawed at him. However, he was fast, but Lu Ming was not slow either. The moment Wang Qixuan moved, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he stabbed at Wang Qixuan's palm. You want to stop me? Break! Wang Qixuan shouted coldly, and his claws burst with sharp claw light, grabbing at Lu Ming. The spear and the claw collided with each other, producing a violent boom. A shocking wave of air swept out, and Lu Ming and Wang Qixuan retreated at the same time. Each of them retreated 100 meters and stood in the air. What? That kid can actually block one of Qi Qixuan's moves, it looks like they're even. How is that possible? Could it be that this kid can fight Wang Qixuan? Impossible. This kid's combat strength may be good, but it's impossible for him to fight Wang Qixuan. If I'm not wrong, he didn't even use much strength just now, but that kid probably used 80 to 90% of his strength. Yes, that should be the case. The geniuses from the bigger regions were all discussing. Kid, so you have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But if you think you can fight me with that, then you're wrong. I'll let you know how terrifying my true strength is. Wang Qixuan said coldly. His arms moved slightly and a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time, a powerful aura rushed out and a fiery red bird condensed above Wang Qixuan's head. The bird's entire body was fiery red, and there were red flames burning on it. Its tail was especially similar to the tail of the legendary phoenix. The phoenix-tailed bird was said to be a mutant with the bloodline of a true phoenix. It was extremely powerful. On the phoenix-tailed bird's body, there were 6 silver meridian cycles that were shining with an extremely bright light. King level 6th rank bloodline. His bloodline exploded, causing his aura to reach its peak. Flying Phoenix Claw. Wang Qixuan's figure moved and his hand claw grabbed out. Like the claws of a real phoenix, they swiped through the air, leaving a trail of cracks in the space, as if it was about to be torn apart. This claw also contained a perfect fire force, which was several times stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming also activated his second blood meridian and thrust his spear forward. The power of wind and fire merged and gathered, forming a thick spear ray. With a deafening boom, the two of them were forced back again. This move was evenly matched. How is that possible? Die! Huang Qishuan roared and his claws continued to claw out, almost tearing the space apart. It was really terrifying. Every claw caused the space to shake violently. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, fearlessly clashing with Huang Qishuan. The energy swept across the world, stirring up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming dodged a claw ray and flew thousands of meters away, grabbing a mountain peak. With a loud explosion, the mountain peak exploded, turning into broken stones that flew everywhere. It was a terrifying sight. A ray of spear radiance flew out and pierced a deep hole with a diameter of 10 meters in the ground. Quickly retreat. The surrounding spectators were shocked and quickly retreated, afraid of being affected. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in a row, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Phoenix Wing Slash. At this time, Huang Qishuan roared and his true qi boiled. With a shake of his arms, a pair of phoenix wings vaguely condensed on his arms. Huang Qishuan waved his hand and his phoenix wings were like heavenly blades, slashing down at Lu Ming. The power of the attack was much stronger than the flying phoenix claw. Huang Qishuan laughed. Let's see who dies. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and a dragon's roar sounded. Instantly, the world seemed to have returned to the era of ancient divine beasts fighting for hegemony. The phoenix wing slash and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps collided heavily. The space trembled violently like a piece of cloth, and violent energy shot out in all directions. The people who were watching the battle retreated frantically. There were only 3 people standing in the air, motionless. They were Biyu Fifan, Sun Chu, and Xian Feng. The 3 of them released a powerful aura to resist the force. After the roar, Lu Ming and Huang Qishuan flew back again. They were equally matched. Again. It had to be said that Huang Qishuan was indeed extremely powerful. With a cultivation of the peak of the martial ancestor 8th realm, he had been through 4 battles. His battle power was enough to kill an ordinary half-step king. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm and he could only fight to a draw with him. Lu Ming estimated that even if he used the heavenly path palm, he might not be able to defeat Nie Qishuan. As Lu Ming's physical body grew stronger, the power of the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was already infinitely close to that of the heavenly way palm. Chapter 408. 408 Entering the Dragon's Cave and Fighting. Who are you? Huang Qishuan roared. Lu Ming was only surprised, but Huang Qishuan's heart was in turmoil. It was too shocking. Lu Ming was able to fight to a draw with him. He even suspected that Lu Ming was the strongest person in a certain super area. Not only Huang Qishuan but the people who were watching the battle were also stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ming was definitely not Huang Qishuan's opponent. They thought that Lu Ming was overestimating his own ability and was courting death. However, the truth was like a tight slap to their faces. Not only was Lu Ming powerful, he was not weaker than Huang Qishuan. He was a genius on the same level as Huang Qishuan. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and even Xian Feng, who had been expressionless all this while, looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Clearly, Lu Ming's ability had attracted their attention. Especially the triangular-eyed young man in the Phoenix Lake area. He was covered in cold sweat and his body was trembling in fear. Just now, he had wanted to deal with Lu Ming. If he had really made a move, he would not even know how he died. When he thought of this, he felt a lingering fear. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. You're pretending to be mysterious. Watch how I kill you. Huang Qishuan let out a long roar and with a wave of his arms, the phoenix spread its wings, bringing with it a gust of wind and a hot aura filled the world. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the lake. The Dragon Mountain's mouth seemed to have increased its suction force, and the water in the lake was frantically pouring into the dragon's mouth. There wasn't much water left in the lake, and at this moment, the bottom of the lake was quickly seen. Ah! Look, the bottom of the lake is actually empty. It's really empty. Amazing. The bottom of the lake is empty. Why is there water? Amazing, it's too amazing. Dragon's Lair, this is the dragon's lair, the dwelling place of the true dragon. Some of the people who were close to the lake cried out in surprise. Now, you're lucky. I'll spare your life today. Huang Qishuan's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. Spare my life? Aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue? It's still not certain who will kill who. Lu Ming gave a contemptuous smile. Huang Qishuan's face turned gloomy. He really wanted to have a big fight with Lu Ming, but he was afraid of missing the dragon's cave. Kid, just you wait, he snorted. Then, he led the people of Phoenix Lake and flew toward the surface of the lake. Lu Ming smiled faintly and flew toward the lake. His thoughts were similar to Huang Qishuan's. If the two of them were to have a life and death battle, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Then, they would have missed the dragon's cave. Lu Ming was secretly surprised when he flew in to take a look. At this time, the water in the lake was getting less and less, revealing a huge dark cave below. That's right, this lake wasn't a lake at all, but the entrance of a huge cave. The lake water from before was actually just floating at the entrance of the cave, making it look like a lake. When the lake water was sucked dry, its true appearance was revealed. In just a dozen breaths, the water in the lake was completely sucked dry, and the huge cave was completely exposed. The diameter of the cave was at least a few thousand meters wide. It was pitch black below. With everyone's eyesight, they could only see a distance of 1,000 or 2,000 meters. Anything further down could not be seen clearly. It was unknown how deep the cave was, but it seemed to lead to the abyss of hell. Someone moved and flew towards the cave. He was safe and sound. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally rushed in like a swarm of bees. There were more than 100 people in the 3 super regions, but all of them were terrifying geniuses. The weaker ones probably didn't come. Otherwise, it was impossible for a super region to have so few people. Even the Cloud Emperor mountain range had 98 people. The largest number of people were those from the larger regions. In total, there were no less than 500 people. More than 600 people flew towards the huge cave. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He followed the crowd and rushed down. The cave was too big. They had flown down for at least 10,000 meters. At this time, the cave did not go straight down, but slanted. Suddenly, a huge battle broke out on the wall of the cave. Get lost, the dragon's saliva is mine. Who said it's yours? I was the one who discovered it first. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The next moment, a scream was heard. One of them was killed. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He saw a young man plucking a green spiritual herb from the wall of the cave. Dragon's saliva, it's really dragon's saliva. The dragon's saliva was said to be the saliva of a true dragon. It was a spiritual herb that had grown over a long period of time. It contained the aura of a true dragon and was extremely precious. It seemed that there really was a true dragon's dwelling here in the distant past. There's one here too. It's mine. You're courting death. You think you can get the dragon grass? A great battle erupted, and the slaughter began. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, screams rose and fell. Huang Qishuan's figure flashed and 5 to 6 young experts had their hearts crushed by him. A bunch of trash. How dare you think of getting the dragon's saliva? Die. Go, whoever sees the dragon's saliva, seize it. Huang Qishuan instructed the experts of Phoenix Lake. Immediately, the dozens of masters of Phoenix Lake scattered and flew to different parts of the cave. It was not only the Phoenix Lake, but also the people in the Yangchuan Valley area and the Red Flame Mountain area. Some of the experts from the larger regions roared. Before entering the dragon's cave, the reason why Huang Qishuan and the others let people from large areas in was that they were afraid that people from large areas would join forces. After all, there were geniuses above the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm in every large region. Once they joined forces, they would be a terrifying force. But now that they had entered the dragon's cave, everyone was thinking about treasure hunting and doing things their own way. How could they still join forces? Huang Qishuan and the others were naturally unscrupulous. In the cave, treasure snatching, killing, and screams could be heard from time to time. 2 stalks of dragon saliva. Lu Ming saw 2 green spiritual herbs on the stone wall of a cave. They were dragon saliva grass. His figure moved and he rushed over. On the side, there were others who saw him, but they didn't dare to snatch it from him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the 2 dragon saliva. He continued to fly along the walls of the cave. In front of them, a genius from Phoenix Lake had killed a young man with a single strike. He was so ecstatic that he was about to pluck a stalk of dragon saliva from the wall. Lu Ming rushed over and used his essential chi to pluck the dragon saliva and put it away. The young man from Phoenix Lake shouted angrily. However, when he saw that it was Lu Ming, he immediately swallowed his words. He unwillingly retreated. After more than 10 minutes, they had flown another tens of thousands of meters. 3 caves suddenly appeared in front of them. The cave split open. The group randomly chose a cave and flew in. Each cave had more than 100 people. At least 100 people had been killed along the way. Of the 600 people, there was a sharp decrease of 500. Lu Ming chose the cave on the left and flew along the stone wall. Wait, that's the dragon blood flower. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a patch of bright red spiritual flowers in a pit in the stone wall. Chapter 409. 409 hit him in the face. In the pit, there was a patch of bright red flowers. These flowers were actually in the shape of a dragon. It was as if a small dragon was soaring in the sky, and it was extremely lifelike. This was a dragon's blood flower. It was said that it could only grow when the blood of a true dragon was spilled. It was many times more precious than dragon saliva grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With these dragon blood flowers, Lu Ming's true war dragon technique would probably advance to the next level. All of a sudden, an extremely sharp force slashed at Lu Ming. It was Huang Qishuan. At that moment, his eyes were cold as he slashed his phoenix wings at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward without hesitation. Huang Qishuan's body flew out, while Lu Ming hit the wall. Lu Ming's hands moved quickly, plucking more than 10 dragon blood flowers and storing them in the supreme shrine. Humph. Seeing Lu Ming put away the dragon blood flower, Huang Qishuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and a murderous intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he continued to move forward along the cave. This cave was still very wide, and it was definitely a place where true dragons could enter and exit. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. A bone is embedded here. Could this be a dragon bone? Haha, it's mine. Instantly, a loud boom and battle cries could be heard. Dragon bones. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he flew rapidly in that direction. If it really was a dragon bone, its value would be terrifying. It was much more valuable than dragon saliva grass and dragon blood flower. Phoenix Lake, Huang Qishuan, you're despicable. Achoo. Before Lu Ming arrived, he could already hear angry roars and screams. Lu Ming turned into a flash of lightning and crossed several miles in an instant. On the wall in front of him, a bone sun the size of a water tank was embedded in the stone wall. The bone armor was crystal clear like jade, full of holy qi, and exuded a terrifying essence qi fluctuation. Huang Qishuan led 5 or 6 masters of Phoenix Lake and killed more than a dozen young men from other areas. Haha, the dragon bone is mine. He reached out to grab the dragon bone and pulled it out, but the dragon bone did not move at all. So tight. Again. Just as Huang Qishuan was about to use all his strength to pull out the dragon bone, Lu Ming arrived and kicked instinctively. Huang Qishuan was shocked and quickly abandoned the dragon bone, using the phoenix wing slash. The other young men from Phoenix Lake also used their unique skills to block Lu Ming's attack. Huang Qishuan's body trembled slightly. For the other masters of Phoenix Lake, his face turned pale and he almost spat out blood. However, Lu Ming also retreated rapidly. Other than Huang Qishuan, the other 6 people in Phoenix Lake were all in the 8th grade of martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, they were all battle-hardened. Together, they were extremely powerful. Brat, it's you again. The dragon bone is mine, you want to fight for it? You're looking for death. Yours. This is a dragon's den, when did it become yours? Fine, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's attack together and kill him. Then, the phoenix wing slash was slashed out. The other 6 Phoenix Lake experts also unleashed their ultimate moves and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge palm print was formed and blasted toward the people of Phoenix Lake. A huge explosion shook the dragon cave and energy spread out. However, the surroundings of the dragon's cave were extremely hard. Even with their strength that could destroy a mountain, they could only knock down a few rocks on the cave's stone walls. The heaven path palm print was pierced through. Huang Qishuan and the others' bodies only swayed slightly before they continued to attack Lu Ming. Brat, you will die today. Huang Qishuan's eyes were cold. You're bullying me with numbers, right? Do you think I'm afraid of you guys? Dan, egg/egg, smash it. Lu Ming gently patted the stone egg hanging on his hair. Dandan. This was the name Lu Ming had randomly given the stone egg. Immediately, the stone egg trembled slightly, spun, and turned into the size of a human head. With a swoosh, it rushed toward one of the masters of Phoenix Lake. The master of Phoenix Lake struck out with his claw, and the claw radiance was shocking. However, he was stunned the next moment. He completely ignored the claw radiance and rushed past it. Then, he bounced up and smashed directly at the nose of the Phoenix Lake master. This time, it hit him hard, and the sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Then, there was a shrill scream. Lu Ming realized that it was really terrible. The bridge of his nose had completely caved in. His bones were shattered and his flesh was a mess. He could not even recognize his mother. Dandan flew back and jumped up and down in front of Lu Ming, as if she was very excited. Huang Qishuan and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it, what are you using? How dare you sneak attack me? Despicable. Despicable. Huang Qishuan, you scumbag, you're actually talking to me about despicable, you're not worthy. Damn it, kill. Dandan, smash. Dandan jumped up in excitement, spun around, and flew forward with a swoosh. Block it, smash it. Huang Qishuan roared and struck out his strongest blow. The others were the same. However, it was useless. Dandan completely ignored these attacks and rushed past. Another young man from Phoenix Lake was smashed in the face. Instantly, the sound of bones breaking and a shrill cry of pain sounded. This young man had also followed in the footsteps of the person before him. His nose, and mouth had all caved in. It was unrecognizable. It was a terrible sight. Although he was not dead, he could not use much of his combat strength. The remaining young men of Phoenix Lake gasped. Looking at the miserable state of the 2 young men, their teeth were chattering and they felt a chill down their backs. Who's next? Lu Ming's eyes started to look around. Damn it, this stone egg is not afraid of energy attacks. Use weapons. Oh, really? Then it's you, Huang Qishuan. Lu Ming pointed at him. Dandan directly flew out. Huang Qishuan wore his spirit weapon gloves and his claws grabbed towards Dandan. Just as she was about to catch Dandan, she bounced up, changed direction, and smashed towards Huang Qishuan. Huang Qishuan roared and quickly retreated. She tried her best to protect her face with her hands, but she was still too late. It hit his face accurately. A blood-curdling scream was accompanied by a furious roar. Huang Qishuan's claws waved and at the moment when Dandan hit him, he also hit Dandan. Dandan was sent flying. She changed her direction halfway and flew back to Lu Ming's side. She bounced here and there, seemingly a little unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Huang Qishuan. Although Huang Qishuan was hit, he was not as miserable as the others, but he did not feel good either. His nose was completely crooked, and a few of his teeth had fallen out, causing blood to flow out. He was in such a sorry state. Huang Qishuan roared again and again. Someone passed by not far away and was dumbfounded. Huang Qishuan and the others were actually beaten up so badly. Chapter 410. 410 Dragon Bone in Hand. What are you shouting for? Continue, Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and the Heaven's Path palm print blasted forward. At the same time, Dandan followed the palm print of the heavenly Tao and rushed forward. Huang Qishuan and the others' faces turned green. He had to block the heaven path palm print on one hand and defend against Dandan on the other. How was he going to fight? You guys block the palm print. Huang Qishuan shouted. He really didn't dare to be distracted, or else he would be hit by Dandan. The other masters of Phoenix Lake worked together to resist the palm print, while Huang Qishuan stared at Dandan. The palm force rumbled. Without Huang Qishuan, the experts of Phoenix Lake could not withstand Lu Ming's palm force at all. Each and every one of them trembled and coughed up blood. At the same time, Dandan also rushed in and smashed towards Huang Qishuan. This time, Huang Qishuan was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still heavily smashed. This time, all his teeth were smashed out, his mouth was in a mess and his nose collapsed. His originally handsome face instantly turned into a pile of dog shit. Live goo, live goo. Huang Qishuan roared, but because his mouth was full of holes, he originally wanted to say, "I," but in the end, he said, "Live." Dandan flew back and jumped up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming felt that this guy was very excited. Get, go, quickly get, go. Huang Qishuan's mouth was leaking air as he roared. Now, he no longer cared about the dragon bone. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be crushed to death by the stone egg. With an angry roar, he turned around and ran away with the people of Phoenix Lake. However, the grievance in his heart was needless to mention. Ha ha ha. Take care, I won't send you off. Huang Qishuan and the others almost spat out another mouthful of blood. In the distance, when the others saw this scene, they could only feel their eyelids twitching non-stop. They secretly warned themselves not to provoke the ruthless Lu Ming. Lu Ming came to the stone wall and sized up the dragon bones. The dragon bone was as white as jade and crystal clear. One side of it was embedded in the stone wall, and the other side was exposed. What was exposed outside was about the thickness of a water tank and a meter long. He could clearly feel the surging essence qi in the bone banner. This might really be a dragon bone. Otherwise, it would still contain such dense spiritual essence even after so many years. Lu Ming's eyes were sparkling. With this dragon bone, his true war dragon technique might be able to advance by a few steps. Lu Ming then grabbed the dragon bone with both hands and pulled it out with all his might. The stone wall made a cracking sound, but it was not pulled out. Again. Lu Ming growled. The muscles in his body bulged, and his physical strength exploded to the maximum. At the same time, the true war dragon technique was fully activated. Lu Ming stepped on the wall, hugged the dragon bone with both hands, and pulled it out with all his might. The stone wall under Lu Ming's feet exploded. However, the dragon bone loosened and was slowly pulled out. With a final bang, the entire dragon bone was pulled out. It was a bone that was 3 meters long and as thick as a water tank. However, the deeper it went, the thinner it became. It looks like a finger bone. Lu Ming sized it up curiously. It looked like a finger bone of a true dragon. Great harvest, what a great harvest! Lu Ming grinned and kept the finger bone in the supreme shrine. Not far away, the others were watching enviously, but no one dared to step forward to fight for it. What a joke, didn't they see that even the geniuses of Phoenix Lake had been beaten up so badly? After keeping the dragon bones, Lu Ming continued to move forward. They didn't come across any precious treasures along the way. After about 10 miles, there was light in front. That's a huge underground cave. That's the true dragon's dwelling place. Immediately, everyone's hearts burned with excitement as they rushed towards the light. Lu Ming rushed out of the cave and appeared in an extremely wide underground cave. The underground cave was too wide. It was more than 10 miles in both length and width and several thousand meters in height. The walls of the cave were inlaid with luminous stones that illuminated the cave. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there were 2 huge holes in the surrounding walls. Figures were flying in one after another. It was Bu Fifan from the Flaming Mountain Range, and Sun Chu from the Yang Spring Valley. They had split into 3 paths before, and they had entered the other 2 paths. It turned out that this was the final destination. This is the true dragon's final resting place. There must be supreme treasures here. There's a jade bed over there. It's so big. After the commotion, most of the people flew towards the center of the underground cave. Because there was a huge jade bed there, about 100 meters in length and width, it was extremely shocking. You ants, get lost. A burning aura burst out from Bu Fifan's body. He slashed out a huge flaming saber light, and a dozen young men were killed. Quick, avoid the people from the super area. Those in the larger regions were shocked and dodged. Haha, kill. Bu Fifan laughed. He took the lead and slashed with his flaming saber. No one could withstand his attack. On the other side, Sun Chu was also rushing forward. A sword radiance streaked across the sky. Xian Feng stepped on the sword radiance and the people around him avoided him. Huang Qishuan's mouth was filled with air as he shouted and rushed forward with the people of Phoenix Lake. Almost everyone's target was the jade bed. Arg. What was that? A scale, that's a dragon scale. In the middle of the jade bed, there was a scale. This scale was very special. It was actually flashing with 3 different lights. It was the size of a water tank and was filled with a powerful dragon aura. It was definitely a dragon scale. A true dragon scale was definitely a supreme treasure. Kill, it's mine. Sun Chu roared. Sun Chu, you wish. The dragon scale is mine. Bu Fifan shouted. Immediately, a great battle broke out. As long as someone rushed forward, they would all be caught in a great battle. Screams rang out continuously. In almost an instant, hundreds of people were killed. The smell of blood filled the air, and corpses covered the ground. Sun Chu, Bu Fifan, Xian Feng, Huang Qishuan, the 4 experts, were in a chaotic battle. No one wanted the other to get the dragon scale. Lu Ming did not move. His gaze was not on the jade bed but the depths of the cave. There were stone walls on all 3 sides of the cave, and there were luminous stones on the stone walls. Only that direction was pitch black. It wasn't a stone wall, but seemed to be empty, with wisps of black mist permeating. When Lu Ming entered this place, he felt that the 9 dragon bloodlines were unusually agitated, as if they were very eager to go in that direction. Yes, very much so. What was in that direction? Lu Ming was extremely curious. Let's not worry about it for now. We'll talk after we get the dragon scale. Immediately after, Lu Ming's figure moved and he pounced toward the dragon scale. Brat, don't even think about it. Just as he was about to approach the dragon scale, 2 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. It was a phoenix wing and a flaming blade. It was Huang Qishuan and Bu Fifan who had attacked him. Both of their attacks were extremely terrifying. Lu Ming could not ignore them. He could only block them with all his might, but his figure was blocked. Chapter 411. 411 Conspiracy, Dragon Burial Abyss. In a flash, Lu Ming, Huang Qishuan, Xian Feng, Bu Fifan, and Sun Chu stood in the void, confronting each other and stopping for a while. The others were still fighting. Huang Qishuan, you're getting bolder, aren't you? Do you want to get beaten up again? Lu Ming looked at Huang Qishuan unhappily. Kid, don't be so arrogant. He condensed his genuine qi to replace his teeth to avoid the awkwardness of a slip in his speech. At the side, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Huang Qishuan's miserable state, of course they had discovered it. Could it be that he was beaten by Lu Ming? If that was the case, they had to re-examine Lu Ming. Everyone, this brat is very insidious. He has a kind of hidden weapon that is impossible to guard against. I was ambushed by his hidden weapon. I suggest that we work together to kill this brat first, then we can fight for the dragon scale. Hee, really? Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. It flew out and smashed towards Huang Qishuan. What are you king for? Huang Qishuan roared, he was so angry that he was bleeding internally. Lu Ming did not play his cards according to common sense. He could not win the argument and immediately took action. What kind of thing was this? Huang Qishuan burst out with all his strength and desperately resisted. He was still smashed in the face by Dandan. His face, which had been slightly better, had turned into dog shit again. Arg. Ah, *ck. Huang Qishuan shouted like he had gone crazy, almost losing his mind. Having his face smashed so many times, Huang Qishuan felt like he was going crazy. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others all gasped. Lu Ming's stone egg was too strange. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably and could ignore all kinds of energy attacks. It was impossible to guard against it. When they looked at Lu Ming, their gazes were extremely solemn. Everyone, now that Huang Qishuan is injured, his combat power has been greatly reduced. Why don't we join forces and kill Huang Qishuan first? That way, we will have one less competitor. Lu Ming said loudly. Sun Chu, Bu Fifan, and the others couldn't help but look at Huang Qishuan. Lu Ming was right. The situation would be clearer if they killed one person first. As for killing Lu Ming, although they wanted to do so, they did not have the guts to do so. If they were hit by Lu Ming's stone egg, it would not be good. Being stared at by a few people, Huang Qishuan felt a chill run down his spine. He screamed and retreated 100 meters, looking at Bu Fifan, Lu Ming, and the others cautiously. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He really wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Huang Qishuan. Arg! What the hell is this? Help! At this moment, someone among the people who were fighting suddenly cried out in fear. Lu Ming and the group were shocked and could not help but look over. Wisps of bloody qi rose from the surroundings of the underground cave. The bloody qi rose and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. On the ground, strange patterns had appeared out of nowhere. Shockingly, blood-red tentacles stretched out from the ground and wrapped around some of the experts. The experts struggled with all their might, but they were unable to break free. They were tightly bound by the blood-red tentacles. Arg! Ah, my blood! The people who were entangled screamed in horror because their blood was being sucked away by the tentacles. In just a dozen breaths, a dozen people had been sucked dry and died an unnatural death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, and their teeth chattered. They thought of the large number of corpses they had seen outside before they entered the dragon's cave. Those corpses had also been sucked dry of their blood, just like the situation in front of them. How did this happen? What was it? The patterns on the ground glowed, and the number of tentacles grew. More people were entangled. Run, run! This is Devil Earth. Many people screamed in fear and turned to run. Let's go, we'll also leave this place. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and the others gritted their teeth and gave the order to retreat. Although the dragon's scale was precious, one needed to be alive to use it. This place was too strange. If he were to leave it here and lose his life, it would not be worth it. Today, none of you will be able to leave. At this moment, an eerie voice sounded. On the walls of the underground cave, figures suddenly appeared. These figures were dressed in black robes and had been hiding in the pits on the walls. No one had noticed them. There were about 100 of them. As soon as they appeared, they shot out beams of light from their hands into the ground. The patterns on the ground glowed brightly. Then, more blood-colored tentacles emerged from the ground, blocking everyone's path of retreat. There were at least a few thousand tentacles that were waving wildly, trying to wrap around the group. This time, 50 to 60 people were wrapped up by the tentacles. They screamed in fear as their blood was sucked dry. After their blood was sucked dry, even more tentacles came out of the ground. This is an inscription formation, who are you? Bu Fifan swung his saber, and a burning saber light cut off 5 or 6 tentacles. However, the tentacles that were cut off quickly grew back. How can you break the grand burial array that we've worked so hard to set up? The cold voice rang out again. From the direction of the darkness, a young man in a blood-red robe walked out. A lifelike blood dragon was embroidered on the blood robe. The young man's face was extremely pale, and he looked extremely sinister. Speak, who are you? Hee, since you're going to die here today, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the dragon burial abyss. The blood-robed youth smiled. What? Are you guys from the dragon burial abyss? Bu Fifan and the others exclaimed in disbelief. It wasn't that the other party was very strong. On the contrary, the dragon burial abyss had always been very mysterious, just like the ancient barren city. However, from time to time, a peerless expert would walk out of the ancient barren city. However, the dragon burial abyss was different. There were very few experts who came out from it. In the past, there had never been any geniuses from the Dragon Burial Abyss who participated in the selection of the Empyrean Heaven's divine guards. Therefore, no one understood the true strength of the Dragon Burial Abyss. It was just roughly classified as a large area. This time, not only did the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss appear, they had even set up a huge formation to kill them. It was no wonder that they were so shocked. Impossible. How did you guys get in? Sun Chu shouted. When they entered, they clearly did not see anyone from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Furthermore, from what the blood-robed youth said, they seemed to have set up the formation a long time ago. Hee hee, how naive. Do you think there's only one entrance to the dragon's den? The blood-robed youth sneered. Let me tell you, the reason why the dragon's den appeared was also because of us. We deciphered the inscriptions of the dragon's den in order to attract geniuses like you. As long as I kill you and absorb your blood, my dragon's devouring divine technique will be completed. I'll definitely become one of the 4 heavens divine guards in this time's Detian divine guard selection and lead the Dragon Burial Abyss to the peak. Ha ha ha. The blood-robed youth laughed. Chapter 412. 412. Only 4 people left. A trap. Everything was a trap. Everyone finally understood that this was all a trap set up by the people of the Dragon Burial Abyss. Although he did not know what method the people in the Dragon Burial Abyss had used, the dragon's lair had appeared because of them. The reason was that this genius from the Dragon Burial Abyss wanted to use their blood to cultivate his divine skill. You want my blood? Dream on. Huang Qishuan roared, his arms shook and he used the scarlet slash. With one strike, more than a dozen tentacles were cut off. Unfortunately, it was useless. The tentacles would form immediately. Haha, it's no use. The plan I've set up is foolproof. You can just wait for your death. Let's join forces and charge in the same direction. Xian Feng, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. All right, I agree. Lu Ming also nodded. All right, then let's charge. Huang Qishuan roared and used Phoenix Wing Slash, rushing in the direction of the exit. Buzz. Whoosh. Sword light, saber light, fist force, spear light. They gathered together and rushed towards the exit. In an instant, more than 100 tentacles were destroyed. Before the tentacles could recover, they had already covered a distance of a few hundred meters. Use all your power to control the formation and stop them. The blood-robed youth's expression changed as he shouted angrily. The 100 or so young men from the Dragon Burial Pool shouted in unison. Their true chi surged, and runes appeared in their hands, which were then plunged into the ground. Instantly, more tentacles rushed out from the area surrounding Lu Ming and the others. They were densely packed and kept winding around them. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to get out. Die. The blood-robed young man shouted coldly and rushed into the formation. His body technique was like a ghost, flashing among the tentacles, but the tentacles ignored him. The blood-robed youth's claw was as red as blood and his target was Huang Qishuan. Huang Qishuan was obviously injured, so he had to deal with him first. Huang Qishuan roared and used the Phoenix Wing Slash, clashing with the blood-robed youth's claw. Huang Qishuan's body trembled and he staggered back. The blood-robed young man's body flashed and disappeared into the blood-red tentacles. Bufifan and the others wanted to help but they were too late. In a few flashes, the blood-robed young man appeared behind Huang Qishuan. His blood-red claws, like the claws of a blood dragon, grabbed at Huang Qishuan. Huang Qishuan fought back with all his might. It had to be said that the blood-robed youth's own strength was extremely terrifying, no weaker than Huang Qishuan at his peak. Huang Qishuan was no match for him at all, and with the tentacles wrapping around him, Huang Qishuan was completely at a disadvantage. After a few consecutive moves, Huang Qishuan's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a tentacle wrapped around Huang Qishuan. Huang Qishuan roared and struggled with all his might, but he could only break free from a few tentacles. Around him, there were more tentacles that wrapped around him. No, save me. Huang Qishuan panicked and shouted in horror. Slash, slash. Bufifan, Sun Chu, and the others used all their strength to save him. Usually, they would wish for the other party to die, but now, they were all in the same boat. One less person meant one less force. If you still want to save him, take care of yourself first. The blood-robed youth sneered. His figure flashed and rushed towards Bu Fifan, exchanging a few moves with him, neither of them winning. Huang Qishuan screamed. His body was rapidly shriveling and his blood was being sucked out. Huang Qishuan roared, full of unwillingness and fear. After a few breaths, his scream stopped abruptly, and he turned into a dried corpse. Huang Qishuan, the strongest person in a super region, a rare 4-battle genius, died in this place, turning into a dry corpse. Screams kept coming from all directions. At this time, less than 100 of the hundreds of people had died. Most of the blood of the young experts had been absorbed. After absorbing the blood of so many young geniuses, the power of the Grand Burial Array had become even more terrifying. The entire cave was filled with blood-red tentacles. At this moment, the tentacles were actually merging together. The power of the tentacles was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming and the group found it difficult to defeat them. As for the remaining 100 or so young men, they were wrapped up by the tentacles in just a few breaths. Miserable shrieks continued to ring out as the Grand Burial Formation became even more frenzied. Only Lu Ming, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, and Xian Feng were left in the formation. At this moment, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu were terrified. Lu Ming frowned, while Xian Feng's face was cold. Haha, only the 4 of you are left. All of you can die. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and took a step forward. This step was not in the direction of the exit, but in the opposite direction of the exit, in the direction of the pitch-black darkness. The 7 to 8 tentacles crumbled. Lu Ming rushed forward and whipped out his long spear. The power of wind and fire combined and destroyed the 3 tentacles that were coming at him. What are you doing? Bu Fifan roared. At the critical moment, Lu Ming actually dashed in the opposite direction. It was fine if he was courting death, but their strength had been weakened. Sun Chu's expression was also extremely ugly. Only Xian Feng's expression did not change. Even the blood-robed youth was stunned. Is this kid stupid? The blood-robed youth sneered. Lu Ming did not say a word and continued to rush inside. Don't worry about that kid, we'll charge at full speed. Bu Fifan shouted angrily. The 3 of them worked together and kept charging outside. Humph, that brat is charging in. That's a dangerous place, and only death awaits him. Use all your power to control the formation and deal with those 3 people. The blood-robed youth instructed. At that moment, more than 100 young men from the Dragon Burial Pool controlled the Grand Formation and sent more tentacles towards Bu Fifan and the others. In this way, the number of tentacles in front of Lu Ming decreased by several times and the pressure was greatly reduced. Lu Ming blasted out a few Heaven's Path palm prints in a row, crushing a large number of tentacles in front of him. Lu Ming charged forward at top speed. Lu Ming was about to rush out of the array and enter the dark place. The blood-robed youth's eyes flashed as he muttered, "No, this kid's behavior is strange. He might have something to rely on. Stop him first." In a flash, the blood-robed young man's body was like a ghost. With a few flashes, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. "Stay here." The blood-robed young man shouted coldly and his blood-red claw reached out to grab Lu Ming. The strong wind whistled and was filled with the smell of blood. Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward and it collided with the blood-red claw radiance. A powerful force surged forth and Lu Ming could not help but take 2 steps back. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. "I've said it before, none of you can leave the formation. All of you will become my nourishment and help me cultivate the divine technique." The blood-robed young man shouted coldly. He struck out with his blood-red claw and collided with Lu Ming's foot. Then, the 2 of them took 3 steps back. Dandan. Lu Ming suddenly patted the stone egg. Dandan turned around and turned into the size of a human head, flying forward. Chapter 413. 413 Under the Abyss. As soon as Dandan rushed out, the tentacles around her wrapped around her. Humph, in this formation, I have the final say. Whatever methods you use are just a waste of time, goo. At first, the blood-robed young man snorted coldly and was calm and composed. However, the next moment, he screamed in panic. Because Dandan completely ignored those tentacles and went through them, directly smashing towards the blood-robed young man's face. The blood-robed youth dodged with all his might, but in the end, he died. Blood spurted out as the blood-robed youth's face was smashed into a pile of dog shit. The blood-robed young man roared. His figure flashed and he kept his distance from Lu Ming. He roared, "Damn it! Damn it! Take control of the grand formation and kill him." A portion of the tentacles swarmed toward Lu Ming. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and rushed forward with all his might. The heavenly path palm and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps were executed in succession. Before, because most of the tentacles had been used to deal with Bu Fifan and the other 2, his tentacles were relatively weak, and he immediately blasted a passage. The tentacles exploded and Lu Ming dashed thousands of meters away in an instant. He was already close to the pitch-black area. When he got closer, he saw an abyss. The other end of the cave was actually an abyss. The abyss was pitch-black, and it was impossible to see how deep it was. Black mist filled the air, making it look extremely terrifying. Whoosh whoosh. The tentacles swarmed toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. They were many times more concentrated than before. "Brat, go to hell." The blood-robed youth's eyes were extremely cold. Lu Ming sneered and kicked out. The last tentacles in front of him were directly crushed by him. Then, he leaped and jumped into the abyss. The blood-robed young man's figure flashed and appeared beside the abyss. He looked at the abyss with fear, but he did not dare to pursue. 2 black-robed figures appeared beside the blood-robed youth. "Eldest senior brother, what should we do? This guy jumped into the abyss. Should we pursue him?" One of the black-robed men asked. "No need. This abyss is the most dangerous place in a dragon's denver. Even if I cultivate the dragon's devour divine technique, I'll still die if I go in. This guy will definitely die if he jumps in. It's just that it's too easy for him to die in the abyss," the blood-robed youth said coldly. "Now, attack with all your might and kill the 3 of them." The blood-robed young man pointed at Bu Fifan and the other 2. "Yes," the black-robed man replied and used all his strength to control the formation. Lu Ming had no idea what was going on above. He jumped into the abyss and suddenly felt a strong force sweeping over him. His body could not help but fall rapidly. Gusts of wind blew past his ears, and black mist surrounded him. Through the black mist, Lu Ming realized that the abyss was very wide. It was also very deep. Lu Ming fell for at least tens of thousands of meters before he felt his body lighten. The force disappeared and he could fly in the air again. Lu Ming circulated his essential qi and stopped his fall. He slowly floated down. After about 1,000 meters, they finally reached the bottom. When Lu Ming stepped on the ground, there was a cracking sound. Lu Ming lowered his head and was slightly shocked. On the ground, there were white bones. Human bones. Lu Ming took a glance and gasped. The ground was covered in white bones. It was unknown how many of them were there. Moreover, they were all in human form. Could it be that all the human warriors who have entered this place for countless years have turned into white bones? Lu Ming thought to himself and his heart could not help but turn heavy. He focused his attention and observed his surroundings at all times. The surroundings were completely silent. There was not a single sound. Coupled with the white bones on the ground, Lu Ming seemed to have come to the abyss of hell. The bloodline of the 9 dragons is extremely excited about this place. There must be something here that is attracting the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Let's search around. Lu Ming pondered and began to walk forward to observe his surroundings. Lu Ming gathered his essential qi and walked in the air, ignoring the white bones. After moving forward for a few thousand meters, they still found nothing. Whoa! At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew across the world. The wind was cold and gloomy, and it gave people goosebumps. All of a sudden, a loud roar was heard and a black shadow pounced on Lu Ming with a terrifying momentum. Lu Ming was shocked. He pulled out his long spear and collided with the black shadow. There was a loud boom and Lu Ming felt a surge of energy surging towards him like the water of the sea. His body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. This is a horned dragon. At this moment, Lu Ming could finally see clearly what the black shadow that attacked him was. It was actually a huge dragon. There were 5 dragon claws on its abdomen, and it was completely black. 5 claws, a true dragon. No, not a true dragon. The next moment, Lu Ming could clearly see that the true dragon was not a physical entity but was condensed from energy. It was formed by a black energy. This energy was filled with a brutal, fiendish, and evil aura. The black dragon's attack missed. It roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming. Before it even arrived, it brought with it a violent wind, whistling through the air. Lu Ming took a step forward and collided with the black dragon. The next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. Strong. This black dragon was too strong. It was much stronger than Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. He turned and ran. The black dragon roared as it pursued. Lu Ming had not even run 100 meters when a roar came from ahead. A black dragon that was dozens of meters long appeared and pounced at Lu Ming. Another one. The front and back formed a pincer attack. And that wasn't all. On the left and right sides, loud roars sounded as 2 black dragons appeared. Lu Ming's expression changed completely. He wasn't even a match for 1 black dragon, let alone 4. Moreover, who knew if there would be more? As if to confirm Lu Ming's words, a series of roars rang out in the distance. There were at least a dozen of them. Lu Ming's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He wished he could give himself a tight slap. This was really what he wanted. As they roared, more than 10 black giant dragons appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Now, I can only try the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. In the next moment, the blood light surged and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared. As soon as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared, it roared at the black dragons. The black dragons trembled and stopped, looking at the bloodline of the 9 dragons in fear. It's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The formation of these black dragons was definitely related to the true dragon, and the 9 dragons were even above the true dragon. As expected, they had a deterrent effect on these black dragons. At this moment, the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and flew out. A powerful devouring power erupted from its mouth and enveloped a black dragon. The black dragon screamed in fear and struggled with all its might. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons rushed over and grabbed the black dragon's neck with its claws. Chapter 4:14. 414 consecutive breakthroughs. Then, the bloodline of the 9 dragons pulled hard. The dragon roared as large chunks of mist were pulled out. The black dragon's body was made of these balls of mist. These balls of mist twisted and rolled in the air, looking extremely evil. Evil chi. These balls of mist were made up of evil chi. The bloodline of the 9 dragons pulled again, and an explosion burst out from the black dragon's body, causing a large amount of fog to explode. The ball of mist exploded, and a milky white gas was revealed from the black dragon's body. The milky white gas was about a meter long and took the shape of a dragon. At this moment, it was trembling in fear. Is this Gu dragon essence? Lu Ming was dumbfounded at first, then he was overjoyed. The dragon essence was the essence of a true dragon. It was like the genuine chi of a warrior, but it was many times more powerful than that. The dragon essence could absorb the evil chi and murderous chi in the world to form a black dragon. It definitely contained the essence of a real dragon. This was a supreme treasure to a martial artist. When a martial artist refined dragon essence, it would definitely make his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. To Lu Ming, it was even more precious. The true war dragon technique that he cultivated was dragon-shaped vital energy. If he could refine this dragon essence, the true war dragon technique would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Haha, absorb. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and burst out with a powerful devouring power. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and swallowed the 1-meter-long dragon essence. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodlines and pounced on the other black dragons. Although the black dragons were extremely powerful, they were like mice in front of a cat in the face of the 9 dragon bloodline. They were scared half to death and their strength was greatly reduced. In a few moments, one of them was caught by the 9 dragon bloodline and the evil chi outside was broken open, revealing the dragon essence inside. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked, devouring another dragon essence. Then, he continued to the next one. The black dragons roared in fear and turned to run. My dragon essence, don't even think about running away. Lu Ming gave chase. Just like that, a series of roars rang out in this underground abyss. After half a day, everything calmed down. 18 dragon essences, a total of 18. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He sat cross-legged on a stone wall, his face shining with excitement. He had killed 18 black dragons and captured 18 wisps of dragon essence. Then, he turned around again to make sure that there were no more black dragons before he stopped. Now, I'll begin cultivating the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. He released a wisp of dragon essence from his 9 dragons bloodline and began to circulate the true war dragon technique. When the dragon essence surged into his meridians, the essential qi in Lu Ming's body seemed to be excited all of a sudden. It wrapped around the dragon essence and refined it into essential qi. Instantly, Lu Ming's essential qi became even more lifelike, as if there were small true dragons, vivid and lifelike. His true qi had become more condensed. The true war dragon technique was quickly upgraded. After refining one, he followed up with the second, the third. After Lu Ming refined 5 wisps of dragon essence, the essential qi in his body roared. The true war dragon technique had broken through from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. His true qi was condensed and thick, 7 times that of an ordinary person. This wasn't enough. He continued to refine the dragon essence. 2 days later, the remaining dragon essence had been refined. The true war dragon technique had broken through another level, reaching the 7th level. The density of the true qi was 8 times that of ordinary people. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased by a notch, reaching the peak of the 8th level martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 9th martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with infinite power and his essential qi was extremely condensed. With a wave of his hand, his essential qi condensed into a spear's gleam and shot into the ground, creating a huge, bottomless hole. The long spear that Lu Ming condensed with essential qi was comparable to an ordinary 4th-level spiritual weapon. This was because Lu Ming's essential qi was too condensed. The weapons that he condensed were extremely strong. This greatly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. The true war dragon technique has been upgraded by 2 levels. My current combat strength is definitely at the level of a battle prodigy. The 2 levels of the true war dragon technique had allowed Lu Ming's combat strength to cross a limit and reach the level of a level 5 fighter. A talent of 5 battles, if it was spread out, it would scare people to death. Now, I will fight with Huang Qishuan. I can kill him in 3 moves. Lu Ming was measuring his combat strength. His cultivation was the same as Huang Qishuan's, reaching the peak of the 8th level of martial ancestor realm. His combat strength was also at the level of a 5-battle genius, while Huang Qishuan was only at the level of a 4-battle genius. Lu Ming's combat strength was a whole level higher than that of Yan Qishuan. It was not difficult to kill him in 3 moves. Lu Ming stopped and stood up. Let's see what else is in this abyss. Lu Ming started to walk around. The abyss was very large, dozens of miles wide. Lu Ming walked around for half a day but did not find anything. It seemed that there were only 18 of those black dragons and they were all killed by Lu Ming. He didn't find any other living beings or spiritual herbs. There was nothing else but bones. After an hour. There's a stone inscription there. In the depths of the abyss, Lu Ming saw a stone carving on a wall. The stone carving was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. A true dragon was carved on it. The true dragon scales were actually of 3 different colors. What a real stone inscription. Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription and sighed. This true dragon seemed to be real. It was like a real dragon embedded in the stone wall, and it gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the world. As Lu Ming looked at it, there was a sudden explosion in his mind. Then, he realized that the surrounding environment had changed. He found that he was in the middle of a cloud, which was actually formed by flames. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the cloud, and the wind whistled. Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated through the world. To Lu Ming's shock, he saw a true dragon with 3 colored scales, rolling and dancing in the clouds. It was more than 10,000 meters long and had 5 dragon claws. It was extremely terrifying as it stepped on the air. A true dragon. Lu Ming had actually seen a true dragon. The three-colored true dragon let out a long roar. In an instant, the heavens and earth split apart, and a long crack appeared. Lu Ming felt his brain rumbling. There seemed to be a piece of information flying into his mind. In the next moment, the world changed and the true dragon disappeared. Lu Ming realized that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carvings on the stone wall. What's going on? Was it just an illusion? No, there's a new piece of information in my mind. It's real. Then, he began to organize the information in his mind. The three absolutes of the dragon god. The message in his mind was a martial technique called the dragon god's three absolutes. It was a spear technique. Spear technique. Now, his strongest attacks were the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step and the heavenly path palm. His spear technique was the weakest. He had always wanted to find a spear technique to cultivate, but spear techniques were much less desirable than sword techniques, saber techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. He had not been able to find a suitable one. Now, how was the spear art he had obtained from the true dragon stone inscription? Lu Ming could not wait to read it. Chapter 415. 415 The Three Absolutes of Dragon God. This piece of information recorded that the dragon god's three absolutes was created by a true dragon named Lei Su. Lu Ming closed his eyes and studied it carefully. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Amazing, this is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. According to the records, the dragon god's three absolutes required the comprehension of 3 types of heaven and earth intent realms. Furthermore, the 3 types of intent realms had to be completely fused together in order to cultivate it to the highest realm. Above the control force was the intent realm. They were the intent realms of wind, fire, and thunder. Only by comprehending these 3 intent realms and merging them into one could one cultivate the 3 absolutes of the dragon god to the highest realm. However, it wasn't necessary for one to comprehend 3 intents before one could cultivate it. According to the records, one could cultivate it after comprehending 1 intent, but the power would be much weaker. Comprehending a kind of intent realm and cultivating the dragon god's 3 absolutes, the power of the dragon god's 3 absolutes was about the same as an upper earth grade martial technique. And if one comprehended 2 intents and fused them together, the power would reach heaven grade low rank. After comprehending 3 kinds of intent, its power could reach heaven grade top rank. According to Lei Su's speculation, 3 intents weren't the limit. If he could comprehend 4 intents and merge them together, the power of the 3 absolutes of the dragon god would be even stronger. Unfortunately, Lei Su was born with 3 kinds of intent realms. In the end, he didn't even comprehend the 4th kind. Intent, I'm still far from it. I haven't even reached the peak of control force. Could it be that one can't cultivate without comprehending intent? Lu Ming was a little indignant. He carefully read the message in his mind. A moment later, he revealed a hint of joy. This time, he had a new discovery. One didn't need to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth to cultivate it. As long as one comprehended the corresponding sure, one could also cultivate it, just that one couldn't cultivate it to a high level. Coincidentally, Lu Ming had comprehended the force of wind and fire, which corresponded to the wind and fire concepts. If he cultivated the 3 absolutes of the dragon god, its power would be equivalent to a low-grade heaven-level martial technique. However, with 2 of Lu Ming's sure at the peak of phenomenal success, he could only cultivate the dragon god's 3 absolutes to the 1st level at most. Only when both forces reached perfection could they be cultivated to the 2nd level. This was the limit. If one wanted to cultivate to a higher level, they would have to comprehend the will of heaven and earth. Haha, the 1st level is good enough. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He was very satisfied. One must know that he had fused 2 types of forces and had already successfully fused them. The dragon god's 3 absolutes was equivalent to the power of a low-rank heaven-grade martial technique. The power of the 1st stage of a heaven-grade lower-level martial skill was already at the highest level of an earth-grade martial skill. In other words, as long as Lu Ming cultivated the 1st stage of the 3 absolutes of dragon god, its power would completely surpass the heavenly Dao Palm and become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. When my wind and fire power evolves into the essence realm of heaven and earth, I'll comprehend the essence realm of thunder. Then, the three absolutes of the dragon god will be even more powerful. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. This stone inscription actually contains such a powerful supreme art. How wonderful! Let me take a look again. Immediately, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and started to read it seriously. The environment suddenly changed. This time, Lu Ming appeared in a different place. This time, he appeared in the starry sky. A dragon's roar resounded. In the starry sky, a three-colored true dragon flew over. Its 5 dragon claws stepped forward. With every step, the world rumbled and the space cracked like a spider web. True dragon steps. Lu Ming's entire body trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at the 3-colored true dragon's claw. The true dragon steps reminded him of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Although the 9 dragons were more powerful than the true dragon, Lu Ming was still too far away from that level. Not to mention the 9 dragons, even the true dragon was tens of thousands of times stronger than Lu Ming. There were similarities between the true dragon steps and the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Lu Ming suddenly felt enlightened. Some parts of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps that he could not comprehend were instantly understood and became smooth. Lu Ming could not help but think of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He then took a step forward. Heaven and earth rumbled, and heaven and earth suddenly shattered. The environment changed. Lu Ming found that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carvings. 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, I'll try it out. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the supreme shrine. He didn't dare to test it in the abyss. He was afraid that if he took a step out, he would destroy the abyss. Everything else was fine, but it would be a pity if he destroyed that stone inscription. Suddenly, Lu Ming said softly and took a step forward. He took a step on the supreme shrine's platform, and it seemed as if the entire supreme shrine was shaking. Fortunately, the supreme shrine was a treasure of the 9 Suns Supreme. Lu Ming could not destroy it with his cultivation base. The supreme shrine only trembled for a moment before it returned to its calm state. At this moment, Lu Ming took another step. This step wasn't to start from the beginning, but to take another step on the foundation of the first. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, 2 steps in a row. Lu Ming had finally cultivated to the second step. The world buzzed and a mysterious aura rippled under Lu Ming's feet. With this step, the supreme shrine shook violently again, even more so than before. Lu Ming then took a deep breath. What a powerful pressure. With every step of the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps, his body would feel a powerful pressure from heaven and earth. With 2 steps, the pressure would be multiplied. Of course, its power was also extremely terrifying. It's even more powerful than the Heaven Path Palm. It's just barely at the Heaven Grade low rank. According to the records of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the first 2 steps are considered to be building the foundation. The increase in power is not very obvious. From the 3rd step onwards, the power will increase by several times with each step. That is the true horror. However, the difficulty of the cultivation will also increase by several times. This stone inscription is too wonderful. Let me take a look again. Next, Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription. The environment changed again. This time, the 3-colored true dragon was still in the starry sky. This time, Lu Ming only observed carefully and did not notice anything. Not long after, the 3-colored true dragon's body began to transform rapidly. In the end, it actually turned into a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a tricolored robe. A long spear appeared in his hand and he began to wave it. This is the dragon god's 3 absolutes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he began to take a closer look. The dragon god's 3 absolutes were divided into 3 moves. They were the true dragon strike, the 10,000 dragon kill, and the extreme strike. The first 2 moves could be cultivated no matter how many intents or forces one had comprehended. Only the 3rd move, the extreme strike, could be practiced after one had comprehended the wills of wind, fire, and thunder and successfully combined them. Once it was successfully cultivated, the power was extremely terrifying. A spear thrust could penetrate everything and break everything. He did not expect that there would be a scene of Lei Su practicing his spear technique on the stone inscription. This was of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a closer look. A moment later, the world changed and Lu Ming was still in the abyss. Chapter 4:16. 4:16 The place of the final assessment. Immediately, Lu Ming took out his long spear and started to wave it. The long spear danced like a dragon, bringing with it the power of wind and fire, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. However, after a moment, the dragon's roar stopped abruptly and Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Although he failed, Lu Ming was not dejected. Of course, the three absolutes of the dragon god could not be cultivated so easily. Moreover, his wind-fire force was only at the phenomenal success stage. It was already very good that he was able to produce the sound of a dragon's roar on his first attempt. It was all thanks to that stone carving. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Just like that, Lu Ming was fully immersed in his cultivation. There were two main types of cultivation. One was the dragon god's three absolutes and the other was the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. This was because these two types of inscriptions could inspire one and greatly help one's cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. There were only a few days left until the end of the Detian Divine Guard selection. At this moment, all the geniuses in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield were gathering towards the center of the battlefield. There, he would take part in the final assessment. In the dragon's cave, blood chi was rolling like an ocean in the huge underground cave. Suddenly, the blood chi churned and formed a blood-red giant dragon. It rushed toward a blood-robed young man and entered his body in the blink of an eye. The blood-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of blood-red light shot through the air. More than 100 black-robed men appeared in front of the blood-robed young man and shouted, "Congratulations, senior brother. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to the blood of those geniuses that I've achieved great success." Unfortunately, one of them jumped into the abyss, and the other one escaped. Otherwise, I could have reached a higher level. But this is enough. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards, one of the 4 Sky Divine Guards, will be buried by me. Senior brother is invincible. The black-robed man flattered. Ha, let's go. Let's head to the place of the final examination. The blood-robed young man smiled and led everyone out of the dragon's cave, rushing towards the central area. There was an extremely hidden valley some distance away from the dragon's cave. This valley was filled with rolling thunder and lightning, and it was filled with endless power of lightning. A young figure walked out of the valley. His body was covered in thunder and lightning, and his aura soared to the sky. I didn't expect to cultivate for almost 3 months. Lu Ming, don't die. If you want to die, you'll have to wait until I find out the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure. A cold voice came from the person, as cold as the winter snow. This person was Chiu Changkong. With a cold laugh, Chiu Changkong turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon, heading towards the central region. At the same time, Lu Ming was still cultivating. In the abyss, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription in a daze. He only came to his senses after an unknown period of time. True Dragon Strike. Die. Lu Ming said softly. The demon-subduing spear suddenly appeared. The power of wind and fire grew and he thrust the spear. A dragon's roar resounded as the power of wind and fire converged, forming a 2-colored true dragon that roared wildly. The dragon god's 3 absolutes are the limit of the first level. It's a pity that I'll need to perfect the power of wind and fire to break through to the 2nd level. After nearly 2 months of cultivation, he had finally succeeded in cultivating the dragon god's 3 absolutes. Moreover, he had reached the limit of the 1st level. One had to know that this was equivalent to a heaven-grade lower-level martial skill. To be able to successfully cultivate it in such a short period of time was already very rare. It's a pity that I still haven't successfully cultivated the 3rd step of the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. During this period, the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps had also improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming felt that he was only 1 step away from cultivating the 3rd step of the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Once he cultivated the 3rd step of the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps, his power would increase crazily. The power of the 3rd step was equivalent to the 6th stage of a heaven-grade low-level martial technique. It's a pity that I don't have much time left. The 3-month period is almost up. I really want to continue cultivating here. Lu Ming sighed and looked at the dragon-shaped stone carving with bright eyes. Can we dig out this stone inscription? Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and studied it carefully. After a while, he flew up and took out a shiny big knife. He actually started to cut around the stone inscription. He wanted to take this stone inscription away. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The stone walls here were extremely hard, equivalent to a 4th-level spirit weapon. Sparks flew when it cut into the stone walls, and the resistance was unbelievably strong. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to cut and dig. After a long time, Lu Ming was sweating profusely and he was only halfway done. Haha, sure, let's continue. Lu Ming buried himself in his work again. Suddenly, the stone inscription made a cracking sound and a crack appeared in the middle. Kacha. Kacha. The sounds became more and more intense, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone. Bang. In the end, the entire stone inscription exploded and turned into ashes, scattering in all directions. This stone inscription had actually exploded on its own. Sigh, it seems like we can't take it away. Once we excavate it, the stone inscription will self-destruct. Lu Ming sighed in pity. In that case, he was the only one who knew the 3 absolutes of the dragon god. Forget it. Without the stone inscriptions, I can still cultivate the 3 absolutes of the dragon god to the highest realm. I have to set off now. Any later and it'll be too late. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew up. However, when he was more than 1,000 meters in the air, there was an invisible force that blocked Lu Ming's flight. Lu Ming slid to the side, stuck to the wall, and quickly climbed up. A moment later, Lu Ming finally left the abyss and arrived at the huge cave. The underground cave was quiet, without a single sound. There were hundreds of dried corpses lying on the ground. They were all the young experts who had come in last time. As for that piece of dragon scale, it had naturally disappeared without a trace. I wonder if Bu Fifan and the others have escaped. Lu Ming muttered and walked forward. Suddenly, he stopped. There were a few mummies here which attracted Lu Ming's attention. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu. Lu Ming sighed. Through their clothes, he recognized 2 mummified corpses. They belonged to Bu Fifan and Sun Chu. It seemed that the strongest of these 2 super regions did not manage to escape in the end. However, he did not see Xian Feng's body. Did Xian Feng escape? The ancient barren city had always been mysterious. It was normal for Xian Feng to have some powerful escape techniques. After that, Lu Ming did not stop. He turned into a ray of light and rushed up the cave. Very soon, they were out of the dragon's cave. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared from the place. He was heading towards the central area with all his might. In the central region of the eastern nether ancient battlefield, there were 108 sacrificial altars built on a flat piece of land. Each altar was 100 meters tall and was extremely majestic. 108 altars were scattered in 4 regions. Each region had 27 altars, and the 4 regions were 900 miles apart from each other. Chapter 4:17. 4:17 The Gathering of Geniuses. The sound of the air being torn apart rang out as figures appeared outside these altars. Each direction of the eastern nether ancient battlefield corresponded to a sacrificial altar. All the geniuses of the eastern region of the Tianxian region were scattered in these 4 directions. Lu Ming was in the east. At the altar in the eastern region, figures flickered and young men with powerful auras appeared. A few hours later, more than 3,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. 2 rays of sword radiance appeared outside the altar. When the sword radiance dissipated, 2 figures were revealed. They were Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu. Their auras were powerful, clearly much stronger than they were 2 months ago. Brother Jian. As soon as Jian Fengyun appeared, someone in the crowd flew over to greet him. Brother Jiang. Jian Fengyun smiled. This person was Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Cloud Emperor board. In addition, there were also some familiar faces on the Cloud Emperor board, such as Su Yingying, who was ranked 13th. Lu Xiaofeng, who was ranked 35th. When they first entered the eastern nether ancient battlefield, not everyone had gathered together. Most of the people were gathered together, but there were still some people who were scattered far away after being teleported in. Jiang Hongwen and the others were the same. Jian Fengyun greeted them with a nod. The number of people kept increasing, and soon, it had exceeded 5,000. Guys, look. That's the genius from the super district, Fengyun Bay. The geniuses from White Feather City are here too. That's also a super region. Around them, people kept exclaiming in shock. This was because the geniuses from the superior super regions had all appeared. Look, what's that? A blood-red cloud. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. In the distance, a mass of blood-red clouds surged over. As it approached, the cloud dispersed, revealing more than 100 figures inside. The leader was Zhongsheng, the blood-robed young men from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The others were the 100 over young experts from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Hee hee. A bunch of trash. Zhongsheng looked at the geniuses from the super regions and laughed in disdain. He did not hold back his voice at all, and it spread far and wide. In the Fengyun Bay area, a genius roared angrily. His killing intent flashed as his body moved and he pounced forward like a corpse. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. This was a genius expert who had reached the early stage of martial ancestor 8 Dan. At this moment, Zhongsheng's figure flickered, like a phantom. In the next moment, a mournful scream rang out. Everyone was shocked to see that Zhongsheng's claw was on the head of the young man from Fengyun Bay, and 5 holes were made in his head. The body of the young man from Fengyun Bay wriggled rapidly. In a few breaths, he turned into a dry corpse. All the blood chi essence in his body had disappeared. Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Burial in shock. This was a genius in the early stage of the martial ancestor 8 Dan. Moreover, he was most likely a genius who had won 3 battles. However, in the hands of buried life, he was as weak as a little chick and had no power to resist. How strong was Burial? Powerful auras burst out from the Fengyun Bay area. Hundreds of young men stared at Zhongsheng with gloomy eyes. One of them, in particular, had an especially powerful aura that was extremely terrifying. He was wearing a wind cloud robe and stepped out. He stared at Zhongsheng with an unfriendly gaze and said, "Friend, isn't this too much? He's the Eelis sect, the most powerful person in the Fengyun Bay area." Someone recognized the young man. Too much? He's just a piece of trash. Is it wrong for me to say that? If you want to attack me, you're just courting death. What, you want to attack too? I don't mind sending you on your way to accompany him. Zhongsheng laughed in disdain and licked his lips. His eyes were cold and greedy as he looked at the Eelis sect. Savage, he was completely savage. Even when facing the strongest person in a super region, he was still extremely savage. The Eelis sect leader frowned. For some reason, being stared at by Zhongsheng, Eelis sect felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end as if he was being stared at by an extremely venomous snake. Where are you guys from? The Eelis sect asked. Hee hee, you want to know? There's no harm in telling you, we're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Zhongsheng sneered. Dragon Burial Abyss. The Eelis sect leader's eyes flashed and he was a little surprised. He then said, "All right, I'll remember this." The Eelis sect had retreated, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Clearly, the Eelis sect did not make a move. They were planning to retreat. Wasn't the Dragon Burial Abyss an ordinary large area? How could there be such a terrifying genius? Could it make the Eelis sect retreat? Everyone looked at Zhongsheng with great curiosity. Zhongsheng laughed in disdain. At this moment, more and more people were gathering, and there were already more than 10,000 people. In the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed, and a figure appeared. Qiu Changkong. The people from the Cloud King mountain range exclaimed when they saw Qiu Changkong. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he scanned his surroundings and saw Jian Fengyun and the others. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Jian Fengyun and the others. He looked around and said coldly, "Where's Lu Ming? Where did he go? Could he be dead? Do any of you have any news about him?" His tone was overbearing and commanding. It didn't sound like a question, but more like he was ordering Jian Fengyun and the others to speak. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others frowned. They were all geniuses, so they were naturally displeased with Qiu Changkong's tone. Brother Lu is a peerless talent. Naturally, he won't die. He's most likely on his way here. Brother Lu. It seems that you have been with Lu Ming all this while. Tell me, where is Lu Ming? Send him a message and tell him to come over and die. Chiu Changkong continued to command. Chiu Changkong, mind your attitude. Even if I knew, why should I tell you? Jian Fingyun's voice turned cold. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Haha, Jian Fingyun, do you still think that you are the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor board? I'm telling you, in front of me, you're just a piece of trash. Now, kneel down. Chiu Changkong was incomparably arrogant as he sent a palm flying toward Jian Fingyun. The sound of a sword rang out as Jian Fingyun unsheathed his long sword. A streak of sword chi shot up into the sky. It was terrifying. The early phase of the martial ancestor realm level 8. It was obvious that Jian Fingyun had also made a breakthrough during this period of time. He had reached the early phase of the martial ancestor realm level 8. Chiu Changkong, you may have had a fortuitous encounter and your cultivation base has improved greatly, but you're too arrogant. Let me see how much progress you've made. In the next moment, an extremely sharp sword chi slashed toward Chiu Changkong. Supercilious? Why do I need to look at you guys in the eye? Chiu Changkong laughed coldly. He suddenly pointed his fingers together like a sword, and a bolt of sword chi with lightning flashing around it burst forth. With a crisp sound, Jian Fingyun's sword chi was shattered. Chiu Changkong's lightning sword chi continued on its way to Jian Fingyun's throat. The speed was so fast that it was beyond human reaction time. Jian Fingyun wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Chapter 418. 418 The powerful Chiu Changkong. Just as Jian Fingyun was about to die under the sword, Chiu Changkong's hand gesture changed. His sword fingers turned into a palm, and he slapped Jian Fingyun's shoulder. Jian Fingyun's body trembled and he knelt down. Jian Fingyun fell to his knees in front of Chiu Changkong. Jian Fingyun struggled with all his might. His eyes were red. This was worse than death. He would rather die than kneel in front of Chiu Changkong. However, with a flash of lightning from Chiu Changkong's palm, Jian Fingyun's body shuddered and he was no longer able to resist. Xiao Hao Yu roared, a powerful aura rising from his body. Chiu Changkong, don't go too far. Jiang Hongwen and the others also shouted. They were shocked to see that Chiu Changkong's combat strength had increased so much in just 3 months. Jian Fingyun's cultivation had improved by a huge margin, but he was still defeated by Chiu Changkong in a single move. He was forced to his knees. How could Chiu Changkong be so powerful? What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? Chiu Changkong's eyes turned cold as he looked at Jiang Hongwen and the others. What's wrong? You want to interfere? Are you looking to die? Chiu Changkong's body exploded with killing intent and a powerful aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. The powerful aura forced Jiang Hongwen and the others to retreat, their faces full of fear. At this moment, the strongest experts of the super regions were all looking at Chiu Changkong with grave expressions. This guy. Zhang Xing also looked at Chiu Changkong, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Seeing the expressions on Jiang Hongwen and the others' faces, Chiu Changkong let out a cold laugh and revealed a satisfied expression. He looked down at Jian Fingyun and said, Jian Fingyun, I won't kill you today. I'll let you see with your own eyes who is the strongest in the Cloud King mountain range. Haha. Chiu Changkong looked at Jian Fingyun with disdain and laughed heartily. Jian Fingyun clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, causing blood to flow. You're just a piece of trash. Chiu Changkong laughed in disdain, feeling extremely carefree. The most powerful man in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was still kneeling in front of him. Next, he was going to become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the 4 Sky Divine Guards and make all the other geniuses bow down to him. At this moment, the 27 altars suddenly started to shake and gave off a bright light. The array has been activated. We have to leave this place and take part in the final assessment. This time, I'll definitely become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. Sigh, I'll be satisfied as long as I can become a reserve Detian Divine Guard. The 27 altars glowed with light and inscriptions. After a while, the light from the 27 altars gathered together and a huge whirlpool appeared above the altars. The teleportation path to the final assessment has been opened. All you have to do is enter the whirlpool and you will arrive at the final assessment location. A deep and majestic voice came from the vortex. Haha, the final assessment has begun. Let's go. Zhongxing laughed and flew into the whirlpool, disappearing. The rest of the people from the dragon burial abyss followed closely behind. More than 10,000 people flew into the whirlpool and disappeared like locusts. Humph, that Lu Ming is not here yet. It seems that he has died somewhere. Qiu Changkong coldly snorted. Then, he looked into the distance with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, don't think that just because you're dead, I won't be able to get the news of the martial emperor's treasure. Once I become an emperor in Heaven Divine Guard and flatten the Mystic Essence Sword sect, I'll get the news of the martial emperor's treasure from your father. Hee hee, don't think that I can't do anything just because that old man swore to die and refused to obey. Qiu Changkong's mind raced as he looked at Jian Fengyun. He kicked Jian Fengyun away and said, "Trash, get lost." Then, he moved and rushed toward the vortex, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Brother Jian, how are you?" Xiao Haoyu, Jiang Hongwen, and the others quickly went over to help Jian Fengyun up. Jian Fengyun said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Sigh, I didn't expect Qiu Changkong's cultivation to have reached such a level. It's truly shocking." Jiang Hongwen sighed. Jian Fengyun's expression was ugly. He didn't say much. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, "Lu Ming, did something really happen to you?" "He's already dead." Lu Ming had not arrived yet. It was very likely that there was a problem. Suddenly, Jian Fengyun's expression changed. He saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. This ray of light was too fast. It arrived here in an instant. Lu Jianfengjian was overjoyed. The light faded and Lu Ming's body was revealed. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning and he finally arrived. "Haha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine." Jian Fengyun was ecstatic. "Haha, brother Lu." Xiao Haoyu also stepped forward to greet him. At the side, Jiang Hongwen and the rest were extremely puzzled. Wasn't it just Lu Ming? Did Jian Fengyun have to be so excited? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he had barely made it into the top 10 in the previous qualifiers. What was there to be happy about? Brother Jian, you're injured, and it seems like you've just been injured. Who injured you? Lu Ming could tell that Jian Fengyun was injured at a glance. Although the injury was not serious, Lu Ming could tell with one look. "Haha, I'm fine. It's just a small injury." Lu Ming frowned. Jian Fengyun seemed to be afraid of something and did not tell the truth. "Brother Jian, why hide it?" "Lu Ming, let me tell you. This matter is all because of you." Jiang Hongwen shouted from the side. "Brother Jiang, say no more." Jian Fengyun wanted to stop him. "Because of me." "That's right, it's all because of you. I know that you and Qiu Changkong come from the same empire and have a grudge against each other. Just now, Qiu Changkong couldn't find you, so he took out his anger on Brother Jian." Jiang Hongwen said loudly. "Qiu Changkong. He's actually this strong." "That's right. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Qiu Changkong had, but his cultivation base is terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming, let me remind you, if you encounter Qiu Changkong, you should stay as far away as possible. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder, don't doubt me." Jiang Hongwen said. The other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range nodded. "Brother Lu, Qiu Changkong is indeed powerful now. You might not be a match for him." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Lu Ming changed the topic and did not say anything else. Everyone nodded and rushed into the vortex. When Lu Ming rushed into the vortex, the familiar feeling of the world spinning around him happened again. After a while, Lu Ming found himself standing on a platform paved with white jade. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. The three sides of the platform were blurry like chaos, and the last side was a flight of stairs. The stairs were completely paved with white jade, and they went straight up. This is the 1,000-step jade staircase. Only those who can climb it will be considered as Reserve Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Those who can't climb it will be eliminated. Chapter 419. For 19 The battle in the spectator stand. Lu Ming had long learned that the final assessment of the Ditian divine guards was divided into several rounds. The first round would be this 1,000-step jade stairway. Only by climbing it could one become a preparatory Emperor Sky Divine Guard. After climbing the 1,000-step jade staircase, there was another test. Only by passing the next test could one become a true Emperor Sky Divine Guard. There was no one around. Lu Ming speculated that they should be in the inscription array. The 1,000-step jade staircase in front of him was most likely condensed by an inscription formation. Let's see what's so special about this 1,000-step jade staircase. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. As soon as Lu Ming stepped on it, a huge force between heaven and earth pressed down on him. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he offset this force. This power not only affects the physical body, but also the genuine qi in the body. Even the mind is under pressure. Lu Ming's heart moved and he was secretly amazed. However, although this force was strong, it was like a Buddha's face in the spring breeze to Lu Ming. He did not feel much. Lu Ming walked up step by step. His body was straight and he was as unmoving as a mountain. Very quickly, he had stepped over 100 jade steps. He discovered that the higher he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, such pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked faster and faster. One by one, he stepped on the jade stairs. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming had reached the 1,000-step jade staircase. Above the 1,000-step jade staircase was a platform. In front of the platform was a stone door. The stone door was open and there was a flash of light. The scene behind the stone door could not be seen clearly. Behind this stone door was the second round of assessment. After passing this round of assessment, one would be able to become a true Ditian Divine Guard. On the left side of the platform, there was a vortex, which was the teleportation gate. If one felt that they were not strong enough and could not pass the second round, they could leave this vortex and naturally be transported to the corresponding location. If one wanted to try, it was also possible. It was said that there wouldn't be any real danger. If there was really a crisis, the formation would teleport the person away to the area where the Emperor Sky Divine Guards were prepared. That person would be considered to have failed the trial. At this time, there was a huge circular building in the 10,000 Stars city. It covered an area of thousands of acres and could accommodate millions of people at the same time. This building was like a coliseum, football field, but it was divided into 4 areas by 2 intersecting light screens. It was like a piece of cake that had been cut into 4 fan-shaped areas. They were the north, south, east, and west areas. The 4 areas did not see each other, and their vision was blocked by the light screen. The eastern region was divided into 5 levels according to their distribution. At the center of the fan shape was the first level, and there was a fighting ring. The outer ring of the battle stage was the second level. There was a stone tablet with the words, Ditian Divine Guard, written on it. On the third level, there was also a stone tablet with the words, Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, written on it. Further out, the fourth level was not written at all. Further out were rows of seats. This area was the largest, just like the outermost ring of a cake. Now, all the seats were full. It was densely packed with people. No one knew how many people there were. Among these seats, there was a rather special seat. This seat was occupied by the leading elders of each region. Lu Xiao, the leading elder of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, was sitting inside. Beside him were Zhao Sui, the leader of the Thousand River region, and Han Sun, the leader of the Nether Demon Palace. Their eyes were fixed on the empty area of the few levels below. Those few levels of regions were engraved with profound inscription formations that led to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. As long as someone climbed the 1,000-step jade stairs and chose to walk into that vortex, they would be teleported to the Reserve Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area. As for those who chose to continue the challenge but failed, they would also be teleported to the Emperor Sky Divine Guard Reserve area, which meant that they could only become one Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard. By the same logic, as long as one became an Empyrean Sky Divine Guard, they would be teleported to the Empyrean Sky Divine Guard area. As for those who had not even become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards, all those who had failed would be sent to the open space on the 4th level. Hee, Lu Xiao, you don't have to stare at me so intently. It's useless even if your eyes explode. I reckon that everyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range has died. Let alone becoming an Emperor Sky Divine Guard or a Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard, I'm afraid that there won't even be many who can come out alive. Zhao Sui, the elder leading the team of the Thousand River region, suddenly said coldly. Lu Xiu's face darkened and he said, Zhao Sui, she hasn't come out yet. No one knows what the result will be. Aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue by saying this now? Tongue. Haha, what a joke. I'm sure of that. Those useless people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range will definitely die unless they find a place to hide. Zhao Sui said with a cold smile. Lu Xiu's expression was unsightly. Zhao Sui, you're speaking too early. Every year, there are geniuses from small regions who join the Detian Divine Guards. On the side, the elders from the other smaller districts spoke up for Lu Xiu. Hee, a bunch of trash that only knows how to console themselves. I feel that Brother Zhao is right. Trash from a small region should be better off dead. To think that they want to compete with us from a large region for the position of the Emperor Sky Divine Guard. They really don't know their own limits. A faint voice was heard. It was Han Sun, the elder leading the team of the Dark Demon Palace. His words were full of contempt, which made the leading elders of several small areas on the side look extremely ugly. Haha, you're right, Brother Han. Lu Xiu, if you want to watch, then continue. I'm afraid the more you watch, the more despair you'll feel. Zhao Sui revealed a mocking smile. Someone's coming out. Someone suddenly shouted. In the open space of the fourth level, people kept appearing. The people who had appeared all had looks of disappointment and unwillingness on their faces. Those who appeared in this area had failed and were completely eliminated. The elders' faces didn't change much. In every region, a large number of people would be eliminated. This wasn't surprising. What they were paying attention to was how many people would appear in the Reserve Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area and the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area. After a short while, there was finally some movement in the area where the Emperor Sky Divine Guards were in reserve. A figure appeared in a flash. Haha, he's a genius from my region. I knew that this brat would be able to become a Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. An elder leader of a small district laughed excitedly. Following that, more and more people were teleported out of the area where the Detian Divine Guards were being prepared. Jiang Hongwen, Shangguan Yunyan. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan in the area where the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards were preparing to be stationed. Lu Xiu's face was filled with joy. Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. It was within his expectations that they could become Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. However, there were always accidents. He was really afraid that, as Zhao Sui had said, all the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range had fallen in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. When he saw the two of them, he was naturally overjoyed. Haha, Zhao Sui, it seems that not a single Detian Divine Guard has appeared in your Thousand River region. Lu Xiu felt much more at ease now that two of them were on the way to becoming Emperor Sky Divine Guards. He looked at Zhao Sui and mocked him. Chapter 420. 420 Chapter 420 Challenge. Zhao Sui snorted coldly, his face gloomy. What's the hurry? It's still early. When the geniuses of the Thousand River region appear, you'll be scared to death. Oh. Then I'll wait. Lu Xiu laughed. As time passed, the number of people who appeared in the Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard area gradually increased. However, Zhao Sui's expression became more and more unsightly. There were only a few people from the Thousand River region, which was not much better than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Haha, Zhao Sui, there are so many of you. You really scared me to death. Lu Xiu said sarcastically. In the past, Zhao Sui had laughed at him from time to time. Now that he had the chance, Lu Xiu naturally retaliated. Why are you so anxious? Zhao Sui said with a gloomy face. Oh. Zhao Sui, it's almost time for the assessment to be completed, but I haven't seen many people. Do you really think that all the geniuses from your Thousand River region can become real Detian Divine Guards? Lu Xiu sneered. Zhao Sui gritted his teeth. However, he was also very anxious. He knew very well that there were only a dozen or so people in the Thousand River region who could challenge the Detian divine guards. There were still 40 to 50 people who could attempt to become the reserve Empyrean Heaven divine guards. But now, there were quite a few people who were eliminated, but they were all just bystanders. However, there were only a few of them who could make it to the Emperor Sky Divine Guard Reserve. He was a little flustered, afraid that something would happen. Han Sun, the leader of the Nether Demon Palace, also had an ugly expression on his face. This was because the situation of the Nether Demon Palace was the same as the Thousand River Waters. There were only a few who were ready to become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. At the place of the assessment, on the 1,000-step jade staircase, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked toward the stone door. As soon as he entered, the environment changed again, and he found himself on a platform. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a long spear on his back. He stood there like a straight mountain. "You, as long as you can defeat me, you'll be able to become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard," the middle-aged man said, his voice cold and emotionless. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that this burly man was formed by inscriptions. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. Peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. He sighed inwardly at the difficulty of the Detian Divine Guard examination. In order to defeat an ordinary 9th-level martial ancestor realm expert, one's cultivation had to be at the peak of the 7th-level martial ancestor realm. One's combat strength had to surpass a World War II expert. Of course, if he was a 3 or 4 battle genius, then his cultivation could be lower. In the Cloud Emperor Mountain range, only Jian Fengyun can achieve such a level of difficulty. Young Master Tian Shi was already dead. Jiang Hongwen's cultivation had not reached the peak of the 7th level of martial ancestor realm, so he basically had no chance. All of a sudden, the middle-aged burly man bellowed and became one with his spear. The long spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lu Ming smiled. He quickly condensed a long spear in his hand and thrust it out. This spear attack was more than twice as fast as the other party. The spear pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's entire body exploded and dissipated into energy. A martial arts grandmaster 9 Dan peak was dealt with in one move. To the current Lu Ming, this was not difficult at all. Lu Ming smiled and walked forward. In front of the platform was another stone door, and on the left was a vortex. As long as they gave up on the challenge, they would be able to leave the vortex and become the Detian Divine Guards. Entering through the stone door meant continuing the challenge. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would appear on the fighting ring on the first level of the huge building in the Myriad Star City. There, the battle of the strongest would take place and the 4 divine guards would be decided. Since Lu Ming and the others were in the eastern region, they were naturally the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The building was divided into 4 parts, north, south, east and west, representing the 4 heavenly divine guards. Becoming one of the 4 divine guards could be said to be the strongest expert among the younger generation in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. There were many benefits, and they were also the biggest focus of the event. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in that building. Lu Ming stepped through the stone door without any hesitation. Heaven and earth shook. Lu Ming found himself in a secret room. There were more than a dozen stone carvings on the walls of the secret room. Each stone carving was a person practicing martial arts. This was a martial technique. Other than that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the figure of an old man condensed. Welcome to the challenge. This round is to test your comprehension ability. Everyone will appear in a secret room, but the test will be different for each person. There will be a martial technique that you are not good at, and you will be able to comprehend it. As long as you can successfully cultivate it within half an hour, you will pass this round. The moment the old man appeared, he immediately started explaining. A fist technique. Fist techniques were indeed his weakness. Other than the low-level fist technique he had practiced in the beginning, he had not practiced any more fist techniques. This fist technique is a black-grade high-level fist technique. You only need to cultivate to the first level within half an hour, the first glimpse of the door seal. Begin now. After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. It was not easy to cultivate a black-grade high-level martial arts technique that he was not good at to the first stage within half an hour. Immediately, Lu Ming began to study the stone carvings in detail and began to comprehend them. Time slowly passed. In the outside world, in the huge building of the Myriad Stars City, someone has become a Detian Divine Guard. Suddenly, a light flashed in the Detian Divine Guard's area, and a figure appeared. Haha, it's a genius from our Jin Kuei region. An elder leader laughed out loud. The Jin Kuei region was a small region, and having one person become an Emperor in Heaven Divine Guard was already breaking even. If there was one more person, it would be a breakthrough. Moreover, he was the first to become an Emperor in Sky Divine Guard. Although being the first to become an Detian Divine Guard didn't mean that one's strength was stronger than the others, there might be some people who wanted to challenge the next trials. As more and more people became Detian Divine Guards, more and more people became Detian Divine Guards. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jian Fengyun in the Detian Divine Guards area. Ha ha ha, you didn't let me down. He was well aware of the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun still had a very high chance of becoming an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. As for young Master Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen, it could only be said that there was hope, but not much hope. Now that Jian Fengyun had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, he could finally relax. No matter how weak they were, at least one of them had become an Emperor in Heaven Divine Guard. One had to know that in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, no one had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard in the previous tournament. If one of them became a Detian Divine Guard, he would still be able to obtain some rewards. Chapter 421 The Last Stage. On the other hand, Zhao Sui's face was so dark that it almost turned into black charcoal. Even now, he had yet to see a single figure of the geniuses from the Thousand River region in the Detian Divine Guards area. This made the bad feeling in his heart grow stronger and stronger. This was not normal, it was too abnormal. Could it be that all the geniuses of the Thousand River region had passed the last round? That was impossible. He knew very well that even the most powerful young men in the Thousand River region might not be able to make it through. He was extremely anxious. Just like Zhao Sui, the elder leading the team in the UMO Palace, Han Sun, also had a terrible look on his face. As time passed, the number of people who appeared in the Detian Divine Guards area grew fewer and fewer. Zhao Sui, why do you look so pale? In my opinion, the geniuses of the Thousand River region must have gone to the last stage. And they must have passed it. It would be a glorious thing to see a group of people on the first level of the fighting ring. Lu Xiu said with a smile. Shut up, Lu. Zhao Sui's eyes turned red. Lu Xiu was mocking him. How could there be so many people in the Thousand River region who could pass the last level? Even if there was one, he would laugh his head off. Haha, calm down, calm down. Lu Xiu laughed out loud, almost causing Zhao Sui to vomit blood. It seems like the geniuses of the Thousand River region died in battle. I wonder which powerful region did it. I really have to thank them. Lu Xiu thought. Lu Xiu was elated to see Zhao Sui in such a state. In the past, it was the opposite. Very quickly, half an hour had passed. Many people could no longer sit still. How is that possible? Why are there so few geniuses in Phoenix Lake? Us too. Where are people from Flaming Mountain? Arg. Only 4 people from my Yangchuan Valley region have become Emperor Sky Divine Guards. That's impossible. Loud roars rang out. Half an hour had passed. Even if he managed to clear the next level, he should have failed and come out. However, he had yet to come out, which meant that he had most likely fallen in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. Among them, the team leading elders of the Phoenix Lake area, the Yangchuan Valley area, and the Flaming Mountain area were the loudest. They were a super region, and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. At the very least, there would be 34 people who could become the Emperor in Heaven Divine Guards. But now, there were only 2 or 3 of them. This meant that the geniuses of these regions had died in batches in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. Some were happy, some were worried. Some of the elders who were leading the teams from other regions were all smiles because their regions had achieved so much success that they had even exceeded their expectations. This time, 820 Detian divine guards have already appeared. It's a little more than the previous years. This generation is truly full of geniuses. Not bad. In the past, 500 people were already considered good. Adding up the north, south, east, and west, it's already very good to have 2,000 people. This time, it's far more. Now, let's see how many people can get past the final checkpoint and reach the first level of the fighting ring. I estimate that there will be more than 12. We have 13 super regions on our side. The strongest person in each super region should be able to make it to the end. Not necessarily. Maybe there's a super dark horse. Just wait and see. Look, there's a fluctuation on the first level's battle platform. Someone has passed the last level and is about to appear. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring at the bottom. The space trembled, and a young figure appeared. This young man was dressed in a blood-red robe. His face was pale and cold. He was Zongxing from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Eh? Who was this person? I don't think he's from any of the 13 super regions. He's actually the first one to succeed. Could it be that he's able to suppress the geniuses of the super regions? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Especially the elders who were leading the teams, they were all making guesses. Haha, this man is the peerless genius of our Dragon Burial Abyss. Zongxing. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh was heard. What? The people of the Dragon Burial Abyss has appeared. I didn't expect that the Dragon Burial Abyss would have such a genius the moment it appeared. It's really amazing. What? The surrounding spectators all exclaimed. Below, on the fighting ring, once Zongxing appeared, he swept his gaze around. When he realized that he was alone, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Haha, this time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards of the 4 Sky Divine Guards will definitely be mine. Zongxing roared in his heart. Someone else has appeared. On the fighting ring, there was another fluctuation, and then a figure appeared. Qiu Changkong. The second figure to appear was actually Qiu Changkong. Lu Xiu was stunned. Then, his body trembled with excitement as he roared, Haha, this is the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Xiu had never expected that someone would actually make it to the last stage. Lu Xiu's roar immediately caused an uproar. What? A genius from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? How was that possible? The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was a place where even birds don't want to shit. How could someone make it to the last stage? Don't lie to me. I don't believe it either. The surroundings were filled with discussions. No, that's impossible. Zhao Sui roared. He had seen Qiu Changkong before, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he swept his gaze over the crowd. When he saw Zongxing, he snorted coldly and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He actually appeared faster than him. Zongxing did not back down and looked back coldly. At this moment, in a secret room in the assessment venue. Die! Lu Ming shouted as he punched continuously. His fists were so powerful that they disappeared with a loud boom. Lu Ming stood still as he retracted his fists. The next moment, the old man's figure appeared again. Congratulations, you've passed this round. There's still one last round. The old man waved his hand, and the scene changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared on another platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a spear on his back. He looked exactly the same as the burly men from before. However, the aura that this middle-aged burly man exuded this time was extremely terrifying. It was several times stronger than before. Half-Step King Warrior, this time it was actually Half-Step King Warrior. The peak of Martial Ancestor Realm and Half-Step King Realm seemed to be only one step away, but the gap was huge. If one had to describe the difference, an ordinary Half-Step King was at least 2 levels higher than a peak 9th level Martial Ancestor. Yes, more than 2 levels. As long as you can defeat me, you'll pass. The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming sighed to himself. This level was too difficult. He reckoned that not many people would pass it. One had to be at least at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Furthermore, one had to be a four-battle genius to pass. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man bellowed. His long spear was like a dragon as it charged at Lu Ming. The spear's gleam burst out and enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste any more time. He immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Chapter 422. 422 Chapter 422 Clear the stage, killing intent. A terrifying power burst forth, as if it could shatter everything. The first to bear the brunt was the spear radiance. With a loud boom, the spear radiance exploded, and then, a turbulent force gushed forward. The middle-aged man's body cracked and turned into dust under the majestic attack of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. One move, just one move and a half-step king was killed by Lu Ming. More than half a year ago, during the war with the mystical sword sect, a half-step king was still an undefeatable existence to Lu Ming. He was high and mighty, and in the Blazing Sun Empire, he was a well-deserved tyrant. But now, only a little more than half a year had passed and Lu Ming could kill a half-step king in one move. Who would believe it? In the past 6 months, Lu Ming's progress could be described as lightning fast. The middle-aged man collapsed and disappeared into energy. After that, the platform started to glow and a black vortex formed. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he was in a fighting ring after everything had settled down. Several other directions of the fighting ring were blocked by a light curtain. Only the eastern side had a fan-shaped spectator stand, which was full of people. At that moment, Lu Xiu's eyes widened as he stared at the fighting ring below. Then, his body began to tremble, and even his breathing became heavy. "Hey, Lu Xiu, what's wrong? Why are you shaking? Don't tell me he's suddenly possessed." An elder leader from a small district asked Lu Xiu in confusion. "No, I'm not scared. I'm scared because I saw another person pass the last stage in my Cloud Emperor mountain range. I'm so excited." Lu Xiu stuttered. "It's good that you're fine." The elder in charge nodded. The next moment, he seemed to have realized something. His eyes widened and he looked at Lu Xiu in disbelief. "What? What did you just say? Another person from the Cloud Emperor mountain range passed the last stage? You're not joking, are you? How is that possible?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. It's true. Although I'm also surprised, it's true," Lu Xiu said in a trembling voice. In fact, even he himself found it hard to believe. Lu Xiu's words naturally reached the ears of the people around him, but most of them shook their heads and were skeptical. How could 2 people pass the last level in the small Cloud Emperor mountain range? This had never happened before. Occasionally, a person from a small area would pass through. That was still possible, as it had happened before in history. It must be known that in most super-large areas, only one person could pass through. Sometimes, no one could. However, there was one exception, and that was the elder leading the team at the Thousand River region, Zhao Sui. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Others might not have seen Lu Ming, but he had. Of course, he knew that Lu Ming was from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. There were actually 2 people who had passed the last stage in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, while only 1 or 2 people from the Thousand River region had become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Those geniuses who were ranked higher had all disappeared. Comparing the two, the waters of the Thousand River were too tragic to look at. Zhao Sui kept growling, his eyes red. He could not accept this fact. The geniuses from the Thousand River region had yet to appear. He knew that they had most likely fallen. Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan, who were in the area of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards, also widened their eyes. Lu Xuan, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He also passed the last level. How is this possible? Jiang Hongwen shouted in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was seeing things. However, he almost rubbed his eyes until they bled. He was still looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming has become so powerful. No wonder Jian Fengyun is so nice to him. I'm so silly. I should have thought of this earlier. Jiang Hongwen muttered. At the thought of how he had advised Lu Ming to hide far away from Chiu Changkong before they entered the assessment venue, he felt his face burning. Lu Ming's abilities were probably not much weaker than Qiu Changkong's. They might even be geniuses on the same level. In particular, when he thought of how he did not treat Lu Ming well previously, he felt uneasy. He wished that he could give himself a slap. If Lu Ming bore a grudge because of this, he would have a hard time in the future. In the Ditian Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyun smiled. He was not surprised that Lu Ming could pass the last level. Of course, Lu Ming did not know what these people were thinking. He swept his gaze across and sized up his surroundings. He discovered that there were already 7 to 8 figures on the platform. "Kid, it's you. You didn't die." Suddenly, a cold voice with a hint of disbelief was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and a cold smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke was Zhongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. At that moment, Zhongsheng was looking at him with a face full of killing intent. "If you're not dead, how could I be?" Zhongsheng's eyes flickered and he said coldly, "Good, very good. Although I don't know what method you used to escape with your life, you shouldn't have rushed here this time. Hee, I hope you don't run into me. Otherwise, I'll suck all the blood in your body." "Oh, really? I'm afraid you don't have that ability." At this moment, a low growl came from the other side. Lu Ming looked over, his eyes filled with killing intent. To be honest, Qiu Changkong's appearance here was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. It seems like it must be related to his master. "Lu Ming, I really didn't expect that not only did you not die in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield, but you actually made it here. It's really beyond my expectations. But this is also good. It saves me the trouble of looking for your old ghost father, and I can directly take action on you." Qiu Changkong glared at Lu Ming, his voice filled with killing intent. "All right, let's settle our grudges this time." Lu Ming's killing intent was also extremely strong. Many powerful auras rose up and confronted each other. The final battle had yet to begin, but Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong were already sparring in the midst of death. "Now, the battle hasn't started yet. You're not allowed to fight." At this time, a majestic voice came from the sky. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone knowing. It was a middle-aged burly man with a monstrous aura. His aura was scorching hot. He stood in the void like a sun, burning the void until it distorted. A terrifying and boundless pressure emanated from his body. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. This was definitely a king tier, and even among king tiers, he wasn't weak. Chapter 423. 423 The Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He's the protector of the Fire Palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Someone called out, recognizing the burly man. What? The protector of the Fire Palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The guardians of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were extremely powerful figures with the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. They were definitely famous figures in the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Of course, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace here wasn't the main palace but the eastern branch of the Heavenly Mystic region. On the battle stage, Zhongsheng and Qiu Changkong snorted coldly and retracted their auras. Lu Ming sneered and retracted his aura. At this moment, the space trembled again, and a figure carrying a long sword appeared. Xian Feng of the ancient barren city. Lu Ming did not see Xian Feng's corpse in the underground cave of the Dragon's Cave. As expected, he was still alive. With Xian Feng's combat strength, it was no problem for him to make it to the last level. "You're courting death." A cold voice rang out as Zhongsheng's sinister eyes turned to Xian Feng. The sound of a sword rang out, and a powerful sword chi rippled from Xian Feng's body. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Zhongsheng. Hee, they've all appeared. Good, this time, I'll settle them all. Xian Feng also saw the protector of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the sky. He retracted his aura and walked to the side. The audience was extremely excited. Between these geniuses, the stronger the smell of gunpowder, the more excited they were, because the upcoming battle would also be more intense. The fighting ring was silent. Time slowly passed. The space in the fighting ring trembled from time to time. Someone appeared. Very quickly, the number of people had increased to over a dozen. Half an hour later, no one else appeared. All right, time's up. There are no more participants in the assessment area. The protector of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace announced in the sky. No, how is that possible? Phoenix Lake's geniuses, why are there only so few of them? Where's Huang Qishuan, where did he go? My Yang Spring Valley too, where's Sun Chu? Protector, did you make a mistake? Bu Fifan of my Flaming Mountain Range is a peerless talent. He will definitely make it to the last level. Why isn't he here? The leading elders of Phoenix Lake, Yanchuan Valley, Flaming Mountain, and even another super region all shouted in disbelief. What are you shouting for? If he doesn't appear, it means he has fallen inside. It means that he doesn't have enough talent and luck. What's so strange about that? The middle-aged guardian rebuked as he looked coldly at the elders leading the teams. The few elder leaders immediately kept quiet out of fear. They felt cold all over and did not dare to say a word. All right, the previous assessment has ended. Now, let's start the final battle. The purpose of the battle is to determine the final 4 divine guards of the East Sky. I'm sure all of you know what the Eastern Heaven Divine Guards are. I'll repeat myself here. When you were teleported into the Eastern Nether Ancient Battlefield, you were automatically distributed in 4 directions: North, South, East, and West. The teleportation altar behind you is also divided into 4 directions, corresponding to the North, South, East, and West. Your group belongs to the East. Therefore, the strongest person will be the Eastern Heaven Divine Guards. The 4 Heavens Divine Guards represent the 4 strongest experts in this batch of Emperor Heavens Divine Guards. There will be generous rewards. The middle-aged protector explained in detail. Everyone nodded. This was something that many people already knew. So, for this battle, the 2nd or 3rd place is not important. What's important is the 1st place. I'll say it again, what's important is the 1st place. The middle-aged protector shouted, his voice spreading through the entire area. On the platform, all the young men's eyes were shining, and a strong desire to fight rose from their bodies. There were a total of 17 young men and women on the fighting ring. Each of them was a genius among geniuses, and each of them had rare talents. They had absolute confidence in themselves. They were confident that they were stronger than others. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are mine. A deep voice rang out. It came from a tall and burly young man. This person was more than 2 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in muscles, as if he was cast from steel. Tai Quanzhong, it's fine if you're the overlord of the Iron Peak area, but you're dreaming if you think you can become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard here. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is mine. A beautiful woman with blue hair said in a domineering manner. Haha, Ao Feishuan, I think you'd better go home and have a child. You want to take over the East Heaven Divine Guards? The burly young man sneered. The blue-haired beauty, Ao Feishuan, widened her eyes. A bunch of trash wants to take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. You're daydreaming. Zhongsheng curled his lips and sneered. Zhongsheng's words infuriated the crowd. More than 10 young experts looked at him with killing intent. Zhongsheng smiled indifferently. All right, I'm done. At this moment, the middle-aged guardian spoke. Everyone shut their mouths. Take this jade plate. The middle-aged guardian waved his hand and 17 jade plates flew out, 1 for each of them. Everyone took the jade token in their hands. Now, inscribe your information into the jade tokens. I'm going to draw lots with this jade token later. The middle-aged man ordered. Everyone's mind moved and engraved their own information into the jade token. Then, he returned them to the middle-aged guardian one by one. The middle-aged guardian picked up the jade tablet and read it aloud. This time, a total of 17 people have passed the final stage. They are Zhongxing from the Dragon Burial Pool, Qiu Chongkong from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Tai Quanzhong from the Iron Peak, Lu Ming from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Ao Feishuan from the Jade Lake region. The middle-aged man read out the names one by one, and in a few moments, he had finished reading all 17 names. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. Wait, did I hear wrong? I seem to have heard that there are 2 people from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. That poor and remote place. You didn't hear wrong, I heard it too. This is 2F*King Weird, 2 people actually cleared the level in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Is the sun rising from the west? The small Cloud Emperor mountain range is really crazy this time. The spectators in the stands discussed animatedly and were extremely shocked. As for the elders in charge of each region, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there were two people who passed the level. Previously, they thought that Lucio was talking nonsense. He didn't expect it to be true. This was really unbelievable. Lucio was trembling with excitement. The tiny Cloud King mountain range actually produced two such geniuses. This time, his reward would definitely be terrifying. Brother Lu, don't forget me when you're successful in the future. Brother Lu, when this selection is over, I'll treat you to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Brother Lu, you must come and visit me. Immediately, some of the other elder team leaders beside Lucio, and even some of the elder team leaders from the larger regions, expressed their goodwill to Lucio. Lucio was so excited that he almost laughed. He had never felt so happy before. Chapter 424. 424 Good luck. Lucio could not help but burst out laughing. It was simply too comfortable. In the past, he was only a team leader of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. He was at the bottom of the group and was often ridiculed. However, the Cloud Emperor mountain range was on the weaker side, and no one had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard in the previous tournament. This made him less and less valued. He had once dreamed that the Cloud Emperor mountain range would produce a few peerless geniuses whose names would shake the world and make him proud. However, he knew that it was just a dream. It was impossible. But now, all of this had come true. How could he not be excited? Those people who had looked down on him in the past had all come to make friends with him. Lu Ming, Chiu Changkong, it's all thanks to the two of you. Lucio sighed as he looked at the two young men on the fighting ring with bright eyes. He was especially shocked by Lu Ming. Chiu Changkong. He vaguely knew that Chiu Changkong had a powerful backer in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was still acceptable for him to achieve such results. However, Lu Ming was completely alone. He did not have any backing. He had relied on his own hard work to reach this stage. This made him value him even more. Everyone was discussing, but most of the discussions were about Lu Ming and Chiu Changkong. On the fighting ring, the other geniuses and experts looked at Lu Ming and Chiu Changkong with surprise in their eyes. The corners of Chiu Changkong's mouth curled up, and he didn't even try to hide the smugness on his face. Lu Ming only smiled and stood quietly at the side. Silence. The middle-aged protector opened his mouth and the entire place suddenly became silent. Now, I will announce the rules of the duel. The rules are very simple. We will draw lots and fight one-on-one. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. This will continue until the strongest one is decided. In the process of the battle, you can't consume any pills or use any battle beasts. You can do whatever you want, but there is one principle, and that is you can't kill your opponent. The middle-aged protector announced. Can't kill the opponent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that it was a pity. If he had met Chiu Changkong, he would have been able to escape with his life. Hee hee, Lu Ming, you're lucky. At the side, Buried Life chuckled. You're the lucky one. Oh, really? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't kill you. I can still cripple you. Zhang Sheng's cold voice rang out. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. On the other side, Chiu Changkong sneered. Okay, now, I have carved 16 numbers on these 17 jade plates. They are number 1 to number 16. The last one is empty. All of you will draw lots. The one who draws number 1 will fight against number 16, number 2 will fight against number 15, number 3 will fight against number 14, and so on. The one who draws an empty number will directly advance to the next round. With that, he waved his hand and 17 jade plates floated in the air. They emitted a hazy light and covered the numbers on them. Zhang Sheng laughed coldly and reached out his hand. A powerful suction force was produced and the jade token was caught in his hand. Then, the others followed suit and grabbed a jade plate. Lu Ming also grabbed a jade card. Grabbing the jade token in his hand, he infused his Jinqi into it, and a number appeared on the jade token. No, it was not a number, but 2 words, empty. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect his luck to be so good. In the first round, he actually drew an empty draw. "All right, report the number you drew," the middle-aged protector said. "I'm number 16. Zhongsheng was the first to walk out. He flipped open the jade token and there was a number on it, 16. "I'll be number 3. Qiu Changkong walked out and opened his jade token as well. The number on the token was 3. "I'm number 5. Number 6. One by one, the young men flipped open their jade tokens. Soon, he had opened all the pages from room 1 to room 16. If there were people from the 1st to the 16th, then wouldn't the rest be a buy? Lu Ming smiled and flipped the jade tablet. The words "buy" were written on it. "It's a buy as expected. This kid's luck is really good. His luck is not bad, but it's useless. In the end, it still depends on strength. If he doesn't have strength, he will be very miserable when he meets an expert in the next round." That's true. On the grandstand, the crowd was in a heated discussion. "Brat, you're lucky." Zhongsheng cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming could not even be bothered to look at him. He directly ignored him. This was a mad dog. There was no point in saying more. When the time came, he would beat him up so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Now, the battle begins. Number 1 against number 16. "The rest of you, step aside." Lu Ming and the rest retreated to the side, leaving only Zhongsheng and a young man in a brocade robe at the scene. Zhongsheng's face revealed a sinister smile as he stared at the youth in embroidered robes and said, "Kid, I advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer later." Hee, admit defeat. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. I've long been displeased by your arrogance. I hope that your strength will not disappoint me. The youth in the brocade robe laughed arrogantly. You'll regret this very soon. The atmosphere was already tense even before they started fighting. In the stands, the crowd was also in a heated discussion, expressing their own opinions. That's Yu Changfei, the strongest genius of the Yushu Plain in the super region. Who do you think will win? I think it's the burial in the dragon burial pool. This person is the first to pass the test and appear here. In my opinion, that might not be the case. Being the first to clear the stage might not necessarily mean that one's combat strength is the strongest. Everyone was just discussing when two powerful auras erupted. Then, the two figures charged at each other like lightning. Jade Cutting Palm. Blood Dragon Claw. With a loud boom, a terrifying blast of air swept out. Blood red and jade green light exploded and filled the entire fighting ring. The next moment, a scream was heard. A figure was sent flying like a cannonball, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. It was Yu Changfei, the young man from Yushu Plain. Countless people widened their eyes. Yu Changfei, the strongest genius in the super region, was sent flying by one move and spat out blood. How was this possible? From the aura that Yu Changfei had just released, he was definitely at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, he had been through 4 battles. Such an expert was actually sent flying by a single move from Zhongsheng. How terrifying was Zhongsheng? Haha, I was wondering how strong you would be. Turns out you're just trash. Now, I'll let you know how strong I am. Zhongsheng laughed coldly. Then, he moved his body and appeared above Yu Changfei like a ghost. He stared at Yu Changfei with a cold gaze. Return it. Yu Changfei was shocked. He used all his strength and sent out 7 palm strikes. The palm strikes were crystal clear and like jade. However, Burial only needed a few claw strikes to destroy the jade palm force. He grabbed Yu Changkong's neck and pressed down hard. Chapter 425. 425 Chapter 425 Red Flame Dark Thunder. Yu Changkong's entire body slammed into the fighting ring, causing the entire fighting ring to rumble. Yu Changkong spat out mouthfuls of blood. Trash, you're just trash. You're just a piece of trash, yet you're still so arrogant. You're really looking for death. Zhongsheng sneered. He then kicked Yu Changfei's head. Yu Changfei's body flew out like a broken sack and fell off the fighting ring. After falling off the fighting ring, he fainted. In the stands, an old man stood up and roared, "Zhongsheng, your methods are too vicious. Yu Changfei has clearly lost, yet you still used such a heavy blow. You violated the rules." This old man was the elder leading the team in the Jade virtual plane. "Old man, what are you shouting for? I didn't kill him, so how is that against the rules?" The elder leading the team of Yushu plane turned red and looked at the middle-aged protector. "Protector, is this against the rules?" "Not dead, doesn't count." The middle-aged protector's answer was very simple, which made the elder leading the team of the Yushu plane stunned. Then, he sat down with an ashen face. Zhongsheng's smile became even more smug. This Zhongsheng is indeed terrifying. As expected of the genius who was the first to break through the barrier. His cultivation has definitely reached the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. And it's not as simple as the early or middle stage of the 9th level. He didn't even use his full strength just now. Everyone was discussing. At the edge of the fighting ring, the other geniuses and experts were also looking at Zhongsheng with a grave expression. Burial's combat strength gave them a lot of pressure. This burial has improved so much during this period of time. It must be related to the blood of Bu Fifan and the other geniuses. When he was in the Dragon's Cave, Zhongsheng's strength should be similar to Huang Qishuan, Bu Fifan, and the others. He should also be similar to Yu Changfei. But now, he was much stronger than before. No wonder he was so arrogant. Zhongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss is the winner of this battle. Let the next battle begin. Zhongsheng walked to the side of the fighting ring. Two figures flashed and appeared in the center of the fighting ring. This time, it was still two geniuses from the super regions, a man and a woman. However, their cultivation was much stronger than Yu Changfei's. This was because both of their cultivations had broken through to the early stage of the 9th realm of martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, they were both battle-hardened and extremely powerful. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. All kinds of ultimate moves and killing moves dazzled some people. The two of them exchanged more than 200 moves before the woman won by luck. Then, the third battle began. For this battle, Qiu Changkong went up, and his opponent was Tai Quanzhong from the Iron Peak. Tai Quanzhong's body was more than 2 meters tall, and his muscles were as hard as steel. He was full of strength and seemed to be invincible. "Kid, you're from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Hee hee, it's not bad to be able to come this far from that small place. However, it's all over," Tai Quanzhong said in disdain. "You're still far from enough." Qiu Changkong was extremely confident. "Oh, really? I'll beat you into a pig head." Tai Quanzhong took a step forward like a wild beast, causing the fighting ring to rumble. The muscles on his body swelled up, and a terrifying aura spread out. Early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9. This was Tai Quanzhong's cultivation. Iron Fist. Tai Quanzhong roared as he threw a punch at Qiu Changkong. Thunder Sword, slash. Qiu Changkong shouted. In the next instant, crimson-red lightning flashed around his body. The scarlet lightning burst out with his combat sword, forming a scarlet lightning sword. The scarlet thunder sword and Tai Quanzhong's fist collided. Tai Quanzhong's body trembled, and his face suddenly changed. He took 9 steps back in a row, and every step he took caused the fighting ring to rumble. Tai Quanzhong was at a disadvantage in one move. He didn't expect Qiu Changkong to be so powerful. Tai Quanzhong roared in anger. The next moment, a huge crocodile appeared above his head. The crocodile was over 20 meters long and covered in armor. This was the iron-armored demon crocodile, a powerful fierce beast that could fight with the flood dragon. There were 6 silver chakras around the iron-armored demon crocodile. The iron-armored demon crocodile roared and rushed into Tai Quanzhong's body. Suddenly, Tai Quanzhong's already burly body expanded again, and his aura became even more powerful. Bloodline. Do you think you're the only one who has that? Qiu Changkong sneered. In the next moment, a red ball of lightning appeared above his head. The crimson ball of lightning sizzled and surrounded by lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. This is the Scarlet Flame Mystic Thunder. Someone cried out in surprise as he recognized the lightning. There was no doubt that this was a special bloodline, and a natural type of special bloodline at that. The same type of bloodline could actually be divided into many types. For example, the fire bloodline, the ice bloodline, and the lightning bloodline. Each of these bloodlines had many smaller types. There were strong and weak. As for the scarlet flame mystic lightning, it was considered strong even among the lightning bloodlines. Around the lightning bloodline, 6 silver chakras were shining. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had seen Qiu Changkong's bloodline. Qiu Changkong's second bloodline was also a 6th-level king. No wonder the other geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire couldn't compare to him. Qiu Changkong activated his bloodline power, and his aura grew even stronger. His entire body was covered in the power of lightning. Lightning sword, world annihilation. A thunderbolt sword instantly pierced through the void and slashed towards Tai Quanzhong. Tai Quanzhong bellowed in anger. His entire body swelled up like a giant of steel as he lunged towards Qiu Changkong. Another earth-shattering boom rang out. Tai Quanzhong let out a blood-curdling screech as his huge body was sent flying far away before crashing onto the ground. His steel-like body was covered in lightning and blood. He was defeated. Tai Quanzhong had been defeated. In front of Qiu Changkong, he had no way to fight back. Countless people were shocked. How could this young man from the Cloud Emperor mountain range be so terrifying? On the grandstand, Lu Xiu was so excited that his entire body was trembling. The 2 geniuses from the Cloud King mountain range had entered the second round. This was unbelievable. Although Lu Ming had entered the second round by luck, it was still the second round, right? At the edge of the fighting ring, Zhang Sheng's eyes flickered with killing intent as he looked at Qiu Changkong with a grave expression. What a powerful force. No, I don't think it can be called force anymore. It contains a trace of intent. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Qiu Changkong encounter during this period of time? Qiu Changkong's cultivation was only at the early 9th level of martial ancestor realm, but his force was extremely powerful. Lu Ming could feel that there was already a trace of intent within the momentum. This was something that only half-step kings could master. Interesting, very interesting. Lu Ming muttered, his fighting spirit growing stronger. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Qiu Changkong wins. The middle-aged man announced. Qiu Changkong sheathed his sword and walked to the side. Chapter 426, 426. It's actually him again. Next, number 4 versus number 13. Another 2 peerless geniuses went up. There was nothing to say, and the battle immediately erupted. These 2 people were both battle-hardened geniuses. However, one of them had already reached the early stage of the 9th martial ancestor realm, while the other was still at the peak of the 8th martial ancestor realm. Naturally, the 9th level martial arts grandmaster genius had the absolute advantage and defeated his opponent. The battles continued, and geniuses stepped forward one by one. Lu Ming realized that some of the geniuses had extremely high cultivation levels. One of them was in the late stage of the 9th level martial ancestor realm, while the other was in the middle stage. It was Xian Feng's turn. After not seeing him for some time, his cultivation had improved greatly and reached the middle of the martial arts grandmaster 9 Dan. He entered the second round with an absolute advantage. 2 hours later, all 8 pairs of geniuses had finished their battles. The 8 people who had entered the second round had all appeared. Of course, including Lu Ming, who had a bye, there were 9 people in total. The other 8 were eliminated just like that. The middle-aged guardian took back their jade plates, leaving only the plates with the numbers 1 to 8. Of course, there was also the jade plate for the bye. The middle-aged protector waved his hand. Genuine chi surged and covered the 9 jade tokens, wiping away all the traces on them. He was doing this to prevent anyone from tampering with the jade token and leaving behind an aura or mark. Then, the 9 jade tablets floated in the air, emitting a hazy radiance. The rules are the same as before. Here, there are 8 jade plates from number 1 to 8. Draw lots to decide your opponent. Number 1 to 8, number 2 to 7, and so on. Those who draw the empty jade plate will directly enter the next round. I'll go first. It was still Zhang Sheng, who was extremely confident. With a wave of his hand, a jade token was sucked into his hand. Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, Xian Feng, and the rest each drew a jade card. This time, who will get the buy card? In the audience, everyone's eyes were bright and full of curiosity. Although drawing the buy card might not necessarily mean winning the throne of the East Heaven Divine Guard, it would greatly reduce the consumption of true chi and physical strength, making the next round easier. On the fighting ring, everyone looked at their jade tokens. Lu Ming also took a look at the jade card. He was stunned. Buy again. Lu Ming actually drew the buy jade card again. My luck is too good. I got the buy jade plate twice in a row. Lu Ming muttered, somewhat speechless. To be honest, if he could, he really didn't want to draw the jade token. If he kept drawing empty tokens, how could he torture Chiao Chong Kong? Now, give me your numbers. I'm number 6. Zhang Sheng was the first to speak. Chiao Chong Kong replied. I'm number 1. The rest of the people reported their numbers one by one. As the number of people decreased one by one, there were only 2 people left in the end. One was Lu Ming and the other was a fat man with big eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. There are only 2 people left. Lu Ming has not given his number yet. Could it be that he has a buy again? It shouldn't be possible. How could he draw the buy card twice in a row? I'm number 8. As the crowd was discussing, the large-eyed fatty flipped open the jade card. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression and announced the number loudly. Immediately backing up. Woo woo woo. Countless gazes turned to Lu Ming. Nest, it's him again, it's actually him again. It's really him. How is that possible? Is this some dogshit luck? He's really lucky. He got the buy card and directly entered the 3rd round. The crowd was in an uproar as they discussed. In the elder leading area, Lu Xiao was also stunned. Wouldn't Lu Ming directly enter the 3rd round? Countless envious gazes were directed at Lu Xiao. Lu Ming's good luck meant that Lu Xiao's luck was good. Although it was impossible for Lu Ming to become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Lu Xiao's reward would be higher the higher his ranking was. How could they not be jealous? Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others were dumbfounded. Even the middle-aged guardian looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He opened the jade card and said helplessly, I'm the buy card. As expected. It was him again. Everyone roared in their hearts. All right, now that the drawing of lots has ended, let's begin the duel. Number 1 versus number 8. 2 figures walked towards the center. One of them was the big-eyed fatty, and the other was Xian Feng. As for the others, they walked to the edge of the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. However, it's useless to rely on luck. In the end, you still have to rely on your abilities. The higher you climb with luck now, the worse you will fall when you don't have abilities later. Chiao Chong Kong said coldly as he walked past Lu Ming. Oh, really? I'm telling you, you're just lucky that I got the buy card, so you can run wild for a few more rounds. Humph, what a glib tongue. Killing intent flashed in Chiao Chong Kong's eyes. He walked to the side and didn't say anything else. Chiao Chong Kong, I hope you can make it to the end. Otherwise, how am I supposed to torture you? Lu Ming thought in his heart. The battle in the center of the fighting ring broke out. Elemental edge sword technique. The statue of the god of berserkers gallops. 2 loud shouts rang out. Xian Feng's sword chi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to cut the sky. The big-eyed fatty was also very powerful. He was like a giant statue of the god of berserkers, barging in and destroying Xian Feng's sword chi. The 2 of them fought for 50 to 60 moves. In the end, Xian Feng's cultivation was higher than the fat man's. The fat man was only in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 9th realm. He was no match for Xian Feng and lost. Xian Feng entered the 3rd round. The spectators couldn't help but sigh. The geniuses from the ancient barren city were indeed powerful. They were the top geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. The duel continued. Soon, it was Chiao Chong Kong's turn. His opponent was a genius in the middle of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm. His cultivation was higher than Chiao Chong Kong's. But what was even more shocking was that he was still no match for Chiao Chong Kong. Chiao Chong Kong had crushed his opponent with an overwhelming force. Will, that's will. Chiu Chang Kong has already comprehended a trace of thunder will. No wonder he's so powerful. Genius, what a genius. As long as his cultivation reaches the peak of martial ancestor 9th realm, he will be a half-step king. This time, he's probably the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Many of the spectators were experts, and many of them were even half-step kings. Naturally, he saw through the secret. Lu Ming, do you see the difference between you and me? Do you feel despair? Chiu Chang Kong walked to the side and another voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Chiu Chang Kong felt as if he had just punched air, and he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Next, it was Burial's turn. His opponent was also a genius in the middle of the 9th level martial ancestor realm. However, he was not Zhang Xing's opponent at all. In just a few moves, he was beaten by Zhang Xing until he vomited blood. If he had not admitted defeat in time, he would probably have been knocked unconscious again. Chapter 427. 427 I object, this is not fair. Zhang Xing placed his hands behind his back and walked to the side with a look of worship. He walked to the side and glared at Chiu Chang Kong with killing intent. As for Lu Ming, he was completely ignored. He was just a guy who relied on luck. He was not worthy of his attention or regard. After the burial, it would be the last battle. There wasn't much suspense in this match. One was a genius in the late stage of martial ancestor realm, while the other was in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. Both of them were battle-hardened geniuses. With their cultivation levels falling behind, it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. After more than 20 moves, the genius in the late 9th level of martial ancestor realm won. This martial ancestor realm 9 Dan later stage genius was called Song Yan. He was a genius from a super large region and had a cold expression. At this point, the 5 geniuses who had entered the 3rd round were born. They were Zhang Xing, Chiu Chang Kong, Xian Feng, Song Yan, and Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming was directly ignored by everyone. Up until now, Lu Ming had yet to make a move. In the eyes of the crowd, he was just lucky. This time, the selection of the East Heaven Divine Guards would definitely be decided among the 5 of them. Most people would place more importance on Chiu Chang Kong and Zhang Xing. Now, let's do the last lot drawing. The rules are the same. From number 1 to 4, the other area will be free. The middle-aged judge announced. Then, just like before, he removed the aura on the jade tokens and suspended them in the air. This time, Lu Ming did not take any action and just waited there. Burial, Chiu Chang Kong, and the rest each chose a jade tablet. Lu Ming only kept the last one in his hand. This time, I wonder who will get the buy token. No matter who has it, I bet it won't be with Lu Ming. If he can get another free pass, I'll strip naked and run one round around this place. So ruthless. It's that ruthless, because I don't believe that there's such a lucky person in the world. There were all sorts of voices in the audience. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming flipped the jade card over and took a look. His expression immediately turned very strange. The buy card, he got the buy card again. Lu Ming's lips trembled when he drew the buy card for the 3rd time. Give me your numbers. Number 1. Burial flipped the jade token. I'm number 2. Chiu Wuyang opened the jade token. I'll be number 4. Song Yan said. In the end, Xian Feng gave Lu Ming a strange look and opened the jade card. I'm number 3. When Xian Feng flipped the jade token over, the entire hall fell silent. The crowd was silent. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Then, their eyes widened. A moment later, there was a loud noise. Nest, 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 it's him again, it's him again. Isn't this too heaven-defying? He got another buy card and directly entered the top 3. He didn't even fight a single round and entered the top 3. It's really blinding my eyes. This is too unfair. Some people were already incoherent. Hey, what did you just say? If Lu Ming draws the buy card again, you will strip naked and run away on the spot. Now, hurry up. What? What? What did you just say? Why can't I hear you? Oh no, I'm suddenly deaf. No, I have to find an inscriber to take a look. The perverted burly man who threatened to take off all his clothes immediately played dumb and found an excuse to slip away. Nest, this guy is so shameless. He didn't keep his word. Someone cursed. In short, the entire place was in chaos. As for Lu Xiu, Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others, they were completely petrified. They were tongue-tied and didn't know what to say. The eyelids of the middle-aged protector of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace kept twitching. However, no one noticed that Lu Ming was also sighing and sighing. Slowly, he opened the jade card helplessly. The two big words, "buy," were clearly written. "I object, this is not fair." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Instantly, all sound disappeared. The entire place became so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. Everyone was stunned, and all their eyes were focused on the person who shouted. The person who was screaming that it was unfair was actually Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming. Everyone was in a mess. "Big brother, you're the one who drew the buy card, and you've drawn the buy card 3 times. It's not anyone else, and now you're actually crying out that it's unfair? If this was unfair, then the others would be vomiting blood." Even Zhongsheng, Qiu Changkong, and the others' lips were twitching non-stop. They were completely dumbfounded by Lu Ming. How is it unfair? The middle-aged protector took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked. The others can fight each other and have their own opponents, but I don't. I just watch others fight each time. It's so boring. It's not fair. That was indeed what he was thinking. Why was Qiu Changkong getting a buy every time? What if Qiu Changkong was defeated by someone else? How was he going to torture Qiu Changkong and avenge Lu Yuntian? No one else knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the crowd burst into an uproar. Nest, this guy is too despicable. He's simply taking advantage of us and still acting innocent. I can't take it anymore. I really can't stand it anymore. Oh heavens, oh earth, please strike him to death with a heavenly lightning bolt. The scene was noisy. Other people wanted to draw an empty card, but they couldn't. He, on the other hand, drew it every time and even felt uncomfortable. Guardian, why don't I exchange with someone else? Xian Feng, him. I'll exchange with him. Xian Feng's opponent happened to be Qiu Changkong. No way, this is the rule of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. The rules cannot be ignored. If you draw the buy, it means that you won't be able to get the buy. The middle-aged protector gritted his teeth as he spoke. He had never mentioned the rules of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace for this reason. Okay then. Lu Ming sighed and walked to the platform. He waved his hand and took out a chair. He sat down and stared at the center of the platform in a daze. He looked very unwilling and helpless. At the sight of this scene, everyone gritted their teeth. Even Jian Fengyun and the others were in the same state. They could not wait to slash at Lu Ming. He was too hateful. The middle-aged man's eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and coughed a few times before saying, "Silence." Only then did the scene slowly quieten down. All right, next, let the battle begin. Number 1, Buried Life, against Number 4, Song Yan. Qiu Changkong and Xian Feng walked to the side, leaving only Zhongsheng and Song Yan in the center of the fighting ring. Song Yan right. Hurry up and admit defeat, you're not my match. Zhongsheng looked at Song Yan with contempt. You're talking big. Zhongsheng, you may be strong, but I'm not afraid of you. This time, I'm determined to win the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Song Yan wielded his saber, and his saber aura soared into the sky. You want to take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Since that's the case, I'll let you see the gap between us. Just as Zhongsheng's voice fell, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Chapter 428. 428 Top 3. The aura of death burst out, and the essence chi surged. It soared into the sky like a smoke signal, and his body was covered with powerful true chi. This true chi was flowing like liquid. Such terrifying true chi. This is the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9. Zhongsheng has actually reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. It's terrifying. It seems like no one is his match. Perhaps only Chiu Changkong, who has comprehended a sliver of intent realm, has a chance. Burial's all-out outburst caused a clamor in the audience, shocking countless people. Before this, Zhongxing had not used his full power, so no one knew his true cultivation level. Now that he had used his full power, it was shocking. Song Yan's eyes also revealed a serious look. Blade of the vast expanse. Song Yan shouted. Above his head, 18 huge sabers appeared. The saber's body was engraved with vast mountains, which was extremely wonderful. Moreover, the blade was surrounded by 6 meridian cycles. This was Song Yan's bloodline, a special bloodline. So what if he has a special bloodline? Come out, blood dragon. Zhongxing let out a low roar and a blood-red light exploded above his head. A huge blood-red flood dragon appeared. It was also a 6th-level king bloodline. Their bloodlines exploded, raising their auras to the peak. However, it was obvious that the power of the burial was stronger. Wave after wave of aura pressed towards Song Yan. Song Yan's expression changed and he shouted, "Vast mountain cleaving." A dazzling blade light burst out from Song Yan's hand. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was crystal clear and bright as it slashed towards Zhongxing. An empty shell. Zhongxing snorted coldly and shot up into the air. His claws were like the claws of a blood dragon. As he swiped out with his claws, the space rumbled and he instantly pierced through the space, grabbing onto the saber light. Break! Zhongxing shouted as he clenched his fist, shattering the blade light like glass. Following that, Zhongxing's figure flickered as he pounced towards Song Yan, appearing in front of him in an instant. Song Yan's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that his full-force attack would be so easily countered by Zhongxing. Vast earth-shattering strike. Song Yan roared as he waved his saber. A mountain appeared above his head and in front of him. The 2 mountains were filled with a vast and desolate qi. One was used to protect the body, while the other was used to suppress Zhongxing. Dragon Devour, point. Die. Zhongxing shouted coldly as he transformed his claws into fingers. His fingers glowed with a pitch-black luster as he thrust them towards the 2 mountains. The 2 mountains exploded like balloons on Zhongxing's fingers. The finger force didn't stop as it struck towards Song Yan. At the crucial stone carving, Song Yan used his saber to block in front of him. With a clang, his body was sent flying like a cannonball, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Song Yan is going to lose. Isn't this a little too fast? We've only exchanged a few moves, so how can Burial be so strong? He's surpassed a battle genius. Burial has definitely surpassed a battle genius. He's between a battle genius and a battle genius. Terrifying, too terrifying. There's actually someone who can surpass the genius of 4 battles. Everyone in the audience was shocked. The most powerful warriors in each super region were usually 4 battle geniuses. 4 battle geniuses were the limit. Those who surpassed 4 battle geniuses were extremely rare. Each of them was a rare genius. To think that Burial had actually reached such a level. It was truly terrifying. Zhongxing had the upper hand, and his attacks were like a storm, pouring down on Song Yan. Dragon Devour, palm. Once again, Zhongxing's fingers turned into a palm, and he struck out towards Song Yan. This time, Song Yan was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still sent flying. He slid along the fighting ring for hundreds of meters, and blood sprayed all over the ground. I surrender, I admit defeat. As soon as he caught his breath, Song Yan started to scream madly. There was no need to fight anymore. Song Yan knew that he was no match for Zhongxing. Not only was his cultivation base behind, but his ability to fight above his level was also behind. If he continued to fight, he would only be looking for a beating. Humph, why didn't you admit defeat earlier? You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Zhongxing coldly snorted, incomparably disdainful. Song Yan's expression was ugly. He struggled to get up and walk to the side of the fighting ring. Chiu Changkong looked at Zhongxing with a grave expression, his brows furrowed. Next round, number 2, Chiu Changkong, versus number 3, Xian Feng. 2 figures flashed and appeared in the center of the fighting ring. Chiu Changkong and Xian Feng both carried their swords on their backs and stood tall. Xian Feng, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat. My opponent is Zhang Sheng. There's no need for you to struggle. Chiu Changkong spoke. You didn't even fight, who knew you would win? Xian Feng's eyes were as sharp as swords. He waved his hand and a combat sword appeared in his hand, putting up a stubborn resistance. If you don't know what you're doing, then you'll be defeated. Chiu Changkong coldly spoke as his sword Qi soared up into the sky. The two dazzling sword lights collided with a loud bang. Chiu Changkong had comprehended the force of thunder and had even comprehended a trace of intent realm, while Xian Feng had comprehended the force of gold. Both of their attacks were extremely overbearing. Everyone could only see two sword lights clashing in the air at an extreme speed, and in an instant, they had collided more than 10 times. Then, a figure flew back quickly and stopped at the edge of the fighting ring. It was Xian Feng. Xian Feng's body suddenly trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, everyone saw a deep sword wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, but not a drop of blood flowed out. That was because the area around the wound was filled with the power of lightning. The blood that flowed out was evaporated by the power of lightning. Xian Feng, if it was a life-and-death battle, you would have been dead. Chiu Changkong looked at Xian Feng arrogantly. I've lost. Xian Feng sighed and did not say anything more. Although Xian Feng's cultivation was slightly higher than Chiu Changkong's, Chiu Changkong had already comprehended a trace of thunder will. The gap was too great to make up for. Xian Feng was no match for him at all. With Xian Feng's defeat, the crowd burst into a heated discussion. The top two are Chiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards must be between these two. Top two. Aren't they the top three? Top three. Lu Ming, forget it. I've relied on luck to get to this point. It'll be good enough if I can block Chiu Changkong and Burial's move later. Did you guys notice that none of the top three are from the super regions? This is really rare. Yeah. Old Lu, I didn't expect that two people from your Cloud Emperor mountain range would make it into the top three. Although one of them made it by luck, I still have to congratulate you. Someone from the Elders area congratulated Lu Xiu. I was lucky. Lu Xiu was already grinning from ear to ear. Zhao Sui's eyes were red with jealousy. Chiu Changkong is the winner of this round. The top three have been decided. The three of you will take turns to fight each other. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Chapter 429 You two, come at me together. Aya, it's finally my turn. I almost fell asleep. At the side of the fighting ring, Lu Ming stood up slowly. He waved his hand and kept his chair. Then, he walked towards the center of the fighting ring. This fellow. The others were already speechless. Chiu Changkong and Barry Life's battle had clearly ended in a few moves and did not take much time. However, Lu Ming said that he was about to fall asleep. This was obviously infuriating. Especially those young geniuses who lost, they were even more annoyed. I'm actually ranked after this guy. I'm really unwilling. That's right. This guy is purely relying on luck. If I meet him, I'll take care of him in 3 moves. A few geniuses from the super regions gritted their teeth and discussed. They didn't lower their voices, and their voices spread far and wide, being heard by many people. Naturally, Lu Ming had heard it too. Lu Ming chuckled for no reason. He went to the center of the fighting ring and stood in a triangular formation with Chiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. This guy is too much of a hindrance. Let me deal with him first. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Sheng's eyes. A powerful aura erupted from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. Chiu Changkong unsheathed his sword and cut off the aura of death. He said coldly, "He's mine, Zhang Sheng. I'll deal with him first, then I'll fight you." Yours. Why? I've been unhappy with this kid for a long time. This time, I must finish him off. Chiu Changkong, don't worry, I won't make you wait too long. I can finish him off in 2 moves. Zhang Sheng said coldly. No, Lu Ming is mine. Chiu Changkong didn't yield an inch. The audience was stunned for a moment, then they sighed. Lu Ming is done for. Both Burial and Chiu Chang Kong have their eyes on him. Could it be that this fellow has a grudge against Chiu Chang Kong and Zhang Sheng? I think so. If I were Lu Ming, I would admit defeat immediately. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. I bet that he's going to admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll strip naked and run one round on the spot. Nest, it's you again. Weren't you deaf just now? Why did you come back? Nonsense. Such an exciting battle only happens once every 5 years. How could I miss it? This time, you said you're not allowed to go back on your word. I won't cheat. Reserve Detian Divine Guards and Detian Divine Guard area. Jian Fingyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others were all worried. Lu Ming, are you going to admit defeat? Jian Fingyun muttered. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he felt that Lu Ming would not admit defeat. Even if he was no match for him, he would still fight. On the stage, 2 auras burst out and clashed. They were Chiu Chang Kong and Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng, Lu Ming, and I came from the same country and we have a grudge. This time, let me have him. Chiu Chang Kong stared at Zhang Sheng. A grudge with you? Hee, let me tell you, he also has a grudge with me. I must deal with him myself. Burial said. Lu Ming was speechless. These 2 fellows were treating him like air, like a dough that could be kneaded at will. Since this was the case. You two, you're so full of nonsense. Are you done? If you're done, then attack me together. I'm too lazy to deal with you one by one. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard, but it swept through the entire scene like a storm. Everyone in the area was petrified. They only widened their eyes and stared at the fighting ring. After a long time, there was a shocking uproar. What did Lu Ming say? What does he mean by that? He's going to challenge Chiu Chang Kong and Zhang Sheng at the same time. He's crazy. He's crazy. Don't tell me he's out of his mind after getting the buy card 3 times in a row. To challenge both Chiu Chang Kong and Zhang Sheng at the same time, he's definitely looking for a beating. I know. He knows that no one is allowed to kill in this battle. He wants to use this to create a commotion and gain some fame. Even if he's beaten half to death, he won't really die. That makes sense, that makes sense. Hey, didn't you say that if Lu Ming doesn't admit defeat, you will strip naked and run one round now? Now, quick. Don't go back on your word. Arg. Oh no, I'm blind, I can't see. Oh no, I'm going to find an inscriber to take a look. After that. The men quickly slipped away. Of course, he didn't really leave. Instead, he hid in a corner and watched the fighting ring. He didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Nest, I knew he was going to cheat. Even Lu Xiao, Jian Fingyun, and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's way of doing things is indeed unexpected. He had thought that Lu Ming would not admit defeat and would accept the challenge. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lu Ming would challenge Chiu Chang Kong and Burial at the same time. In the sky, the middle-aged guardian was also extremely shocked. He looked at Lu Ming with great curiosity. As for Chiu Chang Kong and Zhang Sheng, they were completely stunned. The 2 of them were dumbfounded and thought they had heard wrong. What? What did you say? Zhang Sheng repeated. Are you deaf? I told the 2 of you to come at me together. Stop wasting my time here. Chiu Chang Kong suddenly burst out in laughter. Lu Ming, do you think it's useful to go all out? Do you want to use the rules that can't take your life to show your pride and courage? All right, I'll break all the bones in your body in a moment. Let's see how you're going to show your pride and courage. Chiu Chang Kong also felt that Lu Ming was using the rule that no one was allowed to harm others' lives to show off himself. However, he could not harm Lu Ming's life. Chiu Chang Kong had plenty of ways to make Lu Ming miserable. Chiu Chang Kong, I'm afraid that you'll admit defeat when the time comes. I admit defeat. Haha, do you think I'll admit defeat? Don't worry, if I admit defeat, I'll quit the Detian Divine Guards from now on. Guardian, is Lu Ming's request feasible? At that moment, Zhang Sheng looked at the middle-aged protector. Sure. The rules of the competition didn't say that one person can't challenge 2 people. The middle-aged protector nodded. Zhang Xing looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Qiu Changkong, since he's asking for death, let's fulfill his request. Break all the bones in his body before he admits defeat. I'll take the left side and you'll take the right. We'll fight again after we've dealt with him. All right, let's do that. Qiu Changkong's expression was malevolent. Are you done discussing? If you're done, then make your move. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he stomped on Qiu Changkong's face. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. As he took a step forward, the entire world rumbled. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to attack just like that. Moreover, the power of that kick was too terrifying. Qiu Changkong let out a long howl. Dazzling lightning power burst out from his body, forming a ball of lightning in front of him. Chapter 430 Who's the Genius? Zhang Xing reacted in time and grabbed out with claw lights. The force of the claw ray continuously offset the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, the 2 of them had attacked in a hurry and their power was limited. Although they kept nullifying the power of Lu Ming's kick, they could not stop it completely. Lu Ming's foot continued to move forward. He crushed the ball of lightning in front of Qiu Changkong with his foot and stomped on his face. Qiu Changkong let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying backward. He rolled over a dozen times on the ground before he managed to stand up. However, his face was already swollen and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The footprint was especially clear, and it was imprinted on Qiu Changkong's face. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming was too shameless. He had attacked without any warning. However, they were more shocked by Lu Ming's ability. In front of Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing, a kick that sent Qiu Changkong flying would be useless even if it was a sneak attack if one was not strong enough. However, Lu Ming could actually do it. It was enough to show how terrifying his abilities were. Qiu Changkong roared madly. He was going crazy with hatred. He was careless and was kicked in the face by Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation. He could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Qiu Changkong bellowed in rage. He had gone completely mad. His body was covered in dense lightning, and his combat power erupted without any reservation. The combat sword was unsheathed, and a sword of lightning cut through the sky as if it had come from beyond the sky. At the same time, Zhang Xing also made his move, using his ultimate move. Without a doubt, both of them had unleashed the power of their bloodlines. The 2 of them attacked at the same time with terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they attacked Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at the fighting ring. Could Lu Ming block it? Although Lu Ming's kick had been very powerful, Qiu Changkong had only been hit by it because he had been careless. That was what most people thought. Now, faced with Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing's all-out attacks, did Lu Ming still stand a chance? He wouldn't be killed in one shot, right? That would be breaking the rules. Lu Ming bent his legs and leaped. His figure soared into the sky, instantly reaching 1,000 meters in the air. Lu Ming, don't even think about escaping. Burial and Qiu Changkong roared and changed the direction of their attacks, continuing to attack Lu Ming. Escape? Who's escaping? Lu Ming said softly, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. A huge stone tablet rushed out. 5 silver chakras flashed and then rushed into Lu Ming's body. 5 meridian cycles, 5th level king level blood meridian. Lu Ming is only a mere 5th level king level blood meridian. Can you guys see it? His cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. With such combat strength, he actually challenged Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing at the same time. What a joke, what a joke. So he has always been relying on luck. That kick just now was also calculated but not calculated. The moment Lu Ming's aura exploded, it caused a wave of contempt and ridicule. Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing's attacks closed in on Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming looked down from above and took a step. A dragon roar resounded, shaking the world as a vast energy pressed down. This move again, break! Qiu Changkong roared. He had comprehended a trace of the force of thunder, causing Qiu Changkong's attack power to rise to a terrifying level. The power of the lightning sword burst forth and tore a hole in the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. At the same time, Zhongxing pointed his finger and Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps collapsed instantly. The two of them roared. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm as he took another step forward. The second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, was another step on top of the first step. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was getting stronger with each step he took. With every step he took, the power of the steps would increase exponentially. With Lu Ming's current physical body and the strength of his essential qi, the second step could barely be comparable to the first level of a heaven-level martial arts technique. Heaven and earth trembled as if a true dragon was patrolling the world. The space trembled violently, and a crazy amount of power gushed out. Zhongxing and Qiu Changkong's bodies trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. Their attacks collapsed in an instant. After that, they felt an incomparably powerful force surging towards them. The two of them felt as if they had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. Their bodies were like meteors, falling to the ground. The two of them stepped onto the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Their faces turned pale and they almost spat out blood. Hiss hiss hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the young men in the air in disbelief. With one move, he had repelled the combined attacks of Burial and Qiu Changkong and even gained the upper hand. Was this Lu Ming's ability? This was simply unbelievable. This was too terrifying, right? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Did Lu Ming defeat Burial and Qiu Changkong in one move? This is unbelievable. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level martial ancestor realm, but he's so terrifying. How many battles has he gone through? How could this be? How could there be such a powerful genius in the world? Countless people were so shocked that they were incoherent. Burial was already at the peak of the 9th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, an entire level higher than Lu Ming. Furthermore, Burial himself was a genius who had surpassed the 4 battle geniuses. Adding them up, he was more than 5 levels higher than an ordinary martial ancestor 8 Den peak. Lu Ming could actually suppress Burial. Did that not mean that Lu Ming was a level 6 talent? A talent of 6 battles. Everyone's heart trembled at the thought of this word. A 4-battle genius was already a rare genius in the world. Then, what kind of concept was a 6-battle genius? No one could imagine it. Previously, when Lu Ming drew the buy card 3 times in a row, everyone thought that he was just lucky. If he really had to fight, he would have been defeated long ago. Now, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. If Lu Ming were to take action, he could simply sweep them away. At the edge of the fighting ring, the geniuses who had already lost were pale. In particular, there were a few people who boasted shamelessly earlier that if Lu Ming encountered them, they would finish him off in 3 moves. Now, their faces were burning hot, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. It was really embarrassing. In the area for the elders, Lucio was stunned. Then, his body began to tremble uncontrollably as if he had epilepsy. Excited, he was too excited. Like the others, he had thought that Lu Ming was just lucky. However, he now realized that Lu Ming was a rare genius. Even the middle-aged protector's pupils contracted. Then, he revealed a look of surprise. This time, a rare genius has finally appeared. The middle-aged protector was overjoyed. How can this be? Impossible. How can Lu Ming be so powerful? On the battle platform, Qiu Changkong cried out hysterically, finding it hard to accept this. Zhongxing's eyes were also filled with shock. Chapter 431. 431 completely crushed. The two of them could not believe that they were defeated by Lu Ming in one move despite joining forces. Their blood and qi were in turmoil and they almost vomited blood. What's impossible? Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lu Ming looked down at them from above. When Lu Ming had advanced the true war dragon technique to the 7th stage, his combat strength had already surpassed that of a level 5 genius. After he had cultivated the heaven rank martial arts technique, his combat strength had completely entered that of a level 6 genius. A heaven rank martial skill was too powerful, and it had a terrifying effect on increasing one's combat power. Heaven rank martial skills were extremely rare, yet they were unusually difficult to cultivate. Many low-tier kings didn't even have a heaven rank martial skill, or they didn't successfully cultivate it. From this, one could see the rarity and power of heaven rank martial skills. He was a level 6 fighter. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation base was one level lower than that of Burial, his combat strength was still half a level higher than his. That's impossible. I'm the strongest. Lu Ming, you're just an ant. An ant that has been living under my light. Qiu Changkong roared. The power of lightning flashed all over his body, as if he was wearing a coat of lightning. Having comprehended a trace of the will of thunder and lightning, he had already transcended the use of the power of thunder and was about to completely control the thunder and lightning itself. Once one completely comprehended the intent realm and condensed an intent rune, one would be able to completely control the intent realm of heaven and earth. If someone who comprehended the fire intent condensed a fire intent rune, then he could become the fire god and control all the flames in the world at will. If he comprehended the thunder intent, he could control all the thunder in the world. That was already the king realm, which was extremely powerful. Qiu Changkong had only comprehended a trace of the thunder will, and he was still a long way from forming the thunder rune. Kill. Lightning sword, sky-breaking. Qiu Changkong roared as he unleashed his most powerful attack. Zhongxing also sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. It's a pointless struggle. Qiu Changkong, you said that you wanted me to see the difference between us. Now, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Lu Ming's mocking voice was heard. The next moment, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hands. Dragon God's 3 absolutes, true dragon strike. As the long spear stabbed out, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged crazily. A true dragon with green and red colors all over its body emerged. The two-colored true dragon was over 100 meters long. With a deafening roar, it pounced at Qiu Changkong and Zhongxing. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god was cultivated with 2 forces. It was a true heaven-grade martial technique, and it was even stronger than the second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The two-colored true dragon collided with the attacks of the 2. In the sky, a blinding light shone. Then, the entire space trembled as if it was the end of the world. After a while, when the blinding light dissipated, the crowd saw 2 figures falling down from the fighting ring like cannonballs. It was the Burial of Life and Qiu Changkong. Like 2 toads, the 2 of them fell heavily on the fighting ring. The fighting ring rumbled and the 2 of them spat out blood. However, the difference between the 2 of them could be seen. Zhongxing spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up in a hurry. His entire body was covered in a bloody glow as he stared at Lu Ming in the sky in shock. Qiu Changkong was half kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling and blood was flowing out of his mouth. His injuries were more serious than being buried. Qiu Changkong, do you understand now? Lu Ming looked down at him. Ah. Qiu Changkong roared in rage. He felt like he was going crazy. He felt boundless humiliation and he screamed madly, "Damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you and destroy the mystical sword sect. I'm going to kill your parents with my own hands. Ha ha ha, you can't fight against the power behind me." Qiu Changkong laughed maniacally. Lu Ming's reply to Qiu Changkong was a cold and emotionless "die." At this moment, Lu Ming's entire body burst out with an incomparably cold killing intent, as if he had transformed into a god of death. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. The world rumbled. Block it. Dragon's bite, fist. Zhongxing roared, his palm turned into a fist, and he punched out twice in a row. Qiu Changkong roared as he slashed out with his sword. A loud boom blocked Lu Ming's first step, but Lu Ming took a second step. Qiu Changkong let out another blood-curdling screech as he was pressed to the ground by the powerful force. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Zhongxing's body slid a few hundred meters away, leaving a trail of blood in the fighting ring. However, before the 2 of them could catch their breath, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. This time, it was aimed at Burial. Ah, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Zhongxing was finally afraid. He shouted in horror and tried his best to resist. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps power-pressed Zhongxing down onto the platform, almost crushing him. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out from his body, and it was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. The entire place was deathly silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. It was as if there was only one person left in the world, a young and handsome figure that floated in the air. After a long while, the entire place burst into an earth-shattering uproar. Oh my God, Lu Ming won. Lu Ming actually won. Furthermore, he won so easily. He's too strong. Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing were unable to fight back at all. He's only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Who said that he was just lucky? It's not just his luck. It's clearly the other people's luck. If he had gone in early, Qiu Changkong or Burial would not have made it to the last round. They might have been swept by Lu Ming. I didn't say that just now. On the contrary, I have always felt that Lu Ming must be a proud son of heaven who is blessed by the heavens since he can draw the Bai card all the time. He is definitely extraordinary. Eh? No, I remember that you didn't say that just now. You were certain that Lu Ming was just lucky and even mocked him. Where? There's absolutely no such thing. I've already seen that he's a rare genius. How could I mock him? Absolutely not. The scene was noisy, with shouts and arguments rising and falling. It was as if this was the only way they could express the shock in their hearts. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked. A huge amount of essential qi was produced and the buried storage ring was sucked into his hand. No, you can't be scared. Zhang Xing roared. What are you shouting for? You've lost. This is my trophy. Lu Ming berated. Burial. He had killed countless geniuses around the dragon's cave. The storage rings of those geniuses had all fallen into his hands. Lu Ming could not forget this. Zhang Xing's eyes were red. There were endless resources in there. It was the capital that he had used to rise up. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Lu Ming. His heart was broken. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He moved and appeared in the sky above Qiu Changkong. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I'm already injured, which means I've lost. You still dare to attack me? Qiu Changkong sneered at Lu Ming. You lost. I didn't hear you admit defeat. I've forgotten that you've just said that you'll never admit defeat. If you do, you'll be a joke. Even if I didn't admit defeat, I'm injured. I'm seriously injured. Can't you see? It's the same as losing. Qiu Changkong shouted. He wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Injured? I'm not injured enough. With that, Lu Ming took a step forward. Ah, you. Qiu Changkong howled in shock. He wanted to resist, but he was already heavily injured. How could he have the strength to do so? Pili-pa-la. He followed in the footsteps of his death. He did not know how many bones in his armor had been broken by Lu Ming. Just now, Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing had said that they would work together to break all of Lu Ming's bones. Now, Lu Ming had broken all of their bones as he had wished. Qiu Changkong howled hysterically. Which part of the foul was it? A murderous look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he condensed a long spear of essential qi in his hand. No, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Qiu Changkong screamed madly. He could feel the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming was really going to kill him. He was going to ignore the rules and kill him. Chapter 432. 432 Lu Ming, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. He was really afraid. Lu Ming was really going to kill him. He was extremely bold. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. A spear appeared in his hand. The spear turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced the air. It brought with it a terrifying force as it pierced toward Qiu Changkong. Arg. No, save me. Qiu Changkong's courage was almost shattered. His body, which was like a pile of mud, trembled violently as he let out a hysterical scream. He was screaming so miserably that he was on the verge of tears. At this moment, a scorching wave flashed past. Lu Ming's spear gleam suddenly disappeared. It disappeared without a trace. A tall figure appeared on the fighting ring. It was the middle-aged protector. Lu Ming, the rules can't be broken. If you break them, it'll be very difficult for you to join the Detian Divine Guard if you kill him now. You have to know the priority of this matter. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that he would not be able to kill Chiu Changkong today with the middle-aged protector around. He cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming knows. Ha ha ha, I'm saved. Lu Ming, I'll definitely take revenge. I'll take revenge 10 times, 100 times more. Chiu Changkong laughed and roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with extreme hatred. Today, Lu Ming had embarrassed and humiliated him in front of so many people. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Men, carry them down to treat their injuries. A few people immediately flew down and carried Chiu Changkong and Zhang Xing away. I hereby announce that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards belong to Lu Ming. The entire place was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and discussing. It's a surprise. It's really a surprise. Lu Ming actually won the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. That's right. I would never have thought that after so many years, another genius from a small region would be able to become one of the 4 Divine Guards. A genius from a small area fighting for the 4 Divine Guards. It's so rare. It only happens once every 500 years. I didn't expect to see it. I'm so lucky. So handsome. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to woo him. A young girl in the prime of her youth shrieked, her eyes shining. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming had fought against 2 opponents and had an overwhelming victory. Everyone was taken aback. At the elder in charge area. Brother Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming has won the title of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right. Brother Lu really has a good eye for talent. Such a genius was found by Brother Lu. He even hid so deeply before. Brother Lu, please take care of this little brother in the future. The group of elders beside Lu Xiu all beamed with joy as they congratulated him. No, this was no longer congratulatory, it was simply flattery. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lu Xiu replied to them one by one, but his smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Not far away, Zhao Sui's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he kept muttering, how could this be? How did it end up like this? In the reserve area of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming took over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. My Cloud Emperor Mountain Ranges people actually seized the Eastern Heaven Divine Guards. Jiang Hongwen kept muttering to himself, thinking that he was dreaming. Lu Ming, you're amazing, you're amazing. I'm far inferior to him. In the Detian Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyun sighed. However, he was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy for Lu Ming. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged protector took a step forward and came before Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're not bad. You've exceeded my expectations. However, there are many geniuses in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You can't be arrogant because of this. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, Guardian. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He knew that the middle-aged guardian had no ill intentions towards him. On the contrary, he had good intentions. The reason why he had stopped Chiu Changkong's death was to maintain the rules. Yes. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me at the Palace of Fire. In a while, there will be a deacon of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace who will bring you to tour the branch palace of the Myriad Star City. Your rewards will also be distributed to you. Many thanks, Protector. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude again. The middle-aged protector nodded in satisfaction, then announced loudly, all right, this Detian Divine Guard selection ends here. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard has selected a total of 1360 official Detian Divine Guards. Deacon Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. As soon as the middle-aged protector finished speaking, a tall and thin middle-aged man with a goatee flew into the fighting ring and said, this subordinate will do as you command. The middle-aged protector nodded. Then, his body moved and he suddenly disappeared. No one could see how he disappeared. Is this the power of a lower-tier king tier? Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a look of yearning. The Martial King realm was also divided into 9 levels, but the gap between each level was even greater. It was several times greater than the gap between each stage of the Martial Ancestor realm. Moreover, there were several dividing lines in the Martial King realm. According to these dividing lines, there were 4 titles. From LV1 to LV3 Martial King realm, they were known as low-tier kings. From LV4 to LV6 Martial King realm, they were known as kings of lower tier. From LV7 to LV9 Martial King realm, they were known as kings of the upper tier. And above the late-stage king tier, there was still one known as a peak-stage king tier. Among them, the 3rd to 4th level and the 6th to the 7th level of the Martial King realm were all dividing lines, and the difference in strength was huge. It was said that the guardians of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were all lower-tier kings. It was very difficult to break through to the next level of the Martial King realm. In the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, most of the king tiers were low-tier king tiers, while lower-tier king tiers were already famous experts. Alright, the Emperor Sky Divine Guards will stay here temporarily. Someone will make the arrangements later. Official Emperor Sky Divine Guards, follow me. I'll bring you to the Emperor Sky Divine Palace to settle the procedures and arrange your accommodation. Everyone, my surname is Huang, and I'm an attendant of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You can call me Attendant Huang. The goateed deacon said. Immediately after, Attendant Huang took the lead and soared into the sky. Below him, the 1360 people who had officially become Detian Divine Guards also soared into the sky and followed Attendant Huang. Below, countless eyes were looking at them, full of envy. Once one became an official Detian Divine Guard, not only would they be able to enjoy superior cultivation conditions, but they would also possess great power and a high status. If he were to go to those empires, even the royal families of medium or upper-tier empires would have to be polite to him, let alone a low-tier empire like the Burning Sun Empire. This was because the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards represented the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lục Minh and the group flew high into the sky and looked down. The entire huge building was in their sight. In the other 3 directions, light flickered, as if the other 3 divine guards had not been decided yet. Chapter 433. 433 Chapter 433 Divine Guard Token. More than 1,000 people followed Deacon Huang and flew across the sky like locusts. However, in the huge Myriad Star City, they did not cause any waves. The Myriad Star City was too huge, and there were too many experts. Countless people flew in the sky every day, and they were used to it. Because there were many people in the sky, there was a limit to the speed of flying in the sky of the Myriad Star City. If the speed was not limited, it would be impossible to control the speed of 10 miles in an instant, and a large number of warriors would bump into each other. At that time, he would not die in battle but would crash into other martial artists. That would be embarrassing. Half an hour later, Deacon Huang led the group to a huge building. This building was a pavilion, 7 stories high, and it was extraordinarily majestic. In front of the pavilion, there was a stone tablet with a row of words written on it, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region. This is the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's Eastern Branch Palace in the Tianxian region. It can't be, right? Lục Ming's eyes were full of doubts. Although this pavilion was huge, it couldn't hold too many people. If it was said to be the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern region of the Tianxian region, wouldn't it be a little too shabby? Haha, little guys, watch carefully. Deacon Huang seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He laughed and took out a purple gold token. He infused his true qi into it, and the purple gold token shone with rays of light. Suddenly, a wave of ripples appeared in front of the pavilion. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared. A spatial path. This place was actually a spatial path. Follow me. Deacon Huang smiled and stepped into the vortex. The others looked at each other and followed. Could there be another heavenly passage? Lục Minh pondered and stepped in. The world suddenly turned. The next moment, Lục Minh found himself in a huge square. The square was at least 10 miles in length and width. The ground was actually paved with white jade. On the white jade, there were inscriptions that glowed. More than 3,000 people appeared in the square. In the square, there was a shocking discussion. Lục Minh looked forward. In front of him was a vast mountain range. Some of the mountains had peaks that reached into the clouds. It was extremely majestic. One could see that there were many huge buildings built between the vast mountains. There were palaces and towers, all of which were incomparably majestic, even taller than mountains. Between the mountains and the palace towers, one could see spiritual birds flying and strange beasts roaring, which resounded through the world. At the same time, he could see the figures of martial artists shuttling back and forth between the mountains and palaces. It was like a fairyland. Is this the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern region of the Tianqian region? It's actually in a plain, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy is so rich, 5 or 6 times that of the myriad star city. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he pondered in his heart. No wonder there was only one tower outside the 1,000 stars city. All right, everyone. This is the real branch palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Although it's only a small plain, it's considered quite large in a small plain. It's tens of millions of miles wide and has abundant resources. Attendant Huang introduced with a smug expression. Thousands of miles. It's huge. Lu Ming was secretly speechless. In fact, along the way, Lu Ming had come into contact with quite a number of small plains. Mid-level plains were very rare. This was because the medium plains were vast and boundless, and the laws of heaven and earth were very complete. They could already develop their own world. Only official Ditian Divine Guards can enter here to cultivate. Reserve Ditian Divine Guards don't have the qualifications. Reserve Ditian Divine Guards live in the Myriad Stars City and need to go through difficult trials and assessments before they can become Ditian Divine Guards. Deacon Huang continued. Many people silently nodded their heads, rejoicing that they had become the Ditian Divine Guards. If they were to become Reserve Ditian Divine Guards, they would have to undergo countless trials and tribulations. Moreover, the success rate wasn't high. Your information has already been sent over. Now, I'll help you with the procedures to join the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Wait here for a while. Everyone saw that there was a huge palace at the side of the square. People were coming and going in the palace, and it must be the place for them to go through the procedures. Not long after, a beautiful young lady came to Attendant Huang's side and handed him a storage ring. Deacon Huang took it, and with a flash of light from his storage ring, a purple gold token appeared in his hand. This is your command token, known as the Divine Guard Command Token. It records all of your information in the Ditian Divine Guard. At the same time, if you go out, it also represents your identity as a Ditian Divine Guard. The token of the Divine Guards is made of purple gold cold iron and is engraved with special inscriptions. Outsiders can't imitate it. The first one, Lu Ming, is your token of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming walked up. Haha, little brother Lu, congratulations. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards have many benefits. Not only do you have the right to enter the 100 deity slope once, but the place you live in is also different from the others. Wait a moment, I will take you there. Deacon Huang looked at Lu Ming, his face full of smiles. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming said politely and took the purple gold Divine Guard token. The others looked at Lu Ming with envy. Becoming a member of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard meant that he had a bright future ahead of him. Did he not see that even Deacon Huang was being polite to Lu Ming? He was trying to build a good relationship with him. Haha, you're welcome. Next, Zhang Sheng. He's injured now. I'll give him the next one. Attendant Huang took out another token. Then, Attendant Huang distributed the pieces one by one. As for Lu Ming, he had already walked to the side, holding the Divine Guard token, channeling his essential qi into it and reading it. The token was shimmering with a faint glow and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, 19 years old, from the Blazing Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, the Eastern Palace of the Tianqian region, Level 1 Emperor Heaven Divine Guard, Eastern Heaven Divine Guard. It was just a short message. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards were divided into many ranks. Rank 1 was the lowest, and there were still ranks 2, 3, and 4 above it. Lu Ming did not know what the highest level was. The others were also watching. Soon, Deacon Huang distributed all the tokens. Now, I'll show you around the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Deacon Huang said. Then, he flew towards the vast mountains. Everyone rose into the air and followed. I believe all of you know that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has 9 great halls. They correspond to the 9 common concepts of the heavens and earth, namely wind, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, lightning, ice, and mountain. However, other than the 9 great halls, there are still a few other places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that are extremely important and famous. The pagoda in front of you is the Heaven Connecting Pagoda. You can cultivate in it in the future and also test your cultivation and combat strength. The Heaven Reaching Tower is divided into many levels. There will be a corresponding reward for each level that you pass. Deacon Huang pointed to a tall tower in front of them and introduced it. Chapter 434. 434 The Tao Enlightenment Palace. In front of them was a tall tower. It was dark black in color, extremely majestic and incomparably vast. It covered an area of 100 mu and was as tall as the mountain peak. No one knew how many layers it had. The Heaven-Reaching Tower. It's just like its name. Then, Attendant Huang led the group forward. They flew past mountain after mountain, palace after palace, and in the sky. Occasionally, experts would fly past and look at them curiously. Those experts were not old. They looked to be in their late 20s. The older ones were only in their 30s. They were all in the golden age of warriors. However, the aura of these young powerhouses was extremely terrifying. Each of them had a monstrous aura and was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that even the worst of them were at the half-step king realm. Some people were hard to predict, but they were definitely stronger than half-step king realm. Many of the young geniuses in Lu Ming's group were peerless geniuses in their respective areas. However, when they sensed the aura of those young experts, their faces turned pale. They were far too inferior. Cough, cough. Don't be discouraged. Many of those young experts are the previous batch of Detian Divine Guards. They've cultivated for 5 years more than you, so they're naturally very strong. After 5 years, you won't necessarily be weaker than them. Deacon Huang shouted. That's right. In the future, I'll definitely be stronger. Me too. Many young men took a deep breath and regained their fighting spirit. Deacon Huang nodded in satisfaction. Not long after, they arrived in front of an extremely ancient and majestic palace. This is the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It's extremely wondrous. Once you enter, you can observe the changes in the intent realm of heaven and earth. It will greatly help you in comprehending the intent realm of heaven and earth. Attendant Huang introduced. What? It can help one comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. That's right. Not only can it help one comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, but it can also help martial arts grandmasters and warriors comprehend force. What? It can even help one comprehend force. The eyes of many young men were already shining. Of course, the Tao Comprehension Palace can be said to be the sacred land of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, second only to the 100 Deities Slope. It was established by the great palace master of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De. Attendant Huang said smugly. Martial Emperor De, my God. All the young men were amazed. Martial Emperor De was high and mighty. He was one of the top experts in the divine wilderness continent. He was famous and his name was known throughout the ages. Who did not know him? This Tao Comprehension Palace was actually built by Martial Emperor De. It was exciting to think about it. Martial Emperor De. Lu Ming was filled with fighting spirit. The supreme being of the 9 suns had only helped him suppress the bloodline aura of the 9 dragons for 10 years. Now, about a year had passed, and there were still 9 years left. 9 years later, the power of the 9 suns supreme would disappear, and he would have to face Martial Emperor De. This was almost impossible. However, Lu Ming would not give up. He was full of motivation and fighting spirit. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would be scared to death. But I have to tell you that if you want to enter the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate, it will cost you 100 supreme spiritual crystals for 1 day. Attendant Huang said with a smile. What? 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day? Oh my God, this is too expensive. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. A supreme spiritual crystal was equivalent To 100 upper spiritual crystals, 10,000 middle spiritual crystals, and 1 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 supreme spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 million lower spiritual crystals for a day of cultivation. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. Their hearts turned cold. With their wealth, even if they used all they had, they would not be able to cultivate for a few days. Deacon Huang chuckled and did not say anything else. He continued flying forward. Not long after, they arrived in front of a huge mountain peak. On the mountain peak, ancient trees towered into the sky, spiritual birds flew in the air, and auspicious beasts lightly roared. It was a peaceful scene. One could see courtyards among the trees, layer upon layer, spread all over the mountain. No one knew how many there were. As soon as they arrived, they felt that the heaven and earth spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. It was much denser than in the myriad star city. This is where you will live. Each of you will have a courtyard. The number of your courtyards has been marked on your divine guard tokens. You can check in with the correct number. Attendant Huang instructed. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Everyone nodded. There are other wondrous places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, but I won't bring you around one by one. In the future, you can slowly explore them on your own. With that, Deacon Huang flew in front of Lu Ming and smiled. Little brother Lu, you are the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Your courtyard is not in this area, but on the peak of the mountain. There are 4 spiritual springs there, and 4 courtyards have been built at the source of the spiritual springs for the 4 divine guards to live in. Heavens, the courtyard is actually built on top of the spiritual spring. This treatment is too good. Someone exclaimed in admiration. Countless envious eyes fell on Lu Ming. The eye of the spiritual spring was a place where spiritual energy erupted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was unimaginably rich. They looked at Lu Ming with envy and jealousy. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect the Eastern Sky Divine Guards to be treated so well. No wonder everyone wanted to take this position. Being at the eye of the spiritual spring would be very beneficial to Lu Ming's cultivation. Brother Lu Ming, I'll bring you up. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Huang. Lu Ming cupped his fists. After that, Lu Ming and Deacon Huang flew towards the peak of the mountain, leaving behind a group of envious people. Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare people. Not only can Lu Ming live at the eye of the spiritual spring, but he also has a spot to enter the 100 deities slope. Even Deacon Huang has to curry favor with him. This can't be helped. Who asked others to be more talented? There's no way to compare. Let's go find our own courtyard. One by one, the young men flew down the mountain and walked toward the courtyards. Each courtyard was marked with a number, and everyone could check in according to the number. Lu Ming and Attendant Huang arrived at the peak of the mountain. Standing in the air, one could see a courtyard in each of the 4 directions of the mountain peak. The clouds and mist were everywhere, making it look like a fairyland. This was the courtyard where the 4 divine guards lived. Due to the size of the mountain peak, the 4 courtyards were separated by at least several li. The one on the east side is your courtyard. Attendant Huang pointed to the courtyard on the east side and introduced. Brother Lu, after several months of fighting, you must be tired. Go and rest. I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. Oh, and the courtyard of the 4 divine guards is surrounded by inscription formations. You need to use your divine guard token to open it. This is to prevent others from disturbing you when you cultivate. Lu Ming, thank you, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming bowed. He naturally wouldn't reject the goodwill of others. Deacon Huang revealed a smile on his face. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Chapter 435. 435 Mushu Yuan. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in front of the courtyard. The courtyard occupied a large area and the architecture was elegant. Lu Ming was very satisfied. On the door of the courtyard, there were a few words, East Heaven Courtyard. Lu Ming moved his hand and a purple gold token appeared. It was his divine guard token. Then, Lu Ming injected essential qi into the divine guard token. The token glowed with rays of light that extended to the courtyard. The courtyard trembled and a light screen appeared. This light screen enveloped the entire courtyard. At this moment, the light screen in front of the gate split into two. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied. In this way, he would not have to be afraid of others prying into his cultivation or his secrets in the future. Lu Ming walked in and the light screen closed automatically. In the courtyard, there was a small bridge, a flowing water, a pavilion, 2 rooms, and a living room. The courtyard was filled with a dense aura. Spiritual Qi. This fog was actually formed by the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual Qi of heaven and earth had actually turned into a physical form. It could be seen how rich the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth was here. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and felt that there was an endless amount of spiritual energy that was constantly surging out from the courtyard. The spiritual spring's eye is indeed wonderful. Let's cultivate then. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged and condensed his 9-dragon bloodline. The 9-dragon bloodline roared and inhaled. A terrifying devouring power burst out. Hoo hoo hoo. The rich spiritual energy in the world was gathering towards Lu Ming. The boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and turned into Lu Ming's essential Qi. The essential Qi that was condensed from the spirit Qi of heaven and earth was extremely pure. It continuously gathered with Lu Ming's essential Qi and condensed it. Lu Ming could feel that his essential Qi was constantly becoming purer and more condensed. It was slowly advancing and approaching the 9th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. 6 hours later, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes. Awesome, this is awesome. The heaven and earth spiritual Qi here is dozens of times, even hundreds of times stronger than outside. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 100 days of cultivation outside. After the cultivation earlier, although Lu Ming had not broken through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, he was infinitely close to it. Lu Ming estimated that if he continued to cultivate here for half a month, he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This speed was already very fast. One had to know that Lu Ming had already cultivated the true war dragon technique to the 7th stage. The density of his essential Qi was 8 times that of ordinary essential Qi. The amount of energy required was simply too much. If Lu Ming only relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, he would need at least a few years to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm in the outside world. The spiritual energy here could greatly speed up Lu Ming's cultivation speed. This is a really good place. This cultivation lasted for 2 days. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt the Divine Guard token vibrate slightly. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and took a look at the Divine Guard token. There's someone outside. Who is it? Could it be Jian Fengyun? Lu Ming did not know many people in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Who was looking for him now? He stood up and walked out. The token glowed, and the light screen automatically separated. Outside the courtyard, a handsome young man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 27 or 28 years old. He stood with his hands behind his back and did not exude any aura. However, Lu Ming felt as if he was looking up at a tall mountain. This young man was like an insurmountable mountain just by standing there. What a profound cultivation. This man is definitely a peerless master of the martial king realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he had an idea. The young man in white smiled warmly when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Yes, I am. May I know who you are? I'm Mu Xiao Yuan, and I'm just an ordinary Emperor Heaven Divine Guard of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The white-robed youth laughed. Mu. Lu Ming had an idea and asked tentatively, oh. I've never seen Brother Mu before. May I know why Brother Mu has come to find me? It's nothing serious. It's just that you've just arrived, so there's something I have to remind you of. Mu Xiao Yuan said. Lu Ming, you didn't go out for the past few days. Right now, the new batch of Detian Divine Guards is spreading rumors that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards don't live up to their name. They have the lowest combat strength and cultivation and shouldn't occupy such good resources. There's such a thing. It's absolutely true. Furthermore, this time, the East side is indeed the weakest. The south, north, and west side all have half-step king warriors. The other 3 divine guards are all half-step king warriors. Furthermore, the south and west side each have 2 half-step king warriors. The competition is extremely intense. Only the east side. There is not a single half-step king warrior. I heard that the 2 half-step king warriors from the south and west side have already set their eyes on you. I'm afraid they will challenge you. Once you lose, they will be able to take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard and occupy your residence. More importantly, they will take away your spot to enter the 100 deities slope. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then looked at Mu Shuyuan and said, "What I'm more curious about is why you're telling me this for no reason. You don't need to know that. You'd better be careful during this period." Having said that, Mu Shuyuan turned around, took a step, and disappeared. What a fast speed! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Even with his eyesight, he almost couldn't see how Mu Shuyuan had left. This Mu Shuyuan is probably more than a LV1 martial king. He might be even stronger. Who is he? Why did you remind me out of the kindness of your heart? You're also surnamed Mu. I wonder what your relationship with senior sister Mulan is. Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts and doubts. After thinking for a long time, he could not think of a reason. Forget it, I'll go in and sort things out. It's time to convert the resources into strength. Lu Ming muttered, turned around and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, in an ancient hall of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Mu Xiaoyuan reported the news to an old man. I have already reminded Lu Ming. That's good. Although Lu Ming is not bad, he's still far from that person. We can't help him too much. Just a reminder will do. If he wants to become a powerful person, he has to rely on himself in the end. Only by going through trials and tribulations can he continue to become stronger. In the future, there's a slight possibility that he can compete with that person. The old man said with a sigh. It's hard. However, that girl has good taste. She actually found such a genius in the Small Cloud Emperor mountain range. Mu Shuyuan said with a smile. After the two of them chatted for a while, Mu Shuyuan took his leave. Little girl, you can't go against your father's decision. The old man sighed softly and then fell silent. Chapter 436. 436 50 billion crystals. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and took out all the storage rings that he had obtained during this period of time. He cleaned them up. A day later, they were finally done. The harvest this time was extremely terrifying. It was far beyond Lu Ming's expectations. There were too many of them. Most importantly, there were more than 1,000 other storage rings in Zhongxing's storage ring. All of them were obtained from killing other geniuses and had yet to be counted. After counting, Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. Spiritual crystals, all kinds of middle and upper spiritual crystals. If they were exchanged for lower spiritual crystals, they would be worth 50.6 billion. Yes, more than 50 billion spiritual crystals. What a terrifying number. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. There were also some other materials, spirit weapons, and the like not included. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. These spiritual crystals are enough for me to use for a while. If I can convert all these spiritual crystals into strength, my strength will increase by a large margin. Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 pitch-black branches appeared. These 2 pitch-black branches were the 2 that had spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. Initially, Lu Ming only had one. The other one fell on Autumn Water's hand. However, he had killed Li Autumn Water before, so this branch naturally fell into his hands. I don't know what use it has. Lu Ming muttered and kept it. Then, Lu Ming got up and left the courtyard. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. The place he wanted to go to was one of the more famous places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Mystical Treasure House. In the Mystical Treasure Hall, you can exchange for all kinds of treasures and have sold all kinds of treasures. The Qizhen house was extremely majestic. It was a few hundred meters tall and covered an area of a few thousand mu. Inside, people came and went, and it was very lively. It's so huge. In fact, every sect would build a facility like the Mystical Treasure Hall so that their disciples could exchange for treasures. The mystical sword sect had one as well, but it was many times smaller than the mystical treasure house in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming walked in. In the hall, people came and went. At a glance, there were no less than thousands of people. Eh? Look, who's that? Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. So he's Lu Ming. He's quite young. Humph, what Eastern Sky Divine Guards? He's just lucky. There aren't any decent masters in the East, so he took over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. That's right, if we leave him in the South, he'll be able to escape. He's not even in the top 5. Just wait and see. The half-step king from the South has his eyes on the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He's been in seclusion for the past few days. When he comes out, he'll definitely challenge Lu Ming. His position as the Eastern Sky Divine Guard won't last long. That's right. He's not strong, but he has such good cultivation resources. Who would be convinced? Let's wait for a good show. A series of discussions sounded in the surroundings. Of course, most of them were the new Detian Divine Guards that had joined this year. There were also some Detian Divine Guards from the previous batch who looked over curiously. Naturally, Lu Ming heard it too. He sneered and could not be bothered with it. He walked to a room. Inside the room was the place to buy and sell and exchange items. Little brother, what do you need? An old man with a smile asked. I want to exchange all the lower, middle, and upper spiritual crystals for supreme spiritual crystals. Is that possible? Of course you can, but you'll have to pay a 1% fee. The old man replied with a smile. He was not surprised. There were many people who came to exchange for top-grade spirit crystals every day. When one's cultivation reached the half-step king realm or even king realm, spirit crystals of other grades would be useless. Only supreme-grade spirit crystals would have any effect. Therefore, warriors above the half-step king realm would exchange their spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. 1%. Young man, how many crystals do you have to exchange? The old man continued to ask with a smile. Yes, I have 50 billion lower spiritual crystals. I'll exchange them all for supreme spiritual crystals. All right, huh? What? 50 billion. The old man casually agreed, but the next moment, he reacted. The smile on his face froze, and his eyes widened. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming was not very old and would not have many spiritual crystals to exchange for it. He did not expect Lu Ming to say such an astronomical figure. What's wrong? I can't exchange for it. Then I'll exchange for less. No, I can exchange. The old man hurriedly called out. The smile on his face became even more brilliant. Previously, his smile was just a professional habit. Now, his smile was completely sincere. If he exchanged for 50 billion lower spiritual crystals, the fee would be as high as 500 million. He would be able to take a large amount of commission from it. How could he not be happy? Little brother, wait a moment. The old man ran out in a hurry and returned after a while with a storage ring in his hand. Young man, there are 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals in total. Please count them. The old man passed the storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it. With a thought, a milky white crystal appeared in his hand. It was filled with extremely dense energy. The spiritual chi contained in the top-grade spiritual crystal was almost solid. Ordinary martial artists could not refine it at all. Only half-step kings and above could. Lu Ming scanned the ring with his mind and found that there were exactly 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals in the storage ring. Lu Ming nodded. He waved his hand and a few storage rings appeared. Senior, there are middle spiritual crystals, upper spiritual crystals, and lower spiritual crystals in here. They add up to 50.5 billion. Please count them. The old man took the storage ring and began to count. Lu Ming waited patiently. The old man took a full 2 hours to finish counting. That's right, it's 50.5 billion. The old man nodded and put it away with a smile. He then asked, Little brother, do you need anything else? Senior, I have some spirit weapons, martial arts techniques, materials, and so on. Help me take a look and see how many top-grade spirit crystals I can exchange for them. I'll exchange them all. Lu Ming took out a few more storage rings. The old man took it and counted it carefully. These items were worth about 10 billion in the end. Lu Ming had an additional 10,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals. The old man laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Senior, I need to buy a batch of half-step king beast cores. How many spirit crystals for one? Lu Ming intended to purchase a batch of demonic cores and rush his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. When one's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, one could fully focus on comprehending force. Half-step king beast core, 100 supreme-grade spirit crystals for one. The old man said. It's really expensive. Chapter 437, 437 9th level of martial ancestor. Senior, give me 100. 100. The old man was shocked, but after the series of events just now, he was already a little numb. Then, he took out 100 demonic cores of half-step kings and Lu Ming took out 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Money and goods. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the demonic core. He sighed inwardly. No wonder the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was one of the strongest powers in the eastern region of the mysterious sky region. If it was in the Blazing Sun Empire or even the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it would be almost impossible to buy a half-step king realm beast core. Lu Ming kept the demonic core and left the mystical treasure hall, satisfied. Back at the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and waved his hand. 100 demonic cores floated in the air. Begin, devour. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and it roared into the sky. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 5 monster cores were swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The demonic pill was swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and exploded, turning into rolling energy that was constantly being refined. After his 9-dragon bloodline reached the 5th level of the king tier, the power of devouring and refining had increased by many times. The speed of refining was terrifying. The energy, impurities, and harmful substances in the demonic core were constantly being refined. The remaining pure energy essence was constantly surging into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique at full force and began to break through to the next realm. Originally, he had already reached the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now, he was trying to break through to the 9th level. The demonic pill of a half-step demonic king contained extremely dense energy. The bottleneck of the 9th martial ancestor realm started to loosen. Not enough, give me 5 more. The 9-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed another 5 demon cores. Pang Bo's energy rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he broke through the bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He had reached the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Continue. Let's rush to the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes were burning as he continued to devour the demonic cores of the semi-demonic kings. After reaching the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, the demonic pill of a half-step demonic king would slow down his cultivation. However, Lu Ming had bought 100 demonic cores, which was enough to support him. Lu Ming's cultivation level kept increasing. 3 days later, Lu Ming had refined all 100 demonic cores. His cultivation had also successfully advanced to the peak of the 9th level martial ancestor realm. At this point, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. Further down was the comprehension of force. By controlling force to comprehend intent, one only needed to comprehend a trace of the intent realm of heaven and earth. He could use the intent realm of heaven and earth to refine his true chi and slowly transform it into a higher level of energy, true origin. This process was extremely difficult. When most of the genuine chi in his body had been converted into genuine vitality, he still needed to comprehend a complete realm of heaven and earth and form a rune of realm in his sea of consciousness. After that, they still had to go through the trial of the lightning tribulation before they could become a king. A king was like a blade, a heavenly chasm. Wanting to cross it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Countless geniuses were often stuck at the half-step king level. Many of them had even formed intent runes at the last step, but they died tragically under the lightning tribulation. There were too many such examples. However, once he broke through to the martial king realm, he would achieve a substantial leap. Not only would his combat strength be greatly enhanced, but his lifespan would also be extended to 1,000 years. A king had 1,000 years of life and could look down on the changes of the world. They could see the rise and fall of generations of talents. Grandmasters, on the other hand, could only live for 200 years at most, not much longer than ordinary people. A king, in a sense, had already broken away from the category of mortals. It was simply too difficult to break through to the king tier. The Blazing Sun Empire, for example, had not had a king for over 1,000 years. Some mid-tier empires might have kings, but they were all low-tier kings. It might take hundreds or thousands of years for one to appear. 2 kings would be considered good. Only high-tier empires had more kings. Many geniuses claimed to have the potential to become martial kings when they were young, but most of them were exaggerated. It was only a possibility, and most of them would not be able to break through to the king's realm. Lu Ming's next step was to master the 2 types of forces to perfection. After force reached perfection, one could go one step further and comprehend intent. Tao Enlightenment Palace. Then, he got up and left the courtyard, heading towards the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The Tao Enlightenment Palace could help people comprehend, sure, so he naturally had to make use of it. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Tao Enlightenment Palace. In front of the Tao Enlightenment Palace, there were 7 white-haired old men sitting cross-legged. Each of them looked like an ordinary old man. They didn't give off any aura and looked like 7 ordinary old men. However, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate him. Those who could guard the Tao Enlightenment Palace were definitely martial king realm experts. They might look ordinary now, but once they exploded, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Senior, I want to enter the Tao Comprehension Palace to cultivate. Sure, 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day. How many days do you want to go in? He asked. An old man with a face full of wrinkles said. I want a month. Then, he took out 3,000 supreme spiritual crystals and handed them to the old man. The old man took it and nodded. Yes. 1 month. He said. Then, a beam of light entered the door of the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The door rippled with light and a light screen appeared. On the light screen, a whirlpool appeared. The door is open. Go in. Remember, 1 month later, the Tao Enlightenment Palace will send you out on time. The old man reminded. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and strode forward. He stepped into the vortex and the world spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing in a piece of chaos. Yes, the surroundings seemed to be in chaos. There was no up or down. It was all hazy. All of a sudden, a deafening explosion was heard. Lu Ming then saw a light spot shining in the chaos in the distance before it exploded. Walala. Chaos was surging. Endless intent realms and laws of heaven and earth were entangled, forming a complete world. This was a scene that could only be seen when the heavens and earth were created. The essence realm of heaven and earth. What a powerful essence realm of heaven and earth. So many essence realms of heaven and earth. Lu Ming felt that his surroundings were filled with various concepts of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, 2 kinds of intent domains of heaven and earth became especially clear and filled the world. It was the intent of wind and fire. They were also the 2 types of forces that Lu Ming had comprehended. Could it be that different forces or intents will appear here according to the different forces or intents that each person has comprehended? Martial Emperor DE is indeed hard to predict. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he thought solemnly. I don't care about that. I'll comprehend it first. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged, allowing himself to enter an ethereal state. He extended his thoughts and felt the wind and fire between heaven and earth. The wind and fire concepts were too profound. Lu Ming had only used the wind and fire concepts to comprehend force. Chapter 438. 438 Chapter 438. Despair. Firstly, Lu Ming had comprehended the force of fire. Fire was scorching, explosive, and incinerating everything. It represented destruction, but it also represented life. Lu Ming's mind was empty as he focused on comprehending the force of fire. With the fire force that he had comprehended and the fire concept from the outside world, Lu Ming's comprehension of fire force had advanced by leaps and bounds. Time flew by quickly as Lu Ming cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, the mystical sword sect of the Burning Sun Empire. In the meeting hall of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, Ling Potion, the valley master of the Crimson Cloud Valley, Shangguan Ming of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, the other higher-ups of the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, Hua Qi and the other higher-ups of the royal family, and Yan Quan were all gathered. "How's the war going?" Lin Shui asked a golden-robed elder of the mystical sword sect. Sect leader, just like before, the main focus of the 10-direction sword sect is defense. There will only be occasional small-scale attacks. The gold-robed elder reported. It seems like our guess was right. That sinister Qiu Wuyang must be waiting for the results of the selection. If Qiu Changkong joins the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards, he can use the Empyrean Sky Divine Palace's power to deal with us. Lin Shui's face was serious. That's right. The Ditian Divine Guards are extremely powerful. If they mobilize the forces of some mid-tier empires to deal with us, we'll be in deep trouble. Moreover, Qiu Changkong has a powerful backer behind him. Shangguan Ming said in a deep voice. Everyone sighed, their expressions grave. This question had been on everyone's mind for more than half a year. Now, we can only hope that Lu Ming will succeed. If Lu Ming becomes the Ditian Divine Guard, then even if Qiu Changkong joins the Ditian Divine Guard, he will still have some reservations. The selection of the Ditian Divine Guards should have ended 10 days ago. Is there still no news from them? Ling Potion said anxiously. I have already sent a group of people to wait for news in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Once there is news, it will be sent back as quickly as possible. I'm really worried to death. Ling Potion grinned. He had always been impatient, and this matter concerned the fate of the sect, so he was even more anxious. Calm down. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Although he said this, he was still very anxious in his heart. Sect leader, we have news. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man flew in from outside and shouted. This middle-aged man was wearing a golden robe, and he was obviously a golden-robed elder. Elder Feng, is there any news about the Ditian Divine Guard selection? Lin Shui stood up and asked nervously. Not bad, there's news. Elder Feng nodded heavily. Qiu Changkong, how is Qiu Changkong? Did he become a Ditian Divine Guard? Ling Potion asked anxiously. Qiu Changkong. He has indeed become a Ditian Divine Guard. Elder Feng thought for a moment before he spoke. What? Did Qiu Changkong really become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard? Lin Shui, Ling Potion, Hua Qi, and the others' faces all changed. The worst thing had still happened. Qiu Changkong had actually successfully become a Ditian Divine Guard. Everyone's hearts were extremely heavy. According to the news, Qiu Changkong had a fortuitous encounter this time and became extremely powerful. Not only did he become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, but he also passed the last stage and participated in the battle for the East Sky Divine Guard. Many of the strongest geniuses of the Emperor Sky and Super Regions were defeated by him, and he finally made it into the top 3 in the battle for the East Sky Divine Guard. Elder Feng said. Everyone's faces changed. Everyone couldn't control their breathing and stood up from their chairs. Their faces were pale and they looked terrible. Lin Shui kept repeating the same words. She couldn't accept the news. Ling Potion, Hua Qi, and the others also had ugly expressions. How can Qiu Changkong be so strong? How is this possible? Many people growled in disbelief. They really wished they were dreaming. Not only had Qiu Changkong joined the Ditian Divine Guards, but he had also participated in the battle for the East Heaven Divine Guards and had even made it into the top 3. This was unbelievable. At the same time, it was a heavy blow to everyone. Since Qiu Changkong was so terrifying, he would definitely be placed in an even more important position in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His status and power would definitely be greater as well. It must be his master. It must be. Without his master's help, how could Qiu Changkong have reached this level? An old imperial uncle of the imperial family growled in a low voice. He was filled with unwillingness. Now that Qiu Changkong had reached such a level, the imperial family would never be able to take revenge. Lin Shui seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She sat down heavily on the chair, a trace of despair in her eyes. If even the strongest geniuses in a super-large region were no match for Qiu Changkong, how could they fight back? What could he use to resist? Well, sect leader, and everyone else, I'm not done with my information. Elder Feng hurriedly said when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. You haven't finished. Could it be that Qiu Changkong is going to do something even more shocking? Ling Potion asked. That's not it. It's about Lu Ming. Oh. Has Lu Ming joined the Ditian Divine Guards? Hua Qiqiang asked, raising his spirits. That's right. Lu Ming is indeed a genius. He successfully joined the Ditian Divine Guard. I heard that only 3 people from the 36 empires of Emperor Yun joined the Ditian Divine Guard. Elder Feng said rather smugly. Lu Ming has joined the Ditian Divine Guards. Haha, I knew it. He would definitely succeed. Hua Qi's eyes lit up as he smiled. He was happy for Lu Ming. However, the others were not happy at all. If they had heard about Qiu Changkong before, they would have been extremely excited. But now, they couldn't be happy. The ordinary Ditian Divine Guards were far inferior to the geniuses who could compete for the East Sky Divine Guards. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, Qiu Changkong had entered the top 3. Not only was his personal combat strength much stronger than the ordinary Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guards, but his status and authority were also much higher. He did not have to worry about Lu Ming at all. They were still in a worrying situation. Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. To think that he could become an Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard. He can be said to be a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Blazing Sun Empire. What a pity. What a pity that he met Qiu Changkong. Lin Shui sighed. Sect leader, everyone, I'm not done with my information. Lu Ming did not just join the Ditian Divine Guards. Elder Feng continued. Ah. Could it be that Lu Ming also passed the last stage and participated in the fight for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? The eyes of Lin Shui, Ling Potion, Hua Qi, and the others lit up. Although reason told them that it was almost impossible because it was too difficult, they still hoped that it was real and that a miracle would happen. Chapter 439. 439 Chapter 439 The whole clan celebrating. To be able to participate in the contest for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was a leap, a qualitative leap. He had completely entered the ranks of the strongest geniuses in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. If Lu Ming could reach this level, even if he was not Qiu Changkong's match, he would not be too far off. He would definitely be valued by the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Qiu Changkong would more or less have some scruples, and they would have room to negotiate. At the scene, everyone looked at Elder Feng expectantly, hoping that he would nod. Elder Feng nodded. That's right. Not only did Lu Ming pass the last round, but he also participated in the fight for the Ditian Divine Guards. He even died. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming actually passed the last level. That's great, that's great. I didn't misjudge him. Now, the omnipresent sword sect will have to think twice if they want to destroy us. Before Elder Feng could finish his sentence, Ling Potion started laughing madly. His face was filled with joy, and even his beard was raised. That's right. Lu Ming is a genius. I was wrong about him back then. Lin Shui also sighed, but her eyes were also filled with ecstasy. I knew it. Lu Ming will definitely create miracles. Hua Qi's face was also filled with ecstasy. The others were also all smiling and extremely excited. Previously, they did not expect that Lu Ming could actually reach this level. This was really great news. Haha, someone, tell this good news to old Master Lu and Madam Lu. Lin Shui laughed. Wait a moment, sect leader, I'm not done yet. Elder Feng cried out again. The entire place fell silent again. I say, brother, you're a big man. Can't you just say everything in one go? Don't be so wishy-washy. Ling Potion called out. Sect Master Ling, I wanted to say it just now, but you interrupted me. Elder Feng said with a bitter expression. This he weren't you too excited just now? Alright, Elder Feng. If there's any other news, please tell us. Yes, Sect Master. It's about Lu Ming. Not only did he participate in the battle for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, but he also won the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards in the end. Elder Feng nodded and told him the news in one breath. When he finished, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Silence. There was complete silence. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone was stunned as they stared at Elder Feng in a daze. Elder Feng laughed bitterly. He had expected everyone to react this way. When he first heard the news, he had also had this expression on his face. In fact, it was even more exaggerated. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Are you saying that Lu Ming has taken over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? After a long time, Lin Shui was the first to react and asked in disbelief. Brother, is this news true? You're not lying to us, right? Ling Potion asked in a daze. He simply couldn't believe it. It's true. The Cloud Desolate Empire's royal family has already confirmed this news. They might even send people over to congratulate. Lin Shui, Ling Potion, Hua Qi, and the others looked at each other. They could see the indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Eastern Sky Divine Guards, Eastern Sky Divine Guards, ha ha ha, what will the 10 Direction Sword Sect do now? Ling Potion laughed wildly. Peerless genius, peerless genius. Shangguan Ming sighed. As for Hua Qi and those who were on good terms with Lu Ming, such as Yen Lan, they were so excited that they were trembling. Lan, you have good taste. This time, you have hope. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have reached this stage. Yan Quan also sighed in his heart. He was glad that he had made the decision to help Lu Ming for 10 years. Given Lu Ming's talent, he believed that Lu Ming would surpass him very soon. In fact, Lu Ming had already surpassed him. In the future, he would most likely still need Lu Ming's help. At the scene, everyone was extremely excited. They were just short of shouting out loud to express their emotions. They did not even dare to dream that Lu Ming could actually take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This was like stepping on the strongest geniuses from many super large regions. It was already unimaginable to be able to fight for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, let alone the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This time, Lu Ming would definitely be put in an important position. Qiu Changkong would definitely not dare to act rashly and use his power to interfere in the affairs of the Burning Sun Empire. Sect leader, sect leader. At this moment, a silver-robed elder rushed in. What's the matter? Lin Shui was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Sect leader, the Cloud Desolate Empire royal family is here to congratulate. The silver-robed elder said. He didn't know about the news and was a little surprised. He didn't know why the Cloud Desolate Empire royal family had come. The Cloud Desolate Empire was without a doubt the strongest out of the 36 empires of Emperor Yun. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Blazing Sun Empire. He's really here. Quick, go out and welcome him. Lin Shui quickly got up. The others followed suit. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect, they saw dozens of people. There was a total of more than 30 people, all of whom were standing in the air. Without a doubt, they were all martial ancestor realm powerhouses. The one in the lead was wearing a dragon robe, and he was emitting a powerful aura. He was a half-step king. Cloud Desolate Empire's honored guests have arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Lin Shui quickly cupped her fists. You must be sect leader Lin of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Haha, no need to be so polite. I am the Chi King of the Cloud Desolate Empire and I am here to congratulate sect leader Lin. I heard that Lu Ming is from the Mystical Sword sect. I didn't expect that the Mystical Sword sect would have a genius like Lu Ming. He won the East Heaven Divine Guards and greatly increased the prestige and reputation of the 36 kingdoms of the Cloud Emperor. He has also increased the reputation of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Therefore, I'm here to congratulate him. The middle-aged man in the flood dragon robe said. Lin Shui and the others were extremely excited. Previously, when Elder Feng said that, Even though they were extremely excited, they were still afraid that there might be a mistake in the news. But now that even the Prince of the Cloud Desolate Empire had come personally to congratulate, there was definitely no mistake. "Your Highness, please come in. Someone, prepare a banquet to welcome your Highness," Lin Shui loudly ordered. Someone immediately went to carry out the order. "Also, inform Old Master Lu and Madame Lu about this news. Also, invite Old Master Lu and Madame Lu over. Remember, you must be respectful and can't show the slightest neglect," Lin Shui ordered. "Yes, don't worry, sect leader." One of the gold-robed elders left to carry out the order. "Oh. So Lu Ming's parents are here as well. I would like to see what kind of person can give birth to such a peerless genius like Lu Ming." The Cloud Desolate Empire's De Qi King laughed. The mystical sword sect held a grand banquet to celebrate the occasion. When Lu Yuntian and Li Ping heard the news, they were incomparably excited and happy. Li Ping was so moved that tears flowed down her face. In contrast to the celebration in the mystical sword sect, the conference hall in the 10-direction sword sect was filled with tension. Damn it, damn that Lu Ming. How did he take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? How is that possible? Qiu Wuyang roared, exuding a terrifying aura and cold-killing intent. In the main hall, the others were silent, not making a sound. After a long time, Qiu Wuyang's voice was heard again. "Pass on my order. Pull back our forces and wait for news from Long Sky." Chapter 440. 440 A Good Dog. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Tao Comprehension Palace. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept around Lu Ming's body. It was as cold as a knife. Lu Ming suddenly stood up. His body trembled and he floated like a ghost, as light as a feather. After a long time, he stopped in place. The force of wind has finally reached perfection. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. His wind and fire force was already at the limit of the major achievement realm. After 7 days of comprehension in the Tao Enlightenment Palace, he had finally reached the Great Perfection realm. However, it also showed that the Tao Enlightenment Palace was indeed wonderful. In just 7 days, it could help Lu Ming break through. "Now, I'll begin to comprehend the force of fire." Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Lu Ming's power of fire had also reached the perfect stage. In just half a month, Lu Ming's wind and fire force had all reached the perfect stage. Lu Ming held the long spear and gathered the power of wind and fire. With a slight shake, the space rumbled and a spear ray burst out, flying to an unknown distance. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. His wind and fire force had reached perfection. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. There was a huge difference between the perfection and the completion of force. The difference was several times. After the fusion of wind and fire force, its power was even more powerful. At this moment, Lu Ming's combat strength was infinitely close to that of a level 7 genius. That's right. Initially, Lu Ming had already reached level 6. Now, he was infinitely close to level 7. I've said a month's time. There's still half a month left, just enough time to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. With both forces at the peak, he could already cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 2nd level. Just like that, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation and devoted himself to cultivating the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. In the Tao Enlightenment Palace, he combined the wind and fire intents to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Half a month later, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 2nd stage. This caused his combat strength to skyrocket once again, and he was now a level 7 genius. These spiritual crystals were so worth it. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. At this time, the 1-month period was almost up. Lu Ming left the Tao Enlightenment Palace and flew towards the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Eastern Sky Courtyard. He used the Divine Guard token to activate the inscription formation and walked in. He didn't notice that in the distant sky, a young man was watching him enter. Lu Ming has finally finished cultivating and returned. I'll report to Senior Brother Kai Go immediately. The young man muttered. With a flash, he flew towards one of the courtyards of the Detian Divine Guard. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and sat on a stone chair in the pavilion in the courtyard. He poured himself a glass of wine and sipped it slowly while admiring the flowing water under the small bridge. He had been in seclusion for more than a month. It was time for him to relax a little. May I know where Senior Sister Mulan is? If she's here, she should have heard the news that I've become a Divine Guard of the East Heaven and will come to find me. It seems that I have to find some time to inquire about it. I wonder how the war is going in the Burning Sun Empire. I'm sure the results of the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection have already been sent back to the Blazing Sun Empire. Now that I've become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Chiao Changkong shouldn't dare to act rashly. The war in the Blazing Sun Empire shouldn't have too many changes in the short term. The most troublesome thing is his master. I wonder which great figure in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is Chiao Changkong's master. Lu Ming pondered as he drank. Lu Ming, get out here. Suddenly, a loud roar came like a storm. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shot out two long beams of light that flickered. It's finally here. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he poured himself a full cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and strode out. Walking out of the courtyard, he saw a young man in his mid-20s standing in the air, staring at the eastern sky courtyard with burning eyes. At the sight of Lu Ming, the young man's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Lu Ming, you've been hiding like a turtle for more than a month, and you've finally shown yourself. Lu Ming, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. The throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards is not for you. You're not qualified. Now, give it to me, or you'll only humiliate yourself." The young man shouted as soon as he saw Lu Ming. Earlier, the young man had shouted so loudly that he had long alarmed the other Detian Divine Guards on the mountain peak. At this moment, one figure after another flew out from the courtyards and stood in the air, looking over. It's Kai Go. Kai Go is finally going to challenge Lu Ming. Kai Go is a half-step void god realm. He was defeated in the battle of the Nanshan Divine Guards. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming is in danger. This time, there were not many masters in the East, not even a half-step king. Lu Ming was only able to get the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards by pure luck. That's right. The 4 Divine Guards are for the capable. It's only right for Kai Go to challenge him and take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The surrounding Detian Divine Guards discussed animatedly. Chiao Changkong, Zhang Sheng, also appeared in the crowd. After more than a month, their injuries had healed, and they were gloating at the misfortune they had caused. Haha, Lu Ming, so what if you've taken over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? Wouldn't it still be snatched away? Ha ha ha. Chiao Changkong laughed in his heart. I didn't expect the other 3 directions to be so powerful. It's a good thing I didn't get the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Otherwise, it would be taken away before I could even get a seat. Ha ha ha. Zhang Sheng was also laughing coldly. Lu Ming naturally heard the others' discussion. He asked on purpose. My name is Kai Go. Lu Ming, I advise you to quit the Eastern Sky Divine Guards on your own. Kai Go said. As expected, you're a good dog. I say, you came to my place just for such a small matter. The others looked at each other. Kai Go's eyes turned red, and a cold killing intent burst out. His face was twisted as he roared, Lu Ming, you little B***starred, what did you say? You're looking for death, you're looking for death. I was going to let you go, but now, you're dead. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a dog in public. He deserved to die. You're just a dog. Don't bark so loudly. You just want to challenge me, don't you? Fine, I agree to fight with you. Tomorrow morning, we'll fight on the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming said loudly. His voice was clear and loud, and it spread far and wide. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to agree so easily. Kai Go was also stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a cold and vicious smile and said, All right, little bastard, I'll let you live for one more day. Then get lost, you dog. Kai Go gritted his teeth so hard that he almost suffered internal injuries. Humph, now you're going to talk. Tomorrow I'll make you cry. Kai Go gritted his teeth and turned to leave, Chapter 441. 440 won the contest between momentum and intent. The others discussed animatedly and turned to leave. Hee, Lu Ming, how dare you offend Kai? Go like this. It's really unwise. It seems like I don't have to do anything. You're going to die in Kai Go's hands. Chiu Changkong laughed coldly before turning to leave as well. After that, the news of the battle between Lu Ming and Kai Go spread like wildfire. Lu Ming turned around and entered the eastern sky courtyard. He began to meditate and regulate his breathing. The sun set and rose again, and a day had passed. The Divine Guard battle stage was built on a mountain peak. The peak of this mountain was relatively wide and flat, and there was a battle stage that was 10 miles wide and wide. As the name suggested, this was for duels between Ditian Divine Guards. The fighting ring was made of black metal and was covered with inscriptions. Even a low-tier king wouldn't be able to break it. On the Divine Guard battle platform, life and death were not to be disregarded. Early in the morning, the Divine Guard's battle stage was already surrounded by people. There were at least 10,000 of them. This time, there were about 6,000 to 7,000 new Ditian Divine Guards in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. It could be said that other than those who were in closed-door cultivation or had important matters to attend to, the majority of them had come. In fact, some of the previous Ditian Divine Guards had also come to the scene after receiving the news. After all, it was related to the succession of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, so it naturally received attention. A figure flew through the air and landed on the Divine Guard fighting ring. Kai Go has arrived. The moment Kai Go landed on the fighting ring, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, another figure appeared on the fighting ring. Lu Ming is here too. I didn't expect him to really dare to come. There's nothing we can do if he doesn't come. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has a rule that the 4 Heavens Divine Guards can be obtained by challenging others, and they can't avoid the battle. If he doesn't come and avoids the battle, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will also strip him of his position as the Eastern Heavens Divine Guard. Lu Ming's arrival caused a heated discussion. Kai Go opened his eyes as well, and a thick killing intent burst out from his eyes. He said coldly, Lu Ming, if you have any last words, leave them behind. You won't have the chance later. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Hee, is that so? I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Kai Go laughed coldly. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the fighting ring. Half a time is related to the succession of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. I'll be the witness. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. What else do you have to say? The middle-aged man shouted. No, I didn't. Lu Ming and Kai Go shook their heads. With the middle-aged man's announcement, the atmosphere became even more lively. Who do you guys think will win? Does Lu Ming have a chance to win? Impossible. I don't deny that Lu Ming's talent is indeed terrifying, but his cultivation level is too low. When he took over the East Sky Divine Guards, he was only at the peak of the 8th level Martial Grandmaster realm. Only a month has passed since then. Even if he breaks through to the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm, or even the peak of the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm, he can't possibly be Kai Go's match. Moreover, it's impossible to break through from the peak of the 8th level Martial Grandmaster realm to the peak of the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm in a month. A half-step king is much stronger than a peak 9th grade Martial Ancestor realm. He's 2 whole levels stronger. Moreover, Kai Go himself is an expert between level 4 and level 5. Adding them up, Kai Go is more than 6 levels. Stronger than an average peak 9th grade Martial Ancestor realm. Lu Ming can't possibly be his match. For a genius like Kai Go, when he's at the half-step king realm, unless it's a battle at the same cultivation level, no one can beat him. In that case, Lu Ming doesn't stand a chance. Lu Ming can't possibly win. The person who spoke the last sentence was a cold-looking young man in a golden robe. This person's words attracted countless gazes. This was because this person was another of the 4 Divine Guards, Zhong Hao of the Southern Divine Guard. Kai Go is not weak. Even if it's me, it won't be easy to defeat him. It's impossible for Lu Ming to defeat Kai Go. Zhong Hao said firmly. His cold expression was filled with confidence. Brother Zhong is right. Not far away, another beautiful woman laughed. This beautiful woman was the Northern Heaven Divine Guard of the 4 Divine Guards. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the other side. There was a young man in a white robe. He was as handsome as jade. The most peculiar thing about him was that there was a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows, which made him look even more mysterious. There wasn't a single person beside him. They seemed to be afraid of this person and kept their distance. This man was the last of the 4 Divine Guards, the Divine Guard of the Western Paradise. At the same time, he was also known as the strongest person among the 4 Divine Guards. When he was fighting for the Western Kingdom Divine Guards, the other half-step king didn't even last 3 moves against him. This showed how terrifying he was. Everyone looked at him, wanting to hear his opinion, but he did not say a word. At this moment, 2 powerful auras shot up into the sky from the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Kai Go were about to take action. Lu Ming, die. Die. Kai Go shouted coldly as a long and thin green sword appeared in his hand. The green long sword let out a soft cry and instantly crossed the distance of hundreds of meters, stabbing toward Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that many people present could not see the sword's trajectory clearly. Intent. It was obvious that Kai Go had already comprehended a trace of the concept of wind on the basis of wind force. Even if it was just a trace of the creation of wind, it was enough to make Kai Go's combat strength increase rapidly. Wind and fire. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and thrust it forward. On the long spear, the power of wind and fire was condensed to perfection. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. The violent genuine chi, the power of wind and fire, filled the entire fighting ring. The next moment, the 2 figures retreated rapidly, each retreating several miles, and then stood still. Everyone present was stunned and their eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming, he managed to block Kai Go's wind concept attack. How is that possible? Did you guys see that? Lu Ming's cultivation has already reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a terrifying cultivation speed. That's not the main point. Both of them did not use any martial arts techniques just now. They were only testing the waters with their attacks. How could Lu Ming possibly block Kai Go's concept of wind? Force can actually block intent. How is this possible? The crowd was in a heated discussion and were extremely shocked. This is the power of wind and fire. At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. Everyone was shocked, because the person who spoke was actually the Divine Guard of the Western Paradise, Sheng Wushuang, who had not spoken before. Lu Ming has comprehended 2 types of impose. Furthermore, the 2 types of impose have been fused and have reached perfection. Sheng Wushuang said slowly. However, he did not sound serious. He was just stating a fact as if Lu Ming was not worthy of his attention. The fusion of wind and fire. No wonder, no wonder. This Lu Ming is also impressive. He actually comprehended 2 types of force and even fused them successfully. The most shocking thing is that he actually cultivated both to perfection. Many people were amazed. Chapter 442. 442 Chapter 442 Overbearing Killing. Many people were shocked. It was not easy to cultivate one type of Shi to perfection, let alone 2. Moreover, he had successfully fused them. The difficulty of this wasn't just 2 times that of comprehending a type of Shi, but rather an exponential increase. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength is so terrifying. It's hard to achieve great things by doing 2 things at the same time. Sheng Wushuang snorted coldly and said in disdain. Brother Sheng is right. Zhong Hao said with a smile. Oh woo. At this moment, a wolf-like howl was heard in the fighting ring. The aura on Kai Go's body grew stronger. A black dog with 2 heads appeared above his head. The double-headed demonic dog was an extremely powerful demonic beast. 6 silver chakras were wrapped around the double-headed demonic dog. It's indeed a dog. Did I say anything wrong? Lu Ming pursed his lips. He was a little surprised. He did not expect that Kai Go's bloodline was really that of a dog. Little bastard, what are you talking about? I'm a 2-headed hellhound, go to hell. Kai Go bellowed as he activated his blood meridian. At the same time, his long sword trembled and the tip of the sword sliced through the air. Instantly, wind blades were formed and they were sent flying towards Lu Ming. There were at least a few dozen wind blades that were extremely sharp, even sharper than the blade ray. Only those who had comprehended a trace of wind concept would be able to execute it, and even a force at the perfection stage wouldn't be able to do so. This could be considered to be the preliminary control of the wind. Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear and shook it. Dozens of spear flowers appeared in the sky. Each of these spear flowers contained the power of wind and fire. After dozens of explosions, the wind blades and the spear flowers were destroyed. Heavenly Dog Sun-Eating Sword. Suddenly, Kai Go let out a long howl and thrust his long sword out. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A sun appeared, followed by a huge yellow dog. It opened its mouth and swallowed the sun. With the sun in its mouth, it pounced at Lu Ming, exuding a terrifying aura. Whoa, the dog is biting. Lu Ming rushed to the sky and shouted, almost causing Kai Go's mouth to twist in anger. Then, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps. Heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power exploded like a flood. The yellow dog's body trembled violently, and with a final wail, it exploded. Kai Go's figure could not help but fly backward. Heavens, what did I just see? Lu Ming actually managed to defeat Kai Go. How is that possible? It's indeed unbelievable. Lu Ming's combat strength is terrifyingly strong. However, Kai Go has yet to unleash his strongest combat strength. It's hard to predict the outcome. Look, Kai Go is about to go all out. At that moment, the aura on Kai Go's body had actually risen by another level. Rays of red light wrapped around his body. This secret technique was Kai Go's strongest state, and his combat power surpassed that of the top 4. Whoa, the yellow dog has transformed. The crowd was speechless. Kai Go was so angry that his chest swelled. Die. Heavenly Dog devours the sky. Kai Go let out a long howl and a terrifying sword gleam burst forth, condensing into a heavenly hound that pounced towards Lu Ming. This heavenly hound was formed from sword chi and could destroy everything. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's end this, True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and thrust his spear. A dragon's roar was heard as a 2-colored true dragon flew out, exuding an aura that looked down on the world. The 2-colored true dragon and the heavenly hound collided. At this moment, the entire fighting ring shook violently, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. Many people who were close to him retreated frantically. Anyone under the half-step king realm had to retreat 10 miles. Only the half-step kings didn't. Nest, isn't this too strong? Is this the battle power of someone below the king tier? A normal martial artist of the same level would be smashed into pieces in one move. He's too strong. He's the strongest genius of the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Who will win? Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the fighting ring. Roar. The 2-colored true dragon suddenly let out a loud roar. The heavenly hound let out a wail and collapsed. With a scream, Kai Go's body was sent flying like a cannonball, sliding several miles on the fighting ring. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards Kai Go. His long spear was like a cold bolt of lightning, piercing towards Kai Go. Kai Go was shocked. He rolled on the ground more than 10 times and dodged Lu Ming's attack. Yellow dog rolling around. Not bad. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Lu Ming took a step forward and violent energy blasted forward. Kai Go let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying like a little chick, blood spurting from his mouth. Kai Go was afraid as he howled in shock. Admit defeat. I don't accept this. Lu Ming sneered. His gaze was extremely cold. The spear's gleam was as cold as ice. It pierced through the void and stabbed at Kai Go. This time, Kai Go could no longer avoid it. The long spear pierced through Kai Go's chest, lifting him up into the air. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me go. Let me go. Kai Go let out a shrill cry of pain. He felt that death was so close to him. As long as Lu Ming's essential chi exploded, he would be dead for sure. He was afraid. He was afraid to death. As long as he thought of the great future leaving him, he would be so afraid that his whole body would tremble. Let you go. Did you ever think about letting me go when you tried to take my Eastern Sky Divine Guards away? If I'm not strong enough and lose to you, will you ever let me go? Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold as he asked 2 questions in a row. I was wrong. I failed to recognize Mt. Tai. I failed to see. You are the true God's favored son. I am dog shit. Yes, I am dog shit. I beg you, please let me live. Kai Go begged pitifully. In order to live, he could not care about anything else. It's too late to talk about this now. Let's go. Lu Ming was unmoved and said coldly. This time, he would not let Kai go off. He wanted to intimidate the others with his thunderous timing and tell them that he, Lu Ming, was not a pushover. On the contrary, he was a murderous soldier, a murderous soldier. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Kai Go screamed madly and struggled madly. Lu Ming shook his long spear and his essential chi exploded. Kai Go's heart exploded in an instant. Kai Go howled and stopped breathing. Lu Ming had won. Half-step King Kai Go had been killed. Before this, no one would have thought of such an ending. Almost everyone thought that Kai Go would definitely be able to crush Lu Ming and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He had never expected that the result would be the complete opposite. In the end, Lu Ming overpowered Kai Go and killed him. Some of the people who were certain that Lu Ming would be defeated felt their faces burning. This was especially so for Zhong Hao. He had even said that even he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat Kai Go and that Lu Ming was definitely not. Kai Go's match. He had a very proud look on his face. However, the reality was that Lu Ming had crushed Kai Go. This was equivalent to saying that Lu Ming was stronger than him. He felt that he had been slapped by Lu Ming and his face was burning. Chapter 443. 443 Divine Guard of the Western Paradise, Sheng Wushuang. Zhong Hao growled in his heart, extremely displeased. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his expression was full of solemnity. Kai Go was at the half-step king realm, 2 levels higher than a normal peak 9th level martial ancestor realm. At the same time, he was a genius who was ranked between level 4 and level 5. His combat strength was more than 6 levels higher than an ordinary martial arts grandmaster 9th level peak. Lu Ming, with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level martial arts grandmaster realm, was actually able to win. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength had reached level 7? At the thought of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath, their eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. A genius after 7 battles, how was this possible? Was there such a genius in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? Even the previous batch of Ditian Divine Guards looked at Lu Ming with grave gazes. In the crowd, Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong's faces were ashen. Their eyes were wide open, unable to accept what was happening. It had only been slightly more than a month and Lu Ming had become so powerful. Now, even if the 2 of them joined forces, Lu Ming could kill them in one move. No, I must think of a way to get rid of Lu Ming. This guy is too terrifying. If this goes on, I'll be the one who dies. Qiu Changkong's eyes glowed with a sinister light. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming swung his spear and threw Kai Go's corpse away. At the same time, he sucked in his essential chi and Kai Go's storage ring was sucked into Lu Ming's hand. As for Kai Go's blood essence, there were too many people at the scene. Lu Ming did not devour it. Who? As Kai Go's corpse fell to the ground, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. I hereby announce that Kai Go has failed his challenge. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is still Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was about to turn and leave. Lu Ming, you're not bad. Lu Ming was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. A young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows was walking in the air, step by step, towards the fighting ring. Sheng Wushuang, it's Sheng Wushuang. What is he doing on the fighting ring? Could it be that he is excited and wants to challenge Lu Ming? No way. If that's the case, there'll be a good show to watch today. This young man was none other than the Divine Guard of the Western Paradise, who was known as the most powerful genius of this batch, Sheng Wushuang. Sheng Wushuang stepped into the fighting ring and stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're not bad. You're worthy of being my opponent now. Sheng Wushuang was handsome and had his hands behind his back. The surrounding young women looked at Sheng Wushuang with shining eyes. Lu Ming was a little surprised. "Oh," he said. To be honest, he had never heard of Sheng Wushuang. "However, you're only worthy of being my opponent now. In the future, you might not be. Lu Ming, let me tell you, you've already taken the wrong path." Sheng Wushuang continued. He had his hands behind his back, as if he was an elder giving advice to a junior. Lu Ming was stunned. Was there something wrong with this brother's brain? He felt too good about himself. On what basis did he say that he had taken the wrong path? The others were stunned, and only a few of them had thoughtful expressions. "Haven't you realized it yourself? You've comprehended two types of forces at the same time. Although it's a great boost to your combat power, a person's energy is limited. It takes a lifetime to comprehend one type of force and one type of essence realm of heaven and earth, but you've comprehended two at the same time. In the short term, you might seem powerful, but it's actually an extremely stupid move. In the future, even if you can break through to the martial king realm, your achievements will be limited. That's why I said that you can be my opponent now, but in the future, the gap between you and me will only grow further and further. You will never be able to catch up with me." Sheng Wushuang continued with great confidence. "That's right. Sheng Wushuang is right. Comprehending two types of force will greatly increase your strength in the short term. However, it will definitely affect your cultivation in the future." The people around them felt that what Sheng Wushuang said made sense. However, Lu Ming was speechless. Moreover, Sheng Wushuang's attitude really pissed Lu Ming off. Hence, Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently and said, "Who the hell are you? You have your own path, I have mine, I don't need you to tell me. Moreover, for someone like you, surpassing you is just a matter of minutes." Lu Ming waved his hands casually. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You've gone astray and even tried to surpass me. What a joke. I'm kind enough to give you advice, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, I'll just let you live and die on your own." Sheng Wushuang snorted and left with his hands behind his back. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Who does he think he is? He looks like the #1 expert in the world, how laughable. Lu Ming muttered. He then rose into the air and left the place. Of course, this battle could not help but become the topic of discussion for others. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming anymore. Lu Ming had used his own strength to prove that he deserved to be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Moreover, what Sheng Wushuang said had spread. Most of the people agreed with Sheng Wushuang. There was a limit to how much energy a person could put into comprehending two types of Shi at the same time. If Lu Ming did not correct his mistakes, his future achievements would be limited. After Lu Ming returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, he continued to comprehend the force of wind and fire. Naturally, he would not give up on cultivating the wind-fire force just because of what Sheng Wushuang said. Ever since he had comprehended the wind and fire force and fused them, the wind and fire force had been of great help to Lu Ming. Moreover, the Dragon God's three absolutes wasn't just a single force or intent realm that could unleash its power. Therefore, he had to cultivate the wind and fire forces together. Moreover, Lu Ming had another ambition. He wanted to comprehend the force of lightning and combine wind, fire, and lightning to cultivate the Dragon God's three absolutes to the highest realm. On another mountain peak, in a courtyard, Chiu Changkong and a young man in purple were sitting opposite each other. Damn it. How can that be ****starred Lu Ming be so powerful? How can his cultivation level improve so quickly? Damn it. Chiu Changkong roared in anger. Junior brother, don't be impatient. In my opinion, Lu Ming must have had some fortuitous encounter or he has some treasure on him. The young man in purple picked up a cup of wine, took a sip, and smiled. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was the one who had sent the invitation letter to the Blazing Sun Empire. Senior brother, what should we do now? Why don't we ask Master to come forward and find a reason to execute Lu Ming? Chiu Changkong's eyes glowed with a cold light. Silly. Master, although you're the master of the Thunder Hall, one of the 9 halls, Lu Ming is the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. He's under the attention of the other hall masters. If you attack Lu Ming, you'll definitely upset the hall masters. It might even alarm the palace master. At that time, you'll find it hard to explain and you'll be punished. I can't just watch Lu Ming improve continuously. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to suppress him when he grows up. Chiu Changkong asked anxiously. Chapter 444. 444 The Hall Master's Lesson. Junior brother is right. We can't let Lu Ming live. Master can't do it, but we can. However, even if I do it now, I'm not 100% confident. The young man in purple muttered to himself. Then what should we do? Why don't we invite the other senior brothers? As for the other two senior brothers, one of them is traveling outside, and the other is in seclusion. Junior brother, don't worry. My cultivation has already reached the Great Circle realm, and I'll be going into seclusion to break through to the Martial King realm soon. When I break through to the Martial King realm, I can kill Lu Ming with a flip of my hand. The young man in purple said with a smile. Senior brother is about to break through to the Martial King realm. Chiu Changkong was ecstatic. That's right. I've been stuck at the half-step king realm for many years. Now that I've reached my limit, it's time to break through to the Martial King realm. The purple-robed youth said. How confident are you, senior brother? 80%. The young man in purple was very confident. Ha ha ha, that's good. Let Lu Ming live for a little longer. When senior brother breaks through to the Martial King realm, it will be the time of Lu Ming's death. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for a Martial King. As long as the young man in purple broke through to the Martial King realm and came out of his closed-door cultivation, he could simply find an excuse to challenge Lu Ming, and Lu Ming would be dead meat. Lu Ming, you can be arrogant all you want, but you won't be able to be arrogant for long. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was comprehending the power of wind and fire every day. But the progress was very small. After force reached perfection, it was extremely difficult to comprehend intent from it. Many people would be stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Today, the Palace Master of the Wind Palace will hold a lecture and personally explain the force and concept of wind. We can't miss this. Lu Ming stood up and left the courtyard, flying towards the Wind Palace. Every once in a while, the 9 Hall Masters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would personally give lessons and explain the force and intent realm of the related attributes. It would attract a large number of Detian Divine Guards to attend the lecture. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Wind Palace, he noticed that there were other figures flying in his direction from other directions. There was no one checking at the main entrance. Those who wanted to go in to listen could just go in directly. Lu Ming walked into the Wind Palace and arrived at a large hall. The main hall was extremely spacious. The floor of the main hall was filled with prayer mats. There were at least tens of thousands of them. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people sitting cross-legged on the futon. Lu Ming's entrance attracted many people's attention. Lu Ming ignored him. He found a futon at random and sat down. He closed his eyes and waited. As time passed, the number of people increased. Very quickly, it broke through 2,000 people. The majority of them were the Detian Divine Guards who had just joined this year, while a portion of them were from the previous batch. Palace Master Feng is here. Someone whispered. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw an old man in a green robe with a beautiful beard walking toward him. The old man looked to be in his 60s and had a faint smile on his face. There was no trace of true essence fluctuation or powerful aura on his body. Just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to show the slightest bit of contempt or disrespect. It was said that the 9 palace masters were all upper-tier kings. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary late-stage king tier. His strength was extremely terrifying. Greetings, Palace Master Feng. More than 2,000 people stood up and bowed. No need to be so polite, please sit. Palace Master Feng smiled and waved his hand. Everyone took their seats. Palace Master Feng also sat cross-legged on the high platform above the main hall. Today, all the people who have come are below the Martial King realm and have comprehended the wind force. I'll explain in detail how to comprehend a trace of wind concept from the wind force, and then how to use this trace of wind concept to finally condense an intent rune and pass the test of the heavenly tribulation to reach the Martial King realm. Palace Master Feng's voice rang out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They had come here to hear this. To know all this, you must first clearly understand what force is. What is the intent realm? Palace Master Feng's voice continued to ring out. Momentum is actually a type of intent realm of the heaven and earth. However, it is a very superficial way of borrowing it. This is because every attribute will have momentum. Like water, when it's gentle, it can nourish all things. This is also a kind of power of water. When it's violent, it can destroy the earth. This is also a kind of power of water. Like the wind. When it's gentle, it's like a clear wind. When it's violent, it can tear everything apart. These are all the forces of the wind. When you comprehend force, you're actually just borrowing the intent realm of heaven and earth. It's commonly known as borrowing force. Borrowing force can increase your own attack power, defense power, and so on. As he said this, a powerful aura burst out from Palace Master Feng's body. His aura suddenly became as majestic, heavy, and unattainable as an ancient divine mountain. The next moment, his aura disappeared without a trace. However, the essence realm of the heaven and earth is completely different from momentum. The essence realm of the heaven and earth is control. Control an attribute and use it to create all kinds of mysterious means. After saying that, Palace Master Feng suddenly stretched out his palm. In his palm, there was a tornado that was spinning rapidly. Although the tornado was small, Lu Ming could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming had no doubt that as long as Palace Master Feng threw out this tornado, it would definitely be able to tear apart a mountain. Then, Palace Master Feng moved his hand and the tornado disappeared. A blade of wind appeared on his finger. The blade of wind was like a blade, cutting through the space and causing the space to ripple like water. One could see how terrifying this wind blade was. Of course, there are strong and weak when it comes to controlling an attribute. According to the degree of control, the essence realm of heaven and earth can be divided into many levels. Generally speaking, a martial king can only control a level 1 essence realm of heaven and earth. Palace Master Feng explained the momentum of the wind and the creation of wind. Sometimes, he would even practice it himself. Lu Ming listened attentively, for fear of missing every word and action. All this while, Lu Ming had been comprehending and cultivating on his own. When did such an expert explain and practice in person? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. Many of the questions that had troubled him for a long time were answered one by one. Lu Ming felt more and more relaxed. His mind was becoming more and more active. He felt extremely carefree. He felt that his understanding of wind force had increased by a large margin. The Wind Palace Master's speech went on for 3 hours. All right, today's lecture ends here. Go back and comprehend it well. You're all dismissed. Palace Master Feng said. Many people revealed reluctant expressions. They simply wanted to continue listening. Lu Ming was the same. At this moment, Palace Master Feng's gaze swept toward Lu Ming and he said, "Lu Ming, wait a moment." Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not know why Palace Master Feng had stopped him. The rest of the people around them looked at Lu Ming one after another, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Chapter 445. 445 Advancing to Half-Step King. I've heard that most of the past 4 divine guards were chosen by the 9 Hall Masters and accepted as their personal disciples. Could it be that Hall Master Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Ming and wants to take him as his disciple? It's highly possible. Lu Ming has such cultivation and combat strength at such a young age. It's normal for him to be favored by Palace Master Feng. I'm so envious. It would be great if I had such a master. Stop dreaming, let's go. The surrounding people discussed in hushed voices as they speculated. Soon, everyone had left, leaving only Lu Ming and the Wind Palace Master. Lu Ming came before Palace Master Feng and saluted him with cupped fists. He said, "I wonder why the Hall Master has asked Lu Ming to stay behind. Sit down first." Palace Master Feng smiled and raised his hand. Lu Ming nodded and sat cross-legged on a futon beside Palace Master Feng. "Haha, Lu Ming, are you 20 years old this year?" Palace Master Feng asked. "Not even 20 years old, I'm still a little short." Lu Ming answered. "You're not even 20 years old yet, but you already have such cultivation and combat strength. It's really commendable. Your future is limitless." Palace Master Feng sighed. Lu Ming's expression changed, but he did not reply. I've heard about your battle with Kai Go and what Sheng Wushuang said a few days ago. Even though Sheng Wushuang's words are too absolute, it's not without reason. There's a limit to one's energy. Cultivating two wills at the same time can increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. However, in the future, especially after reaching the martial king realm, the comprehension of the heaven and earth will be crucial. If you don't break through your will, it'll be difficult for you to break through your cultivation. This will greatly affect your cultivation. Lu Ming, I have the intention to take you as my disciple, as long as you promise to focus on cultivating the concept of wind in the future. Palace Master Feng said everything in one breath. He looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. To be honest, he was also very tempted to take Palace Master Feng as his master. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours in his comprehension of the creation of wind. But to ask him to give up on cultivating the force of fire, this was something he absolutely couldn't do. The force of fire was the force he had comprehended the earliest. It wasn't something he could give up on just because he said so. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming, thank you for your favor, Hall Master Feng. However, I have decided to cultivate both wind and fire. I will not give up on any of them. I'm afraid I will have to let you down, Hall Master Feng. By saying that, it was equivalent to rejecting Palace Master Feng. Palace Master Feng's expression changed. Lu Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. Please reconsider. Thank you, Palace Master Feng. I have made up my mind. You're really stubborn. Go quickly, or this old man will be annoyed. Palace Master Feng waved his hand and said. He had an expression of disappointment. Lu Ming stood up, bowed, and strode away. Sigh, I'm still too young and too confident in myself. After suffering and hitting a wall, I only know how to regret it. After Lu Ming returned to the courtyard, he sat down with his legs crossed. The contents of Hall Master Feng's explanation kept flashing through his mind, constantly corroborating with what he had comprehended. Lu Ming's understanding of the wind deepened. However, it was unknown how far he was from being able to comprehend a trace of wind concept. After that, Lu Ming spent another 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals and entered the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate for 10 days. However, he still had not touched the threshold of the intent realm. It seems like I can only use intent crystals. In the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 29 ultimacy crystals. Among them, there were 4 pieces of wind attribute, 5 pieces of fire attribute, 3 pieces of thunder attribute, and the rest were of other attributes, such as gold and water attributes. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he went to the mystical treasure house and exchanged all the other attribute profound meaning crystals for wind attribute profound meaning crystals. Of course, the exchange fee was 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming only had 45,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals left. Lu Ming had a total of 21 pieces of wind attribute profound meaning crystals. As for the fire-type and thunder-type ultimacy crystals, Lu Ming did not exchange for them as he would definitely need them later. In the courtyard of the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and a green crystal appeared in his hand. Lu Ming clenched his fist and the crystal was crushed. At once, waves of mysterious wind concept spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. This concept of wind was actually in the shape of a thread, but it was a few hundred times thinner than a strand of hair. However, when Lu Ming comprehended it, he felt that it was many times clearer than when he was in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He focused all his attention on capturing the fine threads of the concept of wind that was spreading around his body and started to comprehend it. As expected of an esoteric crystal, a treasure that even martial kings drooled over. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind had greatly accelerated. Between heaven and earth, there were wisps of the essence realm of heaven and earth that were absorbed by Lu Ming and entered his body. Intent crystals were the physical embodiment of the intent realm of heaven and earth, and they had been formed over countless years. Every wisp he absorbed would be able to speed up his comprehension of the concept of wind. However, even more intent realm threads dissipated in the air. He didn't have time to absorb them. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably be so jealous that they would vomit blood. A waste, this was a complete waste. A single intent crystal had caused most of the intent realm threads to dissipate. This was simply a waste of God's gifts. One had to know that even half-step kings rarely used intent crystals to cultivate. That was because it was too wasteful. One of them would cost at least 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Only martial kings who used intent crystals to cultivate would not waste them. They could absorb all the intent threads. However, Lu Ming could not care so much. In his opinion, it would be a waste if he did not convert the resources into strength as soon as possible and left them there. Only by improving his strength could he obtain more resources and treasures. An hour later, the intent realm tendrils of an intent crystal had completely disappeared. Lu Ming took out another wind-type esoteric crystal and crushed it. Kacha! Kacha! Subsequently, a cracking sound would be heard in Lu Ming's courtyard every hour. 12 hours later, Lu Ming had already used up 12 pieces of wind-type esoteric crystals. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Circles of green energy swirled around his body. The force of the wind on Lu Ming's body was raised to its maximum. Lu Ming waved his hand and a green wind blade flew out from his fingers, cutting a stone block into two. Wind concept. I finally comprehended a trace of wind concept. Lu Ming revealed a look of wild joy. From force to intent, there was only a single step away, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This was a fundamental difference, the difference between rotten wood and steel. The fact that he had comprehended a trace of the concept meant that Lu Ming was already half a step into the realm of a king. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He could now be considered a true half-step king. After spending 12 esoteric crystals, Lu Ming finally made a breakthrough in one go. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.